In the senior year office of Jiangqing No. 3 High School, an old air conditioner hummed with a dull roar. Suyu stood before his desk, gazing at the agreement handed over by his homeroom teacher, Li Jiangguo, his silence heavy. "So you just sign it." Li Jiangguo sighed, picked up his thermos, and took a sip of goji berry tea. "This is the best choice for you." The agreement on the desk was only 2 thin pages. Yet its content was enough to change Su Ye's entire life, relinquishing the ownership of his liberal arts college entrance exam scores. As compensation, he would receive 1 million dragon coins. Suyu did not reach for the pen. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the boy sitting on the sofa. Zhao Ze, a famous rich second generation in the class, his family ran several large martial arts gyms in Jiangqing with assets worth over 100 million. At that moment, Zhao Ze was scrolling on his phone. Feeling Su Ye's gaze, he looked up and gave a gentle smile. "Classmate Su, we can negotiate the terms." Zhao Ze's voice was calm without arrogance, only a condescending ease. 1 million in cash deposited into your account this afternoon. So you took a deep breath. 1 million. In this world where giant beasts roamed and martial artists reigned supreme, the average monthly salary was merely 3,000. Even if he excelled in liberal arts, got into a top university, and landed a decent job, with a monthly salary of 10,000, saving 1 million would take nearly 100 years of frugal living. And now, with just a signature, that fortune was his. Zhao Ze's liberal arts scores are not ideal, Li Jiangguo interjected at the right moment. But his martial arts blood energy has already reached 9.8, just a fraction from full marks. If his liberal arts scores can be boosted, he can securely enter the Great Xia capital, first martial arts university. Suyu, I understand your situation. Li Jiangguo softened his tone, speaking earnestly. You're an orphan earning your living by working odd jobs. Your liberal arts are indeed good, top 10 in the grade. But so what? Liberal arts graduates end up as senior clerks or in logistics. This world belongs to martial artists after all. Li Jiangguo's words cut like a blunt knife into Su Ye's nerves. 3 years after transmigrating to this world, Suyu knew better than anyone the status of martial artists. Outside the city, giant beasts ran rampant. Humanity survived within high walls. Only martial artists could fight those terrifying monsters and enjoy privilege and glory. He had once fantasized about soaring like a protagonist in a novel. He trained frantically, waking earlier than the roosters and sleeping later than the dogs, pouring every spare moment into the basic body forging technique. Result: 3 years, his blood energy crawled from 0.5 to 0.8. The passing line for the martial arts college entrance exam was 6 points of blood energy. The full score was 10. With 0.8 blood energy, he couldn't even touch the threshold of a martial arts high school, let alone the martial arts exam. His talent was appallingly poor. Classmate Su, you don't have to feel wrong. Zhao Ze put down his phone, stood up, and walked over to Suyu. He was half a head taller than Suyu, exuding an invisible pressure. Martial arts require money. Zhao Ze looked at Suyu with a hint of pity. Poverty for literature, wealth for martial arts. That saying holds in any era. What do you eat every day? The cheapest synthetic starch meat in the cafeteria. What do I eat? First-rank beast meat soup with century ginseng and a personal martial arts teacher for massage therapy every month. Even if I gave you this spot at a key martial arts university, could you afford to attend? Zhao Ze extended a finger and tapped the agreement on the table. The cultivation techniques, pills, and weapons at university. Everything costs money. You have no background, no resources, only passion and hard work. Zhao Ze chuckled lightly and shook his head. If hard work were enough, what would be the point of talent and family background? Every word stabbed deep. Suyu clenched his fists so hard his nails nearly dug into his flesh. He wanted to argue, to throw the agreement in Zhao Ze's face and shout 30 years east, 30 years west. But he had no confidence. Zhao Ze was right. Even if he scraped into an ordinary university through liberal arts and got better techniques, with his hopeless talent and empty wallet, how could he break through? A blood energy of 0.8 was like an insurmountable mountain crushing his spine. Suyu, don't be stubborn. Li Jiangguo saw his struggle and continued to persuade. Just take the exam normally and perform at your usual level. The Zhao family will handle the rest. The scores will naturally go to Zhao Ze. You get 1 million, live comfortably, even start a small business and marry a pretty wife. Isn't that better than struggling through a liberal arts university? As long as you don't make trouble, it's a win-win. Win-win? What a win-win. Suyu sneered inwardly. Stealing 10 years of someone's hard work, buying their future with money. That was... But did he have the capital to refuse? If he refused, the Zhao family had 1,000 ways to make him unable to stay in Jiangqing. Even his pitiful liberal arts scores might not survive. He was just a powerless orphan. In this world of the strong preying on the weak don't even have the right to choose. Suyu slowly unclenched his fists. A wave of powerlessness washed over him. He glanced at the black pen, then slowly reached out. Maybe with this million at least he wouldn't have to worry about next month's rent. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the pen, an icy mechanical voice exploded without warning in his mind, detected host facing a major life decision. Cash cultivation system activated. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Su Ye's hand froze midair. His pupils contracted. System. The golden finger had arrived. This system is dedicated to helping the host reach the pinnacle of martial arts through the simplest, most brutal method. Core function cash for cultivation. Current exchange rate 1 yuan 1 year of cultivation. Note 1 year of cultivation is the result of the host training 247 without food, sleep, or rest in perfect state. Suyu was stunned. Even after 3 years of harsh reality, his brain short-circuited. 1 yuan. For 1 year of cultivation. A bottle of water from the convenience store cost 2 yuan. 2 yuan would buy 2 years of perfect cultivation. Suyu swallowed. He suddenly realized an extremely crazy fact. If 1 yuan bought 1 year, what if he had 1 million? 1 million years of cultivation. Forget passing the blood energy threshold. With 1 million years of cultivation, even if he were a pig, he could ascend on the spot, right? Suyu. Li Jiangguo looked at Su Ye's hand suspended in the air, frowning slightly. Something wrong. Not satisfied with the price. Zhao Zhe also raised an eyebrow. Su 1 million is the limit. No, when enough is enough. Greed leads to ruin. 1 million. Does that sound like much? It does. For an orphan who has to scrimp and save, even to afford synthetic starch meat, it is a fortune hefty enough to knock a person senseless. Yet Su Yu's hand suspended in midair steadily withdrew at that very moment. Head lowered, his gaze deepened as the abacus in his mind clattered at a frenzied pace. 1 yuan for 1 year of cultivation. The balance in his WeChat wallet plus the loose change in his pocket added up to 328 yuan and 50 cents. Converted, that was 328 years of cultivation. His talent was indeed so abysmal it had sunk into the sewers. Through a year of bitter training, he could only increase his blood key value by 0.1. But what if it were 300 years? 300 times 0.1. An entire 30 points of blood key. The full score for the martial arts college entrance exam was only 10 points. The pocket money that could not even buy him a proper meal was now enough for him to grind the faces of every martial arts prodigy in Jiangxing into the dirt. Since he now had the ability to sit the exam, why would he sell the quota? When weighed against a place at a top martial arts university, which was truly more valuable, 1 million or that admission, to hesitate even for a single second would be an affront to this high martial world. In this world where colossal beasts roamed, the core resources were absolutely monopolized. The authorities, the military, and the top aristocratic clans held the upward pathways in an iron grip. What did martial arts universities possess? Gravity chambers open free of charge, spiritual energy rooms that the outside world would never lay eyes on, advanced cultivation methods refined by generations of grandmasters. They had renowned mentors offering unknown guidance. Any one of these things, if it leaked onto the black market, would have countless people scrambling for it. Not for a mere million, but even for 10 million. Why was the Zhao family willing to pay 1 million to buy this quota? Because they understood better than anyone that its true value surpassed 1 million by 10-fold, 100-fold. Moreover, martial artists belonged to a privileged class. Gaining admission to a top martial arts university meant graduating directly as a commissioned officer or entering the upper echelons of power with tax exemption privileges. They held legal licenses to slay giant beasts. In these peril-ridden times, such credentials were an unquestionable gratuitous death card that no amount of money could purchase. Even taking a step back from Ambition Martial Arts University was at this moment the umbrella of protection he needed most. If he accepted this million today and abandoned the entrance exam, then suddenly displayed Wargood-level strength on the streets tomorrow, he would not be called a genius. He would be branded a heretic. Within minutes, the authorities would drag him into a secret laboratory to slice him open and study his secrets. But if he passed the entrance exam and entered a martial arts university openly, then revealed his talent in the campus arena, everyone would simply exclaim, "Behold a late-blooming, peerless prodigy." The authorities would protect him, the military would court him, and the great clans would invest in him. Before obtaining the system, he could only watch helplessly as the quota slipped away. Now that the system had appeared, he finally possessed the right to sit at the table and feast. Suyu. Li Jiangguo stared at Suyu, withdrawing his hand, his frown deepening. "Why aren't you signing?" Seated on the sofa, Zhao Zhe also set down his phone. On the face that had seemed gentle and composed, a faint shadow of gloom flickered. "Too little." Zhao Zhe's voice remained smooth, yet carried a condescending sense of pressure. "I'll add 200,000. 1.2 million. It was already more cash than most ordinary families would see in an entire lifetime. Suyu lifted his head, met Zhao Zhe's lofty gaze, and calmly shook his head. "Classmate Zhao, thank you for your kind offer, but I won't be signing." The research office fell instantly silent. The rumble of the old air conditioner suddenly seemed piercingly loud. Li Jiangwo's eyes bulged as if he had just heard the most absurd joke imaginable. Suyu, are you insane? 1.2 million. Do you have any idea what you're saying? I do. Suyu's tone was utterly unruffled. In his deep eyes, there was a weathered calm far beyond. I want to try for myself. Even if in the end I can only get into some third-tier martial arts university, I want to attend on the strength of my own scores. He did not boast. He could not afford to expose the existence of the system. A waste with a blood key value of 0.8 suddenly growing arrogant would only attract needless trouble. What he needed to do now was to go home immediately, to verify the system's effects to convert those 300-odd yuan into solid tangible cultivation. At last Zhao Zai's expression changed. A corner of his courteous facade tore open, revealing the cold and ruthless nature beneath. 1.5 million. Zhao Zai fixed his gaze on Suyu as though staring at a commodity that did not know its place. Suyu, a man should have self-knowledge. Don't think you can name your own price just because you're holding a liberal arts score in your hand. This isn't about money. Suyu bowed, slightly polite, yet distant. Teacher Li, if there's nothing else, I'll go. With that, he turned and walked out without the slightest hesitation. Stop. Behind him came Zhao Zai's, no longer concealed, no longer gentle. Only naked threat remained. Refusing the wine of courtesy to drink the wine of punishment, are you? Suyu's footsteps paused for a moment at the door. He did not look back. He merely reached out, wrapped his fingers around the cold door handle, twisted lightly, and stepped out. Bang! The door to the research office slammed shut, sealing that suffocating air within. Inside the research office, death-like silence descended. A sharp crack rang out. The black ballpoint pen in Zhao Zai's hand was crushed to pieces by his grip. Razor-edged plastic shards pierced his skin, black ink mingled with fresh blood dripping through his fingers onto the expensive leather sofa. Young Master Zhao. Li Jiangguo jumped in fright and hurriedly grabbed tissues. Get out of my way. Zhao Zai shoved Li Jiangguo aside with a single violent push, his chest heaving. He was livid. In his 18 years of life, Zhao Zai had only ever been the one to bestow favors on others. When had it ever been the turn of some bottom-tier trash to reject him? Spending 1.5 million to buy a mere quota was to him an act of charity. Not only did the other party refuse to be grateful, he even dared to turn his back and walk away. Try for himself. Even if it was just some third-tier university. Good, very good. Zhao Zai ground his teeth, a venomous light flickering in his eyes. If not for the strict laws of Daxiao, where martial artists who murdered civilians without cause were sentenced to death, Suyu would already be a corpse. The law could not kill for him, but there were countless matters beyond the law's reach. Did Suyu truly think that his liberal arts score mattered? Did he truly believe that rejecting the Zhao family meant he could calmly go sit the exam? Naive. Zhao Zai drew out a tissue and leisurely wiped the ink and blood from his hand. Since he had refused the wine of courtesy, then he would not be seeing a single cent. He took out his phone, deftly scrolled to a number with no remarks and dialed. The call connected swiftly. Hold him up. Zhao Zai's voice regained that lofty, chilling tone. Help me deal with the student. Senior at Jiangqing No. 3 High School named Suyu. Yes, there's no need to kill him. Find a few brothers with clean hands, throw a sack over him, and knock him unconscious. Gazing out the window, Zhao Zai locked his eyes onto the figure striding quickly along the campus tree-leaned path, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. Break both his legs and keep him in the hospital for half a month. Before the exams are over, I don't want to see him in any test hall. Money. 200,000. Hanging up, Zhao Zai casually tossed the blood-stained tissue into the trash bin. The dignity of bottom-tier commoners. Before absolute resources and wealth, it was not even worth a fart. The setting sun dipped toward the western horizon. Suyu stepped out of the school gate and followed the sidewalk toward his rented room in the old district. His pace was unhurried, yet every step he took was steady and deliberate. In his mind, that cold mechanical voice had already fallen silent, yet at the edge of his vision, a half-transparent panel that only he could see clearly reminded him. None of this was an illusion. Kajin cultivation system. Current balance, 328. 5 yuan. Convertible cultivation, 328 years. Suyu drew in a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the near-boiling rush of blood in his chest. Calm. The more critical the moment, the more he needed absolute calm. There were only 3 days left before the college entrance examinations. He did not need to worry about his liberal arts scores. 3 years of relentless effort had already etched those theoretical lessons into his very bones. The key lay in the martial arts track. In the martial arts entrance exams of Daxia Nation, the passing line was a blood vitality value of 6 points, with 10 points being full marks. For ordinary students, reaching 6 points was already enough to thank the heavens, earning them a ticket into an average martial arts university. Yet Suyu's goal was by no means some ordinary martial arts university. Since he now had a system, since he was qualified to sit at the table, he would settle for nothing less than the finest feast upon it. Daxia Kyoto First Martial Arts University. It was the sacred ground in the hearts of countless martial prodigies across Desya, a cradle into which the military and top clans jointly poured their resources. Entering that place was akin to a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. Yet to gain admission to Kyoto First Martial University was merely achieving the full score of 10 points in blood vitality truly enough. In his heart, Tsuyu shook his head. It might not be enough. This world was vast. Odisha nation held 36 provinces and a population of tens of billions. Heroes under heaven were as numerous as fish swimming across a river. For those clan scions who had grown up soaking in medicinal baths and feasting on high-grade exotic beast meat, a blood vitality of 10 points was hardly an insurmountable chasm, merely the starting line of their martial journey. Every year in the exams there were not hundreds, but nearly 1,000 prodigies who achieved full marks in blood vitality. Yet Kyoto First Martial University only enrolled 100 individuals annually. Not a single extra seat was offered. Martial arts had never been a game where greater numbers meant greater resources were finite. Rather than nurturing 10,000 mediocre warriors, it was better to exhaust everything to forge a single peerless war god who could cleave a colossal beast in two with one strike. Therefore, when the number of full-score candidates exceeded 100, a brutal second round of selection would be triggered. Actual combat assessment. Blood vitality no longer mattered. Only combat power did. 3 days. Tsuyu silently calculated in his heart. With 3 days' time and 328 years of cultivation poured in, his blood vitality value would definitely meet the standards. Yet actual combat experience and martial techniques would still take time to digest. Just as Tsuyu lowered his head in thought, not far ahead at the street corner, a thick parasol tree revealed a small edge of a clean pleated skirt from behind its trunk. Tsuyu halted his steps and secretly sighed in his heart. It was Lin Xiaoxiao, the acknowledged school beauty of Jiangqing. 3 High School. She lived in the luxurious villa district in the eastern part of the city. A pampered young lady like her usually needed a private car, even to go downtown, yet now she had run alone to this decrepit old street in the western slums, where even half the streetlights no longer worked just to stand in the cold wind. In truth, Tsuyu understood why she kept coming to this side of town. One summer a year ago, he had been handing out flyers near the artificial lake outside the city when he happened to encounter Lin Xiaoxiao stepping into thin air and falling into the water. At the time, a ring of onlookers had gathered on the bank taking photos, yet no one dared to jump in. Tsuyu was a strong swimmer. Without thinking much, he dove straight into the deep water and fished her out. It had been a simple act done in passing. He had not even left his name before leaving. Yet unexpectedly, this young lady had combed through the entire grade to find him, and from then on became a trouble he could never quite shake off. Tsuyu understood the mindset of such wealthy heiresses very well. Raised from childhood in elite education, their pride was immense. They dreaded owing favors to others, let alone the debt of a saved life. At first, Lin Xiaoxiao had wanted to give him money as repayment, but Tsuyu had refused her with a cold face. Though he was poor, he had not saved her in order to sell his life. That very refusal had instead deepened the psychological burden on this young lady. Over the past year, she had engineered chance encounters every few days, racking her brains to find some opportunity to repay this favor just so she could feel at ease. Like now? Oh no. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly leapt out from behind the tree, hands clasped behind her back, forcing an exaggerated look of surprise onto her pure, beautiful face. What a coincidence. Tsuyu, why are you walking this way too? Tsuyu looked at her. The evening wind was biting. She had probably been hiding behind that trunk for quite some time. Her nose tip reddened from the cold, even the tail ends of her words carrying a faint, barely noticeable tremor. Tsuyu shook his head inwardly. Her home was in the east of the city, yet she had come all the way to the western slums just for a chance encounter. To repay a life-saving favor that could never truly be repaid, this rich girl's fixation ran deep. She would rather stand in the cold wind here for half an hour just to forcibly stage a natural meeting. Forget it. Tsuyu had no desire to puncture her clumsy excuse lest this young lady feel embarrassed and conjure up some even more troublesome way to repay him. It is quite the coincidence. Tsuyu followed her words, his tone calm. You came here to buy something. Ah yes, buy something. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked guiltily, clearly not expecting Tsuyu to be this cooperative today. She hurriedly seized the opportunity to steer the topic away. The exams are right around the corner. What university do you plan to apply for? When she asked this, Lin Xiaoxiao was actually a little cautious. She knew Tsuyu's situation. Top 10 in the grade for liberal arts, but in the martial track, dead last in the entire school. A blood vitality of 0.8 was a flaw no amount of effort could completely conceal. She feared stabbing at Tsuyu's sore spot. Tsuyu met the concerned gaze in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes and remained silent for 2 seconds. If he did not tell the truth with her personality, she would definitely dig down to the roots. If he did tell the truth. Desya Kyoto First Martial Arts University. Tsuyu's voice was not loud, but his enunciation was clear, utterly devoid of any hint of a joke. The air fell abruptly silent. An evening gust swept past, lifting a few fallen leaves from the ground. The essence of the abyssal aura was an extremely domineering high-level energy. He turned to look at the four martial kings beside him. They were currently using all their strength. She even wondered whether something was wrong with her ears. Well, what did you say? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, her voice almost stammering. Xiao, Kyoto First Martial University. Suyu nodded. You. Lin Xiaoxiao blurted out, without thinking, blood vitality of 0.8. The moment the words left her mouth, she wanted to slap herself. Too hurtful. How could she tear open someone else's wound so directly? And yet, it was simply too absurd. This was Kyoto First Martial University they were talking about. It was the place where the most outstanding talents in all of Xia fought tooth and nail to gain admission. Even that arrogant classmate Zhao Zhe, with a blood vitality of 9.8, did not dare claim he was 100% certain of getting in. Yet Suyu, who had not even reached a value of 1, had set his sights there. This was no longer mere wishful thinking. It was sheer flight of fancy. Seeing the look of existential doubt on Lin Xiaoxiao's face, Suyu sighed inwardly. The architectural style was extremely crude. Exposed steel bars and patched iron sheets. Most eye-catching was a gigantic octagonal arena in the center of the underground. Is it impossible? Suyu countered. No, it's not impossible. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly waved her hands, forcing out an encouraging smile. Although her heart was wildly shaken as a friend, she felt this was the last moment at which she should ever undermine Suyu's confidence. What if he was simply under too much pressure and talking nonsense? Having dreams is a good thing. Lin Xiaoxiao patted Suyu's shoulder, firmly offering earnest comfort. If a person has no dreams, how are they any different from a salted fish? Right? Maybe tomorrow you walk out the door, accidentally fall off a cliff, and just happen to pick up a peerless cultivation manual. Or you run into some white-beard old grandpa who insists on bestowing a century of cultivation upon you. Or else you get struck by some alien meteorite, and your genes mutate. At that point, forget Kyoto Martial University. Getting directly recommended into the War God camp might even be possible. The more Lin Xiaoxiao spoke, the more animated she became, as if she could already see Suyu soaring into the heavens in her mind's eye. Suyu watched her earnestly weaving stories, and the corners of his lips could not help but curve slightly. Yes, Suyu followed her words and pretended to imagine for a moment. Maybe there will suddenly be a ding in my mind, and I'll bind a system. A casual offhand complaint, yet it voiced the truest secret. Lin Xiaoxiao was briefly dazed by this rare smile on Suyu's face. She suddenly realized that Suyu today seemed different from usual. The youth who normally wore a constant frown, whose gaze was filled with suppressed endurance and exhaustion, now carried an indescribable composure. It felt as though a peerless blade long hidden in its sheath had finally revealed a hint of cold light. Lin Xiaoxiao put away her joking expression. She stepped forward, fixing her gaze on Suyu's eyes. Suyu. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice became more serious than ever before. Tell me the truth. Do you truly want to apply for Kyoto First Martial University? Suyu withdrew his smile. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, his deep eyes devoid of any ripple, holding only absolute resolve. I do. No superfluous explanation followed. 2 words fell with the weight of iron on stone. Lin Xiaoxiao stared fixedly at Suyu for several long seconds. She did not see in those eyes a trace of vanity, arrogance, or jest. He was serious. He truly wished to go to that place which seemed unattainable. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip, as if making an immense decision in her heart. She drew in a deep breath, and when she spoke again, her voice was so low that only the two of them could hear. As it happens, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Suyu. My family has a special admission quota. Do you want it? The night breeze continued to blow. The leaves whispered with a soft rustling. Suyu looked into Lin Xiaoxiao's earnest eyes, stunned for 2 or 3 full seconds before he spoke slowly. A special admission quota. He frowned slightly, his voice tinged with reasonable suspicion. For Jiangxing Martial University. Or for some key provincial martial university. Instinctively, Suyu made his own judgment in his heart. With the Lin family's financial power, if it were for a guaranteed place at an ordinary key martial university in Jiangxing or a neighboring province, though extremely difficult, it would not be entirely impossible. That alone would already be a favor so great as to feel unbearable to him. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao met his gaze and gently shook her head. Facing Suyu's probing gaze, she enunciated each word, repeating with crystalline clarity, Xia's capital, Kyoto. First Martial University. Boom. Suyu's pupils contracted sharply, his heart suddenly skipping a beat. He stared fixedly at the girl before him. Even after 2 lifetimes, and having just awakened a system, his mind went briefly blank. A special admission quota. A special quota for Xia Kyoto First Martial University. How could that be possible? The Kyoto Martial University quotas had always been the focal point of fierce struggle among provincial governors, military giants, and top aristocratic clans. Every single quota represented resources and authority beyond measure. The Zhao family, those local tycoons of Jiangcheng worth tens of millions, would rack their brains just to buy his liberal arts score for a regular college entrance spot. And now Lin Xiaoxiao spoke so lightly of her family having a special quota, offering to give it directly to him. Suyu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, and the light in his eyes completely changed. He had long known that this girl's family background was good, but now it seemed far more than that. It was practically heaven-reaching. Suyu opened his mouth uncharacteristically at a loss for words. Don't worry about how I got it. Lin Xiaoxiao avoided Suyu's probing gaze, her tone slightly hurried. As long as you nod, this quota is yours. No need to take the college entrance exam, no need to compete for those 100 spots. You will be directly admitted. At that moment, the streetlights flickered on one after another, their dim yellow glow falling across Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Suyu looked at her. Silence. Deathly silence. A special admission quota. One step to the head. If he merely nodded, he would not even need to expose the existence of his system or take any risk, and could enter Xia's highest martial institution in perfect safety. It was a shortcut countless people would not even dare to dream of. Yet, Suyu slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind Zhao Zai's condescending face surfaced. You have no background, no resources, only hot-blooded enthusiasm and hard work. If effort alone worked, what would talent and family status be for? Zhao Zai's mockery remained vivid. If he accepted this quota, how would he be any different from Zhao Zai? Moreover, that was a quota belonging to Lin Xiaoxiao's family. For such high-level resources, how great a price would Lin Xiaoxiao have to pay to present them to him? A debt of gratitude is the hardest to repay. Even setting that aside, he now had a system, and the 328 yuan in his pocket. On what grounds could he not fight his way in fair and square, trampling those so-called geniuses beneath his feet? Suyu opened his eyes again. The shock in his gaze had entirely faded, but what remained was rock-like calmness and solitary pride. Xiao. Suyu finally spoke, his voice soft, yet carrying an unquestionable firmness. Thank you, but I won't take it. You won't. Lin Xiaoxiao froze where she stood, the yellow streetlight stretching her shadow long behind her. Looking at the boy in a washed-out school uniform whose gaze was tranquil to the point of being frightening, she felt an absurd sense of unreality. This was a special admission quota for Kyoto First Martial University. Across Xia, countless dignitaries would gladly spend fortunes, exhaust their family's wealth, and even mobilize networks to wage a smokeless war for such a place. Yet now that quota had been placed freely before Suyu, and he had refused. Suyu, do you even understand what this quota represents? Lin Xiaoxiao grew agitated, stepping forward, her tone tinged with a frustrated, reproachful impatience. It means you won't have to squeeze onto that single plank bridge with several million third-year students across the country. It means that even if your blood and chi value is only 0.8, you can still enjoy the finest martial resources Xia has to offer. Don't you want to go to Kyoto Martial University? This is your only chance. She stared straight at Suyu, trying to find in those deep eyes a trace of impulsiveness or stubborn pride. But there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Suyu's eyes were like a dried up, while not a ripple to be seen. Suyu's voice remained gentle, yet carried that same unquestionable resolve. But I cannot accept it. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's face faintly flushed from anxiety, he was fully aware of the kindness behind her words. In this high martial world where the weak are prey for someone to willingly hand over resources of such a level, this favor was greater than the sky itself. Yet precisely because it was too great, he could not bear it. On what grounds would the Lin family grant such a precious special quota to an outsider? Lin Xiaoxiao might be driven by her obsession over a life-saving debt, but what of the Lin elders? Would they truly agree? Besides, he now had a system. And those 328. 5 yuan. Xiaoxiao, the time I saved you a year ago was nothing more than a casual act. Suyu turned around, his back to the streetlight, hiding most of his face in shadow. You don't owe me anything, and I never intended to use that incident to trade for anything. See you at the college entrance exam. With that, he did not give Lin Xiaoxiao another chance to speak. Hands tucked into his pockets, he strode straight into the old district's dim street, where most of the lamps were broken. Clean. Crisp. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao stood where she was, watching that back gradually merge with the darkness, biting down hard on her lower lip. Too proud for your own good. She stomped her foot in anger, yet her eyes inexplicably reddened. She thought Suyu was simply defending that pitiful shred of self-esteem. A commoner with a blood and chi value of 0.8, or rejecting a shortcut to the summit, insisting on charging headfirst into that wall called reality. Fine. You insist on taking the exam yourself, right? Lin Xiaoxiao shouted toward the blurred figure in the darkness. I'll be watching to see how you pass the martial exams cut off 3 days from now. There was no reply, only the rustling sound of fallen leaves caught up by the night wind. Returning to the dilapidated rental room, Suyu locked the door. He pulled the yellowed curtains shut, cutting off the last sliver of light from outside. The room was very dark, only the faint blue glow of the phone screen flickering. He sat on the hard wooden bed, took a deep breath, and called up the system panel. Current balance, 328. 5 yuan redeemable cultivation, 328 years. His heart was racing. Even though he had lived 2 lives, even though his temperament was calm facing such a fate-altering moment, he could not maintain absolute composure. Let's try 10 yuan's worth first. See how it works. System recharge, 10 yuan exchange for 10 years of cultivation. Ding. Deduction successful. Blood chi value permanently 1. 0. Boom. The moment the words fell, an extremely vast and pure surge of heat burst forth from Su Yes Dantian without warning. This heat was like a runaway horse wildly surging through his limbs and bones. Hiss. Su Yu sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Pain. Intense pain. But accompanying the pain was an indescribable comfort. He could clearly hear the crisp cracking sound of his bones. Shriveled muscles were swelling. Fragile meridians were widening. In just 10 seconds, the heat had completely integrated into his body. Su Yu snapped his eyes open. A glint of sharp light flashed through the darkness. He clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented fullness within. If before his power was like a stagnant pool, now it was a surging stream. Blood chi value definitely exceeded 1 point. Su Yes' eyes burned with fervor. 10 years of bitter cultivation. For someone as talentless as him, 10 years of perfect training without eating or sleeping could elevate his blood chi value by a full 1 point. From 0.8 to 1.8. Though still far from the passing line of 6 for the college entrance exam, this proved one thing. The system was real. 1 yuan could really buy 1 year of cultivation. Continue. Su Yu no longer hesitated. System recharge, 100 yuan. Ding. Deduction successful. Blood chi value permanently 10. 0. Rumble. This time the commotion inside his body was 10 times greater than before. If the last heat was a stream, now it was a bursting flood. Su Yu grunted, his whole body bouncing off the bed and crashing heavily to the floor. His skin instantly turned scarlet like a boiled shrimp. Sweat and black impurities expelled from his body crazily oozed from his pores. 100 years of days and nights. 100 years of relentless sweat. All the cultivation achievements in this moment were forcibly crammed into his body by the system in an unreasonable manner. 5 minutes later, Su Yu climbed up from the floor. He breathed heavily, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. 8. Su Yu murmured. He didn't need to test on professional equipment. A martial artist had absolute control over his own body. He could feel that his blood chi value had reached 11. 8. Surpassing the full score of 10. That so-called martial genius Zhao Ze, eating exotic beast meat and soaking in medicinal baths every day, only had a blood chi value of 9. 8. And he, spending only 110 yuan, had completely trampled that lofty rich Brad in blood. Awesome. Su Yu clenched his fists tightly, knuckles white. For 3 years. The frustration suppressed for 3 whole years dissipated in this moment. But not enough. Far from enough. A blood chi value of 11. 8 might be top genius in Jiangxing, but in the entire Daxia kingdom, at that Kyoto First Martial Arts University, teeming with monsters, it was nothing. He needed greater power. Su Yu glanced at his phone balance. Just over 200 yuan left. That money wasn't even enough to fill a crack. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly tapped a green app on his phone. Daxia National Citizen Loan app. Su Yu's credit score wasn't high, and he had little transaction history, so the limit was pitifully small. Only 1,000 yuan. Withdrawal. Su Yu directly clicked withdraw. Ding. 1,000 yuan has been credited. Without any nonsense. System. Recharge everything. Deduction successful. Blood chi value permanently 100. 0. Boom. This time before Su Yu could even grunt, the terrifying energy slammed him to his knees. 1,000 years. A full 1,000 years of cultivation. Quantity triggered a qualitative change. The blood chi inside Su Yu was no longer a liquid torrent, but showed signs of turning into vapor. Bones turned jade-like. Muscles were like forged steel. 100 points of blood chi. There was a common knowledge in the martial arts world of Daxia. When blood chi reaches 100, one breaks the human limit, sheds mortal form, and officially steps into the martial artist realm. A martial artist. Even in the military, a true martial artist could serve as a squad leader. In a small place like Jiangxing, as long as one didn't provoke the local powers, a martial artist could basically walk sideways. And Su Yu, in less than half an hour, had crossed a chasm countless people could never cross in their lifetime. Phew. Su Yu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. That stream of air actually produced a crisp explosion in the air. He stood up. He waved his hand casually. Bang. The solid wood table with a missing leg shattered instantly like paper. Su Yu looked at his hands, but his brows furrowed slightly. He had the strength. His blood chi was up to standard. But he didn't know how to fight. Just brute force, unable to unleash a martial artist's killing potential. Su Yu was very calm. His current state was like a 3-year-old holding a Gatling gun. Though the firepower was fierce, he had no idea how to aim or fire. Once he encountered an opponent with practical combat experience, he could easily be toyed with and killed by technique. Martial techniques. The basic martial art taught for free at school, 5 elements fist, appeared in Su Ye's mind. This was the most popular martial technique in Daxia, divided into 4 realms: initiation, proficiency, mastery, perfection. For ordinary students, reaching proficiency after 3 years of high school was considered decent. Those who could reach mastery were geniuses. As for perfection, that required decades of hard practice and extremely high comprehension. System: can martial techniques be paid for? Yes. 1 yuan, 1 year of martial technique comprehension time. Su Ye's eyes lit up, but then he glanced at his empty balance again. No money. The regular online loan limit was used up. He was an orphan with no relatives. Among his classmates, no one would lend him money except Lin Xiaoxiao. Borrow from Lin Xiaoxiao. This thought had just emerged when Su Yu dismissed it. Lin Xiaoxiao could casually take out a special admission spot from Kyoto Martial Arts University. The Lin family behind her definitely had connections that reached the heavens. If a low-level orphan like him suddenly borrowed a large amount of money from her, it would surely attract the attention of Lin's elders. Once the Lin intelligence network traced back and discovered his abnormal blood qi surge, the secret of the system would be impossible to hide. Before gaining absolute power, he absolutely could not be put under the microscope of such a behemoth. Su Ye's gaze fell on a black app icon in the corner of his phone screen. Black Gold IOU. This was a usury loan app developed by the underground forces of Jiangxing. The interest rates were astronomically high. 9 and 13 out was the mild version. Once overdue, at best one would lose limbs, at worst vanish without a trace. Ordinary people dared not touch this even if they starved to death. But Su Yu was not afraid. He was now a martial artist. As long as he could shine in the college entrance exam and enter Kyoto First Martial Arts University, a mere Jiangxing loan shark was nothing. He tapped open the app, registered, and passed the facial recognition. Application amount 10,000 yuan. Ding! His bank card instantly received a deposit of 1,000 yuan. His fingertips slid across the screen as Su Yu glanced at the text message notification on his phone, the corner of his lips lifting. System: deduct 1,000 yuan first and add points to my 5 elements fist. Su Yu issued the command silently within his mind. Deduction successful. 1,000 years of 5 elements fist comprehension experience has been granted. A low hum resonated. Su Yu's brain suddenly shuddered violently. Countless scenes of day after day, night after night of relentless punching surged through his mind like film reels flashing at frenzied speed. The starting stance, the strike, the withdrawal of the move. Those monotonous motions seemed to repeat millions, tens of millions of times in his illusion. Initiation. In only 1 second, the 5 elements fist reached entry level. Proficiency. Mastery. Perfection. 10 seconds later, Su Yu snapped his eyes open, and within his gaze it was as if a ferocious tiger was roaring. 1,000 years of arduous practice. Even a pig would be able to turn this basic fist technique into something extraordinary. Moreover, what the system had infused into him was a state of absolutely perfect comprehension. Every exertion skill of the 5 elements fist, every minute activation of muscle fibers, had already been etched deep into his very bones, transforming into pure instinct. Not only that, over 1,000 years of internal simulation, Su Yu even shattered the original limitations of the 5 elements fist, perfectly fusing the 5 utterly different forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into one. He had comprehended an entirely new punch. 5 elements as one. Su Yu murmured to himself. In the cramped rental room, he slowly opened up his stance. He did not draw upon even a trace of blood and chi power. Relying solely on the unadulterated strength of his flesh, he suddenly thrust a punch forward. The air let out a groan of unbearable strain. Before his fist, a visible white wave of compressed air actually took form. That terrifying fist wind howled outward, shattering a dressing mirror 2 meters away into fragments. Glass shards scattered across the floor. Su Yu slowly drew back his fist. Gazing at the wreckage around him, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Too powerful. The might of that punch had utterly surpassed the scope of ordinary martial techniques. If Zhao Zhe were standing in front of him, now he would not even need to call upon martial blood and qi. This single punch alone could beat that spoiled rich second generation so badly his own mother would not recognize him. 9,000 yuan left. Su Yu took a deep breath, forcing down the surge of excitement in his chest. He glanced at his remaining balance. Of the 10,000 yuan borrowed from a high-interest lender, he had just spent 1,000, 9,000 remained. Since I'm aiming for Kyoto First Martial University, and since I intend to fight for resources beyond that special recruitment quota, then I might as well make a bigger splash. Su Yu's eyes turned utterly wild. System: Alan, with the remaining 9,000 yuan. Pour it all into my cultivation base. Ding. Deduction successful. Blood and qi value permanently 900. This time it was no longer. It was a tsunami. It was a volcanic eruption. Su Yu's body began to tremble violently. He clenched his teeth with all his might, refusing to let a scream slip out. The blood vessels within him bulged one by one like blue-green dragons coiling beneath his skin. His blood and chi value was skyrocketing. 100 points. 200 points. 500 points. In the cramped rental room, the very air began to distort. Invisible waves of force rippled outward from Su Yu as the center expanding ring by ring. Plastered dust cascaded from the walls. The dim bulb overhead flickered twice under the violent surges of energy, then blew apart with a sharp pop. The room was plunged into complete darkness. Yet within that darkness, Su Yu's body was shrouded in a faint red glow. It was the sign of blood and chi so dense it was on the verge of bursting through his skin. By the martial standards of Xia, 10 points of blood and chi meant a full score on the college entrance martial exam. At 100 points, one broke through to become a martial artist. And when blood and chi reached 1,000 points, the chi surged like a dragon, inner force able to be projected outward. That was the realm of the martial master, a level of strength that even in a prefecture-level city like Jiangxing was enough to establish a sect and become a major power. Even the mayor of Jiangxing, upon seeing such a person, would have to politely address him as Sir. And now an 18-year-old senior high school student was launching his final charge toward this realm that countless people could only look up to. Braked. Su Yu roared silently in his heart. A thunderous boom echoed within him, as if an invisible shackle had been utterly smashed apart. 1,000 points of blood and chi. He had broken through to the martial master realm. The violent tide of blood and chi instantly converged, retracting entirely back into Su Yu's body. The room returned to deathly stillness. Only his steady, powerful heartbeat, like a war drum, resounded through the darkness. Thump, thump, thump. After a long while, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. Darkness was no longer an obstacle to him. He could clearly make out every corner of the room. He rose to his feet. His whole body felt sticky, emitting a foul stench. It was the impurities expelled once again by 9,000 years of cultivation flooding his body, washing his muscles and bones anew. Su Yu stepped into the cramped bathroom, turned on the cold water tap, and let the icy stream scour his body. Once the filth had been washed away, the mirror revealed a physique that could only be described as flawless. His muscle lines were not exaggerated, yet every inch contained explosive power. His gaze was deep as an abyss, carrying a cold indifference born of countless trials. Su Yu tightened his fists, feeling within his body a force capable of destroying heaven and earth. He was now a martial master. An 18-year-old martial master. Across the whole of Jiangxing, he would undoubtedly be without precedent and without successor. And yet, Su Yu's brows furrowed slightly. I've broken through too quickly, he thought. I have no clear understanding of the true extent of my current strength. Xia was vast beyond measure. Kyoto First Martial University gathered the most monstrous talents from across the nation. Those scions of great clans who had grown up eating high-grade exotic beast meat as regular meals and drinking top-tier heaven and earth treasures like water. Just how powerful were they? With his current strength, where exactly would he rank in this year's National College Entrance Martial Exam? Top 10, top 3, or first? Forget it, no point dwelling on it. Su Yu dried his body and put on a clean set of old clothes. I'll know once I fight in the actual combat assessment 3 days from now. He walked over to the window and yanked open the tattered curtains. Outside, the night sky was studded with brilliant stars. Su Yu gazed at the neon lights blazing in the distant center of Jiangxing, his eyes gleaming. In the bathroom, water droplets slid down the sharp contours of Su Yu's muscles. After finishing his shower and stepping out, he did not go to rest immediately. Instead, he pulled out the chair in front of an old desk that was missing one leg, propped up by several books, and sat down calmly. On the desk was a pile of revision materials for senior year liberal arts. Su Yu opened the topmost book, Recent and Modern Martial History of Xia. Even though he had just undergone the infusion of 9,000 years of cultivation, and his blood and chi had already surpassed the terrifying threshold of 1,000 points, stepping formally into the realm so many looked up to as martial master. He still had not forgotten his original plan. There were only 3 days left until the college entrance exam. In liberal arts, he had to achieve a perfect score. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, martial force was fundamental, yet intellect and knowledge were equally indispensable weapons. Moreover, he had always been an intensely self-disciplined person. As his eyes swept over the pages, Su Yu paused in mild surprise. He realized that the dense lines of text and dates on the paper after merely a single glance were imprinted into his mind as firmly as steel stamps. Photographic memory. So breaking through 1,000 points of blood and chi isn't just a metamorphosis of the flesh. The degree of brain development has undergone a qualitative leap as well. Su Yu whispered. It was an unexpected blessing. What would originally have required 2 or 3 hours of late-night revision now took less than 10 minutes to etch completely into his mind, and he could even extrapolate and infer beyond the material. Closing the book, Suyu switched off the desk lamp. The room was engulfed in darkness. He walked to the hardwood bed and lay down in his clothes. He closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in the old district at the dimly lit alley where most of the streetlights were out, 3 shadowy figures were stealthily pressed against the wall, their eyes fixed on the window of Suyu's rental apartment where the light had just gone out. The leading man wore a tattered black leather jacket and had a cheap cigarette hanging from his mouth. The dim moonlight fell on his face, revealing a grotesque scar that stretched from the corner of his eye down to his chin. Old Mo, a notorious thug in the Jiangxing underground black market. At the same time, he was also a genuine martial artist. Although his chi and blood value barely reached 110, making him one of the weakest among martial artists, it was enough for him to domineer in this old district. Mo Gu. A subordinate with dyed yellow hair swallowed hard, his voice trembling noticeably. Do we really have to take action? Why? Are you scared? Old Mo shot him a sidelong glance, his eyes cold. How could I not be scared? Another chubby subordinate lowered his voice, anxiety evident in his tone. But he's a high school student. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. The laws of the Great Xia Kingdom clearly state that during the college entrance examination period, all third-year high school students are key protected subjects of the state. If the City Defense Bureau or the Martial Arts Association finds out that we harmed a college entrance examinee before the test. The chubby man shivered, not daring to continue. That would be a serious crime that could cost us our heads. Smack. Old Mo slapped the back of the chubby man's head without hesitation. Look at your pathetic self. Old Mo lowered his voice and scolded. What are you afraid of? Protected subjects are meant for those geniuses who have a chance to get into the martial arts university. An ordinary high school student at most has a chi and blood value of just 10. Even the so-called top talents from Jiangxing one high school barely reach 100 in their high school years. Old Mo sneered, pulling out his phone from his pocket to check some information. The dim light of the screen illuminated the scar on his face, making it appear even more menacing. Moreover, the intel from young Master Zhao is crystal clear. This kid named Suyu has a chi and blood value of only 0.8. Old Mo extended a finger and poked heavily at the number 0.8 on the screen. What does 0.8 mean? Even a slightly better stray dog by the roadside has a higher chi and blood value than him. Old Mo stuffed the phone back into his pocket, his eyes filled with disdain. With such a low chi and blood value, he can't even beat an ordinary adult. As a formal martial artist, if I can't create a scene, I might as well find a tofu block to die against in Jiangxing. The yellow-haired man still looked uneasy, rubbing his hands together. Mo Gu, what if? What if this kid fights back and suddenly screams in the middle of the night, waking up all the neighbors? Impossible. Old Mo interrupted him decisively. There will definitely be no accidents. He's a waste with a value of 0.8. I can control his throat with just one move, and he won't even be able to let out a whimper. Old Mo glanced at the old mechanical watch on his wrist. It was 11:45. Wait a moment. Old Mo exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes turning cruel and greedy. Wait until midnight. Once he's sound asleep, we'll slip in. Young Master Zhao instructed to break both his legs, making him lie in the hospital for half a month, so he misses the college entrance exam. Once we finish this job, we get 200,000. They'll take you all to Night Color for a few days of pure enjoyment. Hearing the mention of 200,000, the breaths of the two subordinates became heavy. Fear was quickly suppressed in the face of money. The three of them were like hyenas lurking in the dark, staring intently at the pitch-black window. Time ticked by. Midnight, 12:30. The old district fell into complete silence, only occasionally interrupted by the cries of stray cats. Let's go. Old Mo tossed away the cigarette, but in his hand, and crushed it with his toe. The three of them stealthily entered the dilapidated building. The corridor was filled with a musty, sour odor. Old Mo stopped in front of Suyu's door. It was an extremely old wooden door, the lock long rusted. Old Mo took out a slender iron wire from his waist and skillfully poked it into the keyhole. Inside the room, Suyu's steady breathing paused imperceptibly the moment the wire touched the lock core. After breaking through to the martial master level, his 5 senses had been enhanced to an extremely terrifying non-human realm, not to mention the sound of the lock being picked outside the door. Even the sound of water dripping from the pipes in the neighboring building, if he wanted to hear it, he could catch every detail clearly. In Suyu's current perception, outside the door stood 3 people. 2 ordinary individuals had rapid heartbeats and quickened breath, obviously very nervous. The last one had a steady and powerful heartbeat, the sound of blood flowing much thicker than that of ordinary people, clearly a formal martial artist who had broken through human limits. Yet in the perception of Suyu, who had just stepped into the martial master realm, the chi and blood fluctuations of that martial artist outside seemed like a faint candle flame, utterly insignificant compared to the vast ocean within him. So weak. Weak enough that Suyu didn't even feel a hint of tension, as if facing a formidable enemy. In the darkness, Suyu remained motionless, but his mind raced rapidly. In the middle of the night, a formal martial artist comes with two ordinary people to pick my lock. He was an orphan, so poor he could barely afford rent, and the most valuable thing in his room was a pile of study materials hardly worth a thief's attention. If not for money, then they must be after him. However, for the past 3 years, he had lived in seclusion, engaging only in odd jobs and martial arts, never having interacted with any underground forces. The only exception was a few hours ago. I just rejected Zhao Ze's offer to buy my grades in the afternoon, and now a martial artist is here at midnight. Young Master Zhao really couldn't even wait through the night. If the deal fell through, he would resort to direct violence. This is the modus operandi of the privileged class in this high martial world. To them, ordinary people are merely ants that can be crushed at any moment. If it were the Suyu from a few hours ago faced with a formal martial artist and his two subordinates attempting a midnight break-in, his only outcome would be to have his legs broken and be thrown to the ground like a dead dog, watching helplessly as his chance to change his fate was completely stripped away. But now, click, a very faint crisp sound. The lock opened. The old wooden door slowly creaked open a crack. Weak moonlight poured in through the crack of the door, casting 3 distorted shadows on the floor. At the very moment the wooden door was pushed open, Suyu on the bed immediately opened his eyes. What kind of profound eyes they were! There was no hint of confusion, as if waking from a deep dream, nor any panic at facing intruders. Only endless indifference, like a high and mighty deity looking down upon the 3 ants who had unknowingly crawled into his territory. Old Emo slipped into the room like a nimble night owl. He gently closed the door behind him. The room was once again plunged into darkness. Old Mo's gaze quickly locked onto the hardwood bed not far away. On the bed lay a vague figure, sleeping like a dead pig. Old Emo sneered internally. He gestured to his 2 subordinates behind him, signaling them to pin down the target's arms. He drew out a solid steel pipe from his lower back. The cold steel emanated a chilling aura in the dark. Old Emo took a deep breath, mobilizing the 110 points of blood chi within him, gathering it in his right arm. He intended to shatter this kid's leg bones with a single strike. Moreover, he aimed for a shattering fracture, ensuring that even the best orthopedic surgeon in Jiang City couldn't mend it. Old Emo tiptoed closer to the bed. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. He raised the steel pipe high, targeting the legs hidden under the blanket. Just as he was about to smash down with all his might, a calm voice devoid of any tremor suddenly erupted in the small dark room. How much did Zhao Ze give you? The voice was not loud. Yet to Old Mo and his companions, it was akin to thunder striking in a clear sky. The blonde-haired man and the fat guy trembled in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. Old Mo's pupils constricted sharply, the steel pipe he held aloft freezing in place. He was awake. How could he possibly be awake? He was a martial artist. He shouldn't make a sound while walking. Even the sound of the lock turning was suppressed to a minimum. A mere 0.8 blood chi value waste. How could he detect his infiltration? But Old Mo had been a seasoned veteran in the underworld, surviving for years. After a brief shock, a fierce glint erupted in his eyes. So what if you're awake? Since you seek death, I'll grant it to you. Old Mo stopped hiding, letting out a low growl as the muscles in his arms swelled instantly. Whoosh! The solid steel pipe, accompanied by a piercing wind, was no longer aimed at the legs, but was now crashing down towards the shadow on the bed with lethal force. If this strike connected, even the skull would be shattered instantly. He intended to kill. Mo, good, don't. The fat man cried out in terror from behind. Killing and injuring were 2 completely different concepts under the law. But Old Mo could no longer afford to think about that. All he knew was that this kid must not be allowed to cry for help. However, just as the deadly steel pipe was within 5 centimeters of the target's head, it halted. It felt as though it had struck an immovable mountain of steel. It could not advance even a fraction further. Old Mo was stunned. He stared wide-eyed, fixated on the front, aided by the faint starlight filtering through the window. He witnessed the most unbelievable and despairing sight of his life. The boy who should have been lying in bed had somehow sat up. And the solid steel pipe, which had gathered all of his blood chi and was capable of crushing granite, was now being effortlessly held in midair by the boy with just 2 fingers. Just his index and middle fingers. You? Old Mo's throat emitted a strangled sound. He exerted all his strength trying to withdraw the steel pipe, but he couldn't move it. Those 2 seemingly slender fair fingers gripped the steel pipe like a hydraulic clamp, firmly welded to it. Is this all the strength you have? Suyu sat in the darkness, tilting his head slightly. A hint of undisguised disappointment flashed in his deep-set eyes. You dare to take on jobs for others? The moment the words fell, Suyu applied a slight force with the 2 fingers gripping the steel pipe. Crack! a sound of metal fracturing that made one's teeth ache. The solid steel pipe, as thick as a baby's arm, was crushed, leaving two deep imprints before breaking apart. Due to inertia, old Mo stumbled back, his mind going blank as he stared at the half of the steel pipe. 2 fingers crushed the solid steel pipe. This was a mere 0.8 blood chi. Even the vice president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, a high-level martial artist with a blood chi value of 500, could not achieve such a feat. Who are you? Old Mo's voice finally trembled uncontrollably. Fear. A fear that originated from the depths of his soul instantly consumed all his arrogance and ruthlessness. The information was false. That bastard Zhao Zhe had definitely given him fake intel. This was no mere ant that could be crushed at will. This was clearly an ancient ferocious beast disguised in human skin. Run. Old Mo's mind was left with only this thought. Without daring to utter a harsh word, he spun around, disregarding his 2 subordinates, and rushed madly toward. Since you've come, don't leave. Su Ye's voice remained calm, yet it echoed in Old Mo's ears like the whisper of death. Don't go anywhere. Boom. Su Yu moved. He didn't use any martial techniques or unleash any shocking martial artist's blood chi. It was purely the power of his physical body. He leaped from the bed, as if teleporting, crossing the 2 meters in an instant and appearing behind Old Mo. Old Mo felt a chill run down his back. An overwhelming and terrifying force slammed heavily into his back. Bang. Old Mo was sent flying like a kite, with a severed string crashing hard against the solid wall. Puff. A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs sprayed out. Old Mo collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to let out a scream, and fainted directly. Instant kill. A formal martial artist with 110 blood chi value could not withstand even a single move against Su Yu. Moreover, Su Yu hadn't even used a tenth of his strength. The room fell into a deathly silence. The remaining blonde-haired man and fat guy stood frozen in place. They looked at their unconscious leader on the ground, then at the boy slowly turning around and standing in the darkness. A warm liquid uncontrollably flowed down their pants. They had urinated. Terrified to the point of losing control. Brother. The blonde-haired man's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees, frantically banging his head on the ground. It's not our fault. It was Zhao Zhe. It was that bastard Zhao Zhe who sent us here. He gave Mo good 200,000 and said all we had to do was break your legs. Please spare us. The fat guy also knelt down, crying with snot and tears. Su Yu looked down at the 2 sobbing thugs. His gaze held no pity nor anger, only a stark indifference that saw through the essence of the world. The weak are prey to the strong. Had he not had the system today, had he not broken through to become a martial artist, these 2 kneeling and begging for mercy would undoubtedly trample on his bones and take the bloody cash to indulge in debauchery. This is the reality. Su Yu said nothing. He slowly raised his hand. 2 clean and decisive chops struck the back of their necks. The blonde-haired man and fat guy rolled their eyes and fell limply to the ground. Having dealt with the 3, Su Yu turned on the lights in the room. The glaring lights turned on. He glanced at the 3 unconscious individuals on the ground, and then at the wall where Old Mo had crashed, leaving a crack. He walked over to Old Mo, crouched down, and unceremoniously rummaged through his pockets. Soon he pulled out a mobile phone and a black unnamed bank card. Su Yu picked up Old Mo's finger and unlocked the phone screen, directly opening the banking app. The balance showed 253000 yuan. Clearly this was the dirty money Zhao Zhe had paid him. Su Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He had been worried that the 10,000 yuan he borrowed from the loan shark wouldn't be enough, and the system's in-game purchases were an endless pit. Now someone had delivered money right to his doorstep. Zhao Zhe, oh Zhao Zhe. Su Yu tucked the black bank card into his pocket, his gaze becoming frighteningly deep. I accept this pre-exam gift. The practical assessment in 3 days, I will return it to you with interest. In the dimly lit rental room, the stench of blood mingled with the odor of sweat. Su Yu stood still, transferring the money to his mobile phone. Without hesitation, he switched back to the black gold loan app. He clicked on repayment. 2 loans. A total deduction of 11,000 yuan. Repayment successful, current debt 0 yuan. As this prompt popped up, Su Yu felt a small stone weighing on his heart shatter completely. No debts, light as a feather. There was still 242,000 yuan left in his account. This was a substantial amount more cash than he had ever seen in 2 lifetimes. System. Su Yu called out in his mind. Continue to recharge vitality value. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly closed his mouth. Don't want to. Su Yu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to spend money that had just surged up. His current vitality value had already reached a terrifying 1,000 points, officially stepping into the martial master realm. In a small place like Jiangqing, an 18-year-old martial master was as dazzling as a searchlight in the night. It was too ostentatious. The tall tree attracts the wind. Until he had the ability for absolute self-protection, an excessively high vitality value would not be a shield, but rather a death warrant. Moreover, Suyu glanced at the system panel at the edge of his sight. As long as he had money he could exchange for cultivation at any time. It was essentially a super battery he could carry with him. Usually he'd keep the money in hand and develop quietly. If he ever encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat or needed to unleash his strength at a critical moment, he could spend money on the spot. Can't defeat you. I can upgrade on the spot. This was the most incomprehensible usage of the system. Better save the money for now. Suyu turned off the phone screen and set his gaze on the three individuals lying on the floor. Old Mo's chest was crushed, breathing heavily, teetering on the edge of death. The yellow-haired guy and the fat man were knocked out by him, sleeping like dead pigs. How to handle this? Call the police. Suyu sneered inwardly. Although the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom were strict, they were also subjective. Zhao Zhe was a well-known rich second generation in Jiangxing with family assets exceeding $1 billion and martial arts schools across the entire city. If he handed these three individuals over to the City Defense Bureau, the Zhao family had 1,000 ways to bury the matter, at most finding a scapegoat to serve a few years. And Suyu, not only would he expose his vitality value far exceeding 0.8, but he would also thoroughly anger the Zhao family. What awaited him would be the Zhao family's endless and frenzied retaliation. He might not even be able to enter the examination hall safely 3 days later. In this brutal world of martial arts where the strong prey on the weak, mercy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Since Zhao Zhe wanted to break his legs and ruin his life, there was no need for him to hold back. Suyu's gaze instantly turned as cold as ice, like the chill of winter. He walked to Old Mo's side. Without any hesitation, he lifted his foot and accurately stepped on Old Mo's throat, applying a slight force. Crack. A very faint, crisp sound. Old Mo's body jerked violently, then fell limp, no longer. Next was the yellow-haired guy. Finally, the fat man. 3 crisp sounds, clean and neat, without any extraneous noise. Suyu's expression had not changed at all throughout. Having lived 2 lives combined with the powerful mindset brought by the martial master realm, he was as calm as a precise killing machine at this moment. Killing was just the first step. More importantly, destroying the evidence. Suyu pulled out 3 large woven bags used for collecting scrap from under the bed. He stuffed the 3 corpses into them. The weight was extremely light. For an ordinary person, moving 3 adult male corpses would be an exceedingly difficult task. But for a martial master with a vitality value of 1,000 points, the weight of these 3 corpses was no different than 3 bags of cotton. Suyu lifted the 3 woven bags with one hand. He pushed open the window. In the depths of the old city at night, not even a ghost could be seen, and the surveillance cameras had long been broken. He moved like a night owl, blending into the darkness, silently climbing out the window. With a sudden force in his legs. Boom. The ground was dented in 2 shallow pits, and Suyu's entire being shot out like a cannonball, instantly disappearing into the night. He was too fast. He even left a blurred afterimage in the air. 10 minutes later, in the western suburbs of Jiangxing, at an abandoned landfill. This was a notorious no man's land in Jiangxing, perpetually pervaded by a pungent stench. More importantly, it was infested with wild dogs. These wild dogs constantly fed on garbage containing weak radiation and remnants of exotic beast flesh, growing larger than ordinary wolves, and were extremely bloodthirsty. Suyu stood atop the garbage mountain. He casually drew out the dagger from Old Mo's waist. He made several deep cuts, exposing bone on each of the 3 corpses. The rich smell of blood instantly spread in the night wind. A woo. From a distance, an eerie howl immediately echoed. In the darkness, pairs of eerie green eyes flickered to life. Suyu casually tossed the 3 woven bags into the deepest part of the garbage pit. He turned and leapt onto a discarded concrete pillar. From his elevated position he watched. In less than half a minute, dozens of large mutated wild dogs madly pounced towards that garbage pit. The sounds of biting, the sounds of chewing, the bone-cracking sounds that made one's teeth ache, intertwined into a cruel symphony in this desolate wilderness. Suyu stood quietly watching. He stared for several hours, until the 3 corpses were eaten clean, leaving no scraps of flesh, and even the bones were chewed to pieces and swallowed by those mutated wild dogs. Complete human evaporation. Even the most advanced gene detectors of the City Defense Bureau could not extract any useful DNA from this pile of stinking dog feces. Suyu leapt down from the concrete pillar. He forcefully threw the bloody dagger along with the 3 empty woven bags toward the bottomless toxic industrial wastewater pool. Glub. Several bubbles surged up, erasing all traces. After doing all this, the sky began to show a hint of dawn. Daylight broke. Suyu returned along the same path. Back in the rental room, he filled a bucket with clean water and meticulously wiped the bloodstain that old Mo had vomited on the floor 3 times, until there was no trace of the bloody smell in the air. Gulyulu. His stomach suddenly emitted a thunderous. The physical body of a martial master consumes energy at an alarming rate. After a whole night of exertion, Suyu now felt he could eat a cow. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and stepped out. The breakfast stall at the street corner was already open. Boss 20 baskets of small steamed buns, 10 deep-fried dough sticks, 5 bowls of soy milk. 15 minutes later, Suyu patted his stomach, stood up, and stretched lazily under the morning sun. Next, it was time to handle serious business. With over 200,000 in hand, he couldn't just let it sit in the bank earning interest. Money, only when converted into strength, is true wealth. The vitality value was temporarily not to be recklessly used. He could only focus on martial arts. Last night, he spent 1,000 yuan to max out the 5 elements fist, and even grasped the hidden strength of the unity of the 5 elements. The power was indeed astonishing. However, the 5 elements fist was merely the most widely popular low-grade technique in the Great Xia Kingdom. Its upper limit was too low. When faced with real masters, or those from noble families wielding advanced techniques, a basic fist technique was simply insufficient. He needed a higher-level martial art, more lethal martial techniques. Half an hour later, Suyu stood before the grand structure that resembled a steel fortress in the center of Jiangqing. The Jiangqing Martial Arts Library. This place gathers all publicly available martial arts classics in Jiangqing, and it is also the only opportunity for ordinary civilians to access advanced martial arts. Swiping the student card, he passed the security check. Suyu headed straight for the martial arts sales area on the second floor. Indeed, it was a sales area. In the Great Xia Kingdom, martial arts have never been free. Aside from the basic body tempering techniques and 5 elements fist taught in high school, any martial art that can truly be used in combat is clearly priced. Suyu approached a self-service query machine and entered martial skill levels. The screen immediately displayed a detailed classification: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. For major tiers, each major tier is further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and top grades. Suyu checked the 5 elements fist. 5 elements fist, yellow grade, inferior. Suyu grimaced and continued to look at the prices. Yellow grade inferior martial arts cost 1,000 dragon coins each. Yellow grade middle costs 5,000. Yellow grade superior costs 20,000. Yellow grade top costs 100,000. Suyu's eyelids twitched involuntarily. This price range is simply ridiculous. He took a deep breath, swiped his finger on the screen, and opened the directory for profound grade martial arts. Profound grade inferior martial arts, starting at 500,000 dragon coins. Suyu gasped in shock. 500,000. For just a profound grade inferior martial art, 500,000 is required. And that's just the starting price. If he wanted a slightly better profound grade middle, it would probably be over 1 million. As for earth grade and heaven grade, the screen did not display any prices, only a cold prompt: insufficient permissions, please inquire at the Provincial Martial Arts Association. It's simply a money-eating beast. Suyu cursed inwardly. He originally thought that having 24,000 in his card made him a small fortune. Now it seems in the face of true martial arts resources, this amount of money wouldn't even make a splash. At most, he could buy 2 pieces of yellow grade top martial arts. But is this meaningful? Suyu shook his head. Even the best yellow grade martial arts would be quickly eliminated by the university stage. He is determined to enter the top martial arts university in the capital. It is said that in those elite martial arts universities, as long as one's credits are sufficient, profound grade and even earth grade martial arts are freely accessible to students. Spending tens of thousands to buy a bunch of yellow grade martial arts that are about to be eliminated is purely foolish. Good steel should be used on the blade. This 24,000 is best kept for practical assessments. Resolute in his decision, Suyu decisively exited the query interface and turned to leave. Just as he reached the exit of the library hall, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a huge holographic advertising board. Jiangqing Martial Arts Library Centennial Celebration. Major benefits: profound grade techniques, free trial learning. Suyu's footsteps abruptly stopped. Profound grade techniques, free trial learning. He turned his head to look at the booth below the advertising board, which was crowded with people. In this resource-monopolized world, would the officials be so kind as to offer profound grade techniques starting at 500,000 for free? When something seems too good to be true, it usually is. But that was a profound grade technique. A hint of curiosity flashed in Suyu's eyes as he casually approached, hands in his pockets. In front of the booth stood a dozen devices resembling virtual pods. Just as one device became available, a young martial artist who had just finished the experience crawled out, drenched in sweat, pale-faced, and cursing. What a piece of junk. The Meridian operation path is as complex as a maze. It's impossible to practice. Suyu ignored the person's complaints. He stepped forward and saw the introduction of the technique above the device. Breath-hiding technique. Profound grade middle auxiliary technique. Function: perfectly conceal one's own vital energy fluctuations, allowing external appearances to disguise as any level below one's actual realm. It is extremely difficult to see through unless one is 3 major realms higher. Suyu's heart suddenly raced. The breath-hiding technique. This was simply a divine skill tailor-made for him. If his vital energy value becomes excessively high in the future with this technique, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Without any hesitation, Suyu lay directly into the virtual pod and put on the neural connector helmet. Identity verification passed. Profound grade middle breath hiding technique, trial version loading. Buzz, a slight dizziness washed over his brain, and immediately after an obscure and profound technique route chart was imprinted directly into Suyu's mind. Let's begin. Suyu immediately mobilized the vast martial artist vital energy within him. Following the route of the breath-hiding technique, he began to forcefully circulate it through his meridians. Pain. An extremely intense stabbing pain. The operation route of the profound grade technique is hundreds of times more complex than the 5 elements fist. The vital energy power needs to traverse through several extremely fine and hidden meridians that are rarely used. It felt as if he were forcing a raging river into a tiny hose. But Suyu gritted his teeth, not letting out a single groan. He could feel that as the technique operated, the subtle, yet formidable pressure around his body was rapidly converging. 1,000 points. 800 points. 500 points. Effective. Suyu was ecstatic. He continued to urge his vital energy, pushing against the final barrier of the first layer of the technique. As long as he broke through here, the vital energy lock could completely close and the disguise would be complete. Charge. The vital energy power surged like a sharp knife, fiercely stabbing towards that barrier. Just as he was about to break through at the most intense, crucial, and exhilarating moment. Beep. A piercing electronic sound exploded in his mind. Trial learning progress has reached the limit. To continue, please pay the purchase fee, 8,000 dragon coins. Boom. The vital energy power that was operating at high speed instantly lost control within the meridians due to the absence of subsequent guiding routes. Rebound. Suyu let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his chest had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. A sweetness rose in his throat, and he nearly spat out blood. He suddenly opened his eyes, ripped off the helmet, and sat up from the virtual pod, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with barely contained fury. This is freaking. Suyu gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. It's a trap. So disgusting. This was not a benefit at all. It was a blatant marketing scam. They deliberately put the easiest and most visible parts of the technique out for free trials. Then at the crucial moment when the technique was about to close and the practitioner had completely immersed themselves with their meridians already adapted to this mode of operation, they cut off directly. That feeling is like holding in a full bladder for 3 days and 3 nights only to have someone forcibly pinch the hose halfway through. Neither up nor down. The tearing and emptiness in his meridians caused by the interruption of the technique made one feel restless. He felt like he wanted to immediately complete the remaining part of the technique. This is infuriating. But Suyu still wanted it, because he experienced the power of the breath-hiding technique. This technique is the perfect puzzle piece to cover up the secret of his system. But 800,000. He glanced at the 24,000 balance in his phone. He couldn't afford it. Suyu sat by the virtual pod, took a few deep breaths, and forcibly calmed the turbulent vital energy within. Calm down. 800,000 is not enough to buy the complete version. But he had already memorized the beginning part of the technique, the most essential entry route in his mind. He didn't need to buy that broken book. He had a more domineering and forceful way. System. Suyu's voice echoed in the depths of his consciousness, carrying an undeniable resolve. Spend money. Suyu sat at the edge of the virtual pod. The tearing sensation in his mind caused by the interruption of his cultivation method still throbbed faintly. Dream on. System. Suyu coldly commanded in his mind, $1,000. Forcefully simulate the breath-restraining technique for me. Ding. Payment successful. Current balance, 241000 yuan. 1,000 years of comprehension experience for breath-restraining technique has been granted. Boom. Suyu's consciousness was suddenly drawn into a pure white space. No cultivation manuals. No guidance from esteemed masters. Only himself and the incomplete blood and qi circulation pathway. 1,000 years worth of time under the might of the system was frantically compressed into mere seconds. The first year, Suyu repeatedly attempted to reconnect the broken meridian pathways in his mind. Failure. The blood and qi flowed backward, the meridians severed. The 10th year, he discovered the first feasible secret branch, pushing the blood and qi forward by an inch with great difficulty. The first century, the incomplete breath-restraining technique was forcefully extrapolated by him into over 100 different subsequent pathways. In countless moments of madness, he searched for that one correct opportunity. The 500th year, the initial form of the qi lock began to take shape within his body. The originally violent martial master's blood and qi began to grow docile, gradually hiding deep within his bones and muscles. The 1,000th year. Buzz. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. Outside the virtual pod, the library hall was still bustling with no one noticing the transformation occurring in this corner. A fleeting glimmer of obscure light flashed in Su Yes' eyes. It was complete. That mid-tier mystical cultivation method priced at 800,000, which the officials had edited down as bait. He had forcefully carved a heavenly path with just 1,000 yuan. Not merely a completion. Through 1,000 years of frantic extrapolation, Su Yes' understanding of this technique even surpassed that of its original creator. He could not only conceal his blood and qi, he could also disguise the properties of his blood and qi. He could even simulate the unique pressure of martial artists from different realms. However, Su Yu slightly furrowed his brows. Not enough. He sensed that the lock formed by the condensed blood and qi within him was still not sturdy enough. Against an ordinary master or grandmaster, he might be able to deceive them. But if he encountered a martial spirit, or even a martial king-level terrifying existence, or the most advanced blood and qi detection instruments of the military, there would still be a risk of exposure. The realms in this world are divided into martial artist, martial master, grand master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, and martial emperor. The upper limit of a mid-tier mystical cultivation method was ultimately too low. Su Yu pondered slightly. There were still 240,000 in his account. He wasn't short on money. System. Deduct another 1,000. Continue to simulate the breath-restraining technique for me. Ding. Payment successful. 1,000 years of comprehension experience for breath-restraining technique has been granted. Rumble. Su Yes' consciousness shattered the breath-restraining technique, which he had already completed within the pure white space. Reconstruct. Shatter again. Reconstruct again. He discarded the originally cumbersome meridian pathways and directly inscribed the secrets of concealing blood and qi into every single cell. Su Yu sat in place, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. This breath made no sound, not even stirring the surrounding air in the slightest. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. At this moment, if Su Yu closed his eyes and stood here, even if a martial spirit walked past him, they would likely only perceive him as a mass of air. The 1,000 points of martial master blood and qi within him had been completely locked away in the depths of his dantian and bone marrow by that mysterious power. Not even a trace of fluctuation leaked out. Let's test the effect. With a thought, Su Yu activated the breath-restraining technique. The formless pressure that originally belonged to a martial master rapidly receded like a tide. 1,000 points. 500 points. 100 points. 10 points. Finally, it stabilized at 0. 8. Su Yu glanced at his hands. His muscles relaxed, and his gaze dimmed. Even the rhythm of his breathing had become identical to his previous self. At 0. 8 blood and qi value, the waste who had ranked last in Jiangqing No. 3 high school had returned. Su Yu stood up and walked a couple of steps in place. There was no sense of incongruity. He even felt that if he went to take the physical test at Jiangqing No. 3 high school now, that old blood and qi testing machine would undoubtedly display the glaring number 0. 8. Too weak. Su Yu shook his head inwardly. A blood and qi value of 0. 8 wouldn't even allow him to enter the college entrance examination venue. He needed a reasonable number. One that would allow him to smoothly gain admission to a key martial arts university and even secure an entrance ticket to the top martial university in Kyoto. And it shouldn't appear too monstrous to avoid attracting the covetous eyes of those top families and secret laboratories. Again, he focused his thoughts. A slight gap opened in the qi lock within his body. A trace of extremely pure blood and qi power flowed along the meridians to his limbs. 0. 8. 3. 0. 6. 0. 9. 8. Stop. Su Yu felt the state of his body at this moment. A blood and qi value of 9. 8. Just a step away from the perfect score of 10. This number was very perfect. In a city like Jiangqing, a blood and qi value of 9. 8 would definitely be considered top-tier genius enough to attract the attention of key high schools and obtain the best recommendation letters. But in the whole of the Great Xia Kingdom, in a place like the top martial university in Kyoto 9. 8 could only be considered an above-average excellent student. Not quite at the bottom, but certainly not able to stand out. Su Yu put his hands in his pockets and leisurely walked toward the library entrance. There are only 2 days left until the college entrance examination. The cultivation method is ready. The blood and qi are ready. The martial skills are also perfected. Everything is in place. Only the east wind is missing. On the other side, in the wealthy district of Jiangqing, at a villa halfway up the eastern hill, in a luxurious private training room of about 200 square meters, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air. A huge white jade bathtub was placed in the center of the room, filled with dark red medicinal liquid. This was a top-tier medicinal bath made from century-old ginseng deer antler and the essence blood of a first-tier exotic beast. An ordinary person could extend their life just by inhaling it. Yet now these precious medicinal liquids were solely for the service of one person. Zhao Zhe. He lay bare-chested against the edge of the bathtub, allowing the scalding medicinal liquid to wash over his muscles. However, at this moment, the usually calm and confident young master of the Zhao family had a face full of gloom. No news yet. Zhao Zhe suddenly opened his eyes, glaring fiercely at a bodyguard standing beside the bathtub. His voice revealed an unmistakable irritation. The bodyguard lowered his head, not daring to breathe loudly, reporting to the young master. Still no news. Old Mo's phone has been off, and the phones of the two lackeys under him can't be reached. We sent people to several places he frequents, but we haven't seen him. Crash. Zhao Zhe abruptly stood up. The dark red medicinal liquid slid down his well-built muscle lines. Waste. Zhao Zhe grabbed a precious towel from the rack beside him and slammed it onto the floor. Can't even handle a high school student. You took my 200,000, and now you want to play hide and seek. He paced restlessly in the bathtub. It had been a full 12 hours since he issued the order last night. Given Lao Mo's usual efficiency, he should have sent the photos of Su Ye's broken legs before dawn today. Like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no news at all. What on earth was going on? Had he killed him? A hint of unease rose in Zhao Ze's heart. The college entrance examination was just around the corner. If that ungrateful lowlife Su Yu walked into the examination hall unscathed, where would Zhao Ze put his face? He had boldly declared that he would keep Su Yu in the hospital for half a month. Young master, please don't be anxious. A shrewd-looking middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache hurriedly stepped forward, handing him a bathrobe. This man was Zhao Ze's trusted housekeeper and the deputy director of the Zhao family martial arts school. In my opinion, the matter must have been resolved. As he helped Zhao Ze put on the bathrobe, the housekeeper confidently analyzed the situation. Think about it, what kind of person is that brat Su Yue? His blood chi value is 0.8. Such trash, even a novice under my command could crush him with one hand, let alone a formal martial artist like Lao Mo. The housekeeper's face was filled with a contemptuous smirk. What gives him the right to resist? Is he going to use his head to resist? Zhao Ze tightened the belt of his bathrobe, yet his brow remained furrowed. Then why isn't Lao Mo answering the phone? What if? Zhao Ze sat down on a nearby leather sofa, picked up a glass of red wine, but was too agitated to take a sip. What if Lao Mo made a mistake? What if that brat Su Yu called the police? Impossible. The housekeeper decisively interrupted Zhao Ze's concerns. Absolutely impossible. Young master, you're overthinking it. The housekeeper approached the sofa, slightly bending over, his tone extremely assured. Lao Mo is a warrior with a blood chi value over 100. Dealing with a 0.8 civilian is like using a tank to crush an ant. Even with his eyes closed, he could never make a mistake. Even if hypothetically something went wrong, Lao Mo would definitely contact you for help at the first opportunity. Now that there's no news, there's only one possibility. The housekeeper lowered his voice, a hint of cruel light flashing in his eyes. It's likely that Lao Mo was too heavy-handed. Inadvertently, he might have killed that brat. Zhao Ze's hand holding the wine glass suddenly froze. Killed him. The laws of the Daxia Kingdom are strict. Killing a student during the college entrance exam is a serious crime that would alarm the City Defense Bureau. The housekeeper continued his analysis methodically. Lao Mo must be afraid of causing trouble, so he took his subordinates to deal with Su Ye's body overnight. Destroying the corpse takes time, and he can't use his phone to expose his location. Once he cleans up, he will naturally contact you. After hearing the housekeeper's analysis, Zhao Ze's tightly knitted brows finally began to relax. Yes, a 0.8 worthless person. How could he survive under a martial artist? It must be that clumsy Lao Mo couldn't control his strength and killed the person with a single blow. He's probably hiding in some remote area, digging a grave right now. That makes sense. Zhao Ze let out a long breath, downing the red wine in his glass. The gloom over his heart lifted. In its place was a sense of high-handed composure and arrogance. It's better if he's dead. Zhao Ze chuckled coldly, casually tossing the empty wine glass onto the expensive carpet. A worthless wretch who refuses to drink when offered wine will end up drinking a penalty. He refused 1 million and insisted on risking his life instead. This is the tragedy of the lower class. They can never recognize their own identity. Zhao Ze stood up and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down at the bustling Jiang city below. The sunlight shone on his face, revealing his unparalleled pride. All right, let's not worry about that dead man anymore. Zhao Ze turned around, spreading his arms as the housekeeper and bodyguards approached to help him change into his custom martial arts outfit. Tell the kitchen to stew the meat of the first-level saber-toothed tiger that was just delivered. I want to adjust my blood chi to its peak. In Zhao Ze's eyes there flickered an endless ambition for the future. Just focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. In 2 days at the examination site, I Zhao Ze shall shine brilliantly. 2 days later, morning. The sunlight pierced through the fog of the old town, spilling onto the narrow streets. Suyu stood in front of a broken mirror in the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. Water droplets slid down his sharply defined cheek. The person in the mirror had calm, deep eyes like a still pond. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, he did not spend any more money on the system. He also did not go out to test his terrifying martial master strength. He simply stayed in his rented room, like an ordinary high school senior flipping through the review materials for the liberal arts from beginning to end. His photographic memory allowed him to engrave all the knowledge points in his mind. With the remaining time, he was doing one thing: adapting to the breath retention technique that he had pushed to the extreme. Now the blood chi lock within him had perfectly closed. The 1,000 points of martial master blood chi were firmly suppressed deep within his marrow. The only outward manifestation was that just right 9. 8. Suyu casually grabbed a towel to dry his face. He changed into a faded, clean short-sleeve shirt and put on a pair of loose sweatpants. Refreshing. Neat. He didn't bring any extra items, not even a backpack. He pushed the door open, went downstairs. Today was the day of the martial arts college entrance examination. The entire Jiang city seemed to awaken at this moment and fell into a fervent frenzy. Along the streets, red banners were hung everywhere. Martial arts flourish and humanity endures, wishing the students of Jiang City great success in their martial arts endeavors. The usually congested motor vehicle lanes were under full traffic control today. Every 50 meters stood a city defense soldier armed with guns maintaining order. The martial arts college entrance examination was the most sacred and inviolable ironclad rule of the Daxia Kingdom. Anyone daring to cause trouble today would be killed on the spot with no mercy. With his hands in his pockets, Suyu leisurely walked along the sidewalk towards the examination hall. Jiang City's top martial arts high school. This was the largest examination center in Jiang City and also the most well-equipped examination hall. By the time Suyu arrived at the outer perimeter of the examination hall, it was already crowded. Parents, candidates, and media reporters packed the spacious square to the brim. The air was filled with a mixture of tension, excitement, and anxiety. Some people were desperately taking deep breaths on the spot. Others were drinking expensive blood chi supplements under their parents' instructions. There were also those whose faces turned pale from nervousness, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Suyu stood on the outskirts of the crowd, quietly observing this scene. There were no waves. He was like an observer drifting outside the world. Suyu. A clear voice suddenly pierced through the noisy crowd. Suyu turned his head slightly. Not far away beside a black armored SUV, Lin Xiaoxiao was waving at him vigorously. Today she wore a fitted black martial arts outfit that perfectly accentuated her tall and well-proportioned. The high ponytail looked youthful and capable. Behind her stood 4 expressionless bodyguards in black, exuding a calm demeanor. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed aside the bodyguard blocking her way and quickly ran up to Suyu. A slight flush appeared on her fair cheeks from running. "You really came, Lin Xiaoxiao looked Suyu up and down, her eyes filled with surprise and an unmistakable. 3 days ago on that night in the old street, Suyu had rejected the special admission spot offered by her family. She thought he was just saving face. Once he calmed down and faced the harsh reality of having a blood value of 0.8, he would surely give up and avoid the embarrassment of the exam. Unexpectedly, he really came. Moreover, he brought nothing with him, as if he were simply going out for a stroll. "I told you, see you at the college entrance exam," Suyu said, looking at her with a calm tone. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip. She glanced around, lowered her voice, and spoke with a hint of impatience. "Suyu, are you crazy? This is a martial arts exam, not a liberal arts one. The first test is a blood value assessment, and the passing line is 6. With your 0.8 blood value, the machine will directly sound an alarm and disqualify you. When that happens, tens of thousands of people will be watching you. Can you handle that?" As a rich young lady, she understood all too well how cruel elimination could be in such occasions. It wasn't just a failure, it was the public stripping away of a person's dignity, trampling it underfoot. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's anxious expression, Suyu felt a slight stir in his heart. This girl was indeed stubborn. For a debt of gratitude that was still unclear, she valued others' dignity more than her own. "I know what I'm doing," Suyu said without much explanation. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at his indifference and was so angry she stomped her feet. "You know what you're doing?" She abruptly turned around, pulled out a delicate metallic vial from her pocket, and forcefully shoved it into Suyu's hands. "Take this." The metallic vial felt cold to the touch, and there were no labels on it. Yet Suyu could smell an extremely rich medicinal fragrance emanating from the opening. "This is the liquid extract of the blood-boosting pill my dad prepared for me last night," Lin Xiaoxiao whispered. "Drink it, and it will forcibly raise your blood value by 2 points within half an hour. Although it still won't reach the passing line, at least it will allow you to maintain some dignity and not be directly disqualified by the machine. There are no side effects, so hurry and drink it." Suyu held the priceless vial in his hand. A drug that could forcibly raise blood value was absolutely worth a fortune and was nearly impossible to find on the market. Lin Xiaoxiao actually just handed it to him so casually. Thank you, Suyu said sincerely while looking into Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Then he shoved the metallic vial back into Lin Xiaoxiao's pocket. But I don't need it. You. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly laughing in anger. How can this person be so stubborn? Can self-esteem be used as a meal? Can it serve as a blood value? Just as Lin Xiaoxiao was preparing to explode and force the medicine down Su Ye's throat, a sudden commotion arose at the edge of the square. Look, it's the Zhao family's convoy. The young heir of the Jiangcheng Zhao martial arts school, Zhao Zhe. I heard his blood value is already close to full score, and he's one of the most promising geniuses to challenge the Kyoto Martial University this year. The crowd automatically parted to create a wide path. 3 black Rolls-Royce Phantoms slowly entered the exclusive parking area outside the exam venue. The doors opened. 8 burly bodyguards, all dressed in matching black suits, quickly got out of the car and stood in 2 rows on either side of the door. Their aura was formidable. Following closely behind Zhao Zhe stepped out of the middle car dressed in a pure white custom martial arts uniform. He had specially styled his hair today with extreme care. His chin was slightly raised and his gaze carried an arrogant superiority, as if looking down on all. Behind him followed a butler with a handlebar mustache. Young master, how do you feel today? The butler slightly bent down, beaming as he offered a warm towel. Better than ever. Zhao Zhe took the towel, wiped his hands, and casually tossed it aside. He took a deep breath, savoring the gazes of awe, envy, and jealousy around him. This was the treatment he deserved. He, Zhao Zhe, was born to rise to the top amidst the attention of the masses. Has the matter with that trash Suyu been handled? As Zhao Zhe walked towards the center of the square, he casually asked. Although he was already convinced that Suyu was dead, he still wanted to confirm it before entering the exam venue, just for good luck. Rest assured, young master. The butler followed closely, lowering his voice with a smile. Old Mo is handling it. You know he never fails in his tasks. That kid is probably in pieces by now. Absolutely clean. Ooh, no flies will disturb your enjoyment. Zhao Zhe smiled with satisfaction. Very good. He raised his head, his gaze casually sweeping over the crowd ahead. Those ordinary civilian candidates appeared to him like worthless chives. However, just as his gaze swept across a corner at the edge of the square, Zhao Ze's attention suddenly froze. His pupils contracted sharply in that instant to the size of pinpoints. His feet were frozen in place as if struck by a heavy blow to the head, leaving him utterly dazed. What's wrong? The butler noticed Zhao Ze's unusual behavior and followed his gaze. In the next second, the butler's face turned pale, his mustache trembling violently. How is this possible? The butler exclaimed in shock, his voice filled with a horror that seemed to defy reality. At the end of their line of sight, the boy in the faded short sleeves with his hands in his pockets was quietly standing there. The sunlight hit his face, revealing even the finest hair. Alive. Unharmed. Not even a scratch. Suyu. Zhao Ze felt his brain explode with a wave of intense dizziness hit him, nearly causing him to lose his balance. What was happening? How could he be here? What about Old Mo? What about that official martial artist with over 100 blood value? Wasn't he supposed to break his legs? Wasn't he supposed to kill him? Why was this 0.8 blood value useless person standing outside the exam venue perfectly fine? Zhao Ze's breathing became rapid in an instant. His chest heaved violently. The face that was once calm and arrogant was now twisted with extreme shock and disbelief. Suyu seemed to sense the terrified gaze directed at him. He slightly tilted his head. Across a distance of several meters, in a bustling crowd, Su Ye's gaze landed unerringly on Zhao Ze's face. There was no anger, no hatred, just an extremely calm indifference, as if looking at a dead person. Suyu even slightly curled his lips, revealing a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Boom. In Zhao Ze's eyes, this expression was akin to a heavy bomb. Provocation. After a brief moment of paralysis, fear was swiftly replaced by a wild rage, as if mocked. He pushed aside the butler blocking his way and strode towards Suyu. Get out of the way. All of you clear off. Zhao Ze roared like an enraged lion, violently shoving aside the candidates in his path. The bodyguards, seeing this, quickly followed suit, fiercely carving a path through the crowd. Lin Xiaoxiao was about to continue persuading Suyu when she was suddenly interrupted by the commotion. She turned to look and immediately frowned. Zhao Ze, what madness is this? Lin Xiaoxiao instinctively stepped forward, positioning herself beside Suyu. Zhao Ze stopped just under 3 meters away from Suyu. He stared fixedly at Suyu, his chest heaving violently, fists clenched so tightly they made cracking sounds. You? Zhao Ze gritted his teeth, forcing out a single word through clenched jaws. He wanted to ask where Old Mo had gone. He wanted to ask how he had survived. But he couldn't ask. This was the examination hall. It was filled with city defense troops and surveillance cameras. If he slipped up and mentioned hiring a hitman here, even the Zhao family couldn't protect him. Suyu looked at Zhao Zhe, whose frustrated expression seemed like he wanted to devour him, but couldn't voice it. A deeper curve formed at the corner of Su Ye's mouth. What's wrong? His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached Zhao Ze's ears. Young Master Zhao's expression. Have you seen a ghost? A light, airy remark like a sharp knife precisely pierced Zhao Ze's most vulnerable nerve. Zhao Ze's face instantly turned ashen. Indeed, this brat definitely knew about Old Imo. Old Imo had failed. No, something must have happened to Old Imo for sure. But why? How could a waste with a rating of 0.8 survive against a formal martial artist? How could he dare stand here mocking him? Zhao Ze fixed his gaze on Suyu, his eyes flashing with a venomous light. He lowered his voice, speaking slowly and deliberately, so that only the two of them could hear. I don't care what despicable means he used. But today, if you dare step into this examination hall, I guarantee you will regret being born into this world. I will make you understand that in the face of absolute power, your little cleverness is nothing but a fart. Facing Zhao Ze's venomous threat, Suyu didn't even raise his eyelids. He was too lazy to retort. There was no need to waste words on a dead man. Excuse me, Suyu said coolly, directly ignoring Zhao Ze's murderous gaze. He bypassed him and walked straight towards the entrance of the examination hall. You're asking for death. Zhao Ze was furious and instinctively reached out to grab Su Ye's shoulder. Zhao Ze, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoxiao scolded sharply and directly swatted Zhao Ze's hand away. She looked coldly at Zhao Ze. This is the examination hall, and do you want to be shot dead by the city defense troops? Zhao Ze's hand froze in midair. He glanced at the city defense soldier nearby who was already resting his hand on his holster and forcibly suppressed the anger rising in his heart. Lin Xiaoxiao, this has nothing to do with you. Zhao Ze snorted coldly and withdrew his hand. I just want to remind this student Su that if he lacks the strength, he shouldn't come here to embarrass himself. We'll see about that. Zhao Ze gave Su Yes back a deep look before turning to another passage. The butler hurriedly followed, lowering his voice. Young master, what should we do now? What's there to panic about? Zhao Ze gritted his teeth, his gaze sinister. So what if he survives? He's still a waste with a rating of 0.8. During the blood test later, he will reveal his true colors and be publicly expelled from the examination hall, even if he lucks into the practical assessment. Zhao Ze's fists tightened, his knuckles turning white. On the arena, there are no rules with fists and feet. I have 100 ways to legally cripple him on the arena. At 9 a.m., accompanied by a deep bell toll, the heavy iron gates of Jiangxing First Martial Arts High School slowly opened to the sides. Candidates, please take your admission ticket and ID and line up to enter the examination hall. The first assessment, basic blood test. Passing line 6. 0. Those who fail will be eliminated on the spot. The cold electronic broadcast echoed over the square. The crowd began to move slowly. Suyu followed the flow of people and entered the spacious school playground. In the center of the playground, 10 large, silver metallic instruments were set up. The blood test device. A precision instrument developed by the military of the Great Xia Kingdom, capable of accuracy to 1 decimal place, leaving no possibility for cheating. The candidates were divided into 10 vertical lines. Suyu stood in the middle of the 7th line. Coincidentally, Zhao Ze was just a few positions ahead of him. The testing proceeded rapidly. Li Chong blood value 4. 2 fail. Eliminated. Wang Tao blood value 5. 8 fail. Eliminated. Zhao Ming blood value 6. 1 pass. Enter the waiting area. The cold electronic voice continued to ring. Accompanying this were the sorrowful cries of candidates or ecstatic cheers. The path of martial arts was this cruel. Passing meant soaring to great heights. Failing meant falling into the mire. The line kept moving forward. Soon it was Zhao Ze's turn. Zhao Ze took off his jacket and handed it to the supervising teacher beside him. He took a deep breath, completely casting aside the emotions influenced by Suyu. His gaze once again became confident and fervent. He strode onto the testing platform and pressed both hands onto the sensor plate of the instrument. Buzz! The testing device emitted a deep rumbling sound. The red light column surged wildly within the transparent glass tube. 1, 0, 3, 0, 6, 0, 8, 0. The light column broke past the 8, 0 mark and showed no signs of stopping. All eyes in the venue were drawn to it. Even the supervising teacher couldn't help but stand up straight. In the end, the red light column steadily stopped at an extremely dazzling mark. Zhao Ze blood value 10. 3. Evaluation excellent. Boom. The entire playground erupted in an instant. 10. 3. My heavens. That's 0. 3 higher than full marks. No wonder Zhao's young master. This talent is terrifying. He will definitely be noticed by the Kyoto Martial University. Listening to the surrounding gasps and praises, Zhao Ze retracted his hands and let out a long breath of stale air. He relished this feeling of being the center of attention. This was the stage that belonged to him. He turned around looking down at Su Yu, who was at the back of the line with eyes full of disdain and mockery, as if to say, "Do you see? This is the gap between you and me." Su Yu ignored him. He simply watched calmly as the candidates in front finished their tests. Then under Zhao Ze's expectant gaze for a joke, and under Lin Xiaoxiao's nervous watch almost crushing the empty medicine bottle in her hand, Su Yu stepped forward, walked onto the testing platform. He did not take a deep breath, nor did he make any preparatory movements. He simply placed his slender, fair hands lightly on the sensor plate. Beep. The blood test device began to operate. Buzz. The silver-white blood test device emitted a low rumbling sound. Su Yu's hands rested steadily on the sensor panel. His original plan was to precisely control his blood value at 9.8, a number sufficient to gain admission to a top martial arts university without being overly astonishing. But just now he had seen Zhao Ze's score of 10.3 and the condescending, almost contemptuous look in it. Su Yu changed his mind. Since he was going to tread on this path, he would do it thoroughly. 10.4. Just a trivial 0.1 above Zhao Ze's proud limit. Not much harm done. But the insult was profound. A flicker of thought crossed his mind. The blood gate within him, tightly locked by the concealing breath art, quietly opened a tiny crack. Boom. A dazzling red beam of light shot up from the transparent glass tube of the test device, rising instantly. There was no pause. No hesitation. 1, 0, 3, 0, 6, 0. The passing line was torn apart in an instant. Look, the speed of that beam. A few candidates at the back could not help but exclaim. The playground, which had been stunned by Zhao Ze's 10.3, it was once again drawn to the commotion of this machine. Who was that? Which class? It seems to be Su Yu from class 3, the perennial last-place student in the humanities. Nonsense. Can a blood value of 0.8 surge this fiercely? The red beam was still soaring. 8, 0, 9, 0, 10, 0. The full-scale mark flashed by. In the end, just as the beam was about to touch the top of the glass tube, it came to a smooth, unwavering stop. It was firmly fixed on one number. Su Yu blood value 10. For evaluation excellent. The cold electronic broadcast echoed across the vast playground. Once again, the entire world seemed to have been muted at that moment. A deathly silence. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the bright red number on the test device, their minds completely blank. 10.4. Breaking the highest record at Jiangqing's first martial arts high school in nearly a decade. Moreover, just a minute ago, he had just suppressed Zhao Ze's much-publicized 10.3. Clang. Outside the crowd, Li Jiangwo, the head teacher of class 3, suddenly dropped the thermos cup in his hand without warning. Scalding goji berry water splattered everywhere. Yet he remained completely oblivious. Li Jiangwo's eyes widened, fixed on the slender figure standing by the test station. His lips trembled violently. Shock. A shock mixed with extreme regret and fear struck him like a heavy hammer to the chest. He knew Su Yu's background too well. 3 days ago in the research office, Su Yu's blood value had only been 0.8. How could the orphan he had scolded as worthless and forced to sign a grading agreement explode with a terrifying blood value of 10? For in just 3 days? What terrified Li Jiangwo even more was Su Yu's demeanor. So composed, standing before the machine capable of changing his fate, facing the astonishment of tens of thousands. Su Yu did not even seem to break his breath. No ecstasy, no excitement, not even a glance at that dazzling score. It was as if he had merely done something trivial. What have I missed? Li Jiangwo's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. A genius with a blood value of 10. For if he reported this to the school, how much reward would he receive? How much honor would he gain? And now he had personally offended this genius. Beside the test station, Lin Xiaoxiao stood there in a daze. The metallic vial containing the blood-burst pill extract in her hand almost fell to the ground. You? Lin Xiaoxiao widened her pure, beautiful eyes, watching Su Yu step down from the test station. She couldn't utter a word. But in the next second, her eyes suddenly turned red. The corners of her mouth, however, could not help but lift, blossoming into a heartwarming, radiant smile. Joy. A pure, untainted joy. She finally understood. 3 days ago at that dim alley corner, when Su Yu refused her family's special admission quota, why his gaze had been so calm. He said he wanted to attend the first martial arts university of Daxia Kyoto. He wasn't dreaming. He wasn't just saving face. He truly had that strength. Damn liar. Lin Xiaoxiao muttered softly, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable light. Meanwhile, standing at the front of the line was Zhao Ze. He stood there like a statue struck by lightning, frozen in place. The face that had once sported a proud sneer was now completely twisted and contorted. Impossible. Zhao Ze stared intensely at the screen displaying 10. For letting out a beast-like low growl from his throat. This is absolutely impossible. The machine is broken. It must be broken. From 0.8 to 10.4. A jump of a full tenfold. Even if he drank the top-tier gene serum of Daxiao like water, it would be impossible to achieve such an incredible leap in just 3 days. Fortune. A thought flashed through Zhao Ze's mind in an instant. This kid must have stumbled upon some dog's-hit luck and consumed some legendary treasure. Jealousy. Wild jealousy gnawed at Zhao Ze's heart like a venomous snake. Why? How could a lowly piece of trash who couldn't even afford synthetic meat get such fortune? But then a cold sweat suddenly broke out on Zhao Ze's back. He remembered the missing Lao Mo from last night. If Suyu had a blood value of 10. 4. No. Zhao Ze shook his head violently, forcing himself to remain calm. Even if it was 10. For that was merely at the genius level of achieving full marks in the martial arts exam. Whereas Lao Mo was a formal martial artist who had broken human limits with a blood value reaching 110. There was an unbridgeable chasm between 10. 4 and 110. Suyu could never be Lao Mo's opponent. Someone must be protecting him from the shadows. Zhao Ze gritted his teeth, desperately searching for a rational explanation. Or maybe that bastard Lao Mo took the money but didn't do his job. Right? It must be that way. Zhao Ze took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the terror in his eyes, replacing it with a chilling, killing intent. So what if he has a blood value of 10? 4. Zhao Ze watched Suyu walk toward the testing area, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Martial arts aren't just about the dead numbers of blood values. What martial skills can a sudden rise in blood value through luck possess? What do you know about exerting force? Although I only have 10. 3. I have been soaking in medicinal baths since childhood and have mastered a low-grade, profound-tier combat martial art. In the upcoming practical assessment, I will personally shatter all your pride and let you know how vast the gap between commoners and aristocratic families truly is. Zhao Ze snorted coldly and turned toward the nearby rest area. The testing continued. But with Su Ye's score of 10, for shining ahead, the subsequent candidates' tests seemed dull and uninspiring. Even if an excellent score above 8.0 occasionally appeared, it could no longer evoke gasps from the crowd. Until then. Next, Lin Xiaoxiao. As the words fell, all eyes in the playground instantly focused on the girl with a ponytail dressed in a tight black martial arts uniform. She was recognized as the school beauty of Jiangxing No. 3 Middle School. At the same time, she was also the most mysterious heiress in Jiangxing. No one knew exactly what her family did, they only knew that she was escorted to and from school by dedicated bodyguards, and even the principal treated her with courtesy. Lin Xiaoxiao ignored the gazes around her. She turned her head to look at Suyu in the examination area. Suddenly she winked at Suyu. In that glance there was a hint of cunning mixed with a sense of relief, as if she could finally shed her disguise. Watch closely, Lin Xiaoxiao whispered softly, a voice only she could hear. Then she turned around and walked confidently onto the testing platform. Her hands gently rested on the sensing panel. Buzz. This time it was no longer a deep rumble. Instead it was an extremely piercing shriek, as if the machine was about to overload and explode. Boom. The red light beam was not climbing at all. It was teleporting. In the blink of an eye, the light beam shattered the 10.0 full-scale mark. Moreover, it continued to break through upwards at a terrifying speed that made one's scalp tingle. 20. 0. 50. 0. 100. 0. The limit of a martial artist was instantly torn apart. Beep, 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 beep. The blood test device emitted an extremely shrill red alarm. This ordinary high school testing device, which could only accurately test up to 100 points of blood value, was currently suffering from a terrifying amount of energy it should not have to endure. On the transparent glass tube, fine cracks began to appear. At this moment, tens of thousands of examinees' parents and even the well-informed city defense soldiers were all in a state of dumbfoundedness. At this moment, everyone fell into a deathly stillness. Even their breathing stopped. The light beam was still soaring. 200. 0. 300. 0. Until the entire glass tube was completely filled with dark red light, the machine emitted a sound of unbearable strain. Kacha. Finally, the light beam came to a stop. The electronic display screen flickered wildly several times. Eventually, it struggled to spit out a number that made everyone question their lives. Lin Xiaoxiao blood value 406. 0. Evaluation unable to assess. System overload. Bang. The proctor's clipboard fell heavily to the ground. He gaped, his eyes nearly bulging out as he stared at that number. 406. 406. Is this still a high school student? The martial arts levels in the Great Xia Kingdom are extremely strictly classified. 10 points is the full score. 100 points for a martial artist. And 406 points. This has already crossed from a beginner martial artist directly into the realm of intermediate martial artists. Although Jiangxing is just a third-tier small city on the edge of the Great Xia Kingdom, it has a permanent population of over 10 million. Here, a formal martial artist with a blood value exceeding 100 already holds a very high social status admired by ordinary people. And what about martial artists with over 400 points? They are elite hunters who have survived for over a decade battling high-level exotic beasts in the wilderness outside the city. They are the commanding officers leading elite teams in the city defense army fighting bloody battles on the front lines against beast tides. They are also the esteemed instructors in Jiangcheng's martial arts university responsible for imparting knowledge and skills. Even the top scholars of Jiangcheng, who graduated from the best martial arts universities after 4 years of hard training, achieve such numbers only rarely. And now an 18-year-old high school girl who hasn't even entered the university yet has produced data on the testing device before the college entrance examination that rivals those seasoned warriors and university instructors. This is no longer a genius. This is a monster. A true prodigy backed by unimaginable top-tier resources that countless ordinary people cannot fathom. In the playground, there was a deathly silence. An absolute silence lasting a full minute. No one dared to speak. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Everyone looked up at the calm-faced girl on the testing platform with the same reverence one would have for a deity. Zhao Zhe slumped in his chair in the resting area. His proud 10-3. His proud family background and resources. In the face of that dazzling 406, it was nothing more than a ridiculous joke. Not even a speck of dust. Is this the foundation of a top-tier family? Zhao Zhe mumbled to himself, his gaze completely losing focus. Meanwhile, in the examination area, Su Yu stood with his arms crossed quietly watching Lin Xiaoxiao, who was radiating brilliance on the testing platform. His expression remained calm. A blood value of 406. It was indeed very strong. Strong enough to sweep through 99% of the candidates in this year's national examination. This perfectly explained why she could casually mention a special admission slot from the top martial arts university in the Great Xia capital. Families of this caliber in the capital are absolutely influential. However, Su Yu slightly lowered his eyelids, feeling the terrifying blood energy within him locked away as deep and unfathomable as an ocean. 1,000. 8 points. Martial Master Realm. He did not smile, nor did any emotions show on his face. He simply made a very calm and objective evaluation in his heart. Not bad. That was all. The silence in the playground lasted for several minutes, until Lin Xiaoxiao finally withdrew her delicate hands from the sensing panel. The piercing alarm finally came to a halt. She turned around and casually adjusted her high ponytail. Ignoring the proctor's stunned expression, she did not care about the awestruck gazes of tens of thousands of people. She stepped down from the testing platform in her specially made tactical boots, striding confidently as the crowd parted, like Moses parting the sea automatically, creating a wide passage for her. No one dared to look her in the eye. A blood value of 406. This was no longer a student, this was a humanoid beast clad in the guise of a stunning girl. However, as this humanoid beast passed through the crowd and reached the edge of the examination area, her originally cold and proud aura melted away in an instant. Lin Xiaoxiao stopped in front of Su Yu. She slightly raised her chin, and on her pure and beautiful face was an unmistakable air of pride and satisfaction. She looked like a little girl who had just scored full marks, eagerly running home to await her parents' praise. How was it? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yu, her eyes sparkling. Su Yu looked at this girl who was terrifyingly powerful and had an influential background, and simply nodded calmly. Very impressive. There was no flattery, no awe, just the most objective evaluation. Hearing those 3 words, Lin Xiaoxiao's smile instantly bloomed, even brighter than the morning sun. She proudly snorted, stepping closer. The scent of high-end shampoo mixed with a hint of sweat from her body wafted naturally into Su Yu's nostrils. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her right hand, forming a delicate little fist. She gently tapped Su Yu's shoulder. From now on, I'll take care of you when you go to the top martial arts university in Daxia. This tap was very light. There was not a trace of blood energy fluctuation, it was purely a slight physical contact made by the girl under the guise of playful banter. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced at this moment. It was the first time in her life she had approached a boy her age so close. Even though she appeared proud and carefree on the surface, her bright eyes concealed a hint of nervousness, and she was waiting for Su Yu's reaction. However, Su Yu did not notice the complex feelings hidden behind that. The hardships of 2 lifetimes coupled with 3 years of brutal struggle at the bottom had led his mind to automatically filter out the so-called romantic sentiments. Feeling the soft pressure on his shoulder and a faint fragrance as the girl leaned closer, Su Yu's expression remained calm, without any attempt to evade. He assumed this was merely a casual expression of camaraderie from the young lady who had just scored full marks and was in a good mood. Nodding lightly in response to her words, he noticed that not only did Su Yu not shy away, but he also obediently nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao's courage grew bolder. She tiptoed closer, extending a slender arm to skillfully wrap around Su Yu's neck. She pressed him down a bit, bringing their distance to less than 10 centimeters. Su Yu frowned slightly, feeling the warm breath that landed near his ear as Lin Xiaoxiao spoke. The sweet fragrance lingering around his nose intensified, making him, a person used to solitude, feel a hint of uncomfortable intimacy. He turned his head to look at her beautiful face, so close, speaking with a calm tone, "Lin, classmate, isn't this a bit too close?" Upon hearing this, the arm Lin Xiaoxiao had draped over Su Ye's neck stiffened imperceptibly, and a suspicious blush quickly crept up her fair ears. But how could she admit her little thoughts? This young lady, revered as the unattainable flower by all the boys in school, steeled herself and maintained her big sister facade. What do you mean too close? This is called pure revolutionary friendship. Not only did Lin Xiaoxiao not let go, but she also stared back domineeringly, shamelessly beginning to deflect. "You are now my little brother under my protection. What's wrong with a big brother putting his arm around his little brother's neck? Understand the code of the rivers and lakes." So you thought about it and found it reasonable. He assumed this young lady was just used to being adored by everyone with a character that bore some childishness and dominance. Seeing Su Yu silent, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with cunning, and she boldly changed the topic. "Since you will be under my care from now on." A mischievous smile crept onto her lips. "Then shouldn't you understand a few rules? Call me sister and let me hear it." Faced with this somewhat spoiled demand, Su Yu looked into her bright eyes and shook his head. "I am 3 months older than you. I don't care." Lin Xiaoxiao stubbornly tightened her arm, looking as if she would not let go until he complied. "The one who excels is the teacher, and the strong are respected. My vitality is higher than yours, so I am the sister." Su Yu looked at her relentless demeanor and sighed internally. This girl was not only stubborn, but also adorably childish. Considering her earlier attempt to offer medicine, he chose not to argue further. "Sister Lin." Just 2 perfunctory words devoid of any emotional color. However, to Lin Xiaoxiao it sounded like heavenly music. "This is much better." Lin Xiaoxiao happily released her grip, brushing the dust off her hands. The joy in her eyes was nearly overflowing. In the distance, in the resting area, Zhao Zhe stared intensely at the 2 familiar figures in the examination area. His nails had dug deep into the flesh of his palm, blood dripping through his fingers. Jealousy. Wild jealousy. That was Lin Xiaoxiao, the unattainable flower that all the top rich second-generation heirs in Jiangxing dared not even glance at. And now she was taking the initiative to wrap her arms around a commoner's neck, and smiling so happily. "Su Yu." Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. "Practical assessment. I will definitely make you pay. I will." Ding. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the vitality tests were all completed. The announcement sounded again. "All candidates whose vitality reaches the passing mark, please proceed to the teaching building to prepare for the comprehensive liberal arts examination. Exam duration 2 hours. Closed book." The liberal arts examination. In this high martial world, while strength is fundamental, theoretical knowledge is equally important. The weaknesses of exotic beasts, outdoor survival skills, the martial laws of the Great Xia Kingdom, theoretical deductions of advanced martial arts. This knowledge is key to determining how long a warrior can survive in the wilderness outside the city. Even in a top-tier institution like the First Martial University in the capital, if one fails the liberal arts exam, they will be denied entry regardless of their vitality score. Su Yu followed the crowd into the 3rd examination room, found his seat, and sat down. The invigilator began distributing the exam papers. A thick stack of papers at least a dozen pages long. The number of questions was astonishingly large. Su Yu picked up a black ballpoint pen and glanced over the first multiple-choice question on the exam paper. Given that a 3rd-tier iron-armored rhinoceros is in a rage state and has an abdominal armor thickness of 15 millimeters, how many points of vitality must be erupted when using the yellow-tier upper-grade martial art breaking army fist to penetrate its defense? An extremely tricky practical theory question. Yet Su Yu did not hesitate for even a second. The pen tip fell on the answer sheet and directly shaded option C. With a photographic memory and the terrifying computational speed that came with being a martial master, answering these questions felt like a college student doing first-grade arithmetic. It was utterly effortless. Scribble. The only sound left in the examination room was that of pen tips scratching against paper. Most candidates were biting their pens deep in thought. Meanwhile, Su Ye's hand moved like a precision printing machine, producing standard answers at a remarkably even and rapid pace on the exam paper. History questions, legal questions, exotic beast dissection questions. The exam soon concluded. Stepping out of the teaching building, the glaring sunlight hit his face. The campus was empty, with only a few patrols of city defense soldiers. Su Yu followed the shaded path towards the school gate. Just as he exited the school, beep beep, 2 crisp sounds of car horns rang out. The black armored SUV was parked by the roadside. The window rolled down. Lin Xiaoxiao, wearing oversized sunglasses, rested one hand on the steering wheel and tilted her head towards Su Yu. "Get in the car." Su Yu did not hesitate, pulling open the passenger door and sitting down. The air conditioning in the car was strong and the seats were top-notch genuine leather, providing excellent support. "How did you do on the exam?" Lin Xiaoxiao casually asked while starting the car. I did well. Suyu leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes to rest. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, choosing not to continue this topic, and pressed the gas pedal. The SUV let out a deep roar as it merged into Jiangcheng's main road. Sister will take you to a place. The black bulletproof SUV glided smoothly through the streets of Jiang City. Inside the vehicle, the air conditioning was set to a chilly level, isolating them from the sweltering heat of June outside, as well as the uproar of the examination venue. Suyu sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed, eyes closed, as he pondered the questions from the recent liberal arts exam. In the driver's seat, Lin Xiaoxiao held the steering wheel with one hand, while the other rested casually on the edge of the window. The oversized sunglasses concealed most of her face, but the slightly pursed corners of her lips revealed her inner turmoil. From time to time, she turned her head, stealing glances at the boy beside her through the residual light of her sunglasses. He wore a faded short-sleeve shirt and a pair of ordinary sports pants. There were no brand names, no extravagant accessories, and even his hairstyle was the simplest of tousled hair. Yet this seemingly nondescript common boy could easily blend into a crowd. 3 days. From 0, 8 to 10, 4. This leap was more absurd than a fairy tale. Even for someone like her, a young lady from a prestigious family who had been accustomed to top-tier resources, she had never heard of any miraculous drugs in the Great Xia Empire that could cause a person's vitality to soar several times in just 3 days without any signs of side effects. Suye's breathing was steady, as calm as a dormant volcano. Lin Xiaoxiao withdrew her gaze and pressed down hard on the accelerator. Forget it. No need to think about it. Everyone has their own secrets. Since Suyu was unwilling to speak, she wouldn't press him. As long as he truly had the strength to enter the top martial arts university in the capital with her, that would be enough. 20 minutes later, the SUV turned into a secluded, tree-lined path, ultimately stopping in front of a private restaurant that had no sign. There was no extravagant decor, only the antique charm of blue bricks and black tiles flanked by 2 stone lions at the entrance, weathered by time. Get out. Lin Xiaoxiao took off her sunglasses and tossed them onto the center console. She opened the car door, and Suyu followed her into the restaurant. As soon as they stepped through the door, a faint scent of sandalwood enveloped them. There was no lobby, only private booths, ensuring a high level of secrecy. Miss Lin, you've arrived. Same as usual. A well-dressed manager in a cheongsam immediately approached, respectful but not obsequious. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, leading Suyu down the corridor to a booth at the end. She pushed the door open. The booth was exquisitely arranged. A round Zeton wooden table, several grandmaster chairs, and a few ink wash paintings hung on the walls. Sit. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled out a chair and sat down casually, while Suyu took a seat opposite her. Soon each dish emitted an extremely rich wave of vitality. This was not ordinary food. It was a medicinal meal meticulously prepared from the blood and flesh of high-tier exotic. Each dish emitted an extremely rich wave of vitality. This was not ordinary food. It was a medicinal meal meticulously prepared from the blood and flesh of high-tier exotic beasts and precious herbs. A regular person would likely bleed from their nose after just one bite, but for martial arts students with sufficient vitality, this was a tremendous tonic. Eat up. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up her chopsticks and gestured towards the dishes on the table. After a morning of exams, let's replenish some vitality. Suyu did not stand on ceremony. The body of a martial artist was like a bottomless pit with a terrifying thirst for energy. He picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of saber-toothed pig tenderloin, placing it in his mouth. The meat was firm, melting in his mouth. A warm surge of energy slid down his throat into his stomach, quickly being broken down by his robust digestive system and absorbed into his limbs. The flavor was indeed delightful. Suyu quietly evaluated. The two ate in silence for a while, with only the soft sound of chopsticks tapping against porcelain plates filling the booth, until Lin Xiaoxiao set down her chopsticks. She picked up a napkin and elegantly wiped the corners of her mouth. Then she retracted the usual spoiled and carefree demeanor of a rich young lady. Her expression became unusually serious, even carrying a hint of gravity. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the boy across from her, her voice lowered significantly. Do you know how many spots there are for the top martial arts university in the capital? In Jiang City. Suyu paused slightly in his movement of picking up food. He raised his head, a trace of inquiry flashing in his deep-set eyes. Spots. Isn't the college entrance examination based on scores? As long as the score is sufficient, one would naturally be admitted. This was a deeply ingrained belief among all ordinary high school students in the Great Xia Empire. But looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's serious expression, Suyu realized that things might not be so simple. How many? Suyu set down his chopsticks and calmly countered. Lin Xiaoxiao extended 2 slender fingers, gently shaking them in front of Suyu. 2. Lin Xiaoxiao enunciated each word as she revealed this brutally harsh number. Only 2. The air in the booth seemed to freeze at that moment. Suyu's brows furrowed slightly. 2. With a permanent population of over 10 million in Jiang City, there were at least hundreds of thousands of high school seniors taking the martial arts entrance exam this year. Even if 99% of them would be eliminated in the first round of the vitality test, that remaining 1% was still an extremely large number. To pick two from over 100,000. This was no longer a mere needle in a haystack. This was a true tightrope walk, a single plank bridge for thousands of troops. Do you think that with a perfect score of 10 points in vitality, you can secure a place in the top martial arts university in the capital? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yu and explained. That's too naive. In the 12 provinces of the Great Xia Empire, there are hundreds of prefecture-level cities. If everyone with perfect vitality could enter the capital's martial arts university, it would have been overwhelmed long ago. The capital's martial arts university is a place for nurturing war gods, not a shelter. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up a cup of clear tea and took a sip. Clearing her throat, she continued to reveal internal information that ordinary civilians could never access. The actual national admissions line for the capital's martial arts university is so high that it would leave 99% of the candidates in Jiang City in despair. In a normal examination, it might take Jiang City a decade to produce even one student who qualifies. However, to prevent missing out on grassroots geniuses with extraordinary combat talent, the martial arts university allocates an extremely small number of special admission spots each year. These special admissions do not consider the total score ranking of the national examination. They only look at practical combat. Lin Xiaoxiao extended two slender fingers, shaking them gently in front of Su Yu. This year, the Jiang City Martial Arts Association exerted great effort and only secured 2 special admission spots from the capital's martial arts university. Not one more. Su Yu listened quietly, his gaze still deep, showing no signs of panic despite the harsh rules. The upcoming practical assessment is to determine these 2 special admission spots. Smart. After the liberal arts scores are released this afternoon, the system will automatically weight and summarize the liberal arts and martial arts scores. The top 10 will gain eligibility to participate in the final practical assessment. Only by defeating all opponents in the arena and standing as the last 2 remaining the first and second place will you have the qualification to take the 2 tickets to the capital's martial arts university. Brutal. Extremely brutal. It does not consider background, nor does it care about how impressive your previous vitality tests were. It only looks at whether you can defeat all your competitors squarely in the arena. This is the iron law of the high martial world. Practical combat reigns supreme. Your martial arts score is 10. And your liberal arts score is also in the top 10 of your grade. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yu, helping him analyze the situation. Entering the top 10 of the practical sequence is a certainty. But Lin Xiaoxiao's tone suddenly shifted. She slightly raised her chin. That pure and beautiful face once again displayed the familiar haughty satisfaction of a rich young lady. In practical combat, you definitely cannot defeat me. This is a fact. With a vitality score of 406, she was in the terrifying realm of an intermediate martial artist. Among this group of high school students in Jiang City whose scores barely reached into the teens, Lin Xiaoxiao's existence was an insurmountable bug. As long as she stood on the arena, the position of first place was already locked in. No one could shake it. So Lin Xiaoxiao said, a mischievous grin curling at the corner of her lips as she looked at Su Yu. You can only compete for the remaining spot. That is second place. Su Yu gazed at her proud demeanor, offering no rebuttal. He simply nodded in compliance. All right. Seeing Su Yu so obediently acknowledge her superiority, Lin Xiaoxiao's vanity was immensely gratified. She let out a triumphant hum, picked up the teacup beside her, rose to her feet, circled around the wide rosewood round table, pulled out the chair next to Su Yu, and plopped down unceremoniously. The distance between them instantly shrank. That faint, elusive, delicate fragrance once again lingered at the tip of Su Yu's nose. To assert her authority as the big sister, and to mask the subtle flutter within her caused by their sudden, Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head. Abruptly she reached out, and with effortless familiarity pinched Su Yu's arm, so close at hand. Don't worry. When we get on the actual combat arena, your big sis will go easy on. The final word "you" got stuck in Lin Xiaoxiao's throat. Her voice came to an abrupt halt. She froze in place as if someone had pressed the pause button. A deathly silence descended upon the private room. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. She stared fixedly at her own hand pinching Su Yu's arm. Her mind went momentarily blank. The sensation. An utterly unbelievable sensation. Through the thin layer of his cotton short-sleeve shirt, what she pinched felt nothing like human muscle. It was like a piece of refined steel tempered through countless strikes and compressed to its utmost density. Hard. Firm. Even when her fingers exerted slight pressure attempting to push down, the surface of that muscle emitted an incredibly subtle, yet overwhelmingly domineering force of resistance. It directly repelled her fingers by a fraction. How is that possible? Lin Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a violent beat. Her breathing instantly grew rapid. Who was she? She was an intermediate martial artist with a blood energy value of 406. Her perception of physical strength was razor-sharp. Even with just a gentle pinch, she could distinctly sense the terrifying explosive power hidden beneath Su Ye's seemingly lean frame. This was absolutely not the physical strength a blood energy value of 10 for should possess. Even those external martial artists in the Great Xia Kingdom who specialized in body forging couldn't have muscles this dense, as if cast from iron and steel, at a blood energy value of 10. These muscles. Lin Xiaoxiao screamed inwardly. So firm. And so nice to touch. An inexplicable electric current shot from her fingertips spreading through her entire body. Lin Xiaoxiao's earlobes flushed crimson in an instant. But then an absurd conjecture began to run wild in her mind like weeds. This sense of power hidden beneath the skin. Why does it feel like it's not weaker than mine at all? Could it be? Lin Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted slightly. Could his actual blood energy value have already surpassed 400? The moment this thought surfaced, Lin Xiaoxiao mentally slapped it away without hesitation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head frantically inside, trying to convince herself with logic. Who was she? The most privileged heiress in Jiangxing. She knew better than anyone how her blood energy value of 406 came to be. From the womb, her mother had consumed the finest exotic beast bone broth. After birth, a monthly Tinthasandir medicinal bath for marrow cleansing. At age 3, she began cultivating the family's secret body forging technique. Daily, she ate the most quintessential flesh of high-level exotic beasts and drank nutrient fluids brimming with vast spiritual energy. Countless precious resources that ordinary people couldn't even dream of, combined with her own exceptional martial arts talent and over a decade of diligent cultivation, had forcibly amassed this unprecedented blood energy value of 406 by the age of 18. It was a miracle forged with mountains of gold and seas of silver. And Suyu, an orphan, living in a leaky rented room in the old district. He had to budget even for synthetic meat in the cafeteria. Even if in the past 3 days had stumbled upon some heaven-defying fortune, found a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma, or accidentally consumed a high-level exotic beast's inner core, forcibly raising his blood energy from 0.8 to 10, for was the limit of such an opportunity. Tempering the body required time to settle. No fortune could elevate one's physical strength to rival an intermediate martial artist in just 3 days. This defied the basic principles of martial arts. An illusion. It must be an illusion, Lin Xiaoxiao reasoned to herself. Maybe it's just a bunch of dead muscle from doing odd jobs carrying bricks and cement. Yes, that must be it. Poor kids mature early, firm muscles are normal. Forcibly suppressing the shock and that trace of inexplicable fluttering in her heart. Lin Xiaoxiao withdrew her hand as if shocked by electricity. She cleared her throat, masking her fluster, picked up her teacup, and took a large gulp. Meanwhile, Suyu, sitting across from her, hadn't spoken a word throughout. He merely watched Lin Xiaoxiao's ever-changing expression, watching her transition from shock to doubt to self-denial. A flicker of an extremely subtle smile glinted in Su Ye's eyes. 400 blood energy. Suyu silently muttered a complaint. This girl's imagination was still too conservative. If she knew that beneath the blood energy lock in his body lay a full martial master's blood energy of over 1,000 points. He wondered if this proud young lady would jump right out of her chair in fright. However, Suyu had no intention of the perfect camouflage of the chi concealment art ensured that even a martial artist of Lin Xiaoxiao's level couldn't detect his true cultivation level just by pinching his arm, as long as he didn't actively unleash his power. Ahem. Lin Xiaoxiao set down her teacup, forcibly steering the conversation back on track. Where was I? Oh, right, the remaining spot. Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, her expression turning serious once more. She looked at Suyu. Her tone carried an unprecedented gravity. Suyu, if you want to secure this last spot, you have only one major competitor. Zhao Ze. Hearing this name, Su Ye's eyes showed no ripple. He didn't even pause in his movement of picking. I know there's some bad blood between you and Zhao Ze, Lin Xiaoxiao said, assuming Suyu was putting on a brave face. In this morning's blood energy test, he scored 10. 3. Only 0. 1 lower than you. But Suyu, don't underestimate him just because of that 0. 1 difference. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned forward slightly, her tone extremely serious. Blood energy value is just the foundation. What truly determines victory in combat is martial techniques. And Zhao Ze possesses an incredibly fearsome trump card. Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her voice as if afraid of eavesdroppers. He has learned a profound grade low-rank martial technique. The rock-shattering palm. The mere mention of a profound grade martial technique seemed to weigh down the atmosphere in the room. In the Great Xia Kingdom, ordinary high school students could only access the yellow grade low-rank 5 elements fist. Even top students from key high schools could at most learn a yellow grade mid-rank martial art. but a profound grade martial technique started at a price of 500,000. It was an advanced cultivation method only accessible at key martial arts universities or elite military units. Its power was immense. Its cultivation difficulty was astronomically high. The meridian circulation routes were incredibly complex, demanding extreme control over blood energy. Even if an ordinary person got their hands on the manual, practicing for years might not yield even basic mastery. The Zhao family spent a fortune to get this rock-shattering palm, which has low cultivation difficulty and decent power, to help him get into Kyoto Martial University. Lin Xiaoxiao shared the information she had uncovered through her family's intelligence network without holding back. Moreover, Zhao Zhe has been soaking in medicinal baths since childhood, making his meridians much wider than an ordinary person's. He has forcibly mastered this profound grade low-rank martial technique. Reached the mastery realm. Mastery. The proficiency of martial arts is divided into beginner proficient mastery and perfection. A low-grade Xian class martial art has been cultivated to mastery. This means that at the moment Zhao Zhe strikes, he can compress and unleash 10.3 of his blood qi power in an extremely violent manner. The lethality will at least double. Suyu. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the silent young man, her eyes filled with worry. Although your blood qi has reached 10.4, but the rapid increase in your blood qi over the past 3 days has left no time for it to settle. What you learned should still be the low-grade Huang, class 5 elements fist taught at school, right? The 5 elements fist against the mastery level shattered rock palm. That is an absolute crushing. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip and warned in a very serious tone. Tomorrow's practical assessment. If you face Zhao Zhe, absolutely do not confront him heated. Use your speed to maneuver and exhaust him. The consumption of blood qi by Xian class martial arts is tremendous. He can't hold out for long. Suyu listened quietly. He did not interrupt. He indeed did not possess Xian class martial arts, but he wondered if the 5 elements fist derived from his system would be more powerful than Xian class martial arts. But it wasn't that important. With 1,000 points of martial artist blood qi, even if he just stood there and let Zhao Zhe strike, Zhao Ze's proud shattered rock palm would only shatter his bones. A dimensional drop in power. This is the true dimensional drop in power. However, as he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who sat opposite him, racking her brain to ensure his safety and imparting her knowledge selflessly, a rare warmth flashed in Su Ye's deep eyes. For an orphan who had struggled at the bottom for 3 years, this feeling of genuine concern from someone else was quite unfamiliar, but it was not unwelcome. I understand. Suyu replied lightly. His tone no longer held the usual indifference and aloofness. Hearing Su Ye's agreement, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh of relief. She feared that this prideful guy would confront Zhao Zhe hidden in the arena to save face. Come on, eat more. Now that her worries were lifted, Lin Xiaoxiao returned to her easygoing demeanor. She picked up her chopsticks. Naturally, she picked up a piece of delicious spiritail fish meat and placed it on the bone dish in front of Suyu. This fish meat is the best for replenishing blood qi. You just experienced a surge in blood qi. Your foundation is unstable, so eat more to consolidate it. While picking food, Lin Xiaoxiao even stood up directly. In the spacious private room, she demonstrated a few simple dodging steps. Watch carefully. If Zhao Zhe attacks your lower body with shattered rock palm, use this move swallow return. Your steps must be light and your center of gravity must be low. The girl's crisp voice echoed in the private room. In her black fitted martial arts uniform, her movements outlined youthful and vibrant lines. Suyu sat quietly in his chair, slowly chewing the food in his mouth. He watched this young lady who was so engrossed in teaching him combat techniques that she neglected her meal. He did not refuse her kindness, even though he did not need it. During this meal, a rare sense of calm emerged in this somewhat warm teaching atmosphere. The private room of the restaurant was spacious enough. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed aside the rosewood round table, clearing a space. She took off her black martial arts uniform jacket and casually draped it over the back of a chair. Only a fitted black sports tank top remained. The vest line developed from years of martial arts training on the girl flickered under the light, youthful and full of explosive power. Watch carefully. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression was serious as she opened her stance with 1 foot forward and 1 foot back. The core of swallow return lies in the instantaneous explosion of power from the waist and the absolute control at the tip of the toes. Before her words finished, she shot out like an arrow released from a bow. At the moment of about to collide with the wall, she abruptly pushed off with her toes, and her waist twisted at an incredible angle. Swish! Her entire body returned to Suyu in a manner that defied the laws of physics, creating a sharp gust of wind. It ruffled the hair on Su Ye's forehead. Did you understand? Lin Xiaoxiao panted slightly, her sparkling eyes fixed on Suyu. Suyu stood quietly in place. Did he understand? He understood all too well. In Su Yes' eyes, possessing the realm of a martial artist and a perfect level of martial arts comprehension, Lin Xiaoxiao's proud footwork looked like slow-motion playback. Full of flaws. The center of gravity was too high at the start, making it easy to be taken down by a sweeping leg. The waist exerted too much force during the return, leading to a brief stiffness upon landing. But Su Yu couldn't say that. They'll give it a try. Su Yu nodded, mimicking Lin Xiaoxiao's movements as he walked to the edge of the empty space. He deliberately suppressed the instinct of his muscles. With an extremely awkward and stiff posture, he dashed forward, and then clumsily twisted his waist to return. Snap! His steps stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't watch any longer. She covered her forehead with her hand. Lin Xiaoxiao, did you not learn seriously? She shouted in exasperation. As soon as the words left her mouth, the private room fell silent. Lin Xiaoxiao froze. Her fair cheeks flushed bright red all the way to her ears. Damn, you made me so flustered. She stomped her foot in frustration. Su Yu, did you not learn seriously? Results will be out tomorrow and practical assessments in the afternoon. If you can't defeat Zhao Zhe, then how will you get into Kyoto Martial University? Su Yu looked at her distressed and embarrassed expression, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. Sorry, they'll try again. Try what? Your point of force is completely wrong. Lin Xiaoxiao without any hesitation, she directly approached Su Yes' side, teaching him hand in hand. Straighten your waist. One of Lin Xiaoxiao's hands pressed firmly against Su Yes' lower back. The warm sensation. Relax your arms. The other hand tightly gripped Su Yes' wrist. The distance was too close. Close enough for Su Yu to clearly smell the faint fragrance on her and even feel the slight rise and fall of her chest while speaking. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat. Though she usually acted carefree, she was ultimately an 18-year-old girl. When she truly had such extensive physical contact with a boy, the scent of male hormones instantly shattered all her disguises. Su Yes' body temperature was high. His muscles were as hard as a hot iron. The hand holding Su Yes' wrist began to sweat slightly. Even her breathing became a bit rapid. Just like this. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice became slightly airy as she did not dare to look into Su Yes' eyes. Feel the trajectory of my force. Su Yu lowered his eyelids. He could sense Lin Xiaoxiao's tension, but his heart was as calm as water. The blood qi within him locked down the martial artist's instinctive counterattack, allowing Lin Xiaoxiao's slight strength to guide his body. A quarter of an hour later. All right, let's call it a day. Lin Xiaoxiao, as if electrocuted, released her hand and took 2 steps back. She grabbed her jacket from the back of the chair and hastily put it on, concealing her racing heart. Be smart during the practical, don't force yourself. Let's go, I'll take you back. They walked out of the private restaurant. As the night wind blew, the blush on Lin Xiaoxiao's face slightly faded. The two walked to the side of a black armored SUV. Lin Xiaoxiao opened the door, but did not get in immediately. Like performing a magic trick, she pulled out an exquisitely crafted sheep fat jade bottle from the storage compartment. She turned around and tossed it directly to Su Yu. Su Yu instinctively reached out to catch it. It felt warm to the touch. The bottle's mouth was sealed with wax, but an extremely rich wave of blood qi still emanated from it. What is this? Su Yu frowned slightly. 3rd-grade blood-nourishing pill. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned one hand on the car door, feigning a relaxed tone. It's for consolidating your foundation. You experienced a rapid surge in blood qi and your meridians must have been damaged. Take one before bed tonight. It will help stabilize your realm. 3rd-grade pills. Su Yu had seen them in the library's materials. They started at a market price of at least 1 million and were military-controlled items. Even with money, they might not be available. This is too precious. Su Yu held the jade bottle, wanting to hand it back. Stop the nonsense. Lin Xiaoxiao directly opened the car door and got in, rolling down the window. She put her sunglasses back on, concealing her gaze. Things given by this young lady have never been returned. Consider it a gift for calling me sister when we meet. See you at the exam tomorrow. With a roar, she slammed on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle let out a growl and quickly disappeared into the night. Su Yu stood still, looking at the priceless jade bottle in his hand. After a long moment, he tucked the jade bottle into his pocket and turned towards the old city. The most difficult to bear is the favor of a beautiful woman. The next day, Jiang City's first martial arts high school. 9 o'clock in the morning. The playground was crowded, the atmosphere 10 times more fervent than yesterday. Because today the results would be announced. The weighted total score of the literary and martial subjects would directly determine who could enter the practical assessment sequence in the afternoon. A gigantic holographic projection screen towering 3 stories high flickered with piercing blue light. Everyone looked up, holding their breath, staring intently at the screen. It's out. Someone shouted. The data on the screen refreshed like finally it froze. The name at the top of the list was bolded and enlarged in striking golden font. First place, Su Yu. Literary score, 500 full score. Martial score, 500 vitality 10. For O converted to full score. Weighted total score, 1000. Boom. The entire playground erupted. Double full scores. Hey, my God, has there ever been a double full score top scholar since the establishment of Jiang City? It's one thing to get a perfect score in literature, but how could he also score full marks in martial arts? Where did this monster Suyu come from? At the edge of the crowd, Class 3's head teacher, Li Jiangwa, stared at the name on the screen. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. It's over. Completely over. A double full score genius should have been the brightest highlight of his teaching career, but he had forced this genius to the opposing side for a million. He could already imagine the fury of the principal tearing him apart once the college entrance examination was over. The screen continued to display. Second place, Lin Xiaoxiao. Literary score 496. Martial score 500, vitality 406. 0 converted to full score. Weighted total score 990. Among the crowd, Lin Xiaoxiao, wearing a baseball cap, looked at the rank. She pouted. That last question on the dissection of exotic beasts in literature really did cost me points. But when her gaze moved up and she saw the name firmly above her own, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upwards slightly. I'll give you credit for that. The screen continued to scroll. Third place. Fourth place. Until the fifth line. Fifth place, Zhao Zhe. Literary score 480. Martial score 500, vitality 10. 3 converted to full score. Weighted total score 980. In the rest area, crack. Zhao Zhe's wine glass was crushed. He stared at the top of the holographic screen, the glaring name that nearly drove him insane. First place, Suyu. His entire body trembled violently from extreme anger, jealousy, and humiliation. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with frenzied bloodshot veins, letting out a beast-like growl from his throat. A mere piece of trash who doesn't even have 1 point of vitality, living off welfare. How dare he climb over me? He couldn't accept it. 3 days ago, Su Ye's vitality was only a pitiful 0.8. But now the big screen clearly stated, vitality 10. For perfect score in martial arts. What made him so jealous, he was almost spitting blood, was Su Ye's perfect score of 500 in literature. If 3 days ago Su Yu had obediently signed that agreement, then this 500 points in literature would belong to Zhao Zhe. Adding his own 10.3 in vitality, Zhao Zhe would have proudly stood as the first with a total score of 1,000, looking down upon all, enjoying the cheers of 100,000 people, instead of being ranked fifth, like now gazing up at that once crushed, pitiful figure who had taken away all the glory that should have belonged to him. Suyu. Zhao Ze's facial muscles twitched, his expression completely twisted. Young master, please calm down. The butler nervously handed him a towel. Total score is just a name, vitality 10. 4 is utterly insignificant in actual combat. As long as you're in the top 10, you qualify for this afternoon's arena battle. On the arena, that kid will definitely not withstand your rock-crushing palm. Zhao Ze clenched his fists. In actual combat, I will personally cripple him in front of everyone in Jiang City. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang City's first martial arts high school indoor combat hall, a circular arena capable of accommodating 30,000 people, was filled to capacity. All the dignitaries of Jiang City, heads of martial arts academies, and military representatives were present. In the center of the venue stood a massive alloy arena 50 meters wide and long. Below the arena, the top 10 candidates, including Suyu, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Zhao Ze, stood in a row. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Everyone knew that the upcoming battle would determine who would claim the 2 special admission spots to the capital's martial arts university. Suddenly, the noisy venue fell silent without warning. An indescribable sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire place. The air seemed to thicken, making it hard to breathe. Ordinary people in the stands even felt an impulse to kneel down, and those official martial artists with vitality over 100 turned pale, feeling their internal chi movement become extremely sluggish. Suyu stood at the bottom of the stage. Following everyone's gaze, he looked up at the highest stands of the combat hall, where a tall figure had appeared without anyone noticing, releasing no aura. He made no deliberate movements, simply standing there like an insurmountable towering mountain. The president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, Lei Petion, a supreme expert at the grandmaster level, a terrifying figure with vitality exceeding 100,000. One man could suppress a city. Lei Petion looked down from above at the arena. His gaze swept over the 10 candidates below, pausing for a moment on Lin Xiaoxiao, giving a slight nod, and then moving past Suyu. He did not linger. Jiang City Martial Arts Entrance Exam Practical Assessment. Lei Petion's voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly in everyone's ears like thunder. There is only one rule. No holds-barred combat. Until one side falls or surrenders voluntarily, life and death are not to be considered. The last 4 words made the temperature in the venue drop to freezing point. Life and death are not to be considered. This is the cruelty of martial arts. Once you step onto the arena, there are no students or children, only warriors. Of course, if a real life-threatening situation arises, he as the referee will intervene immediately. The drawing of lots begins. Le Petit waved his hand. The massive holographic screen above the arena immediately began to scroll through the names of the 10 candidates. Everyone held their breath. Ding. The screen stopped scrolling. The first battle list was set. First match, Su Yu versus Zhao Zhe. Wow, the crowd was in an uproar. First place against fifth place. A common genius against a wealthy heir. Without any warm-up, the fated duel commenced right from the first match. Below the arena, Zhao Zhe looked at the name on the screen. He was first stunned, then a cruel, bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. He turned his head, staring fiercely at Su Yu from a few meters away. He raised his right hand slowly and forcefully, dragging his thumb across his neck, making an extremely arrogant gesture of cutting his throat. Meanwhile, Su Yu kept his hands in his pockets, not even glancing at Zhao Zhe. He simply stepped forward calmly along the alloy steps, one step at a time, walking onto the arena that would decide his fate. The alloy arena reflected a cold metallic sheen. The gaze of the crowd, numbering 100,000, was focused like a tangible force on the massive square arena measuring 50 meters on each side. The first match. A commoner scoring full marks against a prodigy from a prestigious family. This is not only a contest for rankings, but also a microcosm of class conflict. Su Yu stood at the foot of the steps, preparing to step onto the arena. Suddenly, his clothing was tightly tugged by an unseen force. He halted and turned his head slightly. Lin Xiaoxiao stood behind him. The pure and beautiful face that once displayed the demeanor of a spoiled young lady now showed no hint of her usual arrogance. Only an unmistakable tension remained. Even the fingers gripping Su Yu's clothing were turning pale. Su Yu, Lin Xiaoxiao whispered. The surroundings were extremely noisy, yet her voice clearly reached Su Yu's ears, carrying a hint of unyielding insistence. Be careful. Zhao Zhe will definitely go all out. Lin Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze on Su Yu's deep eyes. If you feel like you can't hold on, don't force it. Shout out your surrender immediately. I know you have a strong sense of pride, and I also understand how much you have sacrificed for today. But you only have one life. Although Grandmaster Le Petit is personally overseeing the match as the referee and will step in to save someone at a critical moment. However, the actual combat arena is ever-changing. The explosive power of Xin-level martial skills is incredibly terrifying. Sometimes, even a Grandmaster cannot completely block all deadly damage in the blink of an eye. There have been geniuses who have died in the practical tests of the martial arts college entrance exams over the years. After saying all this in one breath, Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. She released her grip on Su Yu's clothing and looked at him very seriously. I still have that special admission slot reserved for you. As long as you walk off the arena alive, that slot is still yours. I will still take you to the top martial arts university in Xia. Every word was sincere. All came from heartfelt concern and an unreserved promise of a backup plan. For a girl who values gratitude highly and was born into a family that prioritizes benefits above all, being able to say this much goes against all her family's principles. Su Yu looked at the stubborn girl before him. He did not smile. He did not utter any arrogant boasts. He simply, with great calmness, withdrew his hands from his pockets. He patted Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulder lightly from behind. Don't worry. Just those 2 words. No extra explanations, nor passionate guarantees. Yet these 2 words, combined with Su Yu's deep, unfathomable eyes that showed no sign of disturbance, seemed to carry an incredible charm, instantly calming all of Lin Xiaoxiao's anxiety and panic. Su Yu withdrew his hand, turned around, and stepped onto the arena, each step echoing on the hard alloy steps. Lin Xiaoxiao stood in place, watching the slender, yet upright figure. She clenched her fists tightly. You must win. On the arena, Su Yu and Zhao Zhe stood on opposite sides of the arena, 20 meters apart. Zhao Zhe wore a custom-made pure white martial arts outfit with a golden thread badge of the Zhao Martial Arts School embroidered on his chest. He flexed his wrists and necked the bones, producing a series of painfully resonant cracking sounds. In his eyes, there was an unmasked cruelty and bloodthirst. In contrast, Su Yu remained in that old, faded short-sleeve shirt and a pair of loose sports pants. His hands hung naturally at his sides, showing no defensive or offensive stance. He looked like an ordinary high school student casually taking a stroll in the park after dinner. Full of flaws. On the high platform in the VIP viewing area, the president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association, Grandmaster Le Petit, sat firmly in the main seat. He did not look at the 2 on the arena, but instead focused on an electronic document in his hands. It was the biographical material about Su Yu that had just been automatically retrieved by the system. 3 days ago, blood chi value 0.8. 3 days later, blood chi value 10.4. Le Petit looked at these 2 glaring data sets. His coarse brows furrowed slightly. As a grandmaster with a blood chi value exceeding 100,000, he had seen many geniuses and prodigies in Xia. He also understood that countless incredible opportunities exist in this world. A high-level spiritual herb, an inner core of a strange beast, or even a genetic mutation. All could allow a person to undergo a transformation overnight. Suyu must have encountered some immense fortune to experience such a surge in blood qi in just 3 days. This is a good thing. Xia needs lucky geniuses. However, Lei Patian set down the electronic tablet in his hand and directed his gaze towards Suyu on the arena. Yet there was a hint of regret in his eyes. What a pity. Ultimately, just a lucky upstart. Lei Patian made an exceptionally professional assessment in his heart. Martial arts have never been a simple addition of numbers. Blood qi value is merely the source of power. The ability to perfectly unleash this power requires the endurance of the meridians and the refinement of martial skills. A body with an original blood qi value of only 0.8 must have extremely weak and narrow meridians, forcing in a massive blood qi value of 10. For in just 3 days, it is akin to trying to force an overflowing river into an old plastic pipe. With the slightest misstep, the meridians could snap, leading to a demonic deviation. His blood qi is definitely extremely unstable. Lei Patian's gaze was sharp. Moreover, in these 3 days, he has had no excess energy to refine his martial skills. He possesses a brute force of 10, but cannot dare to operate at full capacity lest his meridians collapse first. In this state, he might be able to crush ordinary martial arts students with sheer strength. But facing that Zhao kid who has been refining his meridians with 100-year medicinal baths since childhood and is proficient in Xian-level martial skills, Lei Patian shook his head. There is no chance of winning. Within 10 moves, defeat is inevitable. As a grandmaster, he had already seen through the essence of this seemingly evenly matched contest. This is the most brutal barrier between the foundation of aristocratic families and the upstarts from common backgrounds. However, Lei Patian leaned slightly forward, his body filled with blood qi ready to erupt at any moment. After all, he is a good seedling. His cultural scores are still full marks. When Zhao's kid goes all out, I need to intervene quickly. Don't let this kid truly die in the arena. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stands in the VIP box filled with the elite of Jiangqing, Zhao Ze's father, the current head of the Zhao Martial Arts School, Zhao Tianxiong, sat comfortably on a leather sofa, holding a cup of expensive first-tier beast blood tea. The steam rose gently. Zhao Tianxiong looked at his spirited son on the arena, the corner of his mouth curling into a satisfied arc. Old Lu, how many moves do you think Zhao will take to defeat that commoner named Suyu? Standing beside the sofa was the butler with a handlebar mustache. Upon hearing the master's question, the butler quickly bent slightly, his face filled with a flattering smile. Master, you are making it hard for the young master. That Suyu is merely someone who got lucky and doesn't know what kind of wild fruit he ate. His blood qi is as unstable as a deflated balloon. The young master has grown up soaking in the expensive medicinal baths you bought, making his meridians exceptionally resilient. Moreover, the young master is also proficient in our Zhao family's trump card, the Shattered Rock Palm. In my opinion, at most 3 moves. That young master will make that arrogant brute kneel and pick up his teeth. 3 moves? Haha, you're too. Zhao Tianxiong laughed heartily, taking a sip of blood tea. I bet 1 move. Zaire, that child has high pride. Being overshadowed by a commoner, he'll surely go all out on the first move, crippling him outright. The private room was filled with a jovial atmosphere. But, after the steward forced a few dry chuckles, his gaze once again fell upon Su Yu on the arena. For some reason, when he saw Su Yu's deep, emotionless eyes, an inexplicable chill suddenly ran down the steward's spine. A suffocating shadow of unease silently enveloped his heart. He couldn't help but think of the martial artist who had vanished without a trace. Lao. 3 days and nights had passed. Lao had vanished like a puff of smoke. His phone was unreachable, his men couldn't find him, and not even the underground casinos had a hint of his presence. Just 2 hours ago, an investigator from the Jiangxing City Defense Bureau even visited the Zhao residence, routinely inquiring about Lao's whereabouts. They claimed that at a landfill in the western suburbs they had detected an extremely faint trace of human blood, though he managed to brush it off with a hefty bribe and the Zhao family's connections. The steward's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Where had Lao gone? He went to carry out the young master's orders to break Su Yu's legs. And then, Lao disappeared. Yet Su Yu stood unscathed on the college entrance exam arena, and with a terrifying blood energy of 10. For an utterly absurd and horrifying conjecture. Like an icy viper, it coiled tightly around the steward's throat, refusing to let go. Could it be? The steward swallowed hard, his throat feeling parched and painful. Could it be that Lao didn't take the money and run, but was killed by Su Yu? Boom. The moment this thought surfaced, the steward felt his mind spin with dizziness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The steward roared inwardly, desperately, trying to crush this absurd notion with reason. Who was Lao? He was a ruthless veteran who had fought hundreds of underground bouts, his hands stained with blood. A full-fledged martial artist with a blood energy value of 110. Even if Su Yu had stumbled upon incredible luck and reached 10.4 blood energy. Before a seasoned martial artist of 110 blood energy, he was still just a slightly stronger ant. How could he possibly turn the tables? Moreover, Lao Mo had 2 underlings with him. Even if he couldn't win, there should have been some commotion, right? Not a single trace of a struggle was left at the scene. What did that mean? It meant if Su Yu did it, it was an instant one-sided kill. Killing a full-fledged martial artist in an instant. The steward stared at the thin, frail youth on the arena. He would rather believe the world would end tomorrow than believe an 18-year-old high school student could achieve such a feat. An illusion. I'm definitely overthinking this. The steward frantically comforted himself. It must be that bastard Lao Mo, seeing Su Yu's blood energy surge and realizing the target was tough, simply took the 20,000 from the young master and ran. Yes, that's the only possibility. The steward took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. Calm down. One I know soon enough. Once the young master tests this brat's true skill with the crumbling rock palm on the arena, everything will be clear. A flashy upstart surely can't withstand the young master's full-force strike. At the center of the arena, a military referee in a black uniform strode between the two. His sharp gaze swept over Su Yu and Zhao Ze. Clear on the rules. No holds-barred combat. The match ends immediately when one side falls and can't rise or shout surrender. No hidden weapons, poison, or prohibited drugs allowed. The referee raised his right hand high. Ready. Zhao Ze's legs spread apart, lowering his center of gravity. Boom. A violent aura of 10.3 blood energy erupted from him without restraint. His pure white martial arts robe fluttered noiselessly, snapping in the wind. The muscles in his hands instantly swelled, veins bulging, faintly coated with a rock-hard luster. Mystic-grade lower-rank martial technique. Crumbling rock palm. Opening stance. Just this stance alone sent a dull roar through the air around. Ordinary students in the stands even felt a suffocating pressure bearing down on them. Su Yu. Zhao Ze fixed his gaze on his opponent 20 meters away. The arrogance and cruelty on his face twisted into a ferocious, murderous intent. In a voice only the two could hear, he squeezed out icy words through gritted teeth. You think with some random stroke of luck, stacking blood energy to 10. For you can step all over me. Today, I'll show you what real heritage means. I'll shatter every bone in your body inch by inch. Facing Zhao Ze's almost tangible murderous intent, Su Yu still stood there, without assuming any defensive posture. His hands were even still in his pockets. He watched Zhao Ze, who was ready for battle, with blood energy fully unleashed. In his deep eyes there was neither anger nor fear. Only a pure, almost pitying look, as if at a fool. Done talking, Su Yu said calmly. His voice was soft, yet it cut clearly through the roar of Zhao Ze's blood energy. If your last words are done, then we can begin. This casual offhand remark shattered the terrifying aura Zhao Ze had painstakingly built. You're asking for death. Zhao Ze was completely enraged. Reason was utterly consumed by a maddening sense of humiliation. Just then, the referee's raised right hand came down heavily. Begin. Boom. The moment the words fell, the alloy floor beneath Zhao Ze's feet let out a deafening dull roar. He shot forward like a cannonball, carrying a ferocious gust of wind, charging madly at Su Yu. Covered in an instant. Die. A bestial roar tore from Zhao Ze's throat. His right palm, coated in a rocky hue, rose high. Blood energy compressed frantically in his palm, forming a visible white air current. The terrifying power of the mystic-grade martial technique was on full display. This strike, aimed straight at Su Yu's chest. If it landed, even a 10-centimeter thick steel plate would be instantly dented, let alone flesh and blood. On the high platform, Grandmaster Lei Potion's eyes narrowed sharply. That brat is going for a lethal blow. Lei Potion instantly mobilized his 1-0 blood energy, ready to forcefully intervene and save Su Yu. Because in his view, Su Yu couldn't dodge this strike, let alone block it. Inside the VIP box, Zhao Tianxiang's smile bloomed fully. It's over. The steward also stared at the arena, his heart in his throat. Yet, just as Zhao Ze's fatal palm was less than half a meter from Su Yu's chest, Su Yu finally moved. He didn't retreat. He didn't dodge. He didn't even pull his hands from his pockets. He merely took a small, casual step forward, with a slight stir of his mind. The massive floodgate of blood energy, tightly sealed by the breath concealment art within him, silently cracked open a tiny, minuscule gap. Boom. Without any warning, without any buildup, an incredibly terrifying and violent surge of blood energy erupted, centered around Su Yu, as if it were about to completely overturn the entire alloy arena. If Zhao Ze's 10.3 blood energy was like a rushing brook, then the power surging from Su Yu's body at this moment was like a raging ocean that had breached its dam, It was like a dormant volcano that had been suppressed for millions of years, now erupting with the most unrestrained force. The crimson glow of blood energy actually coalesced on Su Ye's body into visible ripples of blood. The special alloy floor beneath Su Ye's feet, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a mid-level warrior, instantly cracked, with countless spiderweb-like fissures. A fierce wind rose. The air emitted a deafening sound of explosive pressure. 10 points, 30 points, 50 points, 100 points. A full 100 points of blood energy, breaking the limits of the human body, shedding its mortal form. Genuine the might of a warrior. The first to bear the brunt was Zhao Zhe, who was within arm's reach. His proud low-grade Xian-class martial skill, the shattered rock palm, instantly shattered upon contact with this terrifying pressure of blood energy, as if it had collided with a high-speed armored train. Bang! The white airwave condensed in his palm did not even hold for 0.01 seconds before disintegrating into nothingness. The ferocity and murderous intent on Zhao Ze's face completely froze at that moment. His pupils instantly contracted to the size of a pinprick. His mind went blank. Thought processes came to a complete halt. What just happened? What was he doing? What kind of being was he facing? The pressure of the warrior, solid as a mountain, pressed down mercilessly on Zhao Ze's spine. His bones were screaming in anguish. His muscles trembled uncontrollably. Fear. An ultimate fear that originated from the depths of his soul, from primal instinct, instantly consumed all his reason and pride. No. Zhao Ze struggled to force out a broken word from his throat. He wanted to retreat. But in sheer terror, he discovered that under this terrifying pressure, he couldn't even move a finger. He could only watch helplessly as Su Ye's cold eyes drew nearer. It was like staring at a corpse that had already turned cold. Drip. A drop of pale yellow liquid fell from Zhao Ze's custom white martial outfit onto the alloy arena. He wet himself. This proud and arrogant young master of the Zhao family, upon sensing the merciless intent to kill, completely broke down, losing control in front of an audience of 100,000 people. On the high platform in the VIP viewing area, the once relaxed Grandmaster Lei Potion, who was ready to step in to save Su Yu at any moment, suddenly leapt up from his seat. The solid wood chair beneath him was instantly reduced to fine powder by a hint of the blood energy he unconsciously leaked. Lei Potion's eyes, like copper bells, were fixed on the center of the arena. His eyeballs were nearly popping out. 100 points. He exclaimed in shock, his voice filled with disbelief. Warrior realm. Madness. This world had gone completely mad. A regular high school student who had only 0.8 blood energy 3 days ago, scoring a perfect 10. For on the blood energy tester was already unbelievable. Yet now he stepped onto the arena and exploded with 100 points of blood energy. This was not just an inflated show of wealth. This was clearly an ancient beast in sheep's clothing, feigning weakness to lure in its prey. 100 points against 10 points. This was no competition. Yet now he stepped onto the arena and exploded with 100 points of blood energy. This was not just an inflated show of wealth. The blood energy that Su Yu had unleashed carried an extremely pure intent to kill. He truly intended to kill Zhao Ze on the spot. If a young master from a prominent family were to die in the examination arena, he, as the president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association, would undoubtedly bear the blame. Meanwhile, on the other side of the viewing platform in the VIP box, clang. The expensive first-grade beast blood tea in Zhao Tianxiang's hand was smashed to the ground. The scalding tea splashed onto his expensive leather shoes, but he was completely oblivious. He clutched the glass wall of the box tightly, his face pressed against it, his features twisted in shock and fear. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhao Tianxiang raged madly. Wasn't he 0.8? Wasn't he 10? Foray. Where did this 100+ points of blood energy come from? Cheating. He must be cheating. The butler at this moment, his legs had gone limp, his body drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from water. The butler's teeth chattered, his mind racing. It was solved. The disappearance of old Mo finally had a clue. But this clue sent a chilling sensation from his feet straight to the top of his head. 100 points of blood energy. The butler stared intently at Su Yu in the arena, his pupils trembling violently. No way. Even if this kid had been hiding his strength to the utmost, unleashing 100 points of blood energy, he could never have silently killed old Mo. Who was old Mo? A fugitive with 110 blood energy, who had survived for over a decade in the wilderness and underground markets. A high school student, even if his blood energy surged, faced with an experienced killer, would surely be killed on the spot without a chance to call for help. Yet old Mo had vanished without a trace. No living being or corpse could be found. The butler swallowed hard, two horrifying guesses coiling around his heart like venomous snakes. First, this kid not only surpassed 100 blood energy, but was also as cunning as the sea, employing extremely ruthless and cruel methods. He must have set a deadly trap the moment old Mo thought he was only 0.8. If it wasn't like that, then only the second possibility remained. A possibility that the butler dared not even think about. He could disguise 100 points of blood energy as 0. 8. The butler trembled all over, despair flooding his eyes. Then this 100 points. Could it truly be his entire trump card? If 100 points were still a disguise, what terrifying monster was hidden within this emaciated body? Below the arena, Lin Xiaoxiao stood dazed in place. Her pure and beautiful eyes were wide open, round as saucers. Her rosy lips slightly parted, forgetting even to breathe. 100 points of blood energy. A warrior. Lin Xiaoxiao felt her worldview was being violently shaken. She recalled how she had boasted yesterday in the private restaurant, claiming she would protect him, that she would teach him how to dodge Zhao Ze's attacks, even generously gifting him a bottle of third-tier blood-nourishing pill. In retrospect, it was simply ludicrous to the extreme. This fraud. Lin Xiaoxiao murmured to herself, her heart racing wildly in her chest. How many secrets does he still keep hidden? On the arena, time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Su Ye's gaze was as cold as ice. He did not employ any martial techniques, simply gathering the full force of 100 points of vitality in his right shoulder. Then extremely simply and brutally he charged towards the utterly stunned Zhao Ze. This impact, if it connected, Zhao Ze's sternum would shatter instantly, and his internal organs would be reduced to a mushy pulp by the violent vitality. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Just at the thousandth of a second before Su Ye's shoulder was about to touch Zhao Ze's body. Boom. A terrifying afterimage instantly tore through the barriers of space, appearing directly. Stop! Lei Patian let out a deafening roar. He was not being arrogant. Facing a warrior erupting with 100 points of vitality, even as a grandmaster, he had to mobilize his own vitality for defense under such urgent circumstances. From 0. 8 to 1. 8. Though still far from the passing line of 6 for the college entrance exam, this proved one thing. The system was real. Bang! The two extremely violent forces collided explosively at the center of the arena. A visible wave of white energy surged outward in a circular pattern from the two. The alloy guardrails at the edge of the arena were directly blown away by this energy wave. The front row audience was even blown to the point of being unable to open their eyes, letting out screams of terror. Staggering back, Su Yu took 3 steps backward. With each step, he left a deep footprint on the hard. Meanwhile, Lei Patian stood firm like a rooted pine tree, remaining completely still. However, the hand he pressed against Su Ye's shoulder trembled imperceptibly. The Grandmaster had entered the scene. Su Yu halted his steps, looking at Lei Patian, standing in front of Zhao Ze, a flicker of understanding passing through his deep gaze. He knew he couldn't kill Zhao Ze today. With this Grandmaster who had over 100,000 points of vitality protecting him, even if he unsealed all his vitality locks and unleashed the strength of a martial artist, it was absolutely impossible to kill someone right under the opponent's nose. Since he couldn't kill him, what should he do? Let Zhao Ze go? He was unwilling. The longer such a person lived, the more discomfort he would feel each day. He had to kill. Su Ye's brain was racing in less than 1/10 of a second. A forced kill? No way. In front of the Grandmaster, he simply couldn't do it. Even at his peak, he only had a vitality value of 1,000 unless he relied on the system to add points. If he invested 200,000 points, could he kill? Su Yu was uncertain. If he failed to kill, he might expose his greatest trump card, which would be a loss. Was he really going to let it go like this? Absolutely not. In Su Ye's dictionary, there was no concept of letting a tiger return to the mountain. If he didn't kill him today, it would be he who felt disgusted. Wait, what if he let Zhao Ze come to him to kill? An idea quietly formed in Su Ye's mind. The breath control technique surged violently within him. Buzz. The terrifying pressure of a martial artist that had filled the arena vanished in an instant like the retreating tide. Moreover, Su Yu even intentionally reversed a trace of vitality, forcefully injuring a minor meridian within himself. His complexion instantly turned as pale as paper. There was not a trace of blood color. Large drops of cold sweat poured down his forehead. His previously straight back now slightly hunched over. Breathing became extremely rapid and heavy, like a damaged bellows struggling to pull in air. 110 points. 5 points. Ultimately, Su Ye's vitality fluctuation firmly stopped at the initial number. 0.8. Weak. Utterly weak. As if a gust of wind could blow him down. Su Yu raised his head, and those originally deep and cold eyes now became dull and lifeless. He looked at Lei Patian, forcing a smile that was extremely strained and bitter. His voice was hoarse and intermittent. Lei, President Lei, is this considered a win? A single phrase combined with Su Ye's current precarious state, as if he might collapse and die at any moment in the arena, immediately plunged the entire venue into a deathly silence. Lei Patian was stunned. He looked at the boy before him, whose vitality had plummeted to the bottom, weak to the point of being unable to stand. His face was pale, drenched in sweat, and even his breathing was raspy like a broken bellows. What happened? How could that genuine, violently surging 100 points of martial artist vitality just vanish into thin air? Lei Patian furrowed his brow. As a grandmaster, he absolutely did not believe that a person's vitality could disappear in an instant like a magic trick. A trace of extremely concealed yet condensed to perfection mental energy shot out from Lei Patian's brow and silently entered Su Ye's body. He wanted to personally investigate the boy's true state. However, the results of the investigation made this seasoned grandmaster's heart tremble violently. Empty. The vast power of vitality that was like an ocean within Su Ye's meridians had completely vanished. In its place was an extremely weak, even less than 1 point of mixed vitality slowly flowing. What was even more terrifying was that Lei Patian clearly saw that there were several minor meridians in Su Ye's chest that had turned extremely, severely blocked and torn. This is completely drained himself. Lei Patian gasped in shock. He had not seen through Su Ye's breath control technique. Under his powerful perception of mental energy, Su Yu not only showed no signs of hiding his vitality, but instead displayed an extremely tragic state of exhaustion after overextending his power. After a brief shock and pause drawing from years of martial experience, Lei Patian subconsciously thought, forbidden technique. Lei Patian took a deep breath in his heart. This boy actually used some forbidden technique that overdraws the essence of life to forcibly raise his vitality. In the long martial history of the Great Xia Kingdom, there indeed exist some extremely sinister secret arts. They can burn one's lifespan and vital foundation in a very short time to unleash power far beyond their own realm. But the cost is extremely painful. At best, the meridians would be severed, leaving one crippled for life. At worst, instant death. Lei Patian looked at Su Ye's vitality fluctuation that had plummeted to 0.8 and his pale face. A complex emotion suddenly rose in his heart. There was shock, regret, and even a trace of admiration. What a fierce temperament. To win this match and enter Kyoto Martial University, he actually destroyed his own martial foundation, using this all-or-nothing method to unleash a lethal strike of 100 points of vitality. Lei Patian sighed. According to the rules of the competition, if a referee intervenes to save a contestant, that contestant is naturally deemed to have lost. You? Lei Patian looked at Su Yu, his gaze now carrying a trace of pity. You have won. Lei Patian turned around, facing the entire arena, his voice like a thunderous bell. The first match. Su Yu victory. I refuse to accept it. Just as Lei Patian announced the result in the next second, a piercing and humiliating howl erupted on the arena. Zhao Zhe. He finally snapped back to reality from the extreme fear he had just experienced. When he realized that he had actually wet himself in front of an audience of 100,000 people, an overwhelming sense of humiliation worse than death consumed his sanity in an instant. He saw Su Ye's current state. His face was pale, on the verge of collapsing, and his vitality had dropped to a pitiful 0.8. He was finished. That kid must have used some evil technique to exhaust himself. He was now a complete waste. I don't need protection. Zhao Zhe sprang up from the ground like a mad dog. His eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Su Yu, roaring in, President Lei, on what grounds do you declare me the loser? I didn't lose at all. I can still fight. He can't even stand now, I could crush him with a single finger. I am absolutely his opponent. Let me kill him. Zhao Zhe had completely lost his sanity. His mind was filled with just one thought. Tear Su Yu apart. In the most brutal way, let this garbage which had humiliated him be beaten to death on the arena. Enough. Lei Patian frowned, and a terrifying pressure belonging to a grandmaster instantly descended upon Zhao Zhe, forcing him to kneel on the ground with a thud, unable to move. According to the arena rules, if the referee intervenes, the outcome is decided. What? Zhao family brat, are you questioning my judgment? President Lei calmed down. Just then a hurried voice came from the direction of the VIP box. Zhao Tianxiong leaped down from over 10 meters high and landed steadily at the edge of the arena. He looked at his son kneeling on the ground with yellow liquid dripping from his pants. His face turned ashen. What a disgrace. He had completely embarrassed the Zhao family. However, no matter how humiliating it was, he was still his son. Furthermore, this concerned the special admission quota of the top martial arts university in the capital. If he were judged to lose like this, Zhao Zhe's path to greatness would be utterly ruined. Zhao Tianxiong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. He walked up to Lei Patian and slightly cupped his hands. President Lei, my son is young and ignorant. He has offended you, and I apologize on his behalf. However, Zhao Tianxiong quickly shifted his tone. His gaze turned extremely cold as he stared at the swaying Su Yu. But President Lei, the judgment of this match may be difficult to accept, right? Zhao Tianxiong raised his voice so that the entire audience could hear him clearly. Everyone can see it. This candidate named Su Yu obviously used some forbidden evil technique earlier to forcefully unleash 100 points of vitality. And now, due to the backlash of the technique, he has become so weak that he is less than a waste with 0. 8. Vitality. My son may have been intimidated by this evil energy for a moment, but he did not suffer any substantial harm. If it were a real life-and-death battle, the one who would laugh last would definitely be my son. Zhao Tianxiong turned around pointing at Suyu, shouting righteously. This does not count. This match absolutely does not count. The referee is biased towards Suyu. I demand an immediate resumption of the match. Let the two candidates decide the winner fairly. Shameless. Extremely shameless. The audience erupted in an uproar. Anyone with eyes could see that if Lei Patillon hadn't intervened, Zhao Zhe would have already been turned into a pile of meat paste. Now seeing Suyu weakened, he actually jumped out to say he wanted to continue the match. How shameless could he be? But Zhao Tianxiong didn't care. In this world of the survival of the fittest, what is face worth? As long as he could secure a spot in the capital's martial arts university, as long as he could kill Suyu, he didn't care if he was reviled by the entire city, he would accept it. You're talking nonsense. Suddenly a crisp and furious shout came from below the arena. Bang! A black figure leaped onto the arena like lightning, directly blocking in front of Suyu. Lin Xiaoxiao? The top rich girl of Jiang City at this moment looked like an angry little leopard. She spread her arms wide, firmly protecting Suyu behind her. In her pure and beautiful eyes a blazing fury burned. She stared intently at Zhao Tianxiong and Zhao Zhe. Zhao Tianxiong, do you still care about your old face? Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at Zhao Tianxiong's nose, cursing loudly, completely disregarding her image as a noble lady. Biased. Are you blind, or did a dog eat your heart? Lin Xiaoxiao was shaking with anger, and her eyes were even a bit red. She suddenly turned around and pointed at the swaying, pale-faced Suyu behind her. Her voice carried a hint of undeniable concern and anger. Look at him. Look at how weak he is now. If President Lei hadn't intervened, just now your son would have been reduced. Now he risked his life to win, and his meridians are ruined. Yu Zhao family actually took advantage of his weakness and said you want to continue the match. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly turned her head, glaring at the kneeling Zhao Zhe. Her eyes were filled with extreme disdain and contempt. Zhao Zhe, what kind of man are you? You wet your pants from being scared in a fight, and now that he is weakened you jump out to act tough. I spit. Lin Xiaoxiao's words were like a barrage of gunfire. Every word pierced the heart, directly scolding Zhao Tianxiong and Zhao Zhe until they were drenched in blood and left without a shred of dignity. The audience was initially dead silent. Then a wave of uncontrollable laughter and murmurs erupted. Exactly. This is too shameless. The Zhao family's behavior is just too ugly. Wetting your pants and still wanting to continue fighting. What are you going to do? Fight with urine? The mocking voices surged like a tsunami from all directions. Zhao Tianxiong's face turned from green to white, looking even worse than if he had eaten a dead fly. He was the head of the Zhao Martial Arts Academy, a prominent figure in Jiang City. When had he ever been scolded like this by a little girl? Lin Xiaoxiao. Zhao Tianxiong gritted his teeth, his eyes dark and terrifying. This is the arena. This is an examination. It's not a place for you to play house. Get down now. I won't get down. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her chin defiantly, standing her ground. As long as I am here today, no one can touch a single hair on him. She turned her head to look at Suyu behind her, observing his pale face and rapid breathing. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly tightened. She reached out her hand, wanting to support Suyu. But fearing to touch his injured meridians, her hand froze in midair, her eyes turning red. Are you silly? Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her voice, carrying a hint of a sob. Is it worth it to harm yourself like this for a quota? Suyu looked at the girl who stood in front of him, turning against the Zhao family for his sake. Feeling her unwavering support and concern, a complex emotion flashed in the depths of his dim eyes. He wanted to tell Lin Xiaoxiao, don't cry. I'm pretending. But right now I really cannot say it. Under the watchful eyes of the Grand Master, even the slightest transmission or secretive action could lead to utter failure. The performance must be complete. Moreover, it must be so convincing that even the Grand Master would believe it without doubt. Suyu took a deep breath. This extremely ordinary breath triggered a violent fit of coughing. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. He clutched his chest, his pale face flushed with a sickly hue due to the intensity of the coughing. His body swayed precariously as if it could collapse like a withered branch at any moment. Yet he still extended a hand, gently resting it on Lin Xiaoxiao's slender shoulder. Lin, classmate. Suyu's voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. Step aside. Lin Xiaoxiao trembled and turned her head sharply. Seeing Suyu in such a weak state, expending all his strength just to stand, her eyes instantly reddened. Are you crazy? You can barely defeat an ordinary person now. What do you plan to do against that scoundrel? Get out of my way. He'll handle the rest. As the daughter of a prestigious family, Lin Xiaoxiao had countless ways to deal with Zhao Zhe. She even swore fiercely in her heart that as long as Suyu could walk off the platform alive today, Zhao Zhe would completely vanish from Jiang City tonight. If she had known how despicable Zhao was, she should have sent someone to crush him in the sewer 3 days ago. However, Suyu did not back down. He applied a slight pressure with the hand resting on Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, gently pushing her aside by an inch. Su Yu looked past Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulder beyond the frantic Xiao Tianxiong and over the kneeling, grim-faced Zhao Ze. His gaze landed squarely on Grandmaster Lei Patian. On the platform, a deathly silence reigned. All eyes of the 100,000 spectators were fixed on this seemingly on the verge of collapse commoner. President Lei Su Yu spoke up. His voice was not loud, intermittent, yet it echoed clearly in the silence. Just now, Director Zhao said. To continue the match. Su Yu gasped for breath as if each word was a burden of immense pain. A flash of extreme surprise crossed his weary tiger-like eyes. He had thought Su Yu would take the opportunity. A flash of extreme surprise crossed his weary tiger-like eyes. He had thought Su Yu would take the opportunity to step down. After all, preserving one's life was already fortunate. Are you sure? Lei Patian furrowed his brow, his voice booming with undeniable pressure. Young man, I see your current state very clearly. Your vital energy is depleted, your meridians are damaged. You are no better than an ordinary person. Continuing the match, you might not even have the chance to concede, you would be killed on the spot. Moreover, you have already won. Even if there are issues, it would be the responsibility of the president, not yours, to worry about. Lei Patian was subtly indicating to Su Yu not to act impulsively. The fall of a genius was the last thing he wished to see. Yet Su Yu merely forced a faint smile. I understand. He nodded. Then he raised his dim eyes and stared directly at Lei Patian, posing a question that sent a chill down the spine of the 100,000 spectators, causing their brains to momentarily freeze. President Lei, I just want to confirm the rules. If, in the upcoming match, I accidentally kill my opponent, that wouldn't be considered a crime, right? Boom. With this statement, it was as if a heavy bomb had been dropped in the entire combat arena. Everyone thought they had misheard. The silence was deafening. Even a needle dropping could be heard clearly. A few seconds later, a gasp of cold air erupted from the stands. He's crazy. This kid must be insane. Who does he think he is? The embodiment of a grandmaster. A mere cripple who can barely stand asking if murder is a crime. He's definitely lost his mind from the stress. Even Lei Patian was taken aback. As a grandmaster who had roamed the wilderness for decades, he had seen countless arrogant young disciples. But someone like Su Yu, who was clearly half a step into the grave yet dared to casually ask such a question before him, was unprecedented. Lei Patian scrutinized Su Yu from head to toe, attempting to find a flaw of bravado in his eyes. However, there was none. Those dim eyes, though dull, were as deep as a dry well. Calm as still water. There was no fear, no despair, not even a trace of reverence for death. Only an extremely pure, heart-stopping calmness. In your current state, Lei Patian secretly, you actually still think about killing? Internally, he actually felt a bit disdainful. He thought Su Yu couldn't possibly accomplish it. A martial artist with depleted vital energy and severe injuries, how could he kill a 10-3-level martial student skilled in profound martial arts? Would he just use his head to charge in? Yet at the same time, Lei Patian secretly elevated his opinion of Su Yu. He truly had ideas. Not only ruthless to others, but even harsher on himself. The enmity between these two was clear, even to an outsider. It was definitely a situation of no survival. However, Lei Patian narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's not even discuss whether you can kill in this state. I, the Grandmaster, am standing here. With a Grandmaster as the referee, how do you expect to kill? Do you think my 100,000 vital energy is just for show? Not a crime. Lei Patian retracted his thoughts and coldly spat out 3 words. In martial science, competitions on the arena, life and death, are irrelevant. This is the iron law of the great Xia kingdom. As long as the opponent does not shout for surrender or falls to the ground unresponsive, any party that kills the other bears no legal responsibility. Lei Patian looked at Su Yu extremely solemnly, adding one last sentence. The premise is you have that ability. On the other side, Zhao Ze, kneeling on the ground, was utterly stunned. He gaped, staring at Su Yu like an idiot. His mind was buzzing. Kill me. He wants to kill me. After a moment of confusion, an absurd sense of farce suddenly surged in Zhao Ze's heart. He wanted to laugh, but he suppressed it to the point where his entire face twisted, his shoulders shaking violently. Ha! Ha ha! Zhao Ze finally couldn't hold it in anymore, bursting into an extremely wild, even somewhat neurotic laughter. Kill me. With your current state. This child must not be spared. Too ruthless. This mad dog mentality, willing to bite off a piece of flesh from the enemy, even if it means mutual destruction before dying. If he is allowed to live today, even if he becomes useless, he will definitely be a hidden danger in the future. Moreover, the way he asked this question clearly indicates he has no intention of admitting defeat. This is simply a godsend opportunity. Here on the stage of the college entrance examination, it is the perfect moment for my son to openly kill this significant threat in front of the entire Jiangxing. Even the grandmasters could find no faults. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhao Tianxiong's eyes. He stepped forward without hesitation and directly started to fan the flames. Good. Zhao Tianxiong shouted, his voice drowning out the noise of the crowd. Suyu, he'll give you some credit for having a bit of backbone. Since you've said this much, I Zhao am not unreasonable. If you really have the ability to kill my son on this stage in front of President Lei and 100,000 people, I Zhao Tianxiong swear that the Zhao family will not pursue this matter. But if you are killed by my son, Zhao Tianxiong sneered, his tone chilling, then you will have brought it upon yourself, and you cannot blame anyone else. This was shameless to the extreme. To speak of taking advantage of others' misfortune so grandly. Lin Xiaoxiao was completely enraged. She suddenly turned around and grabbed Su Ye's arm. Her nails were almost digging into his flesh. Is it really necessary? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice trembled, tears finally welling up in her eyes. Suyu, what are you really after? Are you risking your life for a hollow reputation? For a moment of pride? In your current state, he could kill you with a single slap. Lin Xiaoxiao was frantic, unable to comprehend Su Ye's seemingly suicidal behavior. In her view, Zhao Zhe was already a dead man. As long as he stepped down from the stage, she had countless ways to make the Zhao family fall into ruin. Why put herself at risk using her broken body to fight a mad dog? Suyu felt the tremor in his arm. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's face, flushed with anxiety and anger. Her clear eyes were filled with nothing but concern for him. Suyu sighed softly in his heart. He reached back and grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's wrist, applying a slight force to pull her hand away from his arm. Don't worry. Suyu looked into her eyes, his tone exceedingly calm. So calm that there was not a hint of fluctuation. Even at the moment their gazes met. In the depths of Su Ye's profound gaze, a hint of mockery flashed briefly, one that only Lin Xiaoxiao could understand. This hint of mockery vanished in an instant, so fast it seemed like an illusion. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. She stared blankly at Suyu. Her mind short-circuited for a moment. Mockery. How could a man on the verge of death have such an expression? Could it be? An incredible thought suddenly flashed through Lin Xiaoxiao's mind. But before she could think further, Suyu had already turned his head to look at Lei Patian. President Lei. Suyu took a deep breath and straightened his slightly hunched back. I agree, let's continue. Final confirmation. Those 4 words were spoken with conviction, severing all retreat paths. Lin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears. Furious, she stomped her foot on the alloy floor, and the tears finally fell. Not worried. Look at you, how can I not worry? She gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Su Ye's back. If you die, I will absolutely wipe out the Zhao family to accompany you in death. This extremely malicious oath, spoken from the mouth of this pure-hearted young lady, carried a heartbreaking stubbornness. On the high platform, Lei Patian cast a deep glance at Suyu. Since the party involved has made a decision, he as the referee had no right to forcibly terminate the match. The path of martial arts is inherently about life and death. Good. Lei Patian nodded, turning his gaze to Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe, what about you? Do you agree to continue this contest? I agree. Of course I agree. Zhao Zhe shouted impatiently. His face was filled with fanaticism, his eyes revealing a perverse pleasure at the thought of torturing prey. Would I be afraid of him? He's just a useless person with withered vitality. Today, in front of the entire city, I will personally crush his throat. Zhao Zhe laughed maniacally. His laughter echoed throughout the arena. Extremely arrogant, utterly invincible. Only, paired with the yellow liquid dripping from the custom-made pants of his pure, white martial arts outfit. This arrogant demeanor appeared ridiculous to the extreme. Like a clown who had just wet his pants, desperately performing his bravery on stage. The audience looked at this scene with disdain in their eyes. Yet no one spoke, because everyone knew that what was coming next would be an extremely brutal, one-sided massacre. Since both sides have no objections, Lei Patian waved his hand, a gentle, yet irresistible force of qi and blood surged forth. He forcibly pushed Lin Xiaoxiao, who refused to leave the stage, to the edge of the platform. Clear the stage. All unrelated personnel stepped down from the platform. Lin Xiaoxiao was pushed off the stage, gripping the alloy railing tightly, her knuckles turning white from the effort. She stared intently at the thin figure in the center of the stage. Even her breath seemed to stop. Zhao Tianxiong also sneered, leaping down from the stage. He returned to his VIP box. He picked up a cup of freshly brewed tea, comfortably leaning back on the sofa, ready to enjoy the performance of his son, unleashing his prowess. In the center of the stage, only Su Yu and Zhao Zhe remained. 20 meters apart. The air was thick with a suffocating, killing intent. Suyu. Zhao Zhe twisted his neck, the bones cracking sharply. The smile on his face completely vanished, replaced by an extreme coldness. On this day next year, it will be your death anniversary. Boom. The ferocious qi and blood of 10-3 erupted from Zhao Ze's body without reservation. The pure white martial arts outfit rustled. The low-grade Xian class martial skill crushing rock palm. Starting stance. This time he held nothing back and pushed his qi and blood to the utmost. In his palm, the white wave of energy was even denser than before, even carrying a hint of a piercing sonic boom. He aimed for a lethal strike. He would not give the Grandmaster another chance to intervene. And opposite him, Su Yu still stood in place, his face pale, breathing heavily. He didn't even raise his hands, but quietly watched the rampant Zhao Ze. Lei Patian raised his right hand high, his gaze locked firmly on the two on the stage. The 100,000 qi and blood within him were like a volcano ready to erupt, prepared to intervene at any moment. He absolutely would not allow Su Yu to die before his eyes. The entire crowd of 100,000 held their breath. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Fight again. Begin. With Lei Potion's thunderous shout, his right hand swung down heavily. Boom. The alloy floor beneath Zhao Ze cracked again. He transformed into a white shadow, carrying terrifying force that could crush everything, charging madly to die. The god of death descends. Boom. The violent shockwave erupted on the arena. Zhao Ze, like a completely mad beast, charged towards Su Yu with a full score of 10. 3 vitality and the terrifying might of the low-tier Xian class martial skill shattered rock palm. Die. Die for me. Zhao Ze roared. His palms flew and white energy tore through the air, creating sharp sonic booms. He intended to use the most brutal and violent method to completely tear apart this commoner who had humiliated. Su Yu moved. He did not counterattack, nor did he unleash any vitality. Instead, he clumsily retreated backwards. Zhao Ze's palm grazed past Su Yu's nose, the violent palm wind leaving a bloody mark on Su Yu's. It was a narrow escape. Su Yu stumbled, seemingly losing his balance, and awkwardly leaned to the left. Bang! Zhao Ze's other palm slammed down hard on the alloy floor where Su Yu had just stood. The hard special alloy was struck, forming a palm imprint deep enough to reach an inch. Debris flew everywhere. Su Yu gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if every dodge drained him of all his strength. He continued to retreat, his steps unsteady. Under Zhao Ze's relentless assault, he felt like a lone boat in a vast sea ready to be capsized by the raging waves. He had no power to fight back. Dodge. How long can you keep dodging? Zhao Ze sneered, the bloodthirsty light in his eyes growing strong. He reveled in the thrill of this cat-and mouse game. He wanted to watch Su Yu exhaust his strength in fear and despair, eventually begging like a dead dog at his. Below the arena, Lin Xiaoxiao clutched the cold alloy railing tightly. Her pure and beautiful eyes were brimming with tears. Her vision was already blurred. Stop hitting him. Please stop hitting him. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her pale lips, her voice trembling. She really couldn't bear to watch any longer. Su Yu's current state was too tragic. Every dodge felt like a brush with death. He was clearly at the brink of collapse, and he could survive just by shouting his surrender. Why was he still holding on? For that pitiful sense of pride, was he really willing to risk his life? On the other side of the stands in the VIP box, Zhao Tianxiong comfortably leaned back on the genuine leather sofa, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. He watched Su Yu pushed to the brink by his son. Zhao Tianxiong's gloomy expression cleared, replaced by a triumphant hearty laugh. Huh. Good. Keep it up. Zhao Tianxiong slapped his thigh. Zaire, don't be in a hurry to kill him. Take your time. Let him know the consequences of offending the Zhao family. The butler beside him finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he smiled obsequiously. The master is right. This kid was indeed just using some dark arts to bluff, and now his true self is revealed. He can't even touch a corner of the young master's clothes. He is simply a waste. The spot in the Kyoto Martial University belongs to no one else but the young master. In everyone's eyes, this one-sided slaughter with no suspense had already entered the countdown. However, no one knew. At this moment on the arena, the seemingly desperate Su Yu, who looked like he could fall at any moment. In the depths of his dim eyes, however, there was a terrifying calmness. He was constantly calculating the distance angle and the mentality of the Grand Master. Dodge, clumsiness, those were all mere illusions he had created. With his terrifying strength of a 1,000-point martial artist, Zhao Ze's proud attack speed seemed slower than a snail in his eyes. The reason he was not fighting back was that he knew his true opponent was not the barking mad dog before him, but the Grand Master above Lei Potion, whose vitality surpassed 1,000 and whose spiritual power was firmly locked onto the entire arena. Su Yu was fully aware. The Grand Master's reaction speed was too fast. As long as he leaked even the slightest intention to kill or made any move to counterattack, he wanted to retreat. He wanted to scream for help. He wanted to shout for surrender to the Grandmaster on the high platform. But Su Yu didn't give him that chance at all. In that extremely brief moment, when Zhao Ze's strike landed, old power was exhausted and new strength had yet to arise, and he was dazed by the recoil. Su Yu moved. He slowly raised his head. On that face, which had been as pale as paper, where was there even a hint of weakness or pain? Those eyes, which were originally dull and lifeless, were now as deep as an unfathomable abyss, with a kind of aloof indifference, as if looking down on mere ants. You? Zhao Ze looked into those eyes, his soul trembling. Su Yu said nothing. He simply, with the two of them so close together, casually raised his right hand. Lightly, He threw a punch. This punch seemed to lack any force, nor did it carry any fluctuation of vital energy. Like an old man practicing Tai Chi in the park, its trajectory was aimed directly at Zhao's already fractured right arm. On the high platform, Lei Patian had just stood up preparing to announce the end of the match. Seeing Su Yes light punch, his brow furrowed slightly, still struggling in desperation. Unfortunately, it is all meaningless now. Lei Patian shook his head. However, at the moment Su Yes' fist was about to touch Zhao's arm in that thousandth of a second, an extraordinary change occurred. Su Yes' light punch suddenly changed its trajectory without warning. The punch transformed into a claw, with a terrifying speed that defied the laws of physics and surpassed human visual limits. Suddenly it slashed upward. Target: Zhao's throat. At the same time, within Su Yes' body, that terrifying surge of vital energy that had been tightly locked away by the concealing breath technique suppressed for so long. In that moment, it shattered completely. Boom. There was no warning. There was no gradual build-up. Not 10 points. Not 100 points. But 1,000 points. A full 1,000 points of vital energy. The terrifying pressure of the martial master realm was like a nuclear bomb detonating in the center of the arena. The red glow of vital energy was so dense it appeared black. It transformed into a blood-red pillar of light that shattered the reinforced glass dome of the combat hall. The violent shockwave spread out in a circular fashion. The alloy railings at the edge of the platform were instantly torn to shreds. The front row audience members didn't even have time to gasp before being flung away by this terrifying pressure. The entire Jiang City First Martial Arts High School trembled violently under this power. What? On the high platform, Grandmaster Lei Potion's pupils contracted to the extreme in that instant. On his weathered face, an unprecedented ghostly horror finally surfaced. 1,000 points. Martial Master Realm. How is that possible? How could an 18-year-old high school student possess the cultivation of the Martial Master Realm? Moreover, he actually disguised 1,000 points of vital energy as 0.8. Even his Grandmaster-level spiritual sense was completely deceived. Stop! Lei Potion's eyes were bloodshot, and he erupted into a roar that shook the entire city. The 100,000 points of vital energy within him burned wildly, trying to tear through space to save Zhao. But it was too late. His momentary lapse had become the deadliest mistake. At the moment, Lei Patian reacted just as he was about to gather his vital energy. Su Yes' hand, as solid as steel, had already firmly locked onto Zhao's throat. Zhao's eyes bulged wide, his pupils almost popping out of their sockets. He felt the terrifying power pressing down on his throat, feeling the imminent destruction that belonged to the martial master realm. Endless despair and regret instantly engulfed him. He wanted to beg for mercy. He wanted to say he was wrong. He wanted to offer up 1,000,000 hands. But with his throat locked, he could only emit desperate gasps. Su Yu looked into Zhao's terrified eyes. In his gaze there was not a shred of pity. I said. Su Yes' voice amidst the roaring vital energy was extremely clear as it reached Zhao's ears. Cold, deathly silence. The last words are finished. You can now depart. As the words fell, Su Yes' fingers without hesitation abruptly closed. Crack. A crisp, piercing sound of bones shattering echoed through the silent combat hall, clearly reaching everyone's ears through the loudspeakers. Zhao's cervical vertebra was crushed by Su Yes' single hand. Life was instantly severed. Those eyes filled with fear and despair completely lost their luster. His head hung limply at an extremely bizarre angle. Bang! Su Yu released his hand. Zhao's body fell heavily to the cracked alloy floor like a puddle of mud. Blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth, staining the pure white custom martial arts uniform. Dead. The young master of the Zhao family's martial arts hall in Jiang City. A genius with a vital energy value of 10.3. Just like a chicken being slaughtered, he was publicly crushed to death on the examination stage. Silence. A deathly stillness. The enormous space of the combat hall capable of holding 100,000 people. At this moment it seemed to be drained of all air and sound. No one spoke. No one breathed. Everyone stood like rigid statues fixated on the center of the stage, staring at the corpse lying in a pool of blood, staring at the thin young man standing beside the corpse radiating a terrifying vital energy of 1,000 points. Their brains froze completely. The worldview collapsed suddenly. Beneath the platform, Lin Xiaoxiao's tears had yet to dry. She stared blankly at Su Yes' tall figure, feeling the terrifying pressure that even caused her, a mid-level martial artist, to struggle for breath. Her red lips parted slightly, completely stunned. 1,000 points. Martial master. She recalled yesterday in the VIP room boasting that she would protect him and teach him how to avoid attacks. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed bright red. A sense of extreme absurdity surged within her. That damned liar. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Zhao Tianxiang's ecstatic expression had frozen at the corner of his mouth. He remained in the posture of just now slapping his thigh, watching helplessly as his son had his throat crushed by Su Yu. Zaire, Zhao Tianxiong muttered to himself, his voice sounding like a dream. The next second, an indescribable extreme grief and furious wrath surged up, rushing towards his head. Ah! Little beast, I want you to be torn to shreds. Boom. Zhao Tianxiong directly smashed through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the VIP room, charging toward the platform like a madman. However, before he could get close to the platform, a burly figure had already appeared in the center of the stage, as if teleporting. Grandmaster Lei Patian. He stood with his back to Su Yu, his face ashen to the extreme. In those weathered eyes a complex swirl of emotions rolled. Shock, anger, disbelief, and a hint of uncontainable admiration. He had misjudged him. Thoroughly misjudged him. This common youth, whom he deemed to be a superficial nouveau riche, not only possessed a terrifying cultivation of 1,000 points in the martial master realm, but also harbored a deep-seated cunning and decisiveness. Under the very eyes of a grandmaster, he had skillfully deceived his perception and killed his opponent. According to the laws of the Daxiao kingdom, life and death are not questioned on the arena. Su Yu had even specifically confirmed the rules with him earlier. Lei Patian took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart. He looked at Zhao Tianxiong, who was rushing over, and waved his large sleeve. A gentle yet irresistible force directly pushed Zhao Tianxiong back several steps. President Lei, he killed my son. I want him to pay with his life. Zhao Tianxiong's eyes were bloodshot, roaring madly. Shut up. Lei Patian shouted violently, the pressure of the Grandmaster instantly enveloping the entire arena. He turned around, looking with a complex expression at Su Yu, who had already gathered his vital energy and returned to a calm and profound state. He remained silent for a long time. Lei Potion's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, spreading throughout Jiang City. Practical assessment, first match. Su Yu victory. Silence. A deathly stillness. In the first combat venue of Jiang City, which can accommodate 100,000 people, even the sound of a pin dropping on the ground could be heard clearly. The phrase Su Yu victory from Lei Patian still echoed beneath the towering dome. Yet everyone's minds remained in a state of complete shutdown. 1,000 points of vitality. Martial Master. This term was far too distant, too fantastical for 99% of those present. The martial arts system of the Great Xia Kingdom is strictly hierarchical. 100 points of vitality signify a martial artist, and 1,000 points of vitality equate to 10 times that of a martial artist. This is a true martial master who can externally project vitality and condense qi into weapons. In a small city like Jiang City, a martial master is enough to establish a sect and become a local overlord. And now, this terrifying pressure belonging to the martial master unexpectedly emanated from an 18-year-old high school student wearing a faded old short-sleeve shirt. Boom. After a full half-minute, the stands finally erupted into a deafening uproar that seemed ready to overturn the venue. A martial master. My heavens. He is a martial master. 18 years old and a martial master. Is he even human? Insane. This world has absolutely gone mad. I actually witnessed a high school student who is a martial master. On the periphery of the crowd, Li Jiangwo, the homeroom teacher of class 3 grade 3 at Jiang City No. 3 high school. At this moment he was slumped in his seat like a pile of mud. He stared intently at the slender figure on the stage, radiating a terrifying aura like a deity. Tears and snot smeared across his face. Crying and laughing. Like a complete madman. 1 million. I forced out an 18-year-old martial master for 1 million. Li Jiangwo gave himself a hard slap. The sound was crisp and loud, but he felt no pain. He only felt a sense of despair plunging into an abyss. He knew he was finished. Not only was his teaching career thoroughly over, but the Jiang City Martial Arts Association might even send him to a military tribunal for persecuting an extraordinary genius. On the high platform, Master Lei Patian looked down at Su Yu on the stage. In his weathered eyes a terrifying brilliance rolled. No one knew better than him what it meant to be an 18-year-old martial master. In the 300 years since the founding of the Great Xia Kingdom, the martial arts flourished and geniuses were as numerous as the carp crossing the river. But before the college entrance examination at the age of 18, to forcibly break through the 1,000-point vitality barrier and enter the realm of martial master is exceedingly rare. No, it is not even rare. In Lei Patian's memory in the archives of the Great Xia Kingdom, it had only happened 3 times in history. Just 3 times. And those 3 individuals later, without exception, all became supreme martial gods who suppressed an era battling their way through countless beast tides. They are the true pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom. And now, the 4th one has appeared, right before his eyes, in this remote examination venue in Jiang City. Who? Lei Patian exhaled a long breath. The 100,000 points of vitality within him gradually calmed. He looked at Su Yu, this astute, decisive, and ruthless young man. In Lei Pation's eyes there was no longer the previous pity or condescension. What replaced it was a pure and equal appreciation. "You very good." Lei Pation spoke. His voice was not loud, but it clearly overpowered the uproar of 100,000 people through the master's overwhelming vitality. It reached everyone's ears. A heartfelt compliment. A master with over 10,000 points of vitality publicly gave the highest praise to an 18-year-old boy in front of the entire city. Su Yu stood in the center of the stage. Beneath his feet lay the gradually cold body of Zhao Ze. He raised his head to meet Lei Pation's gaze. In his deep-set eyes there was no trace of surprise from the master's praise. He slightly nodded. Neither humble nor arrogant. This demeanor once again made Lei Pation silently commend him in his heart. However, at this moment of glorious attention, a voice filled with extreme resentment and madness harshly shattered the atmosphere. "What a load of crap." Zhao Tianxiang's eyes were bloodshot like a demon emerging from hell. He stared at Su Yu, his features twisted to the extreme. "He killed my son. He is a murderer. President, you are a master. How can you shelter a murderer? I want him dead. I want him to accompany my son in death now." Boom. Zhao Tianxiang's vitality surged violently as a high-level martial artist. He disregarded everything and attempted to rush onto the stage again. The pain of losing a child had completely destroyed his sanity. He was now consumed by a single thought. Tear Su Yu apart. Flay this commoner. But before he could take half a step, humph, a chilling snort resounded from the high platform like a thunder. Lei Pation did not even need to take action. Just a glance. Boom. A terrifying pressure belonging to the master, as if it were tangible, directly penetrated the distance in space and slammed down on Zhao Tianxiang. Crack. Zhao Tianxiang's kneecaps made a sound of unbearable strain. He was completely pinned to the ground by this pressure, unable to move a single finger. Cold sweat instantly drenched his entire body. "Zhao Tianxiang." Lei Pation's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. "Did you think my words earlier were just the wind passing by your ears? On the stage, life and death are not to be debated. This is the iron rule of the Great Xia Kingdom. Your son was outmatched and died on the stage. That was his fate. What? Do you wish to trample upon the rules of the Great Xia Kingdom in front of me? Or do you wish to rebel?" The last two words landed like two heavy hammers on Zhao Tianxiang's heart. Rebellion. With that label, not only would he as the director of a martial arts school in Jiang City be executed, but even top families in the capital would face annihilation. An extreme fear finally doused the madness boiling in Zhao Tianxiang's heart like a bucket of ice water. Rationality returned to his brain in a humiliating manner. He became sober. He knew he absolutely could not strike. As long as he dared to harm a single hair on Su Yu, Lei Pation would not hesitate to slap him dead, and even the entire Zhao family would be uprooted. In the face of absolute power, the authority and wealth of the aristocracy were nothing but laughable jokes. "I dare not." Zhao Tianxiang gritted his teeth, swallowing the blood along with his words. He painstakingly struggled to rise from the ground. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Yu for one last glance, as if wanting to etch Su Yu's figure deep into his soul. Then, he staggered to the edge of the stage, picked up the limp body of Zhao Ze. Without a word, he turned and left the combat venue. His back was desolate, yet it exuded a chilling resentment. Su Yu watched Zhao Tianxiang's departing figure. His eyes narrowed slightly. If the roots are not removed, the spring breeze will cause them to grow again. He knew that he and the Zhao family were now in an irreconcilable deadlock. At that moment, pat, 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 a hurried sound of footsteps approached from behind the stage. A black silhouette rushed onto the alloy stage that had just experienced life and death battles without regard for anything. Lin Xiaoxiao. Her duckbill cap had fallen off, and her high ponytail traced a youthful arc in the air. She dashed directly in front of Su Yu. "Su Yu." Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed Su Yu's arm tightly. In her pure and beautiful eyes, traces of undried tears remained. She examined Su Yu up and down thoroughly. She touched his shoulder and pinched his arm. There were no wounds, no signs of vitality depletion. His muscles were as solid as fine steel forged 1,000 times, and the terrifying vitality belonging to a martial master, though now restrained, could still be felt as an unfathomable expanse. He was truly fine. He was not at the end of his strength. He was a genuine martial master. Confirming this point, the boulder that had been hanging in Lin Xiaoxiao's heart finally fell heavily. But immediately after, a wave of intense emotions mixed with embarrassment, shame, and anger surged up to her head. Her cheeks flushed bright red, so red that it seemed about to bleed. She recalled yesterday afternoon in that quaint private dining room where she shamelessly boasted to Su Yu, "You definitely can't beat me in real combat." She earnestly taught him how to evade Zhao as a shattered rock palm, even adopting the demeanor of a big sister and gifting him a bottle of third-tier blood-nourishing pill to stabilize his flickering vital energy. Heavens! Lin Xiaoxiao wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. How could she have taught a martial artist with 1,000 points of vital energy how to fight? This was akin to a primary school student who had just learned addition and subtraction earnestly teaching a university mathematics professor how to calculate 1 plus 1. Her whole body trembled slightly. You big liar. Bang. Lin Xiaoxiao finally couldn't hold back. She raised her delicate fist and punched Su Ye's shoulder. Calm face. Her whole body trembled slightly. You big liar. Bang. Lin Xiaoxiao finally couldn't hold back. She raised her delicate fist and punched Su Ye's shoulder. It was without the use of vital energy, completely the strength of a little girl throwing a tantrum. This natural, even slightly ambiguous physical contact caught the attention of numerous boys around the arena. That was Lin Xiaoxiao, the unreachable ice queen of Jiang City, the top wealthy heiress. When had she ever acted so flirtatiously towards a boy? Su Ye's lips curled up slightly. He did not dodge, allowing Lin Xiaoxiao's lightly fragrant body to approach him. I didn't lie to you. I just didn't say. How dare you retort? Lin Xiaoxiao, furious, punched him again, her eyes red like an angry little rabbit. Were you laughing at me yesterday? Did you find it particularly amusing to see me bouncing around like an idiot in front? How am I supposed to maintain my dignity as your sister? The more Lin Xiaoxiao spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. After all, she was a genius girl with 406 points of vital energy. From childhood to now, wherever she went, she was the center of attention. She had thought that in this college entrance examination, she would undoubtedly take the top spot and could also protect this stubborn boy. But it turned out well. He directly revealed 1,000 points of vital energy, rubbing her little pride into the ground until there was nothing left. Su Yu looked at the flustered girl before him. A hint of warmth flashed in his deep gaze. He knew Lin Xiaoxiao genuinely cared for him. This kindness was etched in Su Ye's heart. I didn't laugh at you, he said, his tone softening slightly. The footwork you taught was not bad. Pak. Lin Xiaoxiao spat, her face turning even redder. Not bad. In the eyes of a martial artist, her meager skills were probably slower than a turtle. However, upon hearing Su Ye's words, the bit of grievance in Lin Xiaoxiao's heart miraculously dissipated by more than half. She took a deep breath. She released her grip on Su Ye's arm, stepped back half a pace, straightened her back, and regained the pride and stubbornness that belonged to a wealthy heiress. Don't get too smug too soon. Lin Xiaoxiao slightly lifted her chin, her pure eyes sparkling with bright light, staring intently at Su Yu. So what if you have 1,000 points of vital energy? This young lady has the support of family resources. Just you wait. Lin Xiaoxiao clenched her pink fist and declared war word by word. Once I get to Kyoto Martial University, I will definitely train double. One day I will surpass you. At that time you will have to obediently call me sister. Looking at the girl's stubborn and unyielding demeanor, a rare faint smile curved Su Ye's lips. All right, I will wait. This shocking incident in the city finally came to a temporary end with the Zhao family's exit. However, the practical assessment must continue. Just that the following matches had completely lost their suspense. Among the top 10 besides Su Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao, the remaining 8 participants had a maximum vital energy value of just over 11 points. Faced with a martial artist who had 1,000 points of vital energy and a mid-level martial artist with 406 points, this was not a competition, it was a death wish. In the third match, Su Yu versus Wang Chong. The referee's voice had just fallen when the contestant named Wang Chong stepped to the edge of the arena. Looking at Su Yu standing in the center of the arena, not even taking his hands out of his pockets, Wang Chong's legs went soft. With a thud, he directly knelt on the alloy steps. I concede. I forfeit. Big brother, don't kill me. Wang Chong shouted with all his might, rolling and crawling back to the waiting area. The whole place erupted in laughter. But no one mocked him. If it were anyone else facing a martial artist who had just crushed another's throat with bare hands, they too would lack the courage to fight. In the subsequent matches, it was all the same. Any contestant matched with Su Yu did not even dare to step onto the stage, directly raising their hands and surrender from below. Until the final match. The referee shouted, Su Yu versus Lin Xiaoxiao. Instantly, all eyes were gathered in the arena. However, this school beauty with 406 points of vital energy recalled how she had boasted in the car at noon, "You definitely can't beat me," and her fair cheeks turned slightly red. She decisively raised her right hand, shooting a glare at Su Yu on the stage. I can't beat him, I concede. Not only was there a nearly one-fold difference in vital energy, but there was also no need to fight. In less than half an hour, this practical assessment, originally expected to last until evening, ended early due to Lin Xiaoxiao's straightforward concession. First place, Su Yu. Second place, Lin Xiaoxiao. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled through the shattered dome of the practical assessment hall onto the damaged alloy arena. Not one of the 100,000 spectators left early. Everyone was waiting for that final moment. On the high platform, Grandmaster Lei Patian slowly stood up. He stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the Su Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao below the arena. With a flick of his wrist, Two metal badges, shimmering with brilliant purple-golden light, appeared in his palm. The front of the badge was engraved with a roaring five-clawed golden dragon. On the back, 4 ancient and powerful characters were inscribed, Kyoto Martial University. This was the special admission token of the highest martial arts academy in the Great Xia Kingdom. It was the supreme honor that countless geniuses dreamed of obtaining. Suyu, Lin Xiaoxiao. Lei Potion's voice was solemn and reverent. Step up. Suyu and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance. They simultaneously stepped forward onto the stage, standing before Lei Patian. Lei Patian looked at the two extraordinary talents before him. One was stable as the abyss, while the other shone with brilliance. The future of the Great Xia Kingdom rested in these young people's hands. Jiang City Martial Arts Association witnesses today. Lei Patian held up the 2 purple golden badges. Suyu Lin Xiaoxiao. You two, having achieved first and second place in the practical assessment, officially obtained the special admission qualification to the first martial arts university in the Great Xia Kyoto. Lei Patian handed the badges to both of them. The touch was icy, yet it carried a heavy sense of mission. Suyu held the purple golden badge. A flash of sharp light finally flickered in his deep eyes. 3 years had passed. From a bottom-tier orphan who couldn't even afford synthetic meat to standing at the pinnacle of this city today, he had finally obtained this ticket to a higher world. Remember, Lei Patian looked at the two, his tone becoming extremely serious. Jiang City is too small. Kyoto Martial University is the true battleground where prodigies gather and heroes compete. There the top monsters from 12 provinces of the Great Xia Kingdom converge. Don't think that just because you took first place in Jiang City, you can rest easy. Lei Patian deeply gazed at Suyu. The martial way is a fierce competition. Within a month, take this badge and report to Kyoto Martial University. I look forward to hearing your names one day on the front lines against the alien beasts. Lei Patian suddenly waved his hand. The aura of the Grandmaster soared to the heavens. The Jiang City Martial Science College entrance examination has concluded successfully. Boom. All 100,000 people stood up simultaneously. Thunderous applause shattered the clouds in the sky. Suyu tucked the purple golden badge into his pocket. He turned and looked towards the distant north. That was the direction of Kyoto. A new journey had begun. At Jiang City's first martial arts high school, in a back alley, they avoided the crazed media and the recruitment representatives from various martial arts schools outside the main entrance. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. Lin Xiaoxiao halted her steps. She turned around, her pure and beautiful eyes fixated on Suyu as if she were looking at a complete stranger. She scrutinized him up and down several times. You brat. Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly, still not fully calmed. When exactly did you break through to become a martial master? Suyu had his hands in his pockets, his expression calm. Just 3 days ago. 3 days ago. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice instantly shot up an octave, nearly cracking. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? 3 days ago, your blood chi value was only 0.8. In just 3 days, it skyrocketed to 1,000 points. Even if you were consuming high-tier beast inner cores like food, your meridians would have burst. Suyu looked at the furious girl before him, his gaze profound. Of course, he couldn't reveal the truth about the recharge system. It was his greatest trump card, the foundation of his existence. No one must know. Epiphany. Suyu naturally uttered those 2 words without even blinking. Epiphany. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Suyu nodded gravely. That night when I got home and stared at the cracks on the wall, I suddenly felt a flash of light in my mind. Then my blood chi inexplicably flowed through. I broke through all the way to martial master. Silence fell as the alley was engulfed in a deathly stillness. Half a minute passed. Who do you think you're fooling? Lin Xiaoxiao stomped angrily on the ground, leaving a shallow dent on the alloy surface. Epiphany can increase blood chi. Do you think this is some sort of light novel? If you don't want to say, then forget it. I can't be bothered to listen anyway. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head away, acting proud. She let out a cold snort, but didn't press further. In this world, every martial artist had their own secrets and opportunities. If Suyu didn't want to speak, she understood when to stop. As long as he was fine. As long as he won. That was enough. Hey. Lin Xiaoxiao kicked a stone at her feet, her gaze somewhat drifting. A faint, almost imperceptible blush appeared on her fair cheeks. Tomorrow. Shall we head to Kyoto together? She tried hard to make her tone sound as casual as disgusting. She hid her girlish secretive affection carefully. Anyway, we both received special admission slots. Let's go together, it would be reassuring on the way. Lest you this bumpkin get to Kyoto and can't even tell east from west. Suyu looked at her feigned calmness. Nodding, he responded, all right. It's settled then. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Tomorrow morning at 8, he'll pick you up downstairs at your place. No tardiness allowed. After saying that, she turned like a cheerful lark and ran towards the black SUV parked at the street corner. Her ponytail danced in the sunset as Suyu stood still, watching the SUV disappear in a cloud of dust before turning and walking towards the old city district. Inside the black SUV, Lin Xiaoxiao sat in the back seat glancing through the rearview mirror as Su Ye's figure vanished from sight. The arrogance and smile on her face vanished in that instant, replaced by a coldness that sent chills down one's spine, characteristic of a daughter from a prestigious family. She leaned back against the leather seat, took out her phone, and dialed a very secretive number. Beep. The call was instantly connected. Young miss. A low, hoarse voice with a strong scent of blood came through the line. Lin Xiaoxiao looked out at the speeding scenery outside the window. The voice was as cold as ice. Lin, uncle. Before dawn, I don't want to see anyone in this city who has enmity with Su Yu. The person on the other end fell silent for half a second without any further inquiries. Understood. Leave no one alive. Beep. The call ended and Lin Xiaoxiao casually tossed her phone onto the seat, closing her eyes. She valued gratitude immensely, but was fiercely protective. Today, although Su Yu killed Zhao Zhe in the arena, he had also completely offended the Zhao family. That old fox, Zhao Tianxiong, would definitely be watching Su Yu from the shadows like a venomous snake. While an open attack is easy to dodge, a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. She would not allow any mishaps to befall Su Yu. She would sweep this area clean. In the old district of Jiang City, within a dilapidated rental room, Su Yu sat cross-legged on a somewhat wobbly single bed. The lights were off. Only the dim light from his phone screen illuminated his thin and deep-featured face. The screen displayed the balance of his current bank account. 242199. 5 yuan. 242,199 yuan and 50 cents. Su Yu quietly stared at this string of numbers. A lot. For a bottom-tier orphan who grew up on welfare, this was a sum he wouldn't dare to dream of. But it wasn't enough. Su Ye's gaze was extremely calm, even carrying a hint of maturity beyond his years. He understood the underlying logic of this world all too well. The path of martial arts is paved with money and resources. In a small third-tier city like Jiang City, over 200,000 might buy a decent house for a stable life. But in the real martial arts world, this amount couldn't even buy a complete mid-grade mystical art, nor a bottle of high-tier beast essence. However, he had the system. $1 buys a year of cultivation. If he poured all this 200,000 into it, the speed of his blood chi increase would be astounding. But this raised a fatal question: exposure. Su Yu's eyes cleared. The pool in Jiang City was too small, the water too shallow. If a bottom-tier orphan with no background repeatedly exhibited miraculous increases in power, it would undoubtedly attract countless greedy eyes, even risking being captured by certain major forces for experimentation. In a world where the tall trees attract the wind before having sufficient powerful protection, this miraculous rate of improvement would instead become a death warrant. Only by going to university, to the top martial arts university in Daxiao, the first martial arts university of Kyoto, where prodigies abound and monsters gather, would he be safe. Once there, his monstrous breakthrough speed could perfectly don the guise of an extraordinary talent. Once he displayed his stunning talent, not only would he not be suspected as an anomaly, he would rightfully gain the privilege of protection from the highest institution in Daxiao and be favored with top-tier resources. Being a student would be his best shield, with the top martial university as his talisman and the identity of a talent as a perfect cover. He could audaciously take on high-tier missions and enter dangerous wilderness areas to amass vast wealth. He could spend without restraint. He could unleash the full power of his system without holding back, donning the guise of a talent while performing extraordinary feats. Step by step, he would ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Su Yu put away his phone, and suddenly Zhao Tianxiong's resentful face flashed through his mind. The Zhao family. This was a deadlock. Today, in front of the entire city, I crushed Zhao Ze's throat on the arena. Zhao Tianxiong must be wishing to devour my flesh and drink my blood. Leaving the roots of a problem can lead to its resurgence. A glint of cold, killing intent flashed in Su Ye's eyes. However, he quickly suppressed this urge. At the moment, it is something I cannot deal with. Zhao Tianxiong is at least a martial artist, and the Zhao Martial Arts School is deeply rooted in Jiang City, harboring a large group of desperate criminals. Although I have 1,000 points of vitality, my fists cannot compete against four hands. Moreover, the Grandmaster Lei Patian is still in Jiang City. If I rampage within the city, it will undoubtedly attract suppression from the military and the Martial Arts Association. First, go to Kyoto. Su Yu made a resolution in his heart. Once settled and my strength increases, I will find an opportunity to return and completely eliminate this hidden danger. Rationality always suppresses impulsiveness. Su Yu closed his eyes. His breathing gradually steadied. He fell into a stable sleep. At this moment, in Jiang City in the Western District, in the luxurious villa area of the Zhao family spanning thousands of square meters, there were no screams, no sounds of fighting. Not even the slightest fluctuation of vitality was transmitted. The night wind blew. A strong, nauseating smell of blood permeated the air. Zhao Tianxiong sat in the leather executive chair in his study. His eyes were wide open, his pupils unfocused. On his neck, there was an extremely fine, almost invisible red line. The blood had long since drained. In other rooms of the villa, the Zhao family's butler corps members, and even the deadly assassins raised in secret, all maintained the posture of their last moments in life. In despair and extreme fear, they silently passed away. At the same time, in the teacher's dormitory of Jiang City No. 3 High School, the homeroom teacher Li Jiangwo, who attempted to force Su Yu to sign a contract for $1 million, was lying in bed. His face was twisted, his hands gripping his chest tightly with his nails embedded in his flesh. He died a truly tragic death. It seemed he had seen something extremely terrifying before dying. The night remained quiet, as if nothing had happened. The next day, in the morning, sunlight streamed through the worn-out curtains of the rental apartment, shining on Su Yu's face. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock by the bed rang on time. Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes. There was no trace of confusion from just waking up, instantly replaced by clarity and vigilance. He sat up. Habitually picking up his phone, he prepared to check the high-speed train schedule to Kyoto for today. However, at the moment the screen lit up. Several blood-red bold headlines from the local news website of Jiang City occupied the entire screen. Breaking: a major fire broke out at the Zhao Martial Arts School last night, with director Zhao Tianxiong and dozens of corps members perishing without exception. According to preliminary reports from the authorities, the cause of the fire was due to the aging and leaking energy pipeline in the basement. In another report, Li Jiangwo, a teacher at Jiang City No. 3 High School, suddenly suffered a heart attack at home last night and sadly passed away. Su Yu looked at the lines of text on the screen. His fingers paused slightly. His gaze was fixated on the phrases "not a single survivor" and "sudden heart attack." Deep within his eyes, a storm of emotions surged. Fire. Energy pipeline leakage. Sudden heart attack. What a joke. A cold smile crept across Su Yu's lips. Zhao Tianxiong was a martial artist, with abundant vitality and keen perception. Let alone a regular fire, even if the entire villa exploded, he could break out of the window at the first opportunity. How could he possibly have been burned alive? And that Li Jiangwo, although just a homeroom teacher, had definitely practiced martial arts. His vitality flowed smoothly. How could he have suddenly suffered a heart attack? This was a clean and efficient elimination, leaving no traces. Moreover, the opponent's strength was incredibly terrifying. It must be a crushing presence that could prevent someone as advanced as Zhao Tianxiong from even having the chance to escape or call for help, directly being annihilated. Who did this? Su Yu's mind raced. He was alone in Jiang City, without any background or support. Who would risk everything to wipe out a local tyrant's family for him? Lei Patian. Impossible. As a grandmaster with a prestigious status representing the official, he would never use such assassination methods. That leaves only one possibility. A figure with a ponytail, pure and beautiful, surfaced in Su Yu's mind. Lin Xiaoxiao. The young lady who stood in front of him like an angry female leopard on the arena yesterday, pointing at Zhao Tianxiong and scolding him. So that's it. Su Yu murmured to himself. He had originally planned to wait until he gained strength later to return and take revenge personally. I didn't expect it to be snatched away directly. This favor has become quite significant. Su Yu took a deep breath and turned off the phone screen. There was no pretentiousness, nor did he feel fear. If he owed it, then he owed it, and he would find a chance to repay it later. He washed up and dressed, grabbed the old canvas bag that had faded, setting off. In the old city area at the street corner, a striking, entirely black, heavy armored SUV quietly parked by the roadside. The car's body reflected a cold metallic sheen. The neighbors passing by all took a wide detour, not daring to look at it for too long. Su Yu approached. The rear window of the car slowly lowered. Lin Xiaoxiao, wearing oversized sunglasses that obscured most of her face, appeared. Get in. She waved at Su Yu, her tone as willful and casual as always. Su Yu opened the door and sat inside. The interior of the car was spacious and luxurious, even exuding a faint, calming high-grade incense. In the driver's seat sat a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit and wearing white gloves. His aura was extremely restrained. Yet with Su Yu's martial artist instinct, he could faintly sense the terrifying vitality power contained within this driver. Definitely above the master realm. Lin, uncle, drive to the high-speed train station, Lin Xiaoxiao instructed. Understood, young lady. The SUV started smoothly, making not a sound. Just as Su Yu placed the canvas bag at his feet. Slap. An ancient book was tossed onto his lap by Lin Xiaoxiao. Take this. Lin Xiaoxiao removed her sunglasses, yawning slightly. There was still a hint of lingering fatigue at the corners of her eyes. Su Yu looked down. His gaze fell upon the cover of the ancient book. 3 archaic characters caught his eye. Shattered rock palm. Su Yu's pupils constricted slightly. This was the Zhao family's ancestral martial arts. A low-grade Xiantir technique. Yesterday on the arena, Zhao Zhe had used this set of palm techniques, attempting to put him to death. And now this incredibly precious original martial art was casually tossed to him by Lin Xiaoxiao. as if it were a tattered magazine from a roadside stall. Suyu raised his head. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's pure and beautiful face, which bore a hint of drowsiness, he suddenly understood. The evidence was as solid as a mountain. The Zhao family and Li Jiangguo. It was this seemingly spoiled and unpretentious young lady before him who had casually erased them the previous night. Not a single chicken or dog left. Suyu's heart gained a deeper understanding of the power of top-tier families. I saw you yesterday on the arena without any proper martial arts skills, relying solely on brute force and vitality. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned back against the leather seat, pouting. Once we arrive at Kyoto Martial University, that kind of fighting style will lead to losses. This old book, I think it's acceptable, so I gave it to you. Take this and practice a bit. The tone was incredibly casual, as if what was being handed over was not a priceless mystic art, but a mere cabbage. Suyu looked at the shattered rock palm in his hands. He did not address the events of last night, nor did he inquire about the origin of this technique. Some things are better left unspoken. Acknowledging them might come off as pretentious. He carefully placed the ancient text into his canvas bag, glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao. He said sincerely, "Thank you." Humph. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks turned slightly red as she waved her hand awkwardly. No need to be so polite with me. From now on at school, just listen to me. Let's go. Off to Kyoto. The off-road vehicle smoothly cruised through the streets of Jiang City. The atmosphere inside the car gradually relaxed. By the way, Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at Suyu. When we arrive at Kyoto Martial University, the first thing for new students is to choose their department. What do you plan to study? Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Choose a department. You don't know? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him as if he were an alien, then promptly slapped her forehead. Of course you wouldn't know, having never even touched the martial arts field before. You must not have understood these things. Lin Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and began to educate him. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. Besides basic qi and blood training, there are many combat styles. Kyoto Martial University is divided into several colleges. For example, the Weapon College, which includes sword, saber, and spear departments. The Range College focuses mainly on archery and concealed weapons. There's also the Support College, which includes formations, alchemy, and even mecha manufacturing. Of course, there's the most straightforward Combat College, specializing in hand-to-hand combat. Lin Xiaoxiao introduced each department with great enthusiasm. Each department has different resources and mentors. With your strong qi and blood, you need to choose a suitable weapon or path for yourself. Suyu leaned back in his seat, his deep eyes flickering slightly. Sword department. A high-grade alloy sword mixed with starfall iron could easily cost several million. Additionally, it would require corresponding sword techniques and sheaths. Archery. That's an even greater financial burden. A specially crafted high-grade battle bow aside, just the special alloy arrows capable of piercing the defenses of exotic beasts would cost as much as a sports car for a single shot. This was no longer archery, it was simply throwing money away. As for formations and alchemy, Suyu didn't. Setting up formations requires extremely expensive spirit stones and materials, while alchemy is an endless pit. Purchasing herbs and alchemy furnaces could lead to financial ruin if an explosion occurred. Suyu silently calculated the 24,000 yuan in his card. Poor. Too poor. Those flashy departments were simply not something he could afford at his current level. Even with the system, all his money had to be used to exchange for cultivation and techniques. He absolutely could not waste it on extraneous matters. Have you made up your mind? Lin Xiaoxiao curiously leaned closer. I have, Suyu nodded. I will practice boxing. Boxing? Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. Why? Because I'm poor, Suyu replied bluntly with no hint of pretense. Archery and weapons are too expensive, I can't afford them. Only my fists are on me. No need to spend money to buy them, nor do they require maintenance. It's simpler. The most crucial point was that his system could simulate any technique. As long as he perfected the boxing technique, it wouldn't be impossible to punch through stars. Why waste money on unnecessary expenses? Hearing this reason, Uncle Lin, who was driving, twitched slightly at the hand gripping the steering wheel. This extraordinary genius who could defeat Zhao Zhe in one blow and had qi and blood exceeding 1,000 chose his department for the reason of being poor. Lin Xiaoxiao was also dumbfounded. She looked at Suyu's extremely serious face. Initially, she wanted to persuade him to choose a cooler sword department. But as the words were on her lips, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly shifted. A hint of cunning and a touch of flirtation flashed in her gaze. Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly slapped her thigh and exclaimed loudly. Boxing is great. Fist to flesh is the true romance of a man. What skill is there in using broken copper and iron? Lin Xiaoxiao puffed out her chest and declared with conviction. I've decided to. I will also practice boxing. We should sign up with the same mentor. Uncle Lin, who was driving in front, twitched his mouth. Miss, you're giving up the top-tier sword talent inherited from the family. With a perfectly good sword department available, you're choosing to follow someone to learn boxing. Your delicate fists, can they defeat exotic beasts or smash steel plates? But Uncle Lin didn't dare to speak, only silently sighed in his heart. Girls grow up too fast. Suyu turned his head, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's forced agreement, yet unable to conceal her excitement. He didn't expose her, he merely nodded. All right. The off-road vehicle entered the highway, still some distance from Jiang City high-speed rail station. The atmosphere inside the car grew quiet. Only the air conditioning emitted a faint humming sound. Lin Xiaoxiao sat beside Suyu. Last night, to completely erase the Zhao family, she had personally overseen the operation and hardly slept a wink. At this moment, drowsiness surged like a tide. Her head began to nod off little by little, her body unconsciously leaning towards Suyu as the vehicle moved. A bit more, leaning a little more. Finally, as the vehicle traversed an exceptionally gentle curve, Lin Xiaoxiao's head tilted. It directly rested on Suyu's shoulder. Suyu's body stiffened slightly, and a pleasant faint fragrance belonging to a young girl's hair lingered at the tip of his nose. He slightly turned his head, lowering his gaze to the Lin Xiaoxiao resting on his shoulder. Her pure and beautiful face was just within reach. Her breathing was steady. However, Suyu's extremely keen martial artist senses clearly captured that Lin Xiaoxiao's long fan-like eyelashes were trembling ever so slightly and uncontrollably. Even her breathing rhythm was a bit faster than when someone is truly asleep, pretending to be asleep. A hint of understanding flashed through Suyu's deep eyes. It was obvious. For a mid-level martial artist with chi and blood at 406, how could one not even notice when leaning on someone else? This poor acting was riddled with flaws. But Suyu did not move, nor did he speak to expose her. His mind once again recalled the blood-red news notifications he saw that morning. In one night, a local tyrant family was wiped out, even with the family's top experts executing the order. As the one who issued the orders and let it all, Lin Xiaoxiao, this 18-year-old girl, must have borne an immense amount of pressure. This pressure was not solely from the killings, but also from the family responsibilities she had to bear to protect him. So tired. Suyu sighed silently, then calmly lowered the shoulder that was being leaned on by half an inch, allowing Lin Xiaoxiao to rest more steadily and comfortably. As Lin Xiaoxiao leaned on his shoulder, she felt Suyu's subtle adjustment. The ear hidden beneath her hair instantly turned a bright shade of red. Yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up, forming an extremely sweet arc. Kyoto, the heart of the Great Xia Kingdom. The high-speed train slowly arrived at the VIP platform of Kyoto Station. The doors opened. A crowd surged in like a flood breaching a dam. So many people. Suyu, carrying a faded old canvas bag, followed behind Lin Xiaoxiao. The surroundings were packed with people. The fluctuations of vitality surged and receded. Formal martial artists, a rare sight in Jiang City, were as common here as cabbages in a market. Moreover, with his keen martial artist perception, Suyu could distinctly capture the occasionally flashing formidable aura of a grandmaster within the crowd. The depths of Kyoto's martial arts are indeed profound. Any passerby here could easily dominate as a master in Jiang City. What are you dazing for? A pale soft hand suddenly reached out. It grasped Suyu's wrist and then slid downward. Naturally, it tightened around Suyu's palm. Their fingers intertwined. Suyu's body stiffened slightly. He looked down at the hand that held him tightly. Then he raised his head again, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was walking ahead. The girl's ponytail swayed in the crowd, her ears reddening to the point of seeming like they would bleed. Yet she held her head high, pretending to survey the surroundings nonchalantly. There are too many people. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't turn back, her voice laced with feigned calm. Kyoto Station is like a maze. You, a country bumpkin from Jiang City, what would I do if you get lost? Hold tight, don't run off. Her tone was assertive. A hint of helplessness flashed in Suyu's deep eyes. He gently tried to shake free. He couldn't break free. Lin Xiaoxiao was using her vitality. With a vitality value of 406 points, although it seemed insignificant before Suyu, it now firmly locked around his fingers, carrying the implication of, if you dare to shake me off, I'll show you. Lin, classmate. Suyu sighed, lowering his voice. This isn't quite appropriate. In the public, two 18-year-olds were holding hands tightly. It looked nothing like a simple classmate relationship. What's inappropriate? Lin Xiaoxiao abruptly turned her head, her pure and beautiful eyes wide with surprise. It was as if she had stepped on the tail of a proud little leopard. Lin Xiaoxiao abruptly stopped, turned her head, her pure and beautiful eyes glaring at Suyu. Not only did she not release her grip, but her fingers tightened fiercely around Suyu's hand. What's inappropriate? Lin Xiaoxiao raised her chin, exuding a domineering aura befitting a wealthy young lady. Her tone was assertive and resonant. You called me sister on the train. A sister holds her brother's hand to prevent him from getting lost. That's only natural. Why are you hiding? Do you think I would eat you? Her rebuttal directly silenced Suyu. Seeing the girl feigning calmness, yet showing a hint of stubbornness and defiance, Suyu sighed inwardly. He knew Lin Xiaoxiao had a very strong sense of pride. If he were to forcefully shake off her hand now, it would certainly embarrass her. Forget it. Let it be. It wouldn't cost him a piece of flesh. Fine. Suyu gave up struggling and let her lead him. You guide the way. He felt the resistance in his hand. The corners of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth finally couldn't help but lift, forming an extremely bright and triumphant smile. Now that's more like it. She turned around and continued to lead the way, her steps becoming much lighter. Her ponytail traced joyful arcs in the air. 10 minutes later, the two finally squeezed out of the VIP passage at the train station. The sunlight in Kyoto seemed even more dazzling than in Jiang City. Outside in the square, there was no exaggerated convoy of luxury cars, as one might imagine. Just a very low-key black sedan quietly parked by the roadside. Beside the car stood a man dressed simply in casual attire, arms crossed, smiling as he watched the two emerge. The moment Su Ye's gaze fell on this man, his pupils suddenly constricted. Muscles throughout his body tensed uncontrollably to the extreme at that moment. Danger. An intense danger. This was the first time Su Yu felt such a strong, soul-deep shiver since his transmigration. Even when facing the president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, Grandmaster Lei Paitian, Su Yu only felt that the other was strong. But this man before him was different. He stood there clearly not emanating any vitality, clearly looking like an ordinary neighbor. Yet in Su Ye's extraordinarily keen perception, this man was not merely a person. He was an insurmountable abyss. A blazing sun that could incinerate all things at any moment. Majestic. Vast. Unfathomable. The 100,000 points of vitality from Lei Paitian were merely a drop in the ocean in the presence of this man. Dad. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheerful voice interrupted Su Ye's shock. She released Su Ye's hand and dashed towards the man like a fledgling swallow. She hugged the man's arm. Why did you come to pick me up personally? Dad. Su Yu stood rooted, taking a deep breath. He forcefully suppressed the frantically warning vitality within him. Lin Xiaoxiao's father. The head of a top family in Kyoto. Su Ye's mind quickly reviewed the martial arts hierarchy of this world. Martial artist, martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign. Capable of making a grandmaster seem like a drop of water. At least a martial emperor, perhaps even a martial sovereign. A terrifying powerhouse, truly standing at the pinnacle of the great Xia kingdom. One person could stabilize a nation. Lin's father affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. My precious daughter entered Kyoto Martial University with the second-best score from Jiang City. How could I not come to pick you up personally? His voice was gentle and rich, devoid of any arrogance. Then Lin's father raised his head, his gaze crossing his daughter's shoulder, landing on Su Yu. That glance. No pressure. No probing. Just a calm observation. Yet Su Yu felt as if he was being seen through by some supreme existence inside and out. Hello, Uncle Lin. Su Yu greeted respectfully, yet confidently, standing tall, his hands naturally hanging at his sides. Facing a martial sovereign, he did not show any signs of timidity or flattery. Lin's father looked at the young man before him, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Su Yu, I've heard Xiao Xiao mention you. He extended his hand first. Lin Jintian. Xiao. There was no haughty arrogance typical of aristocratic families. Nor did he show the usual pressure tests on the protagonist, as seen in cliched novels. He knew all of Su Ye's information. An orphan from Jiang City. A scholar and martial artist with full marks. An 18-year-old martial master. He was also aware of the Zhao family's downfall in Jiang City just 2 nights ago. Lin Jintian shook Su Ye's hand briefly. You have quite the talent. He smiled, offering a simple evaluation. Those 5 words were exceptionally simple. Yet in Lin Jintian's heart, they stirred up a storm of emotions. What did the intelligence say? In 3 days, from a vitality value of 0.8, skyrocketing to 1,000 points in the martial master realm. Nonsense. Lin Jintian rarely cursed in his heart. The informants in Jiang City were a bunch of useless fools. Breaking through 1,000 vitality in 3 days. Even if one consumed the core of a 9th-tier divine beast, such a leap in 3 days was impossible. Even if he managed to force the body to succeed, that vitality would surely be superficial and the meridians would be on the brink of collapse at any moment. Yet, although Lin Jintian had only glanced at Su Yu briefly and shook his hand, he was a martial sovereign. His perception was extraordinarily terrifying. He clearly saw the 1,000 points of vitality within Su Yu. Dense, heavy, stable to the point of resembling a millennia-honed monolith. Not a twitch. This was far from a nouveau riches 3-day breakthrough. This was clearly an unparalleled foundation, solidified step by step through countless days and nights of tempering. Good lad. Lin Jintian gazed at Su Ye's weathered and composed face. His estimation of this young man instantly soared to an astonishingly terrifying level. He had been concealing his true strength. This youth must have begun cultivation from childhood, enduring in silence, biding his time. He had fooled everyone like mere monkeys. Such composure, such forbearance, and to top it all, such an impossibly solid foundation, so profoundly stable it defied belief. A prodigy beyond mortal measure. an unparalleled celestial anomaly. Lin Jintian, who had lived most of his life and witnessed countless so-called elite heirs from noble families across the capital, now realized, with absolute certainty, that before this 18-year-old youth those so-called geniuses were not even worthy to hold his shoes. What if he truly broke through in just 3 days? A preposterous thought flickered across Lin Jintian's mind, only to be ruthlessly snuffed out the instant it arose. Impossible. If that were true, I am martial sovereign, might as well dash my head against a block of tofu and end it all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As one of the supreme martial cultivators standing at the apex of the great Xia Empire, Lin Jintian's vision was incomparably vast. He knew full well that certain peerless heavenly tier pills, or indescribable rare treasures of heaven and earth, could indeed cause a person's vital energy to surge by over 1,000 points overnight. Yet there existed one fatal prerequisite: physical endurance. Intelligence reports stated Su Yu's vital energy had stood at only 0.8 3 days prior. What was a constitution of 0.8? In the martial world, it was nothing more than a fragile balloon, punctured with a single touch. To forcibly cram the violent, overwhelming energy of 1,000-point surge into such a feeble body, bang, would result in instantaneous bodily explosion and death, even granting the most generous concession. Suppose a martial sovereign-level expert sacrificing their own primordial essence stood guard beside him, desperately suppressing the torrential medicinal power within his meridians to preserve his life. That 1,000-point surge would still rage like a pack of untamed stallions, wild, volatile, and utterly unruly. Far from perfect mastery, even the slightest circulation of vital energy would shatter his meridians, inflicting unbearable agony. Yet, what had Lin Jintian sensed in that brief handshake moments ago? Within Su Yu's body, that 1,000-point vital energy was not only dense and mountainous, but perfectly obedient, as if an extension of his very will. The suppressed sharpness, the absolute unwavering command over his own strength. This was no achievement attainable through pill consumption alone. It was the supreme foundation forged only through 10,000 grueling repetitions, through countless trials at the very edge of human endurance, hammered, refined, and tempered drop by drop until unbreakable. How profound his artifice! Lin Jintian stared at Su Yu's calm, unflustered profile and drew a sharp, involuntary breath. He was now utterly convinced. The intelligence report was utter nonsense. This 18-year-old before him must have begun frenzied cultivation from the moment he could comprehend the world, yet deliberately suppressed his cultivation level, masquerading outwardly as a worthless wretch with merely 0.8 vital energy. Years of silent endurance. Years of concealed waiting. Until this day, the day of the national examination, when he emerged like a hidden dragon ascending from its abyss, roaring forth in thunderous revelation. Su Yu was a transcendent genius, blessed with peerless talent and possessing a mind as deep and inscrutable as the ocean itself. His future accomplishments might very well surpass even Lin Jintian himself, a martial sovereign. Get in the car. Lin Jintian opened the door. Let's have a simple meal at home first. Tomorrow you'll register at school. No need, Uncle Lin. Su Yu shook his head, firm, decisive, without hesitation. I'll just find a hotel near campus. No need to disturb your family reunion. He did not wish to entangle himself too deeply with such a top-tier aristocratic clan the moment he arrived in the capital. Favors owed were the hardest debts to repay. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao grew anxious. She opened her mouth to speak, but Lin Jintian gently raised a hand, smiling, and silenced his daughter. Very well. It's admirable for a young man to hold his own convictions. He made no further insistence. True martial geniuses possess their own pride and their own immutable principles. He deeply admired Su Yu's refusal to cling to power or privilege. Leaning against the car door, Lin Jintian reached into his pocket and withdrew a box of specially reserved cigarettes, offering one to Su Yu. Su Yu politely declined with a gesture. Lin Jintian didn't mind. He lit one for himself. Inhaled deeply. Exhaled a pale blue smoke ring. Su Yu. His gaze drifted over the glittering streets of the capital. His tone softened, like an ordinary elder neighbor chatting idly with a younger generation. This capital city runs deep, and the winds here blow fiercely. Here geniuses are the cheapest commodity. Your talent is extraordinary, your foundation rock solid. I, Uncle Lin, hold great confidence in you. Lin Jintian tapped ash from his cigarette, then subtly shifting tone. However, my Xiao enjoys considerable fame here in the capital. Young masters from ancient clans and noble houses vie relentlessly for her affection. They've nearly worn down the threshold of the capital martial university. Lin Jintian cast Su Yu a faint knowing smile. The resources those young men wield dwarf anything available in Jiangqing, a provincial backwater. They've been steeped in medicinal baths since infancy, cultivating earth tier, even heavenly tier, martial arts manuals. You'll inevitably cross paths with them at school. The pressure won't be light. A father's measured pressure and quiet encouragement. Suyu understood perfectly. He met Lin Jintian's profound, penetrating gaze. Unfazed, composed, no boastful declarations. No solemn vows. Only a quiet, unshakable reply. The Tao of martial arts demands contention. Just 5 words. Yet radiating the absolute, battle-hardened confidence of one who has walked across mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Lin Jintian paused, stunned. Then, ha ha ha. This legendary martial sovereign revered across the great Xia Empire laughed aloud on the street, an exceedingly rare occurrence. His laughter sent shockwaves rippling through the surrounding air, audible sonic booms trembling in its wake. Excellent. Truly excellent. The Tao of martial arts demands contention. Lin Jintian reached out and clapped Suyu firmly on the shoulder. This time no martial energy was involved. Only the genuine affirmation of an elder toward a promising junior. Young man, I find myself liking you more and more. Lin Jintian's expression settled, growing solemn. Trained diligently at the Capital Martial University. Your talent must never be constrained by scarcity of resources. Should you lack pills, manuals, or weapons? Lin Jintian gestured toward Lin Xiao, whose cheeks had flushed crimson. Just ask Xiao directly. Our Lin clan possesses few things, but resources are not among our shortages. Don't think of it as a debt. On the path of martial cultivation, only strength carries one to the summit. When you grow mighty, it benefits Xiao and the entire Great Xia Empire. Full endorsement. A martial sovereign speaking face-to-face had just delivered the most direct promise imaginable. Had this been any other examinee, they'd likely have fallen to their knees in ecstatic gratitude. But Suyu knew. This recognition rested entirely upon his own innate talent. Thank you, Uncle Lin. All right, Xiao, you escort Suyu to the hotel. Lin Jintian crushed his cigarette, but, once settled, return home early. Your mother's waiting for you. Got it. Lin Xiao chirped brightly, then took Suyu's arm and led him toward a taxi waiting curbside. Lin Jintian remained rooted in place. Watching their retreating figures, a razor-sharp glint flashed deep within his eyes. Inside the taxi, Lin Xiao sat beside Suyu, bubbling with unrestrained excitement like a chattering sparrow. Hey Suyu, Dad just praised you. Do you realize he's a martial sovereign? He barely lifts his eyes toward the so-called geniuses of the capital. And yet, he told you to ask me directly for anything you need. Lin Xiao poked Suyu's arm, playfully brimming with pride. Well, now do you see the advantage of calling me big sister? Suyu gazed out the window. At the capital's skyline, towering skyscrapers piercing the clouds, powerful martial cultivators soaring overhead astride colossal flying beasts. This was the heartland of martial cultivation in the Great Xia Empire, a true battlefield of titans. Suyu turned away from the view and glanced at the girl beside him, her face alight with eager anticipation. A fleeting, deeply concealed smile shimmered in his dark, fathomless eyes. Understood, Senior Miss Lin. No sincerity at all. Lin Xiao pouted, but the joy dancing in her eyes betrayed her completely. The taxi sped forward along the broad avenue, bound for the Capital Martial University, the foremost institution of martial cultivation in the land. The taxi did not drive directly to the main entrance of Kyoto's first martial arts university, but instead came to a stop beside a tranquil tree-lined path, less than 2 kilometers from the school gate. Get out. Lin Xiao paid the fare and pushed open the car door. Suyu, carrying a canvas bag, followed closely behind her. Before them stood a high-end apartment complex with extremely strict security. There were no exaggerated golden signs or luxurious fountain sculptures. However, the security guards stationed at the entrance emanated a faint aura of vitality, all of whom were formal martial artists with over 100 points of chi. Having formal martial artists as security was simply a fantasy in Jiang City, but in Kyoto it seemed to be a routine operation. Lin Xiao walked confidently to the entrance, scanned her face, and was granted access. The two took the exclusive panoramic elevator straight to the top floor. Ding! The elevator doors slid open to the sides. The entire floor housed only one apartment. Lin Xiao approached the heavy blast-proof armored door and placed her hand on the fingerprint lock. Click! The door opened. Come in. Lin Xiao changed into slippers and casually tossed her bag onto the sofa. Suyu stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over the expansive flat. There were no superfluous descriptions, just 2 words. Extremely luxurious. The entire house was equipped with a smart temperature control system, and the air was filled with a faint high-grade calming fragrance that aided in the circulation of qi. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, one could even overlook the vast outline of Kyoto Martial University. This apartment was bought by my dad a long time ago, and it has been vacant ever since. Lin Xiao turned to look at Suyu. From now on, you'll live here. Suyu was momentarily stunned. He knew that the Lin family was wealthy and understood what Lin Jintian had just said about getting anything he needed directly from her. but to directly gift him a top-floor flat next to Kyoto Martial University. Such a gesture was simply too extravagant. Lin, I can't. Suyu began to refuse. Stop right there. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her hand, cutting him off. Then she stepped in front of Suyu. Her fair fingers fumbled in her pocket. With a flick of her wrist, she said snap. A completely black metal card with dark golden patterns on the edges was slapped onto Suyu's chest. He instinctively reached out to catch it. The card felt extremely heavy, carrying a cold metallic texture. The password is your birthday, Lin Xiaoxiao said, crossing her arms and slightly raising her chin. There's 100 million inside. Just spend it as you wish. Silence. An eerily quiet silence. Suyu stood there holding the black card. On his usually deep, calm face, which seemed unchanging even if the sky were to fall, a hint of clear astonishment finally emerged. He lowered his head to look at the card in his hand, then raised his gaze to meet the proud expression of the girl in front of him. 100 million. Just like that. It was given to him. Suyu's throat rolled slightly, his expression complicated. He was Before awakening the system, he had only over 300 yuan to his name. To get 1 million, he almost acted as a proxy for someone else during the college entrance examination. And now a black card containing a small fortune had just lightly fallen into his hands with no additional conditions attached. No condescending act of charity. Just a casual, spend as you wish. Is this the foundation of a top-tier family? I can't accept this money. Suyu took a deep breath and returned the black card. He could stay in the apartment temporarily, but 100 million was too heavy a favor. So heavy that he felt he couldn't repay it at this moment. Take it back. Lin Xiaoxiao did not take it, but instead shot him a fierce glare. She knew Suyu too well. His pride was as strong as that of a stubborn donkey. If she didn't make things clear, he would definitely throw the card on the table and walk away. Don't rush to thank me, and don't rush to refuse. Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forward, closing the distance between them. This is not a free gift for you. She extended her fair hand and naturally patted Suyu on the shoulder. This is my investment in you, do you understand? My dad has said that your talent is extremely high, but you lack resources. Now you are under my protection, Lin Xiaoxiao. If you fall behind at school because you can't afford pills and are surpassed by those from wealthy families, I won't have any face left, will I? Lin Xiaoxiao argued earnestly, trying to sound like a savvy businesswoman. So take this money and work hard on your cultivation. Strive to become a grandmaster or martial sovereign as soon as possible. When that time comes, if I run into trouble, you must help me sort it out. Suyu looked at the girl who was trying her best to find a way for him. In her clear eyes there was nothing but sincerity, not a hint of impurity. Suyu's grip on the black card tightened slightly. He knew that if he refused again, it would seem too pretentious. Moreover, he really needed the money. Desperately needed it. All right. Suyu nodded and solemnly put the black card into his pocket. His deep eyes locked onto Lin Xiaoxiao. I promise. This investment will definitely be the most profitable one you make in your life. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable absolute confidence. Seeing Suyu's serious expression, Lin Xiaoxiao's heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. This guy, when serious, looked quite handsome. No need to be too nervous. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks reddened slightly as she patted Suyu's shoulder again. This time her hand did not immediately withdraw. Instead, it lingered on top her fingertips, feeling the firmness and explosive strength of the young man's muscles through the thin fabric. With your exceptional talent, normal cultivation should suffice. I believe in you. The distance between the two was greatly reduced because of this gesture. Suyu could even distinctly smell the delightful faint fragrance emanating from Lin Xiaoxiao. Just then Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly shifted, as if she thought of something. The hand that had originally rested on Suyu's shoulder suddenly slid upward, hooking around his neck. With a strong tug downwards, Suyu was caught off guard and could not use his chi for defense against her. His body leaned forward as a result, and their cheeks were suddenly very close together. So close. Their breaths mingled. Lin Xiaoxiao slightly raised her toes, her rosy lips nearly touching Suyu's ear. A warm breath brushed against Suyu's ear, carrying a hint of danger and an extremely ambiguous warning. Of course. Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her voice, gritting her teeth. If you dare to take my money and go to those bars or clubs in Kyoto to fool around, or seek out those unsavory women. She paused. Her voice became softer, yet it carried a chilling tone that made one's scalp tingle. Just wait and see if I won't bite you to death. A blatant threat. Combined with the intoxicating scent and warm breath that were so close, it was simply deadly. Suyu's body instantly stiffened like a stone. He could feel Lin Xiaoxiao's heart pounding, thumping violently against the thin fabric separating them. Thump, thump. So fast it was astonishing. At this moment Lin Xiaoxiao was also in a difficult position. She had only intended to act like a bossy older sister, warning this bumpkin not to go astray. But when she truly hooked her arm around Suyu's neck and got so close, she realized she had overestimated her own composure. The clean and refreshing masculine scent emanating from Suyu mixed with the vigorous vitality unique to martial artists enveloped her completely. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Su Ye's defined side profile, which revealed a hint of weariness so close to her face. She looked into his deep eyes. Gulp. Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed hard in her heart. A wildly insane thought grew in his mind like wild grass. How much he wanted. To steal a kiss. Just one. After all, it was just the two of them now. Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze became somewhat dazed. Her red lips slightly parted, her body uncontrollably wanting to lean in an inch closer. But just at the moment of impending contact, rationality finally, with great difficulty, triumphed over impulse. No. Too fast. It would scare him away. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly let go. She staggered back 2 large steps, as if shocked. Cough, cough. She flusteredly tidied her hair, her cheeks reddening like a ripe apple. She dared not even look into Su Ye's eyes. I have to go back now. My mom is still waiting for me to have dinner at home. Lin Xiaoxiao incoherently grabbed her bag from the sofa and hurriedly walked towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, she suddenly turned her head back. Pretending to be calm, she waved her hand. You can familiarize yourself with the environment today. Feel free to stroll around near Kyoto Martial University. Tomorrow morning, I'll come to pick you up for registration. No wandering around. Bang. The door slammed shut heavily. She fled in a panic. The once lively top-floor apartment returned to a deathly silence. Suyu stood in place, touching his ear. It seemed that the warmth of the girl's breath and a faint fragrance still. He shook his head, shaking off the chaotic thoughts. He walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window and reached in. He took out that heavy black card again. 100 million. Suyu's expression instantly turned calm. To use it, or not to use it, if used directly for purchasing power. According to the system's absurd ratio of $1 buying a year of cultivation, this 100 million could directly exchange for 100 million years of cultivation. 100 million years. What kind of concept is that? The blood vitality value might just explode. Temptation. An extreme temptation. Like a demon whispering in his ear, tearing at Su Ye's rationality. However, merely 3 seconds later, Su Yu decisively extinguished that thought. No way. Su Yu muttered. His voice was as cold as ice. Cannot use it. This is Kyoto. It's the Lin family's territory. Who is Lin Jintian? He is undoubtedly a top figure with immense power in the Daxia kingdom. Such a high-level big shot would surely have the most advanced financial monitoring system for the black card given to his daughter. Every flow of money. Every penny's destination. Absolutely under the strict surveillance of the Lin family's think tank. If he were to take this card to buy pills or weapons, there would naturally be no problem. But what if it were used to recharge the system? How does the system deduct money? Su Yu had tested before that the system deducts money by directly erasing the numbers in the bank account. There are no transfer records. No payee. The funds seem to have evaporated into thin air, disappearing directly from this world. If a few dozen or hundreds of dollars disappear, perhaps no one would care. But if a million, 10 million, or even 100 million suddenly evaporates without warning, the Lin family would definitely receive news immediately. By then, what would Lin Jintian think? A mere 18-year-old boy just received the card, and the money mysteriously vanished. Without purchasing any physical resources. Without contacting anyone. And then this boy's strength skyrocketed terrifyingly without any external assistance. Even a fool could see that something was wrong. A commoner is innocent, but possessing a jewel is a crime. Su Yu tightly gripped the black card, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Even if Lin Jintian appears to be a principled elder, but in the face of absolute interests and incomprehensible supernatural powers, human nature cannot. Even if Lin Jintian appears to be a principled elder, but in the face of absolute interests and incomprehensible supernatural powers, human nature cannot withstand the test. He cannot guarantee that others in the Lin family harbor no malice. He cannot ensure that the upper echelons of the Daxia kingdom have no ulterior motives. What if he is taken as a guinea pig for experimentation? At that time, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. This is serious. This money can only be treated as ordinary spare funds to purchase some superficial cover materials. Absolutely cannot be used for cultivation. Su Yu made his final decision. He put the black card away. This money should be kept for resource purchases. It can also be used for a cash infusion in life and death situations. His own money should be used for cultivation during ordinary times. Su Yu touched his phone in his pocket. Inside there were over 200,000 dirty money obtained from Zhao family's killer, Lao Mo. But that is still far from enough. In the future, it's best to use cash. Or find an absolutely anonymous black market account. Only by ensuring that the source and flow of funds cannot be traced can the system recharge be absolutely safe. Because I am still too weak now. A martial artist with 1,000 points of blood vitality. He could walk sideways in Jiangqing. But in Kyoto, before a martial respect, he is worth nothing. He must endure. Wearing the skin of a prodigy, earning money in an absolutely safe manner, and then madly recharging. Having figured all this out, Su Yu let out a long sigh of turbid air. He felt a lot lighter. Gurgle. His stomach ungratefully let out a sound. Since taking the high-speed train in the morning, he hadn't eaten anything. Suyu picked up his canvas bag and turned to leave. Half an hour later, outside the main gate of Kyoto Martial University, on a bustling commercial street 3 kilometers away, Suyu sat in a noodle shop. Looking at the menu on the wall, his mouth twitched slightly. First-tier iron-armored bullbone soup noodles, 888 yuan bowl. Second-tier Gale Wolf meat noodles, 3888 yuan bowl. Ordinary clear soup noodles, no blood vitality bonus, 188 yuan bowl. Robbery, Suyu complained in his heart. In Jiangxing, a bowl of noodles with meat costs at most 15 yuan. The prices in Kyoto are simply outrageous. Boss, 1 bowl of second-tier Gale Wolf meat noodles, please. Suyu painfully scanned the payment code. Having 100 million black card was just the right time to use it. Soon the noodles were served. Suyu swiftly finished them in a few bites, even drinking the soup clean. He walked out of the noodle shop along the wide street, heading towards Kyoto's top martial arts university. Since he had free time, he wanted to see what the highest martial arts academy of the Daxia Kingdom looked like. The closer he got to Kyoto Martial University, the fewer pedestrians and vehicles there were. Instead, a thick, oppressive atmosphere of martial arts replaced them. The trees lining the streets were all specially cultivated iron wood, as hard as iron. The ground was not laid with ordinary asphalt, but with special alloy plates that could withstand the full force of a martial artist's strike. Finally, turning a corner, a towering building majestic as a mountain and seemingly piercing the heavens appeared before Suyu's eyes. Kyoto's top martial arts university. There were no walls. Only 2 massive black stone pillars standing like screeching columns towered between heaven and earth. The stone pillars were covered with fierce scars from axe and knife slashes. Dark red blood stains deeply penetrated the stone's texture. After 100 years, they still exuded a chilling aura of terror. Above the door frame, 4 blood-red characters written in a magnificent style seemed to contain some supreme martial arts truth. Martial arts must compete. Suyu stood 100 meters away looking up at those 4 characters. The 1,000 points of martial artist blood vitality within him surged uncontrollably at that moment. A strong, fervent desire to fight, to become stronger, to trample all geniuses underfoot wildly bred in his heart. Kyoto Martial University. In Suyu's deep eyes, the 2 screeching stone pillars were reflected. I have arrived. Suyu stepped forward, crossing between 2 towering stone pillars that radiated a murderous chill. No guards barred his way, no tedious registration was required. There was still 1 day before official registration. The campus was filled mostly with freshmen like him scouting ahead, and with hurried upperclassmen in various martial uniforms. Suyu carried a faded, threadbare canvas pack on his back, hands buried in his pockets, wandering aimlessly along the broad, tree-lined main avenue. Jingdu Wuda was immense, as vast as an independent city. The concentration of qi and blood in the air was several times that of Jiangxing's urban center. Before he knew it, following the flow of people, Suyu arrived at the very heart of the campus. The view suddenly opened up. A vast artificial lake spread before him. Weiming Lake. Its depths were unfathomable. There were no fountains, no pleasure boats. There was not even the whisper of a breeze across its surface. Dead silence. A suffocating stillness. Suyu halted, his gaze traveling across the tranquil water to the lake's center. There were no ornate pavilions or lofty halls. Only a bald, enormous reef of deathly black stone. Embedded in the rock was half of a dark red long spear, plunged askew. The spearhead had been broken and lost. The exposed shaft was covered with countless web-like fissures, like a parched riverbed etched into metal. It looked ruined and desolate. Yet even this half-broken weapon compelled every passerby to unconsciously tread lightly, their eyes filled with a profound reverence. Suyu followed the lakeside path closer. On the shore stood a massive black stele, its surface carved with words that reeked of blood and grief. His gaze landed on characters hewn like axe blows. Daxia year 240. A catastrophic subterranean fissure erupted suddenly beneath Jingdu. Tens of thousands of high-rank beast creatures poured from the earth like a black tide. Jingdu teetered on the brink of annihilation. The 3rd principal of Jingwu alone shouldered a long spear. He stood at the heart of the fissure, fighting for 7 days and 7 nights. He slew over 10,000 high-rank beasts. When his strength failed and the 9th-rank Beast King threatened to surge forth, the principal ignited his entire life force and offered his life, driving the spear deep into the core of the rift. With his life, he sealed it. When the military arrived, they sealed the breach. Only this half-broken shaft was recovered from the ruins. The dark red hue of the spear is the principal's dried lifeblood. It will never fade. It is named Jinhuan Soul Sealing. After reading the inscription, Suyu stood motionless for a long time. 7 days and 7 nights. 1 man with 1 spear suppressing tens of thousands of high-rank beasts. He even sacrificed his life to seal the rift. What a brutal carnage. What a tragic, heroic sacrifice. Suyu looked at the solitary remnant of the spear in the lake's heart. A deep respect flickered in his contemplative eyes. He did not conceal his cultivation. 1,000 points of martialistic vital qi flowed within him like a great river. He tried to extend a thread of perception to touch that peerless murderous weapon from 60 years past. Boom. The instant Su Yu's spirit first brushed the edge of the Jinhuan spear, an indescribable, terrifying, murderous qi. As if spanning 60 years of time and space, carrying with it the crushing might of mountains of corpses and oceans of blood, smashed mercilessly into Su Yu's sea of spirit. Su Yu's face drained white. His body convulsed uncontrollably. His right foot lurched back a half-step, gouging a deep print into the alloy walkway, before he barely regained his balance. A presence of 1,000 points of vital qi. Yet in that moment facing the remnant spear whose owner had perished 60 years ago. True martialist now. A presence of 1,000 points of vital qi. Yet in that moment facing the remnant spear whose owner had perished 60 years ago. He felt the helplessness of an ant gazing at the stars. His 1,000 points of qi were like a single flickering flame in a gale before that lingering pressure. If that force so wished it could crush him utterly. Too strong. Su Yu panted, forcing himself to separate. Merely a residual pressure, and even 1,000 points of vital qi cannot bear it. What realm must the third principle have reached back then? Martial king, martial emperor, or even beyond the martial sovereign? Su Yu did not know, but he finally understood why Lin Jintian called Jingdu Wuda a blood-soaked crucible where prodigies gathered. Depth of heritage. This was the foundation of the Imperial Martial Academy of Dexia. Around the shores of Weiming Lake, many people had gathered. Some upperclassmen in varied martial uniforms sat cross-legged on the grass by the lake, eyes half closed in meditation. Others were freshmen, like Su Yu, faces filled with curiosity and awe. Everyone stared fixedly at the spear in the lake's heart, brows knitted, as if striving to grasp some ineffable truth. Nearby, a middle-aged man in a Jingwu instructor's uniform stood beside a dozen freshmen at the water's edge. "Do you see it clearly?" the instructor asked, pointing to the remnant spear in the lake, his voice low and resonant. "This is Jingwu's spiritual totem. It is also the first place every one of you must visit after entering the academy." The freshmen followed the instructor's finger, their eyes filled with reverence. Within this spear resides, distilled from the third principle at the moment of death, the purest, most domineering, and most absolute strand of spear intent. A hint of fanaticism gleamed in the instructor's gaze. On the path of martial cultivation, techniques and skills can be learned. But intent, that is the hardest to comprehend. If any of you can glean even the slightest scrap of intent from this half-broken spear, the instructor paused, his voice rising sharply. Within the same rank, you would be invincible in killing and conquest. You might even slay enemies of higher rank. Instantly, the dozen freshmen stirred in a flurry of excitement. Each face burned with desire, as if they could not wait to wade into the lake and pull the spear into their arms. To leap ranks and slay. Those words carried lethal temptation for any martial artist. But the instructor promptly doused their fervor with a cold bucket of reality. Enough with such childish thoughts. He snapped. "Don't be hasty. Don't reach beyond your station." The instructor snorted. "This spear's intent is too domineering, too tragic. Without having endured true mountains of corpses and oceans of blood, without that absolute, will to be reborn through death, you cannot possibly resonate with it. It takes many years for Jingwu to produce even one prodigy who can barely stir a resonance with the Jinhuan spear. The last to comprehend even a sliver was 10 years ago, the senior, now guarding the northern abyss, the so-called war god." At the mention of the title, the freshman's fiery eyes froze and were replaced by a deep despair. One every 10 years. A war god-level figure. Then ordinary geniuses like them might not even deserve to drink the soup, let alone aspire to greatness. So calm your minds, the instructor waved his hand. Think of this as a visitation to honor the fallen and to receive a baptism of martial will. Find a place to sit, try to steal a glance. If you feel something, that is best. If you gain nothing, that is the norm. Do not force yourself into madness. The freshmen dispersed reluctantly. Each found a spot, and mimicking the upperclassmen sat cross-legged and fixed their gaze upon the lake's heart. Su Yu stood at the back of the crowd and withdrew his stare. He did not jostle with the others. Instead, he found a slightly secluded corner beneath drooping willows. He sat cross-legged, eyes gently closed. Su Yu concentrated his spirit, tracing the source of the earlier pressure, seeking to touch the tragic aura that still hovered above the lake's center. A minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed tightly. He rubbed his aching brow and sighed. Nothing gained. Apart from the sense of murderous qi that could press a man to vomit blood, he could not grasp any so-called spear intent. It was like a blind man standing before a masterpiece, sensing its existence, yet utterly incapable of discerning its soul. As expected, Su Yu murmured to himself, "This kind of thing that hinges on innate insight, on chance, on intangible talent, has never suited me. I am just an ordinary person who clawed his way up from the bottom." I lack that inborn supreme comprehension. He stared at the half-broken spear in the lake's heart. There was no discouragement in his deep eyes from the failure. Instead, a trace of cold clarity passed through them. Not bad. I don't need to rely on talent. I can spend money. So you took a deep breath. A thought. He directly awakened the cash injection system deep within his mind. Before coming to Kyoto, he had brought over 240,000 dirty money obtained from a Zhao family assassin. This was the only confidence he had to stand firm in Kyoto and dare to touch higher realms. System. Suyu issued a command in his mind. His gaze was locked onto the soul-subduing spear at the center of the lake. Target residual spear intent of the soul-subduing spear. 1,000 yuan. Ding. A crisp notification sound rang out in his mind. The balance in his bank card account silently evaporated by 1,000 yuan. Recharge successful. Cultivation exchange 1,000 years. High-level martial will residue detected. Simulating and comprehending the intent of the soul-subduing spear. Boom. In Suyu's mind, a thunderous explosion erupted instantly. His consciousness felt as if it was forcibly pulled out of his body by an irresistible, terrifying force. He was directly dragged into an endless blood-red space. The sky was dark red. The ground was charred black. The air was filled with a suffocating, intense smell of blood and the stench of exotic beasts. Time in this space lost its original meaning. It was infinitely stretched. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 500 years. A full 1,000 years passed. Suyu's consciousness felt like an absolutely calm observer. He sat in this bloody hell for 1,000 years. He saw a towering silhouette, holding a dark red long spear. Alone he stood before an unfathomably deep massive crevice. Ahead were endless high-level exotic beasts surging like a black tsunami, roaring and shaking the heavens. The silhouette did not flinch. There was no fear. Just extremely simply he raised his hand. Draw the spear. Stab. Piercing. Chop. Smash. There were no flashy martial skills, no unnecessary movements. Every swing was filled with a fierce determination to move forward, a resolve to burn everything. Every stab annihilated hundreds and thousands of high-level exotic beasts under the spear's light. So you just watched. For 1,000 years. He felt the loneliness of that silhouette. He felt the tragic willingness to burn everything for the 10,000 homes behind him. 1,000 years of observation. 1,000 years of comprehension. The moment Suyu's consciousness was pulled back to reality by the system, he suddenly opened his eyes. Who? Suyu gasped for breath. His chest heaved violently, like someone who had just been rescued from drowning. His back was completely soaked with cold sweat sticking tightly to his body. In his deep-set eyes, a faint, dark red light flickered. In the midst of it all, he seemed to grasp something. It was a terrifying rhythm that could only be understood but not articulated. It was the prototype of the last stab he made when the silhouette was exhausted. But, just a little bit short. It was as if there was an extremely tough layer of paper separating them. Clearly he could see the dazzling light outside. Clearly he could feel that destructive power. Yet he couldn't break through. Not enough. Suyu gritted his teeth. A trace of unprecedented fierceness flashed in his eyes. 1,000 years of comprehension. 1,000 years of sitting in silence. Was he only able to barely touch the threshold of this spear intent? What kind of tyranny did the intent of the soul-subduing spear possess? What an astonishing and unparalleled existence was the third principle back then. However, since he had already touched the threshold, since he had already seen that layer of paper, then he would spend money, forcefully break it open. System. Suyu shouted silently in his mind without hesitation. Recharge another 1,000. The crisp notification sound rang out again. The balance was deducted once more. Recharge successful. Cultivation exchange 1,000 years. Continuing to simulate the intent of the soul-subduing spear. Boom. This time, the quantitative change finally led to a qualitative change. 2,000 years of accumulation, 2,000 years of life and death observation, transformed into a violent force that could break through decay. In Suyu's mind, it exploded suddenly. That layer of tough paper that blocked him was instantly torn apart by this force. He saw clearly. He finally saw it completely. He saw that silhouette igniting all its chi and blood at the end of its life, unleashing that unparalleled stab. No techniques, no moves, only pure and extreme slaughter. Only a determination to live through death, suppress, subdue the soul. Buzz. Just as Suyu fully comprehended this trace of spear intent, an unexpected change occurred. At the center of the lake, the half-broken spear that had remained silent for 60 years, enduring the wind and rain without the slightest movement. Suddenly, it emitted a crisp and high-pitched gunshot. Jump. This sound was like a dragon's roar soaring into the sky, carrying a joy and pride suppressed for 60 years. It instantly penetrated the wide surface of the unnamed lake, echoing throughout the entire Jingwu campus. The next second, A visible, nauseatingly intense dark red spear intent surged from that broken spear tip, shooting into the sky, piercing the heavens. Rumble. The originally clear sky was torn apart by this surging dark red spear intent, creating a cloud rupture over 1,000 meters long. A violent wind rose. Sand and stones flew. The previously calm and mirror-like surface of the unnamed lake began to boil and roar violently, raising giant waves over 10 meters high. Splashed, splashed, at the entire unnamed lake. All the seniors, all the freshmen, including the mentor who had just been calmly advising everyone to relax, all collapsed under this sudden terrifying pressure. Everyone's face turned pale, their minds blank. It was as if an invisible, unparalleled long spear was hanging over their heads, ready to fall and crush them into powder. Wah! What happened? The mentor pressed tightly against the grass. His cheek pressed against the dirt. His eyes, filled with terror and disbelief, were fixed on the dark red light beam penetrating the heavens at the center of the lake. His voice trembled violently. His teeth chattered. Resonance. The soul-subduing spear actually resonated. Who? The mentor screamed madly in his heart, his eyeballs nearly popping out. Which genius is it? He actually comprehended the intent of the soul-subduing spear. Not only at the unnamed lake. This domineering spear intent that soared into the sky instantly stirred the entire Kyoto Martial University. Deep within the campus, in several ancient towers that had been sealed for years, several terrifying auras, even surpassing the martial sovereign realm, suddenly opened their eyes. The soul-subduing spear's roar. After 60 years, someone has finally drawn out that old fellow's will. Investigate. Immediately investigate. Which department's genius? At that moment, the entire Jingwu was in an uproar. Meanwhile, at the very back of the crowd, in the most inconspicuous corner, filled with drooping willows, Suyu slowly stood up. He was not overwhelmed by this terrifying pressure, because at this moment, a trace of extremely tragic dark red spear intent was radiating from him, the same origin as the spear at the center of the lake. Suyu stood in the raging wind, his worn-out short sleeve fluttering. He slowly raised his right hand, his fingers resembling a sword. His gaze was deep as a chasm without a ripple. Extremely casually, he lightly stabbed towards the empty space ahead. Sizzle. The air emitted a piercing, tearing sound, like a thick canvas being forcibly cut open by a sharp blade. A visible dark red air wave burst forth from his fingertips, silently sweeping past. Puff. 10 meters ahead, a heavy ironwood stone, used for landscaping, weighing several tons. It did not make any explosive sound. Directly, it was split in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Even the internal patterns of the stone were not damaged in the slightest. Pure cutting. Pure destruction. Suyu retracted his finger. He looked at the dark red light at his fingertip that had not completely dissipated, feeling the domineering and unparalleled spear intent within him. A trace of extreme shock and satisfaction flashed in his deep-set eyes. 2,000 yuan. 2,000 years of cultivation, exchanged for a trace of unparalleled killing intent. This money. Suyu returned his hands to his pockets. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. It was truly worth it. Boom. The air was suddenly torn apart. The wild wind by Weiming Lake had not yet ceased. 3 figures appeared before Suyu without any warning. There was no roar of explosive vitality, no attention-grabbing light or shadow. They simply materialized out of thin air as if they had always been standing there. Shrink the earth to an inch. Shift through the void. A terrifying technique surpassing that of masters, even grandmasters. Suyu's pupils abruptly constricted. Every muscle in his body tensed to the extreme in that moment. Danger. A deadly danger. These 3 individuals emitted no trace of vitality fluctuations, yet in Suyu's perception, they resembled 3 bottomless black holes mercilessly devouring the surrounding light and air. They were slightly weaker than Lin Zhentian, but were undoubtedly top-tier experts at the level of martial kings or even martial emperors. The depth of Jingwu's foundation was frighteningly profound. 3 pairs of eyes fell upon Suyu simultaneously. Their gazes were piercing as if they could see through his soul. 1,000 points of vitality. The burly old man standing in the center frowned slightly. He wore a gray tang suit that had faded from washing, and his eyes were sharp as knives. With just one glance, Suyu's true cultivation was completely exposed. A genuine martial master. The old man's brain began to analyze rapidly within a fraction of a second. Martial master. That's impossible for a freshman. In all the past years, even the prodigies cultivated by top families could barely reach the martial artist level with vitality values of 5 to 600 at most. A martial master with a vitality of 1,000 points could never be an incoming freshman. So he must be a sophomore. The old man's frown deepened. 1,000 points of vitality as a sophomore. That's a bit underwhelming. In Jingwu, even a slightly talented sophomore has a vitality starting from 3 to 4,000 points. This kid must be a good for-nothing slacker, right? Not only this old man, but the other two mentors nearby also exchanged glances that conveyed similar doubt and barely concealed disdain. A sophomore at the martial master level. In Jiangxing, he might be a peerless genius. But in a place like Jingwu filled with prodigies, he could only be considered a bottom-tier student. However, the three of them simultaneously focused on Su Ye's right hand, which had not yet fully retracted. At his fingertips a trace of dark red light still lingered. And not far away a piece of ironwood had been sliced smooth as a mirror. The breaths of the three supreme experts instantly grew heavy. The disdain in their eyes was abruptly replaced by an overwhelming frenzy. It doesn't matter. What does it matter if the vitality is weak? This is the will of the soul-subduing spear. After 60 years, someone has finally awakened this unparalleled killing intent of the spear. As long as this spear intent exists, even if he is a waste with only 10 points of vitality, I can use resources to forge him into an unrivaled expert. This spear intent is enough to compensate for all his shortcomings. First in killing. Invincible in the same realm. Kid. The burly old man took the lead in attacking. He stepped forward and instantly crossed a distance of over 10 meters, directly appearing before Suyu. On his weathered old face, a very enthusiastic, even somewhat obsequious smile emerged. I am director of the long gun department at Jingwu Weapons Academy. Chu Kuang's voice rumbled like thunder, making Su Ye's eardrums ring. Join my spear department. As long as you nod, I will guarantee you the highest level of special resource treatment at Jingwu. High-grade alloy long spear, choose whatever you like. Heaven-level spear techniques I will personally teach you step by step. A man should wield a spear. With your understanding of the soul-subduing spear intent, there is no place more suited for you than our spear department. Chu Kuang was practically drooling, his eyes filled with a fervor that seemed to want to swallow Suyu whole. This was a treasure who had comprehended the soul-subduing spear intent. As long as he could secure him for the spear department in due time, he would undoubtedly cultivate a spear master capable of dominating an era. However, before Suyu could speak, "Shut your damn mouth." A lean, hawkish-eyed, middle-aged man beside them directly cursed. He moved with a flicker, pushing Chu Kuang aside. "Old ghost Chu, have you no shame? What do you mean by spear intent matching your spear department?" The middle-aged man turned to Suyu, his hawkish expression instantly transforming into a warm smile. "Little brother, don't listen to this old fool's nonsense. I am the director of the blade department, Lei Ju. On the path of martial arts, all paths lead to the same destination. What's wrong with spear intent? It can also be integrated into sword techniques. Join my blade department, and I guarantee you double the resources compared to his spear department. He offers you heaven-level spear techniques, while I will apply for your qualification to enter the Jingwu secret realm. This is a spot that even senior students fight over fiercely." Lei Ju directly offered an exorbitant price. He was willing to throw away his dignity just to snatch someone. "Lei Ju, are you looking for death?" Chu Kuang's eyes bulged with rage, and his vitality faintly showed signs of erupting. This kid comprehended spear intent. "Are you suggesting he practiced sword techniques? You are wasting talent. I won't let you off today. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lei Ju stood his ground, retorting fiercely. "Both of you calm down." The last mentor, a middle-aged beauty dressed in a qipao, approached with a gentle shake of her folding fan, her smile warm. "Little handsome guy." The beauty looked at Suyu, her eyes revealing a hint of extremely subtle allure. "I am a mentor from the Practical Combat Academy in the Fist Department, Lu Ru Yin. What's so fun about those broken copper and iron from the Weapons Academy? A true martial artist considers the body as the strongest weapon. If you integrate that fierce spear intent into your fist techniques, a single punch will strike like a spear breaking through a formation. Wouldn't that be even more domineering?" Lu Ru Yin covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Join my fist department, and I will personally guide you to ensure you take fewer detours. As for resources, what they can provide, I can provide just as much. Moreover, our fist department has the most girls in all of Jingwu." She resorted to both coercion and temptation, even employing seduction. All the new and old students by Weiming Lake were left dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the three department heads, usually high and mighty, who were now arguing like wild women fighting over cabbage. Was this still the dignified upper echelon of Jingwu they recognized? Suyu stood still, watching the three supreme experts arguing incessantly. A hint of helplessness flashed in his profound eyes. Was this really the highest martial arts academy in the Great Xia Kingdom? Why did it feel like a pyramid scheme? However, he also understood. The reason these three mentors were so flustered was entirely due to the trace of the soul-subduing spear intent he had just comprehended. It's utterly outrageous. So outrageous that they can completely ignore their measly 1,000 points of blood vitality. Suyu cleared his throat, attempting to interrupt the three people's argument. "Three teachers. Swish. 3 pairs of eyes immediately turned to fixate on Su Yu, their gazes intense. Kid, who will you choose? Chu Kuang glared with wide eyes. Little brother, don't be afraid, choose me. Lei Ju's face was filled with anticipation. Little handsome guy, your sister has high hopes for you. Lu Ru Yin threw a flirtatious glance. Su Yu felt a bit overwhelmed under the 3 intense gazes. He scratched his head, standing there deeply entangled in his thoughts. Who to choose? To be honest, the moment Lu Ru Yin extended her olive branch, his first instinct was to choose the fist system. The reason was extremely simple and very practical: saving money. In the path of martial arts, weapons are insatiable money-devouring beasts. A high-grade alloy weapon capable of carrying advanced blood vitality easily costs millions or even tens of millions of Xia coins. Moreover, in the battles with wild beasts, once a weapon is dulled or shattered, it costs a fortune to replace. With the tens of millions for buying and repairing weapons, wouldn't it be more worthwhile to invest it all into the system to enhance his cultivation and make his body indestructible? However, the conditions offered by Chu Kuang were indeed too generous, and he had just accidentally comprehended the essence of the soul-restraining spear. If he didn't practice spear techniques, it would seem like a waste, greatly diminishing the power of this lethal force. Should he take the top-tier resources of the spear system for free, or should he opt for the extreme, cost-saving fist system? Su Yu furrowed his brows, his face filled with difficulty. Just as he hesitated and remained silent, Lei Ju, who clearly felt he had no chance, became anxious. In terms of compatibility, this kid had comprehended spear intent, giving Chu Kuang the advantage. In terms of tactics, Lu Ru Yin even resorted to shameless seduction. Practicing the knife. There was simply no competition against these two. No, he absolutely couldn't let them easily take away this prodigy. He had to stir up trouble. Lei Ju's eyes shifted as he suddenly stepped forward, nobly blocking Chu Kuang and Lu Ru Yin. Wait. You two old bandits, don't try to deceive him. Lei Ju turned to Su Yu, adopting a gentle demeanor of reasoning. Little brother, don't feel pressured. Jing Wu has its rules. Even if you comprehended spear intent, such a significant transition should at least be discussed with your current director, right? Lei Ju was calculating in his mind. This kid was only a sophomore with 1,000 points of blood vitality, certainly a nobody in the department before today, suddenly having an epiphany. What if this kid was originally a student of his knife system? If this was meat from his own pot, even if he had to turn over Weiming Lake today, he absolutely could not let this old ghost Chu Kuang take him away. Come, don't be afraid of them. Lei Ju's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on Su Yu, eagerly asking, Tell old Lei, which system are you in now? Hearing this, both Chu Kuang and Lu Ru Yin fell silent, their brows slightly furrowed. Indeed, while snatching someone away, they still needed to consider this kid's current affiliation. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the 3 top experts, Su Yu blinked. His tone was calm, even carrying a hint of innocence. I haven't been assigned to a system yet. Lei Ju was taken aback and instinctively retorted, Nonsense. Jing Wu requires system assignment from the 2nd semester of the 1st year. How could a sophomore student? Sophomore. Su Yu sighed, helplessly pointing towards the school gate not far away. I'm a special recruit this year. I just got off the train and I haven't even registered yet. Silence. A deathly quiet. The 3 department heads, who were frantically strategizing on how to snatch him away, abruptly halted, their voices, their expressions instantly stiffening. The wild wind by Weiming Lake seemed to come to a complete standstill at that moment. You haven't registered? Chu Kuang was stunned. His sharp eyes were fixed on Su Yu. At that moment, his brain experienced an extremely brief short circuit. Not registered, which means you are not a sophomore. Su Yu nodded. I'm a new student this year. I'll officially register tomorrow. Boom. This statement detonated like a nuclear bomb in the minds of the 3 department heads. Chu Kuang's eyes instantly widened. Lei Ju's jaw dropped to the ground. Lu Ru Yan's folding fan fell to the grass with a loud thud. A new student? This is a damn new student. The breath of the 3 top experts came to a complete halt at that moment. They had just been wildly mocking this kid's weak blood vitality. A sophomore with only 1,000 points of blood vitality was a useless waste of time. But now this kid told them he was a new student. A new student who hadn't even officially enrolled. 1,000 points of blood vitality. Chu Kuang's throat emitted a series of extremely difficult coughs. Martial Master Realm. New student. This is insane. The combination of these 3 terms completely overturned their lifelong understanding of martial arts. The Xia Kingdom has been established for over 1,000 years. In past years, the most monstrous new students at Jingwu barely had blood vitality of 700 or 800 at the peak of martial artists. Only 3 reached the martial master realm. But this kid before them, 18, not even enrolled yet, and already a genuine martial master with 1,000 points of blood vitality. Damn it, he actually is the 4th one. What's even more terrifying is that he's not just a martial master. He has also comprehended the soul-restraining spear intent. This is far from a useless waste. This is clearly an ancient fierce beast disguised in human skin. A peerless prodigy capable of driving the entire martial world of the Xia kingdom into madness. My heavens. Lei Ju's legs went soft, unable to hold back an expletive. Where the hell did this monster pop out from? Chu Kuang was trembling with excitement. He suddenly stepped forward, gripping Su Ye's shoulders tightly. The force was so great that even Su Ye's 1,000 points of blood vitality felt a sharp pain. Kid. Chu Kuang's eyes were as red as a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days. His voice trembled violently. You say that again. Are you really a new student? A new student of the martial master realm? Su Yu looked at the elderly man, trembling with excitement in front of him. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Yes. Jiangqing Su Yu. Special recruit. With Su Ye's confirmation, the rationality of the 3 department heads completely collapsed. Snatch. They must snatch him. Even if it meant using any means necessary, even if it meant tearing apart Jinghua's sky, they had to recruit this monster into their own department. Chu Kuang let out a wild roar to the sky. Old Lei, old Lu, no one can stop me today. This kid, I'm taking him for my spear system. Who dares to compete with me, I will fight them to the death today. Boom. As soon as Chu Kuang's words fell, an incredibly violent and unmatched blood energy surged from Lei Ju's body, shooting straight into the sky. Risking my life. Lei Ju's sinister face twisted completely at this moment. He stared fiercely at Chu Kuang, his gaze burning with an almost frenzied fighting spirit, showing no sign of retreat. Old Ghost Chu, do you think I'm afraid of you? A mere 18-year-old martial artist. A peerless prodigy who has comprehended the essence of the soul-subduing spear. If this were anywhere in the Great Xia Kingdom, it would be enough to make all the noble families fight over it. You think you can monopolize it with just one sentence? Dream on. With a clear ringing sound, a knife's cry echoed. In Lei Ju's hand, a long knife, entirely pitch black and exuding a chilling aura, appeared out of nowhere. The blade pointed directly at Chu Kuang. Today, either you cut me down by this nameless lake, or I must take this kid away. He has gone mad. Completely mad. The director of the Capital Martial Arts Sword Department was actually drawing his blade in the campus for a mere freshman. Good. Chu Kuang laughed in anger. His gray tang suit, once washed white, instantly puffed up with the violent blood energy. The sound of wind rustled. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant you that. With a hum, Chu Kuang reached into the void. A long spear, entirely silver and with a glittering point, appeared in his hand. The spear emerged like a dragon. Just the moment he grasped the spear shaft, a beam of spear light slightly weaker than the previous soul-subduing spear's essence, but even more refined and pure, tore through the surrounding air. 2 supreme powerhouses stood against each other, their tension palpable. Oh dear brothers, why are you really getting... At that moment, a delicate laugh broke the heavy atmosphere. Lu Rian lightly waved her folding fan and gracefully stepped forward. It seemed she was mediating, but in her captivating eyes a dangerously flickering light shone. However, a prodigy of this caliber is not something Chu Kuang alone can swallow. Lu Rian's smile slightly. A terrifying blood energy no weaker than the 2 erupted from her seemingly delicate body. No weapon was in sight, but the air around her emitted a series of unbearable explosive sounds. It was as if even space itself was about to be crushed by her. This handsome young man, my fist department, also wants to compete. 3-way standoff. 3 terrifying pressures surpassing the master realm collided violently by the nameless lake. Crack. Crack. The hard alloy walkway cracked like a fragile cookie under the clash of these 3 pressures. The surrounding students originally watching the spectacle were now pale with fear, crawling backward in a frenzy. They were afraid of being crushed into meat paste by the aftermath of this celestial battle. Yet Su Yu, at the eye of the storm, remained standing still. With his hands in his pockets, he did not retreat a single step. His martial artist chi at 1,000 points felt like a tiny boat in a storm before the 3 terrifying pressures. However, the trace of the soul-subduing spear's essence he had just comprehended acted like a stabilizing needle, fiercely protecting his mind. It allowed him to stand firm amidst the violent pressure. Su Yu looked at the 3 supreme powerhouses who were almost about to fight over him. In his deep eyes there was no fear, no surprise. Only an extremely calm calculation. It seems I have underestimated my current value. An 18-year-old martial artist combined with the soul-subduing spear's essence is no ordinary peerless. This is an invaluable treasure. Since it is an invaluable treasure, it should come with the treatment befitting one. Waiting for the right price. Maximizing benefits. This is what he should be doing right now. Su Yu cleared his throat and, facing the 3 terrifying pressures, slowly. 3 teachers, how about we don't fight for now? Although his voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of all 3 at this tense moment. Swish. The 3 pressures instantly withdrew. Chu Kuang, Lei Ju, and Lu Rian all turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes fixed intensely on Su Yu. Kid, have you made up your mind? Chu Kuang shouted impatiently. Join my spear department. Everything I just said, not only that. Chu Kuang gritted his teeth and threw out a bombshell. As long as you nod, I will unconditionally open the treasure vault of the spear department to you. All the S-grade alloy long spears inside, choose as you like. Every year's training resources I will apply for a special quota for you. Unknown mentorship from a tutor. I will personally take you into the underground, into the wilderness. I guarantee you will break through to the master realm within 4 years. The audience gasped. The students hiding in the distance turned green with jealousy upon hearing the conditions offered by Chu Kuang. Choose freely from the spear department's treasure vault. Special quota. The department head personally guides. This is not recruiting a student. This is clearly recruiting an ancestor. Old Ghost Chu stopped trying to fool people with these empty promises. Lei Ju did not back down and directly upped the ante. Little brother, what are alloy long spears? Come to my sword department. Not only will I give you equal resources, but I will also directly give you the only permanent pass to the Sky Abyss secret realm of our sword department. That place contains the ruins of ancient martial arts. Moreover, I will personally sponsor you with 10 million dragon coins as startup capital. 10 million. Real money. And this is just the resources directly given upon entry. The rewards from diligent cultivation will only increase. Lei Ju even emptied his own little treasury to snatch the student. Lu Rian covered her mouth and laughed, her delicate figure trembling. 10 million. Lei Ju, you are too stingy. Lu Rian walked in front of Su Yu, her breath fragrant. Little handsome guy. Their weapon academy is just a bottomless pit. If a weapon gets damaged and needs repairs or replacement, those costs are astronomical. Come to my fist department. No need to buy weapons, it's the most economical. Moreover, I will personally subsidize you with 500,000 cash every month. Additionally, as long as you are willing, I can personally teach you what it means to harmonize hardness and softness. Gulps. The male students watching from a distance all swallowed hard. These conditions, who could resist them? However, Su Yu at the center of the storm remained expressionless. He was not dazed by these exorbitant offers, nor was he lost in Lu Ruyan's allure. His mind was calmly analyzing the 3 conditions. The spear department matched best with his soul-subduing spear's essence. The sword department offered 10 million cash and a secret realm. The fist department offered 500,000 a month and no need to buy weapons, the most economical option. Saving money. These 2 words precisely struck at Su Yu's soft spot. His current core goal is to make money and then spend it lavishly. No matter how good the weapon is, can it compare to having a body strong enough to shatter stars with a single punch? However, not utilizing the soul suppression spear is indeed a waste. That cost 2,000 yuan. Su Yu took a deep breath. He looked at Chu Kuang. Director Chu. Hearing Su Yu address him first, Chu Kuang's eyes instantly lit up like 2 searchlights. Hey, kid, go ahead. The conditions you offered are indeed very tempting. Su Yu spoke calmly. But I have a question. What question? Ask away. I am candid. Chu Kuang patted his chest. The spear is damaged. Su Yu looked into Chu Kuang's eyes and asked seriously. Will you compensate for it? Silence. The 3 department heads were momentarily stunned. The students in the distance were also completely dumbfounded. Compensation. Is this a question an exceptional genius should ask? You don't inquire about the strength of the techniques or how impressive the instructors are. You're concerned about who pays for a broken weapon. Chu Kuang's brain malfunctioned for 2 seconds. Then he suddenly reacted, waving his hand grandly. As long as you cause the damage, no matter how many, the department will fully reimburse. I won't let you spend a single cent. To secure a talent, Chu Kuang even put the department's financial budget on the line. Good. Su Yu nodded. The issue of weapon damage was resolved. Now only one core question remains. Su Yu's gaze swept over Chu Kuang, then over Lei Ju and Lu Ruyan. A glimmer of pure sincerity flashed in his deep eyes. 3 teachers. The exceptional resources, secret realm quotas, and various cultivation materials you just mentioned. Su Yu paused. He asked a question that made everyone present completely question their lives. If I don't use them, can they be converted? Silence. The area by Weiming Lake fell into unprecedented stillness. Even the wind seemed to halt in that moment. Chu Kuang's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Lei Ju stared wide-eyed, looking at Su Yu like an idiot. Lu Ruyan's charming smile froze completely, and she didn't even notice when her folding fan fell to the ground. Convert to cash. What did this kid just say? Convert to cash. The minds of the 3 supreme powerhouses buzzed simultaneously. Did they hear wrong? These are exceptional resources from Jingwu. How many scions of noble families have gone bankrupt desperately seeking these priceless treasures? High-tier exotic beast blood, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, guidance from renowned masters. These things are simply priceless. How dare you ask if they can be converted to cash? You think this is a market where you can return excess goods? You? Kid. Chu Kuang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Are you really short on money? He simply couldn't comprehend. An 18-year-old martial artist, a peerless genius who comprehended the soul suppression spear. How could he be so obsessed with money? In the martial way, money is merely auxiliary, our resources are paramount. I am short. Suyu replied bluntly without any disguise. Very short. He looked at Chu Kuang, his gaze clear and resolute. Director Chu, I don't need heavenly materials or high-tier pills. I only need money. If those resources can't be converted to cash, then he'll have to choose the fist system. After all, Teacher Liu gives 5 million cash every month. Suyu very realistically laid out Liu Ruyan's conditions. Direct. Unabashedly direct. Without an ounce of the arrogance and pride of a genius. He was like a shrewd businessman. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan was first taken aback, then covered her mouth, laughing so hard she trembled. Giggling. Old Ghost Chu, did you hear that? This handsome young man is a down-to-earth person. Those grand resources you boast about mean nothing to him. Liu Ruyan looked at Chu Kuang and Lei Ju with great satisfaction. Handsome young man, come here to sister. 5 million is just the base salary. He'll give you bonuses every month based on your performance. Chu Kuang and Lei Ju's faces instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Frustration. It was too frustrating. They, the directors of Jingwu, held countless top-tier resources. Yet today they were actually defeated by a pile of money filled with the scent of copper. Bullshit. Chu Kuang lost his temper and cursed directly. Who said it can't be converted to cash? He glared at Suyu, gritting his teeth. Convert. How much do you want? He'll apply for as much as you need. The value of exceptional resources is at least several hundred million each year. He'll convert it all into dragon coins and transfer it to your account. This should work, right? Seeing Chu Kuang agreeing to such an outrageous condition, Lei Ju became anxious as well. He'll convert too. Little brother, I have more resources in the sword system than he does. He'll convert 10 billion each year for you. Crazy. These 3 department heads had completely lost their minds just to secure a talent. They didn't even care about Jingwu's rules anymore. Suyu looked at the 3 crazily raising their offers. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his deep eyes. Done. As long as it can be converted to cash, his future path of spending money will be completely unobstructed. The exceptional resources from Jingwu are worth several hundred million or even over 1 billion each year. Convert it all to money and pour it into the system. The rate at which his vitality value would soar would absolutely scare these big shots to death. Good. Suyu nodded. Since Director Chu has agreed to compensate for the weapon and it can be converted to cash, then I will choose. Nonsense. Just as Suyu was about to utter the words, gun system, a voice burst forth with extreme authority like thunder from the heavens. Without warning, it explosively resonated above Weiming Lake. Boom. This sound carried no fluctuations of chi or blood. Yet it bore an irresistible absolute pressure belonging to a superior being. In that moment, the air above Weiming Lake seemed to be instantly siphoned away. All sounds ceased abruptly. Chu Kuang, Lei Ju, and Liu Ruyan, the 3 supreme powerhouses who had just been invincible and bickering fiercely. Upon hearing this roar, their expressions changed simultaneously. The previously raging chi and blood retreated into their bodies like mice encountering a cat. The 3 turned simultaneously. Facing the air above the lake, they respectfully bowed. Vice Principal. Wow. The distant students gasped in unison. Vice Principal. The Vice Principal of Jingwu. The true pillar of the Great Xia Kingdom, a peerless powerhouse at the martial emperor level. Nie Kong. A figure as elusive as a dragon had actually been stirred. Buzz. The air above the lake trembled. A tall figure slowly stepped out from the void. He was dressed in an extremely ordinary black robe. His face was thin with a touch of gray at the temples. He appeared to be an ordinary teacher. But the moment the entire world seemed to revolve around him, slowly spinning. Martial Emperor realm. With a mere word, the law obeyed, walking through the air. Nie Kong looked down, his cold gaze sweeping across Chu Kuang and the others. The dignified head of the Beijing Martial Arts Department. To fight over a freshman by the Weiming Lake. Even uttering the ridiculous phrase of resource conversion. What do you think the rules of Beijing martial are? Do you treat the educational funding allocated by the Great Xia Kingdom to the Martial University as a bargaining chip for snatching students? His voice was like a thunderclap. Each word pierced the heart. Chu Kuang and the others broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to breathe. In front of the martial emperor, they as grandmasters had no room to retort. After scolding the 3, Nie Kong's gaze slowly descended. Finally, it landed on Suyu. This glance seemed ordinary, but Suyu felt as if he was being locked onto by a blazing sun. Every bone, every inch of meridian in his body, even the hidden 1,000 points of martial energy, all were exposed under that gaze. The overwhelming pressure. It was even stronger than the feeling he got from. Nie Kong looked at Suyu. On his usually calm face, a rare hint of undeniable shock flashed. What a solid foundation. Nie Kong silently gasped in awe. Like Lin Jintian as a martial emperor, he saw through the truth of Su Ye's body at a glance. 1,000 points of martial energy, condensed like steel, heavy as a mountain. There were no signs of any flotation. This kid has actually polished the foundation of the martial artist realm to such a flawless degree, and he is only 18. What's even more terrifying is that he has comprehended the essence of the soul-subduing spear. Nie Changkong's heart couldn't help but thump violently twice. While Chu Kuang and the others only saw Su Ye's talent, Nie Changkong saw Su Ye's almost perverse endurance and temperament. A youth who can refine his martial energy to such perfection before the age of 18 must have undergone unimaginable brutal training. Such a monster. If he were truly bought away by Chu Kuang and the others with money, it would be the greatest regret for Beijing Marshal. Your name is Su Yu. Nie Changkong slowly descended from the air. Standing in front of Su Yu, the pressure dissipated. His tone became calm. Yes. Su Yu replied with neither humility nor arrogance. Are you in need of money? Nie Changkong looked at him. Yes, Su Yu replied calmly. Martial resources are more useful than money. Nie Changkong attempted to correct this genius mistaken view. To me, money is more useful. Su Yu stood his ground. The system only recognized money. No matter how good the rare materials were, they couldn't be directly converted into cash. Nie Changkong looked at the deep and stubborn eyes of Su Yu, remaining silent for a moment. Suddenly he laughed. Good. Since you love money so much, I will give you an opportunity to earn it. Nie Changkong turned to face Chu Kuang and the others as well as all the students in the distance. His voice echoed across the Weiming Lake. Su Yu, specially recruited freshman, gifted, comprehended the essence of the soul-subduing spear. Approved by the school committee. Su Yu is hereby granted the title of Special Freshman of Beijing Marshal. The moment these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Chu Kuang and the others abruptly raised their heads, their faces filled with disbelief. Special Freshman. In the 100 years since Beijing Marshal was established, this title has only been awarded to one person. That was the invincible war god currently guarding the northern abyss. Su Yu does not belong to any single department. Nie Changkong continued to announce. He can freely enter and exit all classrooms and treasure houses of the Weaponry Academy, Combat Academy, and Support Academy. All instructors are forbidden from interfering with his training direction. As for the money you desire, Nie Changkong turned his head to look at Su Yu. A glint of cunning like that of a sly old fox flashed in his deep gaze. The resources that Chu Kuang and the others promised you at most amount to a little over $1 billion. While that's an astronomical figure for an ordinary student, to me, it's unworthy of your talent, far too cheap. Since you love money so much, then allow me to show you a real path to wealth. Nie Changkong's voice suddenly, as a special freshman, you will have the privilege to accept the highest level bounty tasks from Beijing Marshal. You even qualify to take on high-paying bounties from the Military and Martial Arts Alliance. Killing high-level exotic beasts, exploring undeveloped caverns, eliminating fallen martial artists, obtaining rare materials. All the spoils you bring back will be bought back in cash at a premium by Beijing Marshal, as long as you have the ability. In the task hall of Beijing Marshal, there is a cash bounty pool worth hundreds of billions waiting for you to empty. Even with no upper limit. Nie Changkong patted Su Yu on the shoulder. If you want money, go to the wilderness, use your fists and guns, and carve your path. Do you dare? Using provocations. Su Yu looked at Nie Changkong. Listening to the words, hundreds of billions in cash bounty, a passionate light finally erupted in his deep eyes. Hundreds of billions. Even if he only earned a tenth, it would be enough for him to invest in reaching the Martial King or even Martial Emperor realm. This is the stage he truly desires. This is the ultimate form of openly cheating while disguised as a prodigy. Su Yu showed no hesitation. His back straightened. He stared directly at the Martial Emperor level vice principal. What is there to be afraid of? These 4 words were delivered with a resonant conviction, exuding an absolute confidence like a sea of corpses and mountains of blood. Good. Nie Changkong laughed heartily. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, come to the principal's office to find me. I will personally process your special freshman paperwork. After finishing speaking, Nie Changkong stepped out, instantly merging into the void, disappearing without a trace. Only leaving behind the Weiming Lake a group of dumbfounded instructors and students. And Su Yu, who stood still with a slight smile on his face. Chu Kuang, Lei Ju, and Lu Rian exchanged glances. After a brief moment of astonishment, the eyes of these 3 old foxes almost simultaneously lit up. Doesn't belong to any single department. So what? As long as this kid spends every day attending classes and training in their academy, isn't that the same as being their student? What does it matter if he's a specially recruited freshman? As long as he is here, the fame and glory he earns will still count as ours. Realizing this, Chu Kuang's expression changed quicker than flipping a page, and with a beaming smile, he strode forward, grabbing Su Ye's shoulder and smoothly slipping a dark golden card into his hand. Kid, the principal is right. Bounties indeed earn money, but that's all paid with life on the line. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. This card contains 50 million. Consider it my personal sponsorship gift to you. Chu Kuang lowered his voice, coaxing him gently. After you finish the formalities tomorrow, come to our academy. First, my personal weapon vault is open to you. As long as you come to class every day, I will cover all the equipment you need for bounty hunting in the future. Get lost. 50 million to send off a beggar. When Lei Ju saw Chu Kuang's shameless behavior, he immediately got angry, pushing him aside and thumping his chest with bravado. Suyu, come to our academy. Not only is the top-tier gravity chamber and blood pool available to you for free all day, but I will also allocate an additional 1 billion combat allowance for you every month. Real cash, absolutely no delays. Oh my, both of you brothers are really wealthy. Lu Rian swayed her alluring figure forward, giving the two a charming glance, then smiled sweetly at Suyu, quietly slipping a delicate space ring into his hand. Little guy, fighting and killing can easily lead to injury. Lu Rian spoke softly, her voice enchanting. Come to our academy, and I will personally teach you. This ring contains a batch of high-level martial energy potions that cannot even be bought with money on the market. You can use them as you please, anything you don't use. Feel free to sell on the black market, and I will pretend I didn't see it. Suyu looked at the suddenly increased bank card and the space ring filled with potions in his hand. He was momentarily stunned. Then a smile gradually brightened his face. Is this the treatment of a top genius? Even the choice of which academy to attend comes with resources worth tens of millions to billions offered to entice you. The three directors are too kind. Suyu readily stuffed the card and ring into his pocket, speaking seriously without a hint of embarrassment. In fact, I am the most diligent person eager for knowledge. I will definitely attend classes every day and never neglect any subject. Chu Kuang and the others twitched their lips in unison upon hearing this. While not only is he a prodigious talent, but his shamelessness in only recognizing money is also astonishingly thick-skinned. However, as long as he is willing to come, that's all that matters. After bidding farewell to the three directors, each with their own schemes and eager expressions, Suyu turned around. He did not pay attention to the countless gazes filled with odd jealousy and fervor around him. Carrying the worn-out canvas bag on his back with his hands in his pockets, he walked out of the gates of Kyoto Martial University at a leisurely pace. The afterglow of the sunset stretched his silhouette long. Hundreds of billions in bounty pools. The infinite privileges of a special freshman. The exorbitant welcome gift he just acquired in his pocket. And that card containing 100 million. Suyu's eyes became brighter and more fervent than ever. Kyoto, this place is indeed not a mistake. Tomorrow, officially reporting in. His journey of investing in martial arts will officially begin here. Meanwhile, at the information center of Jingwu's internal network, a warning blared. Warning. Server overload. Warning. Data traffic anomaly. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the hall. Dozens of high-level array masters and programmers responsible for maintaining the network were sweating profusely, frantically typing on their keyboards. Director, we can't hold on any longer. The access volume has surpassed 300,000 in just 1 minute. The entire faculty and student body are crazily refreshing the same post. The backup server has crashed too. The director of the information center stared intently at the large screen. In the center of the screen was a single line of striking announcement displayed in bold crimson font at the top. Jingwu School Committee's confidential announcement: from this day forward, first-year student Suyu is granted the exclusive title of Special Freshman at Jingwu. This brief line of text was like an incredibly powerful nuclear bomb, directly stirring up a tempest in the calm waters of Jingwu, which had been tranquil for years. Although the forum crashed, the news spread like a plague through various private communication channels, WeChat groups, and large community groups, proliferating wildly. This is insane. The school committee must be out of their minds. A special freshman. I've been at Jingwu for 4 years and have never even heard of this title. Clearly you are simply uninformed. In the 100 years since Jingwu was established, this title has only appeared once. Who? The invincible war god who currently guards the northern abyss and strikes fear into the hearts of the beast kings. Our Jingwu's current principal. As these words were spoken, all discussion groups fell into a deathly silence, followed by an even more frenzied eruption. On what basis? A freshman who hasn't even officially enrolled, how can he share the same glory as that invincible war god? What accomplishments does he have? How many high-level beasts has he slain? I heard he comprehended the meaning of the soul-quelling spear, and at just 18 he has already reached a combat master level with a blood vitality of 1,000 points. So what? In Jiang City, combat masters are notable figures, but in Jingwu they are nothing. I reached the peak of combat master in my sophomore year. Ordinary students were in awe and disbelief. Meanwhile, the truly exceptional students, those who had long dominated the Jingwu rankings and enjoyed the admiration of countless people, were shocked, filled with an intense feeling of discontent. In Jingwu's first gravity training room, the highest level training facility in the school, only the top 10 from the rankings were qualified to use it. At this moment, the parameters in the gravity room were set terrifyingly to 50 times. The air felt heavy as if it had transformed into solid lead. Bang, bang, bang. A short-haired youth with a muscular build like a coiling dragon was frantically hammering a testing post made of extraterrestrial iron. With each punch, a deafening sonic boom erupted, causing the entire gravity room to shake violently. Liu Tianzong, the vice president of the Jingwu Student Union, was renowned. He ranked third on the rankings with a terrifying blood vitality of 8,000 points. Half a step to becoming a master. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator in the corner suddenly flashed wildly. Liu Tianzong frowned slightly, withdrawing his fist. He picked up the communicator and glanced at the crimson announcement on the screen. Special freshman, Suyu. A dangerous glint flashed in the depths of Liu Tianzong's profound eyes. Crack. The communicator made of high-level alloys crumbled in his hand like a fragile cookie. Metal shavings fell through his fingers. The title of War God is something a mere rookie who hasn't even seen blood can grasp. Liu Tianzong's voice was as cold as ice. Growing up hearing the legends of the War God, the man guarding the northern abyss was a deity he held sacred. Now the school committee actually placed the crown of the deity upon the head of a freshman. Go! Liu Tianzong did not turn back, merely speaking lightly to the shadow outside the gravity room. Spread the word. Tomorrow during the freshman registration, I, Liu Tianzong, will personally weigh the worth of this special freshman on the arena by Weiming Lake. Let's see if his bones are worthy of this title. A figure in the shadows slightly bowed. Yes, young master. The figure retreated. Liu Tianzong turned around, looking at the testing post that had been smashed with numerous dents. He coldly brushed off the metal shavings from his hands. Privileges. The crown of the deity is something a kid who hasn't even seen blood can wear steadily. Tomorrow I will personally shatter this undeserved vanity on the arena. At the same time, in the Jingwu administrative building on the top floor in the vice principal's office, Nie Chongkong pushed open the heavy oak door and locked it behind him. He walked to his desk without any hesitation, directly activating the level top-secret soundproof formation. A faint blue light curtain instantly enveloped the entire room, blocking all mental probes. After completing this, Nie Chongkong took a deep breath. From the bottom of the safe, he retrieved an ancient-looking non-electronic black satellite phone. This was a direct line to the highest military secrets of the Great Xia Kingdom, to be used only in the face of a national crisis or significant events. Beep. Beep. The phone rang twice before connecting. Chongkong. A voice on the other end was extremely hoarse, filled with endless weariness. In the background, thunderous and mournful beast roars could be heard, along with the howling of fierce winds whipping up ice and snow. One could even hear the sharp sound of blades slicing through flesh. That place was the most dangerous front line of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Northern Abyss. And the person on the phone was the principal of Jingwu, the first-generation special freshman. The invincible war god who suppressed countless beasts, Feng Wuji. Principal. Nie Chongkong tightened his grip on the phone. Even thousands of kilometers away, just hearing that voice made him sense an overwhelming aura of blood and carnage. What happened? Did the beasts riot again? Or is that bunch of the church stirring up trouble at the border? Neither. Nie Chongkong swallowed hard, a complex emotion flashing in his deep-set eyes. The soul-quelling spear has resonated. Silence fell. The other end of the line was engulfed in a deathly stillness, as if even the thunderous beast roars had been forcefully suppressed by some terrifying power. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering came through the radio waves. It was the sound of Feng Wuji's exquisite spirit jade teacup, which had accompanied him for decades, being crushed in his hand. What did you say? Feng Wuji's breathing instantly became heavy, his voice carrying an unmistakable. The soul-quelling spear resonated. Who? Did that old man Chu Kuang break through to Martial Emperor, or did that old fellow Lei Ju have an epiphany? Neither. Nie Chongkong forced a wry smile. It's a freshman. A freshman who just got off the train today and hasn't even completed the registration process. Boom. On the other end of the line, it felt as if a volcano had erupted. A freshman. Feng Wuji completely lost composure. Are you kidding me? I know better than anyone how domineering the will within that broken spear is. Back in the day, I sat by Weiming Lake for 3 years, tormented to death by that aura, before barely comprehending a hint of it. A freshman. Absolutely true. Nie Chongkong reported with solemn gravity, enunciating every word. His name is Suyu, 18 years old, an orphan from Jiangxing. Today by Weiming Lake, he stirred the soul-suppressing spear's resonance in under an hour. And Nie Chongkong paused, his tone turning exceptionally grave. He has 1,000 points of blood energy, a genuine martial master realm. His foundation is so flawless that even I cannot find a single blemish. Silence. On the other end of the line, a prolonged silence descended once more. It lasted a full half-minute. Then, a burst of unbridled, unrestrained laughter exploded from the phone. The laughter was steeped in boundless ecstasy and exhilaration. Excellent. An 18-year-old martial master. Excellent. The soul-suppressing spear intent. Feng Wuji's voice trembled, barely containing his excitement. Chongkong have those old fools like Chu Kuang already come to blows over snatching the kid. Nye Chongkong let out. They nearly did. But this kid didn't choose any academy. Oh. Feng Wuji sounded surprised. Why? Because the first thing he asked them was whether the promised martial resources could be directly cashed out and deposited into his bank account. There was a 2-second pause on the line. Then, Feng Wuji erupted into laughter, even more thunderous than before, laughing until he could barely catch his breath. Cash out. This kid is a money grubber. Excellent. Perfect. I despise those sanctimonious ascetic bookworms the most. Desire and greed. Those are the driving forces to survive in the abyss. Feng Wuji's voice turned supremely domineering, yet brimming with the profound affection of an elder for a peerless genius. Chongkong, listen. Since he wants money, give him the broadest stage in Great Xia to earn it. Unrestrict his access. Open all a rank and below bounties from Jingwu the military and even the martial alliance to him. The standard curriculum at Jingwu is a waste of time for a talent like him. Let him trade the blood of aberrant beasts and the lives of enemies for the wealth he craves to nourish that spear intent of his. But Feng Wuji's tone shifted abruptly, a terrifying murderous intent like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood crashing down through the radio waves. This kid is now the jewel of our Great Xia. He can bleed, suffer hardship, even be chased through the wilderness by aberrant beasts until he's battered and bruised. As per the old rules, pure competition arena sparring wilderness trials. As long as no one dies, even if they break 3 of his ribs, don't interfere. Let him endure it. The Martial University has the finest medical pods to back him up. But Feng Wuji enunciated each word, his killing intent palpable. If I learn of any shameless old fool bullying the younger generation or scum from the church or heretical cults scheming against him, Chongkong on my behalf annihilate their entire clan. Click. The call ended. Nye Chongkong stood still, listening to the dial tone, a flicker of amusement deep in his eyes. Protective. This invincible war god guarding the northern frontier, though harsh in words, cherished this sole special grade freshman as the apple of his eye. He gazed out the window. Under the night sky, the capital was a tapestry of splendor. Yet beneath the brilliance lurked an abyss that could consume everything at any moment. Suyu. Nye Chongkong murmured to himself. I hope you live up to this title. Late night. Magic Capital First Martial University. The Supreme Administrative Conference Room. Blazing with lights. The atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Over a dozen high-ranking members of the Magic Martial University, radiating terrifying blood energy, sat around a massive round table. Their expressions were uniformly grim. Bang! The principal, a towering iron tower-like one-eyed elder, slammed his palm heavily onto the table. The solid wood table instantly shattered into powder. A special grade freshman. Those old bastards at Jingwu actually produced a special grade freshman at this critical juncture. The one-eyed elder fumed with rage. Is this a challenge to our Magic Martial University? Are they telling all of Great Xia that Jingwu remains the undisputed #1? The twin stars of Great Xia, Jingwu and Magic Martial, a century-old rivalry. For the title of the Empire's premier martial academy, the two schools had schemed and clashed for countless years. Over resources, student intake, even territories in the wilderness. They competed over everything. Calm yourself, principal, said a vice principal with gold-rimmed glasses, adjusting them with a cold glint in his eyes. Intelligence is confirmed. That freshman named Su Yu has indeed comprehended the soul-suppressing spear intent. And he is at the martial master realm. Jingwu has indeed stumbled upon a peerless prodigy. Prodigy, the one-eyed elder snorted. Martial arts demand relentless struggle. Throughout history, how many so-called peerless prodigies have had their mental state shattered by a single defeat, fading into obscurity? Without the power to truly dominate an era, the title of special grade freshman is nothing but a target waiting to be exploited. He pounded the table, his voice echoing through the hall. At this year's National Freshman Exchange Tournament and the Wilderness Trial 3 months from now, we must never let this kid cultivate that invincible at the same level momentum. If he rides the special grade freshman reputation to sweep all opposition and successfully condense his divine ring, then for the next 4, even 10 years, Magic Martial won't even get the scraps. All top-tier talent and resource allocation in Great Xia will be devoured by Jingwu alone. We must thwart him. A combat department director stood abruptly, battle intent blazing in his eyes. Principal, give the order. Our Magic Martial also has its monsters this year. Jingwu wants to use this Su Yu to step on our faces and establish their prestige. Then we shall shatter his invincible mindset fair and square in the arena. The one-eyed elder narrowed his remaining eye. How is Wu Dao's body tempering in the blood pool coming along? At the mention of Wu Dao, a flicker of confidence crossed the faces of all the magic martial higher-ups present. Shen Wu Dao, the special grade freshman recruited this year with the university's full resources. A born fiend body, an ultimate martial maniac raised in the cruelest of real combat, living solely for battle. His blood energy test before enrollment. 800 points. Though inferior to Su Yes Thousand, Shun Wadeo's combat prowess was terrifying. He had once torn apart a peak second-tier iron-armored rhinoceros with his bare hands in the wilderness. Wu Dao is still soaking in the blood pool, the vice principal said, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a slight smirk. But if we tell him about Su Yu comprehending the soul-suppressing spear intent and being named special grade freshman. Given Wu Dao's madman personality that thrives on stronger opponents, he will be extremely excited. Good. The one-eyed elder's decision was final. Inform Shen Wu Dao. At the freshman exchange tournament, I want him before the eyes of all great Xia's media to righteously crush the pride of that so-called special grade freshman along with his fledgling spear intent. Jingwu wants to force mold a god to lord over us. Then he'll show the world that even a special grade freshman is fit only to be a stepping stone for our magic martials prodigies. The night was deep. In a luxurious top-floor apartment near Kyoto Martial University, Su Yu pushed open the door and walked into the living room. The lights were off. Only the dazzling neon lights of Kyoto outside the floor-to-ceiling windows illuminated the floor, casting a long shadow. Su Yu casually tossed the old, faded canvas bag onto the expensive leather sofa. He leaned heavily against it, letting out a long sigh. Silence. Absolute silence. It was only at this moment that the tight nerves he had held all day finally relaxed a little. So much had happened today. From Jiang City to Kyoto, from meeting the martial sovereign Lin Jintian to comprehending the meaning of the soul-guarding spear by the unnamed lake, and then being fiercely contested by 3 department heads, finally attracting the attention of the vice principal martial emperor, directly being designated as a special news student. If this had happened to an ordinary 18-year-old boy, he would have probably been so excited that his brain would crash, unable to tell east from west. But Su Yu was not. His gaze remained deep and calm in the darkness. Take stock of resources, Su Yu murmured to himself. He sat up and reached into his pocket. Clap, clap. 2 cards were gently placed on the coffee table in front of him. One was a black card given by Lin Xiaoxiao containing a small goal. The other was a nameless platinum card given to him by the gun department head Chu Kuang containing 50 million. A total of 150 million. Besides that, he also had a space ring that the combat department head Lu Ruyan had forcibly given him. Su Yu scanned with his spiritual sense. The internal space of the ring was small, only a few cubic meters. But inside there were neatly arranged hundreds of test tubes exuding a strong wave of vitality. All were extremely rare high-grade vitality potions on the market. A large stash of potions. Su Yu looked at the ring, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The purity of these potions was already extremely high, capable of being absorbed directly to enhance vitality or exchanged for currency in the system. However, now was not the time for potions. Su Yu's gaze fell back on the 2 bank cards on the coffee table. A huge sum of 150 million. If he poured it all into the system at the rate of $1 buying 1 year of cultivation, that would amount to 150 million years of cultivation. 150 million years. Even a pig living for 150 million years could become a legendary beast that devours the heavens and earth. Su Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. The temptation was too great. He subconsciously called out to the system in his mind, ready to recharge the 50 million given by Chu Kuang. System recharge. Before he finished speaking, Su Yu suddenly shut his mouth. His hand reaching for the platinum card hung in midair. Cold sweat instantly seeped from his forehead. No, I can't do that. Su Yu's brain began to work, and reason extinguished the feverish excitement in his heart like icy water. Using a bank card for in-game purchases carries a fatal risk of exposure. The system's deduction method is to directly erase the account's numbers. There is no transaction record, no recipient, no flow of funds. If it was a few hundred or a few thousand, perhaps no one would notice. But this is 50 million. This is 100 million. In a place like Kyoto, large financial transactions are definitely under tight scrutiny by bank think tanks and formation masters. Chu Kuang had just given him the card, and then the 50 million in the card would vanish into thin air. Even the highest level financial tracking system of the Daxia Kingdom wouldn't be able to trace it. What would Chu Kuang think? What would the military think? If it raised suspicions among those martial emperors, or even martial sovereigns, and they traced it down, his greatest secret, the system, would undoubtedly be completely exposed. I almost let greed cloud my mind. Su Yu took a deep breath and retracted his hand. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. An ordinary person is innocent, but possessing treasure can bring calamity. Without absolute invincible power, even the slightest flaw could lead to deadly consequences. But guarding a mountain of 150 million yet not being able to spend it, that's more painful than killing him. Suyu stood up and paced back and forth in the spacious living room. His brow was tightly furrowed. His mind was grappling for a solution. Suddenly his footsteps halted sharply. A bright light burst forth from his deep eyes. Right? Suyu slapped his thigh. How could I forget the most primitive method? Cash. I can use cash. Digital currency would be tracked, bank accounts monitored. But what about physical nameless cash? As long as he withdrew the cash and brought it to a corner with no surveillance, then let the system directly absorb the physical currency. Who could trace that? If the cash vanished, others would think he hid the money or exchanged it for resources. They could never connect it to him recharging the system. Let's do it. Suyu's eyes instantly burned with fervor. He hesitated not for a moment. He walked straight into the bathroom and quickly took a cold shower to wash away the fatigue. He changed into a clean black tracksuit, put on a baseball cap, picked up the platinum card from the table, and directly stepped out. In the deep night of Kyoto, the lights were still bright. Half an hour later, Suyu arrived at the edge of the affluent district of Kyoto at a 24-hour top-tier VIP self-service bank. There were no human tellers here. Only rows of massive ATM machines made of high-grade alloys with very high explosion-proof levels designed to provide large cash services for high-net-worth clients who couldn't show their faces. Suyu walked and inserted the nameless platinum card given by Chu Kwang into the machine and entered the password. Dear Platinum VIP customer, your account balance is 5,000,000 yuan. Please enter the amount of cash you wish to withdraw. Suyu took a deep breath. His fingers danced quickly on the input 1,000,000. 1 million. Buzz. The machine emitted a low hum of mechanical operation. Then click. The enormous cash dispensing slot slowly opened. Bundles of brand new 100 yuan bills exuding the fragrance of ink were pushed out neatly like red bricks. A full 100 bundles. 1 million in cash weighed about 23 pounds. For a martial artist with a vitality of 1,000, this weight was no more than a feather. Suyu expressionlessly swept all 1 million in cash into the black backpack he brought and zipped it up. He pulled out the card, turned and vanished into the vast night. Back at the apartment, click. The door locked behind him. Suyu walked to the center of the living room and opened the back. Splash. 100 bundles of red bills tumbled directly onto the expensive carpet, forming a small mountain exuding the smell of money. Suyu sat cross-legged in front of this small mountain. In his gaze there was no greed for money, only an extreme desire for power. Recharge. Suyu decisively issued the command in his mind. However, when it came to choosing what to spend the money on, he was 1 million in cash equals 1 million years of cultivation. Where should this massive energy be spent? Martial arts. Suyu shook his head. The only martial art he currently mastered was the basic 5 elements fist and the low-rank profound technique Shattered Rock Palm, given by Lin Xiaoxiao. The 5 elements fist had already reached perfection. As for Shattered Rock Palm, although it was profound, it was simply not enough in the realm of Jingwu. Spending 1 million years on a low-rank profound technique. That would be a complete waste. Techniques. The breath control art had already been perfected and was sufficient for now. Could I directly enhance my vitality? Suyu's gaze flickered slightly. If he spent 1 million years, his vitality would definitely experience an unprecedented terrifying surge. Directly increasing by 100,000 points would be effortless. But this thought lingered in his mind for just a second before Suyu ruthlessly extinguished it. No, that's too monstrous and unreasonable. Suyu calmly analyzed the current situation. He was a martial artist with 1,000 points of vitality. Among new students, that was already an extraordinary prodigy. If overnight his vitality suddenly soared to 100,000, or even several 100,000. That would not be called a prodigy. That would be a monster. It was very likely he would be directly captured and studied like a specimen by someone of the martial emperor level like Nie Chongkong. Moreover, he currently lacked sufficient information on the top-tier power levels of this world. What realm corresponded to hundreds of thousands of vitality? Martial kings. Martial emperors. He did not know. If one is not invincible once exposed, death is inevitable. Being cautious and focusing on development is the true path. The martial arts are too trashy. Then there's only one choice left. In Suyu's mind, the image of a solitary figure suppressing the underground cave by the banks of Weiming Lake surfaced. The will of the soul-vanquishing spear. This thing is pure martial will. It does not reveal itself, and one cannot test the blood essence to find it. However, the destructive power it unleashes is terrifying to the extreme. The key point is that the spear can be comprehended indefinitely. Let's go for it. Suyu's gaze sharpened. System. Target soul-vanquishing spear will. Recharge. On the carpet, the pile of 1 million cash resembled something that had encountered an extremely terrifying high temperature. No flames. No ashes. In an instant, it evaporated into thin air. Not even a scrap of paper was left. Ding. A crisp notification sound erupted in his mind. Recharge successful. Exchange cultivation 1,000,000 years. Calculating and upgrading soul-vanquishing spear will. Boom. Suye's consciousness was once again violently dragged into an abyss of dark space. There was no heaven or earth. There was no time. Only he himself and the dark red long spear formed from pure will in his hand. Practice. Practice madly. 1 year. 10 years. 10,000 years. 100,000 years. Suyu was like an unwearied machine repeatedly thrusting the long spear in this void. With each thrust, his understanding of the spear will deepened. After 100,000 years, the long spear in Suye's hand suddenly emitted a clear humming sound. The originally violent and fierce dark red spear will strangely converged at this moment. All of it adhered to the surface of the spear. Not a shred was wasted. Precise. Utterly precise. Entering the micro-realm. The spear will leaped forward from its nascent form, stepping directly into the micro-realm. But this was merely the beginning. Time continued to flow. 300,000 years. 500,000 years. 800,000 years. When the time reached 1,000,000 years, Suyu suddenly closed his eyes. The dark red long spear in his hand slowly dissipated in his palm. It was not dissipating. Instead, it completely merged into this void. Boom. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes, his consciousness instantly returning to reality. He still sat cross-legged on the carpet of his apartment. He did not move. Not even a finger was raised. But at the moment he opened his eyes. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In the apartment, the hard alloy coffee table, the precious leather sofa, even the bulletproof glass in the distance. Without warning, smooth, bottomless cuts appeared. No sound, no light, not even a fluctuation of blood essence. Formless realm. The spear will had completely broken free from the constraints of the physical form, turning into an invisible and formless absolute killing intent. With a thought, the spear emerged from the void. Killing and formlessness. So powerful. Suyu looked at the traces cut by the formless spear will around him, a trace of uncontainable shock flashing in his deep eyes. The system not only helped him elevate his realm, but also polished each realm to absolute perfection during the 1,000,000 years of simulation. There was not the slightest instability, like an extension of his fingers. Once this formless spear will erupted, Suyu had absolute confidence that even without using 1,000 points of blood essence, he could instantaneously defeat any opponent of the same level. So exhilarating. Suyu's breathing grew heavy. 1,000,000 years, and he reached the formless realm. What if he recharged a bit more? Greed, or rather an extreme thirst for power, completely occupied Suyu's brain at this moment. He abruptly stood up. He walked to the bedroom and dragged out the largest extra-large suitcase from the wardrobe. 1,000,000 is not enough. Then let's go for 9,000,000. Freya, M. Kyoto VIP Self-Service Bank. Suyu appeared once again at the ATM like a ghost. This time he did not hesitate at all. He directly input 9,000,000. The ATM operated frantically, spitting out cash for more than half an hour. A total of 900 bundles of cash, nearly 200 pounds in weight. It stuffed the extra-large suitcase so full that the zipper was almost impossible to close. Suyu lifted this heavy suitcase, which could easily strain an ordinary person's back, and returned to the apartment under the cover of night. Bang! The suitcase crashed heavily onto the carpet. The zipper opened. Red bills cascaded out like a waterfall, piling up into a true mountain of money in the living room. The visual impact was extremely shocking. However, Suyu did not even spare a glance. In his eyes, there was only endless fervor. System. Recharge all. Continue upgrading the spear well. Virum. 9,000,000 cash evaporated. 1. Recharge successful. Exchanged cultivation 9,000,000 years. Continuing to calculate and break through the limits of spear will. Boom. His consciousness was once again pulled into the void. However, this time simulation became extremely difficult. To break through from the formless realm felt as if he encountered an indestructible barrier. 1,000,000 years passed without a sound. 3,000,000 years the spear will remain formless. 5,000,000 years. 7,000,000 years. Suyu's consciousness in this void was almost driven mad by the exceedingly tedious action of wielding the spear. It was too difficult. The breakthrough of martial will becomes exponentially more time-consuming and requires far greater comprehension as one advances. Until the 9,000,000th year. Crack. In Suyu's mind, a crisp sound of breaking seemed to sound. That indestructible barrier was finally breached through the persistent drip of 9,000,000 years, forcing open a crack. Immediately afterward, boom, the once formless and invisible spear will, which could only hide in the air, suddenly began to crazily gather towards Suyu's palm. Compress. Further compress. The pure mental will, under an enormous quantitative change, finally triggered a qualitative change. From formless to tangible. Virum. a dark red spear appearing as if it were substantial materialized in Su Ye's hand. This was not a weapon formed from blood essence, nor was it a physical object made of alloy. This was a pure entity spear forcibly compressed and manifested from formless spear will. The transformation realm. Swish. Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes. In the apartment's living room, he slowly raised his right hand. His fingers slightly spread. Virum. The air twisted violently. A tumter-long dark red spear exuding a suffocating fierce aura directly coalesced in his palm. At the tip of the spear a cold light flickered. Just the residual wave it emitted shredded the precious carpet beneath his feet into powder, transforming form into essence. Su Yu held the heavy spear of will in his hand, feeling the earth-shattering power it contained. The corners of his mouth finally curled into a deeply satisfied arc. He actually did not know the specific realm classifications of the spear will. He did not know what micro meant, did not know what formless referred to, and even less did he know what transformation signified in the eyes of those old monsters in Jingwu. He only knew. Now he was very strong. Extremely strong. Strong enough to give him the illusion that even when facing the previous gun system director Chu Kuang, who had shouted loudly by Weiming Lake, he could confidently thrust out a shot. Huff. Su Yu slowly released his grip. The dark red spear instantly collapsed, transforming back into formless spear while lying dormant within him. A wave of intense fatigue surged over him like a tide. A full 10 million years of consciousness simulation. Even with the system's protection, this extreme mental drain caused his brain to throb with sharp pains. That's the limit. Su Yu rubbed his temples. He glanced out the window at the sky, which was beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn. He did not continue to recharge. There was still 140 million left in the bank card. He planned to keep this money. Once he officially enrolled tomorrow and figured out the ins and outs of Jingwu, he would seek a truly top-tier technique, and then use the system for intense simulations. Good steel should be used on the blade. Su Yu dragged his weary body and directly collapsed onto the soft big bed. He didn't even take off his clothes. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell asleep instantly. Late at night, at the top martial arts university in Kyoto, in the underground training ground exclusive to the spear department of the Weapons Academy. This place extends 100 meters underground, surrounded by sound-absorbing alloys capable of withstanding high-level beast impacts. At this moment, the vast training ground is empty. Only a sturdy figure stands silently in the center. Chu Kuang, the director of the spear department, who almost came to blows over a dispute at Weiming Lake during the day, now has all traces of his previous agitation and mercenary demeanor vanished. In its place is an extremely pure focus akin to an old monk in deep meditation. In his hand, he does not hold the gleaming silver spear. Instead, he grips a plain, slightly bent white wax rod. There isn't even a spearhead. Whoosh! A faint underground breeze sweeps across. A withered yellow leaf, which seemed to have fallen from nowhere, spirals gently down in front of Chu Kuang. The moment it descends to his line of sight, Chu Kuang moved. He did not use a shred of vitality. No deafening sonic boom erupted. He simply raised the white wax rod in his hand. Stab! Swish, 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 swish. In the air, the shadow of the spear handle is virtually invisible. All that can be heard is a series of dense, delicate tearing sounds like thin silk ripping. In less than 1/10 of a second, Chu Kuang thrust out 18 strikes. He retracted his weapon. The white wax rod remained steadily in his grasp, not even trembling slightly. And that withered yellow leaf continued to drift down along its original trajectory. Ultimately, it lightly settled onto the hard alloy ground. Unscathed. Not a single crack. But if viewed under a high-powered microscope, one would be horrified to discover a tiny, smoothly edged hole right at the center of this fragile leaf. 18 strikes. In 1/10 of a second, they accurately pierced the same spot on the leaf. The force did not leak out in the slightest. No damage was done to the overall structure of the leaf. This is a manifestation of ultimate control over power and will. Huh. Chu Kuang let out a long breath, looking at the leaf on the ground. A trace of satisfaction finally appeared on his weathered face. Micro-level mastery. Old man has thoroughly mastered this level of spear intent. Chu Kuang casually tossed the white wax rod aside. Unbidden, the image of Su Yu's stunning finger at Weiming Lake flashed in his mind. The soul-subduing spear intent. It truly was domineering and unparalleled. But Chu Kuang knew very well that Su Yu was only 18 years old and had just gained enlightenment yesterday. No matter how monstrous his talent, the spear intent just realized would be wild, unrestrained, and difficult to control. It was like a brutish man who had just learned to wield a heavy hammer. Full of strength, yet devoid of skill. Kid, old man admits your talent is extraordinary, a rare prodigy in 100 years. But martial will is not something that can be easily achieved just by talent. Chu Kuang stroked his chin stubble, smiling like a cunning old fox. Tomorrow come to handle the special freshman procedures. Old man has to find an opportunity to show you the control of this micro-level spear intent. At that time you'll know what it means that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. As long as I can impress you. You prodigy, aren't you just going to obediently run to my spear department and call me master? The more Chu Kuang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. What's wrong with having 1,000 points of vitality? What's wrong with being a special freshman? In front of my well-forged micro spear intent, I'll definitely have you firmly under my control. Chu Kuang laughed heartily, turning to walk towards the bathroom. In high spirits, he couldn't wait to see Su Yu's calm and profound face tomorrow, revealing that kind of shocked expression from having never seen the world. The next day, early morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling into the living room of the top-floor apartment. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang punctually. Su Yu opened his eyes and sat up in bed. After a few hours of sleep, the mental fatigue from a million years of simulations had completely vanished. He washed up, opened the door, and prepared to head out to report. Outside the door, Lin Xiaoxiao was dressed in a crisp, white Jingwu uniform, her high ponytail exuding youthful vigor. However, the area around her pure, beautiful eyes faintly bore dark circles from lack of sleep. Good morning. Su Yu greeted her. Good morning. Hurry up and help. Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a glare, her hand struggling to drag a massive tumter-long metal box that shone a dark golden color. Bang! The metal box was heavily placed on the floor of the entrance, producing a very dull thud. Even the entire floor trembled slightly. This thing is extremely heavy. Definitely over 500 pounds. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. What is this? Your school opening gift. Lin Xiaoxiao brushed off the dust from her hands, her chin slightly lifted, carrying a hint of pride befitting a top-tier family heiress. She squatted down. Her fair fingers swiftly entered a series of commands on the metal box's combination lock. Click. The sound of the pressure valve releasing echoed. The metal box slowly popped open on both sides. Whoosh! A wave of extremely cold, blood-tinged air surged forth from the box. Su Yu's pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. Inside the box lay a long spear, entirely black, with dark golden patterns resembling dragon scales covering the spear shaft. The spear tip was elongated, presenting a bizarre dark red color, as if it had just been pulled from the heart of a high-level beast. Just lying there, it exuded a horrifying, oppressive aura. The spear tip contains a full 3 taels of starlight gold. This is a genuine martial sovereign-level weapon. Even if you break through to the martial king or martial sovereign realm in the future, this spear will definitely suffice for you. The spear tip contains a full 3 taels of starlight gold. This is a genuine martial sovereign-level weapon. Even if you break through to the martial king or martial sovereign realm in the future, this spear will definitely suffice for you. Yesterday I heard my dad say that you comprehended the soul-subduing spear intent at Weiming Lake. Since you plan to practice spear techniques, you must have a suitable weapon. Those ordinary alloy trinkets can't possibly bear the dominance of the soul-subduing spear intent. This yuan long barely matches your level. Su Yu looked at the long spear lying quietly in the box. Deep within his eyes, a flash of complex emotion flickered. A martial sovereign-level weapon. The value of this item cannot be measured by money. On the market, it is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Just casually taking one out would be enough to bankrupt grandmasters and great masters in a bidding war. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao had effortlessly dragged it before him, saying it was barely matching. This is too precious. Su Yu shook his head, not reaching for it. 100 million black card I would accept, but I cannot take this spear. Are you crazy? Lin Xiaoxiao became agitated at once, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. When has the thing this young lady gives away ever been taken back? Moreover, you are now a special freshman at Jingwu with countless eyes on you. You don't even have a decent weapon. Do you plan to go empty-handed to compete against those prodigies from aristocratic families? Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forward, fiercely grasping Su Yu's arm and pulling him toward the metal box. Hurry up and take it. By the way, how well did you master the spear intent you comprehended yesterday? Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, her tone laced with curiosity. Spear intent is extremely difficult to control. It's easy to injure oneself when first comprehending it. Would you like this young lady to teach you a few basic control methods? Although I don't practice spear techniques, there are plenty of volumes on will control in my Lin family's treasury. Take this spear and let me see your spear intent. Su Yu was pulled to the front of the metal box, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's proud and eager demeanor. He sighed helplessly. I can control it well enough. Su Yu replied casually. He did not reach for the martial sovereign-level spear in the box. Instead, he naturally raised his right hand. His fingers slightly spread. Buzz, along with Su Yu's hand movement, the air in the living room suddenly twisted violently. A pure, fierce, yet compressed to the extreme dark red light instantly converged in the palm of Su Yu. There was no howling wind, no blood energy surging outward. Everything seemed so calm. But at that moment when the dark red light converged, crack, crack, The massive bulletproof glass in the living room could not withstand the invisible sharpness and shattered into countless fine spiderweb cracks. In the next second, the light solidified. A dark red spear 2 meters long and seemingly substantial suddenly appeared in Su Ye's hand. The spear tip pointed directly at the ground. On the shaft one could clearly see ancient and profound patterns. This was not just a phantom of blood energy. This was pure will turning the ethereal into the tangible. Silence. The entrance of the apartment fell into a deathly stillness. Lin Xiaoxiao originally wore a hint of pride and a teasing smile. The moment she saw the dark red spear in Su Ye's hand, her expression froze completely. Her eyes widened, her pupils contracted violently. Her mouth opened slightly, but no sound escaped. She stared fixedly at the spear in Su Ye's hand, then lowered her head to look at the invaluable weapon yuan long in the box. Under the absolute pressure emanating from Su Ye's dark red spear, the yuan long spear in the box emitted a faint, mournful, trembling sound. All weapons bow down. This. After a full half-minute, Lin Xiaoxiao finally managed to swallow hard. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. This is transformation. The last 2 words were almost shouted out from her throat. Su Yu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's ghostly expression. He was slightly taken aback. He casually dispersed the intent of the spear in his hand. The oppressive feeling in the air vanished instantly. Transformation. Su Yu raised his brow and asked calmly, "What realm is this?" He genuinely did not know. Last night he had been too focused on spending money, and the system had pushed the simulation for 10 million years, forcibly compressing this thing into a tangible form. As for what this was called in the martial arts world, he had no idea. Looking at Su Ye's indifferent expression, which even carried a hint of innocent puzzlement, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of blood rushing to her head. She took a deep breath. Her chest rose and fell violently. Gripping her hair tightly with both hands, she nearly couldn't help but lunge forward to bite this bastard. "You don't know?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice rose 8 octaves, looking at Su Yu as if he were a monster. "You don't even know about transformation, yet you managed to bring it out. Do you know how the will realm of weapons is divided?" Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and began to explain. Martial will is extremely difficult to enter. After entering the first realm is called subtlety. It can condense will 100%, revealing not a shred, and can harm even the slightest flutter or falling leaf. The second realm is called formless. The will separates from the tangible, a thought can kill in the void, impossible to defend against. And the third, Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at the spear in Su Ye's hand, her finger trembling, is the transformation you just produced. Will interferes with reality, turning the ethereal into... That is a supreme realm that only a very few top martial artists can touch after experiencing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and after hundreds of years of refinement. My grandfather only barely touched the threshold of transformation at 120 years old. Lin Xiaoxiao felt more and more frustrated as she spoke, staring fiercely at Su Yu. "If I remember correctly, you just comprehended the soul requiem spear intent by Waiming Lake yesterday afternoon, right? It hasn't even been 24 hours. This morning you directly skipped subtlety and formless and brought me a transformation." Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. Her pure and beautiful eyes were filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. "You brat. Are you still human? Is this even right? Is this reasonable?" Facing Lin Xiaoxiao's frantic complaints, Su Yu stood still. His expression remained deep and calm, but inside he suddenly realized. So that's how it is. A simulation of 10 million years of spending money directly crossed subtlety and formless, reaching the third realm. No wonder I feel that this thing has terrifying lethality. Su Yu silently calculated in his heart. $10 million bought a realm that would take a top martial artist hundreds of years to comprehend. This round a blood profit. But on the surface, Su Yu still maintained his composure, casually uttering 4 words. Had a moment of enlightenment. "I'll enlighten you, you big-head ghost." Lin Xiaoxiao completely lost her cool, cursing directly. She punched Su Ye's shoulder fiercely. But that little strength hitting Su Ye's body with 1,000 points of blood energy felt like a tickle. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. This brat's talent is truly a bit monstrous. She took several deep breaths, trying to calm her emotions. "All right." Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a glare and pointed at the metal box on the ground. "Although you comprehended transformation and your will can condense into a tangible form, pure will consumes an enormous amount and cannot carry the 1,000 points of martial artist blood energy within you. You still need to hold this yuan long spear. Only by overlapping the tangible weapon with the transformed spear intent can the strongest lethality be unleashed." Lin Xiaoxiao domineeringly grabbed the spear from the box and shoved it into Su Ye's arms. "Take it." No refusing. Su Yu grasped the yuan long spear. It felt icy and heavy. A sense of blood connection surged forth. It was indeed a good spear. "Thank you." Su Yu no longer declined and solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Lin Xiaoxiao clapped her hands, her expression suddenly becoming serious. She looked at Su Yu, her tone laced with a hint of coldness. The reason I came to find you so early today is not only to deliver the spear, but also to tell you something important. The news that you were promoted to special level news student has completely exploded on the internal forum of Jingwu. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. The wood stands out in the forest, and the wind must bring it down. Those prodigies in Jingwu have high opinions of themselves and will absolutely not tolerate a new student riding on their heads. Who? Su Yu inquired calmly. The first is Chen Feng. A hint of disgust flashed in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. A second-year student in the combat academy with 3,000 points of blood energy. The Chun family is one of the Lin family's affiliated clans, and this brat has always clung to me like a piece of chewing gum. Yesterday, he heard you came to Kyoto with me. On top of that, you snatched the title of special-level news student. He has already made it clear in their second-year circle that today, during the new student registration, he wants to set the rules for you, this country bumpkin from Jiang City. Su Yu nodded slightly. A second-generation heir jealous of his position. Old tricks. Small problem. But there's another one that's a real hassle. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression grew extremely serious. The vice president of the third-year student council ranked third on the leaderboard, Lu Tianzong, a half-step master with 8,000 points of blood energy. He has always regarded the god of war principle as a deity, feeling that you have tarnished the glory of a special-level news student. Last night, he had already sent word. Today, he wants to personally test your weight by Weiming Lake. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. I was originally anxious all night thinking about how to use the Lin family's connections to forcibly suppress these two matters. After all, you've just arrived. Although you are a martial artist with 1,000 points of blood energy facing seniors with 3,000, or even 8,000 points, the gap in blood energy is too large. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped. She lifted her head. With a complex gaze, she glanced at Su Yu, then at the yuan-long spear in his hand. In her mind, the image of the transformation spear intent that could tear apart even air flashed once more. However, Lin Xiaoxiao's lips curled up. The original worries and anxieties vanished without a trace in that moment. What replaced it was a strong sense of watching a show. Moreover, there was even a hint of sympathy for the two troublemakers. However, what? Su Yu asked. Lin Xiaoxiao turned around and pushed open the door. Her ponytail drew a joyful arc under the morning sun. I suddenly feel. They probably have it tough. Lin Xiaoxiao turned back and smiled brilliantly at Su Yu. Let's go special. We are going to register. Let's go give the seniors of Jingwu a class. In the early morning of Kyoto, a slight chill lingered in the air. On the wide, tree-lined avenue, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Su Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao walked side by side on their way to the first martial arts university in Kyoto. On Su Yu's back, he carried a long object wrapped in thick black cloth. It was the martial emperor-level weapon, the Abyss Dragon Spear, just delivered to him by Lin Xiaoxiao this morning. Although it was tightly wrapped in black cloth, the faint chill of its murderous aura still caused passers-by to instinctively avert their gaze and take a detour. Lin Xiaoxiao was dressed in a well-tailored white uniform of the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy. Her high ponytail swayed lightly with her brisk steps. Pure and beautiful, coupled with the unique confidence of a top-tier aristocratic young lady, her presence on the street garnered almost 100% attention. But at this moment, the attention of this young lady from the Lin family was completely absent from the stunning gazes around her. Her eyes occasionally darted towards the black cloth-wrapped object on Su Yu's back. Her gaze was filled with an insatiable curiosity and inquiry. Finally, as they passed the third intersection, Lin Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself. She quickly walked in front of Su Yu, turned around, and walked backwards. With her hands behind her back and slightly bending forward, her clear eyes fixated intently on Su Yu. Su Yu, my. Su Yu lifted his eyelids and glanced at her. Can you let me in on your secret? Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, her tone carrying a rare hint of charm. So how did you comprehend the transformation intent of the spear? This question had been clawing at her heart like a small kitten since the moment she saw Su Yu create a physical long spear with his bare hands in the apartment that morning. It was simply incredible. It defied the common sense of martial arts. I asked my dad about it yesterday. Lin Xiaoxiao, seeing that Su Yu was silent, continued on her own. My dad said that the will of martial arts is something very profound and mysterious. Even those extraordinary geniuses with astounding comprehension must hover on the brink of life and death countless times, or through some specific opportunity sit in emptiness for years just to touch the threshold of subtlety. As for transformation, Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed, her voice lowered a bit. I heard that in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, those who can comprehend the transformation intent before the age of 30 can be counted on one hand. You are only 18. And you just grasped the rudiments by the lakeside yesterday afternoon, and this morning you directly transformed. Lin Xiaoxiao stopped in her tracks, grabbing Su Yu's arm with an eager expression. You have to tell me honestly, is there some special technique? Is there a mantra? Is there a specific breathing method that needs to be paired with a certain high-frequency vibration of spiritual energy? Or, Lin Xiao mimicked a meditative gesture with her hands together. Is it necessary to suppress all the blood and qi in the dantian, then immerse one's consciousness into a state of absolute tranquility to feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Seeing Lin Xiao's serious attempt to analyze and explain this phenomenon using martial theory, he looked at the girl before him, her eyes filled with anticipation. A flicker of helplessness flashed in his deep gaze. Technique, mantra, breathing method. Suyu sighed deeply within. He wanted to tell Lin Xiao the truth. But the truth is often more absurd than a lie. Teach. How on earth does one teach this? Should he tell her that the so-called technique is lugging a massive suitcase to a 24-hour ATM in the dead of night? Should he tell her that the so-called breathing method is listening to the crisp mechanical friction sound of the ATM dispensing cash? Should he tell her that the so-called state of absolute tranquility is stacking 10 million in cash on the carpet and watching it vanish into thin air, heartbroken to the point of breathlessness? Suyu scratched his head, a rare look of indecision crossing his usually calm face. This matter of spending money to gain strength. It's impossible to teach. He can't just teach her how to become a merciless cash machine, can he? Moreover, the system is his greatest secret. Even in front of Lin Xiao, who has helped him all along, he cannot reveal a single word. Can you teach me? Lin Xiao, seeing Suyu scratching his head, thought he was hesitating. She shook his arm, her tone softening with a hint of girlish innocence. Although I practice fist techniques, not spear techniques. But the will of martial arts leads to the same destination. If I could also grasp some fist intent, who would dare to provoke us in the future? Suyu looked at her and fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Then he turned his gaze away, looking towards the distant street, his tone flat as he forced himself to appear profound. There are no techniques and no mantras. Suyu braced himself and began to fabricate. It's just a natural development. Yesterday I stared at the broken spear in the lake for a while, and when I went to sleep, I had a long dream. In the dream, I was wielding the spear. When I woke up, I felt it. I just comprehended it. Suyu felt that his words were utterly ridiculous. A dream leads to transformation. If this were to reach the ears of someone like Chu Kuang, who had practiced spear techniques for a lifetime, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. However, upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was stunned. She did not doubt that Suyu was lying to her, for in her understanding, Suyu was an unequivocal prodigy. In the world of prodigies, ordinary people simply cannot comprehend. A dream. And you comprehended it. Lin Xiao released her grip on Suyu's arm. On her pure and beautiful face, a noticeable expression of deep disappointment and setback emerged. She lowered her head, looking at her own fair and slender hands. These hands had been soaked in high-grade medicinal baths worth a fortune since childhood, practicing punches thousands of times a day, even developing slight calluses at the joints. She thought she had worked hard enough and her talent was outstanding enough. But in the face of Suyu's unreasonable, all her efforts seemed so pale and powerless. Yes. Lin Xiao sighed softly, her voice somewhat subdued. Talent is something that cannot be taught. What you can see through at a glance, others may spend their entire lives without even touching the threshold. She kicked a small stone by the roadside, sending it rolling into the grating of the sewer. The atmosphere suddenly. Suyu watched Lin Xiao's dejected demeanor and opened his mouth, wanting to say something to comfort her. But the words caught in his throat. After all, he couldn't possibly pull out a stack of cash and tell her, as long as you pay, you can also become strong. Just as Suyu contemplated whether to change the subject, Lin Xiao ahead suddenly paused. Immediately after, she raised her head abruptly. The earlier disappointment and gloom vanished in an instant. In her beautiful eyes, an incredibly bright light reignited. Her ponytail swirled in the air, forming a proud and stubborn arc. However, Lin Xiao turned around, hands on her hips. Slightly lifting her snow-white chin, she looked at Suyu like a proud little swan. Don't think you can shake me off like this. My talent is not lacking either. Suyu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the swift, emotional transition of the young lady before him. Lin Xiao noticed Suyu's expression and felt quite pleased. She let out a soft hum, a smug smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Although I have not mastered that perverse martial will. Although I cannot dream of the unparalleled spear technique. However, Lin Xiao deliberately elongated her tone, dropping a bombshell. I have mastered a celestial tier martial art. Celestial tier martial art. As those 4 words emerged, Suyu's deep-set eyes suddenly narrowed. His footsteps halted as well. In the Great Xia Kingdom, martial arts are graded from low to high as yellow Xian Earth and celestial tiers. In Jiang City, a Xian tier skill, like the breath control technique, requires a fee of 800,000 for trial learning at the martial arts library. As for Earth tier martial arts, they are rare treasures that would make masters and grandmasters fight to the death to possess. and celestial tier. That is a true national treasure. It is a supreme secret manual that only the martial kings, martial emperors, and even the legendary martial emperors are qualified to access. Every celestial tier martial art contains terrifying power capable of annihilating heaven and earth, even resonating with the laws of the universe. Lin Xiaoxiao actually learned a celestial tier martial art. Seeing the unmasked shock in Su Ye's eyes, Lin Xiaoxiao's slight disappointment instantly vanished, replaced by a sense of accomplishment. Are you scared? Lin Xiaoxiao, with her hands behind her back, cheerfully walked around Su Yu. This is the secret of my Lin family. It's called Fallen Star Fist. My dad barely grasped this fist technique after reaching the Grandmaster level. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her fair hands in front of Su Yu, her tone carrying a hint of barely concealed grievance and pride. To practice this fist technique, I have to spend 10 hours every day in the gravity chamber. I don't even know how many times my hands have been broken. Every night, I have to soak in a high-grade bone-refining medicinal bath that hurts so much it makes me want to die. My dad even advised me to give up, saying my blood energy realm was insufficient and forcing cultivation would harm my foundation. But Lin Xiaoxiao stopped in front of Su Yu, looking directly into his eyes. A glimmer of determination shone in her pure gaze. I stubbornly practiced it to success, although I have barely grasped it and haven't fully mastered the first level. As long as I unleash all my blood energy and strike with one punch, I can definitely kill enemies beyond my level. Lin Xiaoxiao clenched her small fist and waved it in front of Su Yu, a fierce gust of wind following her movement. So, special grade freshman Su Yu, don't think that just because you've comprehended the transforming shape spear intent you can walk all over Jingwu. In a real fight with your 1,000 points of blood energy and that broken spear, you might not even be my match. Proud, competitive, yet there was an undeniable sincerity in her demeanor. Su Yu quietly observed the girl before him. He did not rebut Lin Xiaoxiao's provocation, nor did he use his abnormal transforming shape spear intent to undermine her confidence. Instead, he put away his usual indifferent expression. He nodded seriously. I believe you. Su Yu looked at her, a gentle smile curving at the corner. Celestial tier martial arts are indeed very powerful. In the future at Jingwu, I will rely on Miss Lin for guidance. Hearing Su Ye's heartfelt affirmation devoid of any pretense, Lin Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks inexplicably flush. She awkwardly averted her gaze, clearing her throat. Cough. Just know that. Rest assured I keep my word. If anyone dares to bully you, I will smash them into a meat pie with fallen. The atmosphere became particularly harmonious at that moment, even carrying a hint of the unique ambiguity and fervor between young men and women. The two exchanged smiles. Turning around, they continued to walk side by side. Half an hour later, at the end of their sight, a grand and majestic architectural complex, like an ancient behemoth lying on the horizon, gradually came into view. The highest martial arts academy of the Great Xia Kingdom. The #1 martial arts university in the capital. On the towering 100-meter alloy gates, 4 large characters were carved with a knife. Martial arts must compete. Just standing before this gate, one could feel a fierce and bloody aura accumulated over 100 years rushing. At this moment, the square outside the school gate was already bustling with noise. Luxury cars were everywhere. Countless new students, hailed as the pride of heaven from all over the country, gathered here with pride, anxiety, and anticipation. Everywhere there were senior students holding welcome banners. Everywhere were young faces brimming with blood energy. It was a vibrant scene. But the moment Su Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao stepped into the square, Su Ye's senses, honed over a million years of spear intent, instantly detected something unusual. Beneath the lively facade, countless gazes filled with hostility, scrutiny, jealousy, and even murderous intent were watching them. These gazes were like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. From all directions, they were locking onto him tightly. Look, it's Lin Xiaoxiao, that special recruit prodigy from Jiang City, the one with 400 blood energy. Who is that boy beside her carrying a black cloth long strip? Are you blind? Didn't you see the uproar in the internal forum yesterday? From the crowd came suppressed gasps and whispered conversations. He is Su Yu, the one personally ordered by Vice Principal Nia to be designated as special grade freshman. What? It's a me. He looks ordinary, not even showing much blood energy fluctuation. How can he be compared to the war god principal? I heard he comprehended the soul-subduing spear intent. Director Chu Kuang almost fought with Director Lei Ju to seize him. Bullshit. The soul-subduing spear intent is an incredibly domineering thing. How can an 18-year-old freshman comprehend it? I bet he used some underhanded means to cheat. The discussions grew louder. Even some second and third-year students unabashedly released their powerful blood energy, pressure pressing towards Su Yu. Special grade freshman. This title is far too heavy. Heavy enough to crush any genius without absolute strength behind it. It was like a gigantic target completely exposing Su Yu to the gunpoints of all the Jingwu talents. Lin Xiaoxiao naturally sensed the malicious gazes around them. Her smile instantly faded. A trace of cold light flickered in her pure eyes. She stepped forward, subtly shielding Su Yu at her side, her internal blood energy beginning to circulate slowly. The initial move of the celestial tier martial arts was already secretly gathering power. Su Yu. Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her voice gravely. It seems those people are just waiting to see your joke. If you let them suppress your momentum on the first day of registration, it will be hard for you to move at Jingwu in the future. Facing the tide of malice and pressure rushing toward him, Su Yu did not take a single step back. He stood his ground, his deep-set eyes slowly scanning the entire scene. Wherever his gaze landed, those upperclassmen who tried to test him with blood energy pressure inexplicably felt a pang of unease and instinctively looked away. This was a primal fear originating from the depths of the soul, like a herbivore suddenly being targeted by a lurking ancient beast. Su Yu reached out, gripping the black cloth wrapped around the yuan-long spear behind him, feeling the cold touch coming through the cloth. Set rules. Su Yu sneered in his heart. That requires strength. Let's go. Su Yu released his grip on the spear. His tone was calm. We're going to register. He took a step forward, unhesitatingly walking toward the gates of Jingwu, facing the myriad of complex gazes. The storm has arrived. The playground of Jingwu is extraordinarily vast, equivalent to the size of more than a dozen standard football fields combined. Surrounding it are bleachers forged from black alloy, exuding a chilling aura of solemnity. At this moment, it is already a sea of people. The first hurdle for the new students is not the allocation of dormitories or the distribution of supplies, but rather a mutual selection. In the center of the playground, dozens of enormous areas have been delineated. Each area represents a department of Jingwu or a distinguished mentor. Dear juniors, maintain a calm mindset. A senior dressed in a second-year uniform stands on a platform shouting into a loudspeaker. Mentors will choose you, and you will also choose your mentors. It is perfectly normal not to be chosen by a top mentor. Everyone relax. In the path of martial arts, what suits you best is the best. Amidst the clamor, an air of excitement and anxiety sparkles in the eyes of countless new students as they weave between the various areas. Su Yu, carrying the yuan-long spear wrapped in black cloth, walks leisurely among the crowd with his hands in his pockets. He is actually not in a hurry. As the only special-level freshman in the school, Nye Chong Kong had asked him to report to the principal's office at 9 in the morning. It is only 8 now. He has plenty of time to squander. Coming to the playground is mainly to accompany Lin Xiaoxiao. Moreover, he also wants to see what true skills these mentors of Jingwu possess. After all, his current offensive methods are too singular. Apart from the transformation spear intent, he only has a basic 5-element fist. He needs to determine a cultivation direction that maximizes the system's advantages. So you look over there. Lin Xiaoxiao points with her fair finger towards the core area of the playground, which is also the one with the most people. There a large flag flutters in the wind, boldly inscribed with a single word, Spear. The Weapon Academy Spear Department. As one of the most popular and lethal departments in Jingwu, the status of the Spear Department is exceedingly prominent. At this moment, standing right in the center of the Spear Department area is the head of the department, who almost got into a fight by Weiming Lake yesterday. Chu Kuang, this burly elder, has donned a sharply tailored black training outfit today, resting both hands on a silver-white alloy spear. With the demeanor of a master, his presence radiates authority. Surrounding him is a throng of new students encircled in layers, their eyes filled with fervor, eager to kneel and pay their respects. At that moment, Chu Kuang's gaze cuts through the crowd and lands precisely on Su Yu, noticing the long object he carries on his back. Chu Kuang's eyes instantly lit up. Good lad, he indeed chose the spear. Chu Kuang chuckled inwardly, a satisfied smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Yesterday, Su Yu's spear intent had truly astonished him. However, Chu Kuang firmly believes that it was merely a stroke of luck, a thin glimpse of enlightenment that the boy had stumbled upon. Today, I shall broaden your horizons, allowing you to understand what constitutes the pinnacle of spear techniques. Chu Kuang deliberately cleared his throat. With the circulation of his blood and qi, his voice, resonant like a great bell, instantly overpowered all the noise in the playground. In my spear department, we do not accept waste. If you wish to join my ranks, first understand what a spear truly is. Before his words fell, Chu Kuang moved. Whoosh. He raised the silver-white alloy spear with one hand. Without any flashy movements, he thrust the spear directly towards the sky. Buzz. A piercing sonic boom erupted in the air. Strangely, this sound did not spread outward, but was forcefully compressed within a half-meter radius around. Immediately after, with a flick of his wrist, Chu Kuang unleashed a flurry of spear shadows, as if a silver storm was pouring down. Each thrust left a visible white wave in the air. Yet these waves of air caused no harm to even an inch of the ground around them. All the force, all the murderous intent, all the fluctuations of blood and chi were perfectly contained at the spear tip. Not a single drop leaked out into the minutiae. A perceptive senior among the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "My heavens! Director Chu is actually demonstrating the spear intent of the minutiae realm in public. 100% of the power is contained, not a single bit wasted. So powerful. This is the true art of killing." The new students were all captivated. The torrent of silver spear shadows left an indelible impression of violent aesthetics on their retinas. Real men should practice the spear. A burly freshman shouted excitedly, his face flushed, instantly resonating with countless others. Nearby lay Ju from the blade department, and Lu Rian from the fist department had initially planned to showcase their skills to attract students. Seeing Chu Kuang's display, the two exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. The will of martial arts in the minutiae realm. This old man is truly investing his all. Under the display of this realm, any of their current techniques would pale in comparison. They would be directly overshadowed. Chu Kuang stood with the spear in hand, the silver-white spear shaft glinting coldly in the sunlight. He slightly raised his chin. His gaze pierced through the crowd, filled with a hint of provocation and pride, directly locking on his Suyu. That gaze clearly said, "Kid, are you in awe? This display of the minutiae realm should have you firmly under my control, right? Why not come over and pay your respects?" However, in the face of Chu Kuang's expectant gaze, longing to see shock and reverence, Suyu stood still, maintaining silence. To others, Chu Kuang's display seemed astonishing and flawless, but in Suyu's eyes it was filled with flaws. The power containment felt too contrived. The spear intent still lingered on the surface of the weapon, unable to detach and cause harm, let alone transform from virtual to real. It felt ordinary. Suyu privately evaluated. However, he did not show it. After all, he was the department head, a senior. In front of the public, one should still give face. Forget it. It's better not to discourage him. After all, he is a teacher. Suyu politely nodded, slightly acknowledging Chu Kuang's performance. Yet while Suyu managed to hold back, Lin Xiaoxiao beside him could not help but react. As the only one in the crowd who had witnessed Suyu effortlessly manifest the transformation spear, she looked at the smug Chu Kuang on stage. Glancing back at the expressionless Suyu beside her, a strong sense of contrast struck her funny bone. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly covered her mouth with both hands. But that laughter could not be suppressed. Her shoulders began to shake violently, her pure and beautiful face flushed red. You're not joking with me, are you?" Lin Xiaoxiao laughed until tears almost came out. She could hardly stand naturally, leaning her weight against Su Ye's shoulder. Her entire being trembled with laughter. Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her voice, speaking intermittently, "What if he knew that you have already transformed? I wonder if Director Chu would feel so ashamed that he tries to find a hole to hide in." Su Yu sighed helplessly. "Stay low-key." He whispered 2 words. "It's not easy to make a living." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao laughed even harder. She simply buried her head in Su Ye's neck, her shoulders shaking. The surrounding new students looked at the intimate display of this handsome man and beautiful woman. Everyone was envious to the point of their eyes turning red. However, they only dared to look. After all, she was the young lady of the Lin family, and he was the legendary special-level freshman. However, just as the atmosphere was exceptionally relaxed, even carrying a hint of ambiguity. Boom. A violent surge of blood and chi filled with intense jealousy and murderous intent erupted from the entrance of the playground. With no warning, a tangible gust of wind instantly tore through the surrounding crowd. "Get out of the way." A chilling roar suppressing boundless rage erupted like thunder. The crowd was forcefully pushed aside by a tremendous force, with several new students tumbling to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed on the alloy ground, emitting a disquieting thud. A young man dressed in a second-year combat academy uniform with a grim expression strode over. His gaze was fixated ahead, locking onto the girl leaning against Suyu, laughing joyously. Upon seeing the Lin family's young lady, whom he had pursued tirelessly for 2 years without even touching her hand, now intimately leaning against another man in front of all the new students, his reason was instantly consumed by rage. "Suyu." The young man's eyes turned crimson, resembling a frenzied beast. 3,000 points of blood and chi surged upwards without reservation, forming a visible blood-red pillar above his head. He fixed his gaze on Suyu. "Remove your filthy hands. Take your dirty hands off." Suyu stood rooted to the spot, hearing this thunderous roar. He was momentarily dazed. He lowered his head and glanced at himself. His hands were honestly tucked into the pockets of his sweatpants. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao was laughing so hard that she had rested her head on his shoulder. "What dirty hands am I taking off? I haven't even moved." A flash of speechlessness crossed Su Ye's deep gaze. Does this upperclassman have a problem with his eyesight? However, looking at the reedy chin phone before him, who seemed ready to devour someone, a subtle smile appeared at the corners of Su Ye's mouth. Being insulted for no reason, he certainly wouldn't take that lying down. "Since you insist that I use dirty hands, shouldn't I solidify that accusation to do justice to your roar?" Suye's right hand, which was in his pocket, naturally pulled out. Under the gaze of countless eyes in the audience, he smoothly wrapped his arm around. He directly wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaoxiao's slender waist, pulling her closer to himself with a slight. The distance between the two instantly became negative. "Let's cooperate," Suyu said in a low voice, whispering in Lin Xiaoxiao's ear. Boom. Lin Xiaoxiao's brain completely crashed in that instant. She had originally been laughing uncontrollably at Chu Kuang's subtle gun intent. But the next second, a warm, forceful sensation came from her waist. A masculine scent faintly carrying a hint of soap enveloped her completely. Lin Xiaoxiao's body instantly stiffened like a wooden board. She turned red from the root of her neck to her earlobes. This is the playground. There were thousands of new students around, along with numerous mentors and upperclassmen watching. Her heartbeat raced like a war drum. Shy, nervous, and a hint of affection she didn't even dare to admit. Various emotions intertwined, causing the usually proud and confident young lady of the Lin family to appear as docile as a frightened kitten at this moment. Without even a thought of resistance, she obediently allowed Suyu to hold her. In fact, she instinctively shrank closer into Suye's embrace. The entire place fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. This exceptional new student not only possessed monstrous talent, but also had the audacity to directly embrace the goddess pursued by a third-year master right in front of him. This was blatant provocation. It was like rubbing someone's face in the dirt. Chen Feng watched this. The last thread of rationality snapped. The goddess he had pursued for 2 years, whom he hadn't even dared to touch, was now being held in public by a newly enrolled student. Moreover, the goddess not only did not struggle, but instead revealed a shy demeanor. The venom of jealousy instantly gnawed at his heart. Boom. 3,000 points of qi exploded from Chen Feng's body without reservation. The terrifying pressure of the master realm surged forth like a tangible tsunami, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding new students turned pale, forced to retreat under this pressure. Several of the weaker ones even fell to the ground. Suyu. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Blood dripped as he stared intensely at Suyu, his voice sounding as if it emerged from the depths of hell. "I want to duel you." The moment these words left his mouth, the air around the entire playground seemed to freeze for a moment. Ajingwu dueling was a rule. Martial arts must be contended. Any irreconcilable conflict between students could be brought to the arena. Whoever wins the matter will be resolved in their favor. As long as no lives are lost, and it doesn't violate the laws of the Great Xia, the school will not intervene. But there is an unwritten bottom line for dueling. A strong person challenging a weaker one allows the weaker. After all, the gap in martial arts levels is real. Making a martial artist fight a master is not a duel, but a one-sided slaughter. "I win." Chen Feng gritted his teeth and shouted each word. "From now on, when you see Xiao Xiao, you must steer clear of her. You are never allowed to appear in front of her again." Wow. The crowd erupted in intense commotion. How shameless can you be? A second-year master challenging a newly enrolled first-year student. How can 3,000 points of qi match against 1,000 points of qi? This Chen Feng is taking advantage of having practiced for an extra year. It's simply too much. The new students, although they were also envious of Suye's exceptional new student title in the face of this kind of lower-tier bullying by an upperclassman, they instinctively felt united against a common enemy. Lin Xiaoxiao also snapped back to reality from her earlier shyness. Feeling Chen Feng's violent 3,000 points of qi, her expression instantly turned serious. "Suyu." Lin Xiaoxiao reached out and quietly tugged at Suye's clothing. Her voice was low, carrying a hint of urgency. "Don't be impulsive. He is a master with 3,000 points of qi. The gap in qi is too large. If you accept the duel now, you'll definitely suffer. According to the rules, as the weaker party, you can directly refuse him, and no one will say anything." Lin Xiaoxiao understood Suye's trump card very well. The transformation gun intent is indeed terrifying. But no matter how strong the gun intent is, it still requires qi to support it. It also needs combat experience. The gun intent unleashed with 1,000 points of qi and the destructive power released with 3,000 points of qi are completely different concepts. Lin Xiaoxiao did not grasp the will to fight and did not understand what the transformation level gun intent truly meant. She was merely afraid that Suyu, being young and impulsive, would fall for the provocation. However, Suyu remained standing still. The hand that had wrapped around Lin Xiaoxiao's waist had not loosened. He gazed at the furious Chen Feng. In his deep eyes there was neither anger nor fear. To be honest, he completely didn't want to get involved. Fighting was both physically and mentally exhausting. Even if he won, there was no reward. Why would he go all out against a jealous second-generation heir? Just as Suyu was about to speak the two words "not fighting," suddenly, "Good kid. You've got guts." A deafening roar came from the central platform of the playground. This director of the gun department was currently standing on the high platform, his face flushed with excitement as he slapped his thigh. He was still holding that silver-white long gun. Looking down at Suyu, he shouted loudly to stir the pot. Suyu, don't be timid. You've comprehended the soul-guarding gun intent. You're invincible among your peers. Challenging higher tiers means nothing. What's wrong with 1,000 points of chi? As a gun practitioner, it's all about being fearless. Even if he just started with gun intent, he might not necessarily be your opponent. Go for it. I have high hopes for you. You can fight with all your might. Chu Kuang's voice echoed throughout the playground, his mind racing with calculations. Yesterday, he only saw Suyu cut through stone with a finger, which was impressive, but he hadn't witnessed actual combat. Today, an unwise Chen Feng just happened to jump out as a sharpening stone. He was just looking for an opportunity to see the practical experience of this young man Suyu. With Chu Kuang's shout, all eyes in the arena once again focused on Suyu. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the response of this extraordinary newcomer. The atmosphere had reached its peak. Suyu looked at Chu Kuang, who was eagerly watching from the high platform. The corner of his eye twitched slightly. This old man. Which eye did you see that I was about to fight? Suyu withdrew his gaze and looked back at Chen Feng. After pondering for a moment, he released his hold on Lin Xiaoxiao's waist. Then, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Suyu simply shook his head. I won't fight. His tone was flat without the slightest hesitation. The crowd erupted in an uproar. He refused. The extraordinary newcomer actually avoided the fight. This was expected. After all, there's a difference of 2,000 points in vitality. Going up would just be asking for a beating. But Director Chu has already spoken. Isn't he backing down too quickly? Conversations began to rise. The cold smile on Chen Feng's face instantly froze. His fist, filled with power, felt as if it struck cotton. He was so frustrated, he could almost spit blood. Are you afraid? Chen Feng glared at Suyu, gritting his teeth in mockery. An extraordinary newcomer, and this is the extent of your courage. You dare not accept my duel. What right do you have to stand next to Xiao Xiao? Faced with Chen Feng's provocation, Suyu tucked his hands back into his pockets. His tone carried a sense of justified assertiveness. It's not fear. It's just too unprofitable. Suyu looked at Chen Feng as if he were an idiot. If you win, let me stay away from. What if I win? If I defeat you, I won't gain even a dime and will waste my time for nothing. I can't be bothered to take action. Silence. The playground fell into an eerie quiet once again. Everyone looked at Suyu, their minds buzzing. What kind of mindset does this extraordinary newcomer have? Others duel for dignity, for the goddess, for fame. He only considers whether there's any benefit. On the high platform, Chu Kuang staggered slightly, almost tripping down the steps. This kid, is he looking for money? Chen Feng was also stunned by Suyu's shameless words. But at this moment, he was already blinded by jealousy. As long as he could trample Suyu underfoot and humiliate him in public, he was willing to pay any price. Good. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. With a flip of his wrist, a flash of light appeared. An ancient jade tablet, warm and radiating a faint glow, appeared in his palm. As soon as the jade tablet appeared, it caused a faint resonance in the spiritual energy in the surrounding air. It was as if an invisible ripple was spreading outward. You want to bet right? Chen Feng raised the jade tablet high, his eyes bloodshot. This is a family secret technique. As long as you dare to accept the duel and win against me. This secret technique, I will give it to you for free. Once these words were spoken, Lin Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly constricted. She stared intently at the jade tablet in Chen Feng's hand, gasping in disbelief. Chen Feng, are you crazy? Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim. That is the foundation of your Chen family's lineage. Turning her head, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly lowered her voice and explained to Suyu. Suyu, this thing is extremely precious. This is a top-grade heavenly tier secret technique. Moreover, it is an extremely rare type of martial arts related to spiritual energy. You should know that the martial arts of the Great Xia Kingdom are mostly about cultivating the body and vitality. Spiritual energy-related martial arts are 1 in 100. Once successfully cultivated, it can kill invisibly and even directly attack the opponent's soul. In the top-tier martial arts library, this is definitely a priceless treasure. The Chen family established themselves in the capital thanks to this secret technique back then. He actually used this as a bet. Spiritual energy-related martial arts. Heavenly tier top grade. These words struck Suyu's heart like a heavy hammer. In that moment, his deep and calm eyes finally erupted with a bright light. What is he most lacking right now? It is precisely the methods related to spiritual energy. His million-year transformation spear intent was purely built up by the system. Although its power is terrifying, he himself doesn't actually understand the use of spiritual energy. If he had a top-grade heavenly tier martial arts related to spiritual energy, and then spent a few million years using the system to deduce it, combined with the transformation spear intent, his combat power would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. This is simply like a pillow being delivered when one is sleepy. Suyu, who had originally found it rather dull, suddenly became spirited. His gaze locked onto the jade tablet in Chen Feng's hand. This is what you said. Suyu slowly pulled his hand out of his pocket. His tone remained calm, but it carried an undeniable firmness. Top-grade heavenly tier spiritual energy martial arts. If I win, it belongs to me. Chen Feng saw Su Yu finally take the bait. The sinister smile on his face could no longer be concealed. That's right. I, Chen Feng, keep my word. But if you lose... Chen Feng pointed at Su Yu's nose, roaring fiercely. From now on, whenever you see me, just roll away. You are not allowed to come within half a step of Xiao Xiao. Su Yu ignored his roar. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Xiao Xiao beside him. Then he reached back and unwrapped the long object that was layered in black cloth. As the black cloth fell away in layers, a long spear that was entirely black, adorned with dark golden dragon scale patterns, was revealed to the sunlight. The Abyssal Dragon Spear. A martial emperor-level weapon. The moment this spear appeared, a chilling and bone-piercing aura caused the temperature around to drop several degrees. Chu Kuang on the high platform widened his eyes in shock. Abyssal Dragon. That old guy Lin Jintian actually gave this spear to this kid. Chu Kuang gasped. Now there was a good show to watch. Su Yu gripped the Abyssal Dragon Spear. It felt icy to the touch. The 1,000 points of warrior vitality within him began to circulate slowly. He looked at Chen Feng, a fierce glint flashing through his deep eyes. Cut the nonsense. Su Yu tilted the spear's tip toward the ground. Where shall we fight? Seeing this, Chen Feng sneered repeatedly. At least you have some backbone. By the shores of unnamed lake at the dual platform. Let's go. Chen Feng turned around, striding toward unnamed lake with a violent 3,000 points of vitality. The surrounding freshmen and seniors instantly erupted in excitement. A duel. The extraordinary newcomer Su Yu versus the sophomore warrior Chen Feng. 1,000 vitality against 3,000 vitality. The bet is even a top-grade heavenly tier martial arts related to spiritual energy. This news spread throughout the entire Jingwu playground as if it had grown wings. Countless people followed behind the two, rushing toward the shores of unnamed lake. Lin Xiaoxiao walked beside Su Yu, watching the icy Abyssal Dragon Spear in his hands. Though she still felt some worry and didn't want Su Yu to get hurt. Lin Xiaoxiao walked beside Su Yu, watching the icy Abyssal Dragon Spear in his hands. Though she still felt some worry and didn't want Su Yu to get hurt. Are you confident? Su Yu did not turn back. He looked at Chen Feng's back ahead. Well, no, if we try, won't we? Beside the unnamed lake. On the dual platform. A fierce wind whipped up the mist from the lake, crashing against the hard alloy arena. Around it, a dense crowd of Jingwu students had gathered. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the two figures in the center of the arena. On the high platform, the head of the firearms department, Chu Kuang, crossed his arms and furrowed his brow slightly. As the temporary referee for this duel, his sharp eagle-like eyes were rapidly analyzing the power comparison between the two. This Chen Feng kid, although a foolish braggart, indeed has an exceptionally solid foundation, Chu Kuang thought to himself. The Chun family's assets could be considered top-notch in Kyoto. Chen Feng practiced the earth-grade top-tier technique, the illusory dark art. The vitality cultivated from such a high-level technique was not the ordinary red, but rather a strange dark gray. This vitality harbored a special power of mental corrosion. What was even more alarming was that Chen Feng also mastered the family heirloom, the top-tier heavenly spirit martial art, the Formless Blade. Chen Feng was only a sophomore, likely having only scratched the surface of this heavenly martial art. But it was a mental martial art. Unpredictable. It ignored physical defenses, directly attacking the opponent's brain and soul. When warriors of the same tier faced mental-type warriors, they were often crushed unilaterally. Moreover, Chen Feng's vitality value was a staggering 3,000 points. Mid-stage martial master. And Su Yu. Chu Kuang's gaze shifted to the calm young man holding the yuan long spear with one hand. 1,000 points of vitality. Early stage martial master. There was a total difference of 2,000 points of vitality between the two. This represented an absolute gap of a small realm. Whether Su Yu can win hinges on how well he has grasped the essence of the spear intent he comprehended yesterday. Chu Kuang stroked his stubble, his expression serious. Can he forcibly break through Chen Feng's mental attack with the pure lethality of the spear intent? Difficult. Chu Kuang shook his head in his heart, giving his own judgment. An entry-level spear intent can at most offset the gap in vitality between the two. With that martial emperor-grade yuan long spear, it can significantly enhance the spear intent's power, barely giving him a fighting chance. But the problem is, this kid probably has never fought against a mental-type warrior. Lack of experience was the most fatal flaw. The attack angles of mental warriors are extremely tricky. If they strike, it would be a thunderous blow. Su Yu was, after all, a newly learned spear intent could only overcome a small realm. Unless this kid has mastered the subtle spear intent. This thought flashed through Chu Kuang's mind, then he chuckled in disbelief. How is that possible? He just comprehended a hint of its form yesterday. It has not even been 24 hours. I practiced spear for a lifetime, crawling through heaps of corpses for how many years just to barely grasp the subtle spear intent. If he could master it, I would eat this platform on the spot. Chu Kuang was determined. Su Ye's current strength could definitely not match up. But Su Yu was the prize gem of Jingwu, a special first-year student. If he truly encountered danger later, he would decisively intervene, forcibly interrupt the match. At that time, he could call it a draw or rule Chen Feng's actions as illegal while selling Su Yu a huge favor. Once this kid is touched, wouldn't he obediently report to the firearms department? Perfect. A smug smile crept across Chu Kuang's lips. Meanwhile, below the platform, Lin Xiaoxiao stood in the front row with her arms crossed. Listening to the older students around her disparaging Su Yu, her pure and beautiful face showed no hint of worry. On the contrary, a deep sympathy was hidden in her eyes. Sympathy for Chen Feng. Because others were unaware of Su Ye's true capabilities. She was quite clear. That morning at the entrance of the apartment, Su Yu, right before her eyes, had effortlessly conjured a seemingly substantial dark red spear. Transformative spear intent. The third realm of martial will. From illusion to reality. Interfering with reality. Lin Xiaoxiao knew very well that the amplification brought by martial will was extremely terrifying. Just mastering entry-level spear intent could challenge an entire small realm. Subtle spear intent could almost challenge an entire large realm, killing enemies as easily as picking from a bag, let alone the formless realm. And the transformative intent that Su Yu had mastered. That was a qualitative change. That was a dimensional strike. Don't even mention Chen Feng's mere 3,000 vitality. Even if a master with 20,000 vitality came facing the transformative spear intent, they would likely not withstand a single move. This was the absolute crushing power brought by martial will, reaching an extremely profound level. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. This Chen Feng kid was rushing to deliver techniques. On the arena, Chen Feng stared intently at Su Yu. He could hardly wait. 3,000 points of vitality erupted without reservation. The dark gray vitality glowed wildly across his body. The surrounding air emitted a mournful wail under the pressure of this vitality. He aimed to step this ignorant newcomer underfoot in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. He wanted everyone to know. He, Chen Feng, was the true prodigy. Su Yu. Chen Feng's eyes turned crimson, his voice tinged with madness. Let's begin. I will make you realize that you are unworthy of the title of special first-year student. Su Yu, holding the yuan-long spear with one hand. The spear tip pointed diagonally to the ground. On the high platform, Chu Kuang took a deep breath. Duel. Begin. Boom. The moment the words fell, Chen Feng moved. He did not charge directly like an ordinary warrior. Instead, he stood still and abruptly formed a strange seal with both hands. Hum. An invisible, formless, yet terrifying mental fluctuation surged forth from his brow. Formless blade. This mental force transformed into 3 invisible soul blades that were undetectable by the naked eye, striking with a sharpness that could tear the soul at extremely tricky angles. Aimed directly at Su Ye's brow, heart, and dantian. Completely unexpected. With extreme ferocity. The older students below changed their expressions. Mental attack. Chen Feng actually started with a trump card. Su Yu is finished, he can't dodge. On the high platform, Chu Kuang's gaze tightened. His right foot stepped forward suddenly, and the vitality within him surged instantly. He was ready to intervene. Su Yu absolutely could not withstand this blow. However, just at the moment, everyone thought Su Yu was about to be severely injured by the mental attack. Su Yu moved. He did not retreat. He did not dodge. Not even using the transformative spear intent. In Su Ye's perception, the world seemed to slow down countless times at that moment. 1,000,000 years of sitting in the void. 1,000,000 years of uninterrupted spear practice had long granted his body a combat intuition that transcended human limits. Chen Feng's proud, formless mental attack. In Su Ye's eyes, the flow of air, the subtle ripples of the mental force breaking through the void, were as clear as if he were observing patterns on his palm. Flaws everywhere. Su Ye's gaze was deep as an abyss. He simply raised his right hand. His wrist turned slightly. Yuan-long spear, go. Ong. A low, domineering sound akin to the roar of an ancient giant dragon suddenly exploded in the air above the arena. The Yuan-long spear was forged from the spine of an 8th-rank abyssal Yuan-long, a Huang-grade weapon. It carried an inherently terrifying killing intent and an anti-demonic property. Su Yu did not employ any martial technique. He simply unleashed a pure surge of 1,000 points of qi and blood bolstered by battle instincts tempered over 10 million years. And the sheer ferocity of the Yuan-long spear itself. When the spear struck, it moved like a dragon. 3 faint snapping sounds rang through the air. Like a balloon punctured by a steel needle, Chen Feng's vaunted formless spiritual spike met the spear's tip and could not withstand it. It did not hold for even half a second. It was savagely, irresistibly torn open and shattered on the spot. The feral grin on Chen Feng's face froze instantly. A violent stab of pain seized his brain. The backlash from his shattered spiritual force blackened his vision. But before he could react, a faint dark red chill flared and enlarged within his pupils. It was too fast, so swift it transcended the comprehension of a martial artist. It was the purest, straightest killing stroke, the shortest line between 2 points with no superfluous movement. Whoosh! The gale ceased. Time on the stage seemed to freeze in that instant. The arena fell into absolute silence. 4 or 5 full seconds passed before a coordinated, thunderous intake of breath erupted through the crowd like a hurricane. What the hell happened? One move. Just one. 1,000 points of vitality defeated a mid-stage martial artist with 3,000. Chen Feng used the Chun family's supreme Tian grade technique, Wuxiang Jiran Formless Calamity Blade, which ignores physical defense. How could it be punctured by a single spear? In the front rows, several third-year senior students who had come to see Su Yu humiliated suddenly found their legs go weak. Their voices trembled. Did you see that? He did not even use cayenne blood to shield himself. He did not even release the rumored spear intent from yesterday. It was an ordinary straight thrust relying purely on physical power and combat instinct, and it pierced a Tian grade's spiritual martial art. What kind of abnormal combat instinct is this? Panic and awe spread like a contagion among the packed Jingwu students. When they looked at the youth holding the spear in one hand, calm of face, their envy and contempt had vanished. In their place was profound fear. A monster. This is the real monster, someone in the crowd swallowed and muttered hoarsely. Is this one of the only 2 special grade freshmen in 100 years? No wonder the 3 directors scrambled for him. Without shame, no wonder the Wu Huang principal personally approved him. Facing such absolute violent domination, how could we have thought him unworthy? All defiance and pride were ground to powder before that brutally unreasonable absolute killing strike. This was no mere freshman, it was a peerless predatory beast in human skin, as if it had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Every gaze filled with boundless reverence stared blankly at the center of the ring. Chen Feng stood motionless, his hands still forming the hand signs. His 3,000 points of raging qi and blood contracted into his body like a mouse confronted by its natural enemy. A cold bead of sweat traced down his forehead. It fell onto the alloy floor with a clear sound hovering before his throat, less than a millimeter from his skin. A dark red spear tip hung silently there. Its piercing force had broken his skin, and a bead of crimson welled out. If Su Yu moved his wrist forward, even the slightest, Chen Feng's throat would be impaled through. Instant death with a single strike. With a 2,000 point gap in qi and blood against a baffling spiritual force martial artist, Su Yu had not even released spear intent, he had ended it in a single move. On the high platform, Chu Kuang's foot just raised to rush down and intervene froze rigid in midair. His weathered face was etched with a ghastly shock. His eyes nearly bulged. Chu Kuang swallowed with great difficulty. Is this really some kind of basic spear intent? No, he did not even use spear intent. Pure combat instinct and bodily force. One spear broke a Tian grade spiritual martial art. Chu Kuang was stunned. He felt his martial worldview being ground into the dirt. This boy's combat talent seemed unervingly abnormal. He shattered a Tian grade art. Below the ring, Lin Xiaoxiao watched with the corner of her mouth lifting. She had not expected Chen Feng to be so weak, not even deserving to force Su Yu to use spear intent. Pathetic. On the platform, Su Yu held the spear in one hand, his gaze deep and calm as he looked upon the terrified, trembling Chen Feng. You lost. Su Yu's voice was low, but in the deathly stillness of the arena, it reached every ear with crystal clarity. Cold sweat dripped from Chen Feng. The sting at his throat jolted him from his daze. He had lost, killed in an instant by a newly enrolled freshman with 1,000 points of vitality. His Dao heart teetered on the edge of collapse. No. Chen Feng issued a beastly roar, stumbling back 2 steps to avoid the lethal spear tip. Eyes bloodshot, he glared at Su Yu. Impossible. How could I lose? He was the Chun family's prodigy, a master with 3,000 points of qi and blood, wielder of Tian grade spiritual martial arts. How could he fail to withstand a single attack? Suddenly his gaze locked on the yuan long spear in Su Yu's hand, the dark golden dragon scale pattern, and the spear tip exuding astonishing killing intent. A bolt of realization struck Chen Feng's mind. Like a drowning man grasping a last straw, he pointed at Su Yu and roared. I know. It's the spear in your hand. The famed yuan long spear. A Wuhuang-level peerless divine. Chen Feng's voice grew sharp with excitement. That spear was forged from the spine of an 8th-rank yuan long. It naturally bears anti-demonic and spiritual suppression attributes. You did not break my Wuxiang Jiran by your own strength. You relied on the suppressive power of this Wuhuang. That doesn't count. You're cheating. Chen Feng shouted ever louder, as if volume could cover the humiliation of being instantaneously slain. The freshmen and seniors in the crowd stirred at his words. Yuan long spear. No wonder the killing intent is so heavy. If it is a Wuhuang-grade weapon with innate anti-demonic effect, then Chun Feng's spiritual attack being shattered instantly makes sense. But the duel rules did not forbid using superior weapons, did they? On the ring, Su Yu watched the frame. A trace of speechless irony flashed through Su Yu's deep eyes. You should have said the spear was forbidden earlier, now you come to accuse me. Boom. At that moment, a hulking figure crashed down from the high platform, like a meteor stamping two deep prints into the hard alloy stage. Chu Kuang, the head of the gun department with a face full of anger, stood directly in front of Su Yu. He pointed at Chun Feng's nose and berated him fiercely. Shut your filthy mouth. Why didn't you say it earlier? Chu Kuang's voice boomed like a thunderclap, causing Chun Feng's eardrums to ring. Why didn't you say before coming on stage that high-level weapons were not allowed? When you attacked a freshman using the heavenly ranked spiritual martial arts, why didn't you say it was unfair? Now that you've been taken out with one shot, you're shouting about not allowing guns. Yuchen family brat, you've humiliated your entire family. Chu Kuang's protective nature was fully revealed at this moment. He didn't care about weapons. The fact was that Su Yu had won. Stop the nonsense. Chu Kuang reached out like a bully collecting debts. A loss is a loss. Faced with Chu Kuang, Chun Feng was pushed back repeatedly by the terrifying pressure. His face turned from green to pale. He felt humiliated. It was an extraordinary humiliation. Being berated in front of thousands of students by the head of the department was unbearable. Chun Feng bit down on his teeth, tasting blood in his mouth. Shaking, he took out a jade slip that emitted a faint glow. Wuxiang Jieren, the family treasure of the Chun. Give it to him. Chu Kuang unceremoniously snatched the jade slip and handed it to Su Yu. Kid, keep it. This is the spoils of your legitimate victory. Su Yu received the jade slip, feeling the warm touch and the fluctuations of spiritual power within. He felt a sense of relief. A heavenly grade spiritual martial art had been acquired. Just one shot, and this kind of competition could happen more often. Thank you, Director Chu. Su Yu casually tucked the jade slip into his pocket. Chun Feng watched as the family's ultimate technique fell into Su Yu's hands, his heart bleeding. His Dao heart was on the verge of collapse. If he didn't regain his honor, if he didn't win back this martial art, he would never be able to lift his head in front of Jing Wu and Lin Xiaoxiao. Returning home would mean being crippled by the elders. Su Yu. Chun Feng suddenly raised his head, glaring intensely at Su Yu. His eyes were filled with terrifying red veins. He employed the most crude yet direct provocation. Do you dare to fight me like a real man? If you have the ability, put down that yuan shu long spear. Fight me without weapons one more time. Chun Feng's voice echoed above the arena. If you really have the strength of a top-tier freshman, defeat me barehanded. Do you dare? Upon this declaration, the crowd erupted. Shameless. Truly shameless. He's a gun practitioner. How can you ask him to fight you without a gun? This is no different than asking a swordsman to throw away his sword or a swordsman to discard his blade. Chun Feng is desperate, throwing away all his principles. Lin Xiaoxiao in the audience raised her brows, but was not worried at all. The gun intent could still be used. Meanwhile, Su Yu on the stage had no idea he was being offered such a good deal. He nodded happily. Sure. Su Yu's voice was not loud, but clearly resonated throughout the arena. However, what's the stake? Seeing Su Yu actually agree, Chun Feng was overjoyed. As long as he didn't use that damned emperor-level breaking magic long spear with his 3,000 points of vitality, coupled with the formless spiritual attack, defeating a freshman with 1,000 vitality would be as easy as pie. Good. Chun Feng gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. You want stakes, right? Today I, Chun Feng, will bet everything against you. He ripped open his tattered school uniform, revealing a close-fitting inner armor that emitted a dark silver luster. The inner armor was covered with exceptionally complex array patterns. Just exposed to the air, it gave off an unyielding sense of invulnerability. This is the royal grade battle armor, given to me by my grandfather, flowing silver mysterious armor. Chun Feng pounded his chest, his eyes filled with pride. It can withstand the full force of an emperor-level warrior. It's priceless. If I lose, this battle armor will be yours. The royal grade armor glimmered with dark silver under the sunlight. On his chest, the inner armor, named Flowing Silver Mysterious Armor, had densely packed array patterns that seemed to have life, gently rising and falling with his breath. A heavy, unbreakable aura of defense instantly enveloped the entire arena. Below, countless Jingwu students widened their eyes, gasping in astonishment. It really is royal grade battle armor. Has the Qin family gone crazy? How could they give such a life-saving treasure to a second-year student? This item is made from deep-sea flowing silver and the life scales of 8th-tier beasts. It is said to withstand the full force of an emperor-level warrior without breaking. Priceless, at least worth hundreds of millions, enough to drain the resources of several second-rate families. On the duel arena, a loud shout echoed, "No way. I absolutely do not agree." Chu Kuang stepped forward, his broad back firmly blocking Su Yu. He had just handed the jade slip containing heavenly rank spiritual martial arts to Su Yu and turned around to hear this kid actually agreeing to Chun Feng's absurd conditions. No weapons. Barehanded against a master with 3,000 vitality who mastered heavenly rank spiritual martial arts. Did this kid lose his mind? Chu Kuang was genuinely anxious at this moment, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was a master who had practiced martial arts with guns for a lifetime. How could he not know? The will of martial arts, especially for weapon types, absolutely requires a carrier. Even as strong as Chu Kuang, even though he had refined his gun intent to an exquisite level able to condense his power perfectly. But without a real spear in hand, he couldn't unleash even 1/10 of his extraordinary combat power. Why? Because intent must precede the weapon. Without a gun, what can your will dominate? What can it depend on? Unless... A terrifying thought flashed through Chu Kuang's mind. Unless this kid's gun intent has surpassed the exquisite level and reached the second realm. Formless. The will detached from the entity, the mind conjuring a sword in the void, killing without form. But this thought barely appeared before Chu Kuang extinguished it without hesitation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This kid had only comprehended a trace of gun intent by the Waiming Lake yesterday afternoon. At most it had been less than 24 hours. In one day, he jumped from the entry level of martial arts will to the exquisite level, comprehending it to the formless stage. This was no longer a talent, it was an insult to the talent of all martial artists across the world. In Chu Kuang's view, the reason Su Yu was able to kill Qin Feng with one shot and break through that bizarre Wusheng Jiaren was because 90% of the credit belonged to that emperor-level Yuan Shu Long spear. The spear's inherent demon-breaking properties and terrifying aura combined with Su Yu's recently acquired gun intent created that overwhelming effect. If the Yuan Shu Dragon Spear were to be thrown away now, Su Yu would be an ordinary martial artist with merely 1,000 points of vitality. Faced with Chun Feng's absolute suppression of 3,000 points of vitality, he would be unable to defend against the mental energy assault. Then what's the point of fighting? Are we just going to march to our deaths? Director Chu. Chun Feng looked at the imposing Chu Kuang who stood in front of Su Yu, his expression exceptionally grim. But he, relying on his reasoning, gritted his teeth and rebutted loudly. This is a fair duel between students. He agreed to it himself. As the referee, are you really going to openly favor him and violate the rules of Jingwu? Chun Feng was determined to defeat Su Yu, to avenge past humiliations. As long as Su Yu did not have that damned Yuanshu Dragon Spear, he had 1,000 ways to trample him underfoot. Go to hell. Chu Kuang's eyes widened, completely unfazed by these words. You, an upperclassman in your second year with 3,000 points of vitality, bullying a freshman with only 1,000 points of vitality, and you still have the face to talk about fairness. I'm laying it down right here today. This duel ends here. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on him, I will break their leg. Chu Kuang exuded a dominating aura. His entire body was brimming with vitality, ready to suppress Qin Feng at the slightest provocation. Su Yu stood behind Chu Kuang. He looked at the elder who was willing to sacrifice even the principal's dignity for his protection. A trace of helplessness flashed in his deep-set eyes. Even without the spear, his combat power remained intact. Su Yu was about to speak, asking Chu Kuang to step aside. Just then a sudden buzzing sound arose as if the air above the arena was rippling violently without warning. An irresistible, terrifying sense of oppression akin to the might of the heavens instantly descended upon the entire Waiming Lake. The wild wind ceased. The surface of the lake calmed. Everyone's breath caught in their throats at that moment. A figure in an ordinary black robe with a thin face stepped slowly out of the void as if taking a leisurely stroll. Vice Principal of Jingwu. A martial emperor, Nie Kong. Vice Principal. All the teachers and students bowed in unison. Nie Kong paid no heed to their reverence. He took a step forward, directly appearing on the duel stage, standing before Chu Kuang and Su Yu. Chu Kuang. Nie Kong's voice was flat, revealing no trace of emotion. Step aside. Just those two simple words carried an undeniable absolute will. Chu Kuang trembled all over, his face filled with anxiety. Vice Principal. You can't fight. This kid only has 1,000 points of vitality. Without the Yuan Shu Dragon Spear, he will be incapacitated by Chun Feng's mental energy. He is our Jingwu's special freshman, the hope for the future. Nie Kong looked at Chu Kuang and slightly shook his head. He extended a hand, seemingly casually resting it on Chu Kuang's shoulder. In the next moment, Chu Kuang's sturdy mountain-like figure was effortlessly pulled off the stage without any resistance. The power of a martial emperor was indeed fearsome. Nie Kong stood at the edge of the arena, hands clasped behind his back, gazing deeply at Su Yu in the center of the stage. Young man, it is good to be ambitious and spirited. Nie Kong began softly, his voice echoing across the Waiming Lake. Having pride and vigor is necessary to deserve the words of martial competition. But Nie Kong's tone suddenly darkened, carrying a coldness born of experience. Blind arrogance will only lead to one's demise. Experiencing setbacks can also be beneficial. Losing on the arena means one might lose face and suffer some physical pain at most. It's far better than ending up in the abyss and losing one's life due to arrogance. Nie Chong Kong's words were delivered with conviction. The implication was unmistakable. Do not interfere. Losing is just losing. Losing is a form of tempering. He intended to use Chun Feng's hand to suppress Su Yu's arrogance. The title of special freshman carried too much weight. If Su Yu thought he was invincible due to a moment's enlightenment and dared to throw away his weapon, then such a mentality would not take him far. Losing would make this kid understand that there is always someone stronger out there. It would teach him to have respect. Below the stage, all the upperclassmen nodded in agreement. The vice principal was right. This kid was too arrogant. It was time for him to suffer a little. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stage, Chun Feng, hearing Nie Chong Kong's words, could hardly contain his laughter. What a great opportunity. A golden opportunity. Even the vice principal was turning a blind eye, and there seemed to be an implicit approval for him to teach Su Yu a lesson. What was there to hesitate about? Chun Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. He fixed his gaze on Su Yu, a sinister smile unable to be concealed on his face. Su Yu, did you hear what the vice principal said? Chun Feng stepped forward, his 3,000 points of vitality erupting once more. He pointed at the dark silver glimmering royal battle armor on his chest. Continuing to provoke, what do you say? Do you dare or not? If you win, this invaluable Lu Yinxian armor will be yours. I will win. Chun Feng gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. From now on, whenever you see me, or Shao, keep your distance as far as you can. You are never allowed to appear in front of us again. Facing Chun Feng's roar and the indifference of Nie Chong Kong, Su Yu stood his ground. He looked at the so-called royal battle armor on Chun Feng's chest and shook his head slightly. Forget the battle armor. Let's switch it to 1,000 billion cash. Martial arts, or rather the system, is my foundation. The battle armor merely enhances defense. I feel it has little use. Silence. Stillness. 1,000 billion cash. Even a top family in Kyoto would struggle to produce that much at once. Chun Feng was also taken aback, then laughed in anger. Good. After all, this kid will undoubtedly lose. He would never get that money. Since you're looking for death, let's get started. Su Yu nodded, not uttering another word. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes in the audience, he grasped the Yuan Shu dragon spear. Whoosh! The heavy Yuan Shu dragon spear cut through the air, leaving a black afterimage, and landed steadily before Lin Xiao. And at this moment, everyone below the stage watched, as Su Yu truly threw away his weapon, causing an uproar. What the hell? Did he really dare to do that? He's insane. Absolutely insane. 1,000 points of vitality without a weapon, facing a spirit energy master with 3,000 points of vitality. How could he possibly win? What a joke. This is pure self-torture. Chu Kuang on the high platform was furious, pounding his thigh and fuming. This brat. Obsessed with money. For that 1,000 billion, he's willing to take a beating. Nie Chong Kong stood at the edge of the arena, his deep gaze fixed firmly on Su Yu. He wanted to see how this gifted young man would react after losing his greatest support. What kind of pathetic state? On the stage, the wind whipped up the moisture from Weiming Lake, crashing against the hard alloy ground. Chun Feng looked at Su Yu, who had empty hands, and the sinister smile on his face could no longer be contained. His 3,000 points of vitality surged violently at his surface. The dark-hued vitality glowed, intermingled with a disturbing wave of mental energy. Are you ready? Chun Feng suddenly stepped forward, his voice filled with the satisfaction of vengeance about to be fulfilled. In his view, the reason Su Yu was able to win just now was solely due to that royal-level Yuan Shu dragon spear. It was the spear's inherent demonic breaking attribute that countered his mental energy. Now, without a weapon, with Su Yu's mere 1,000 points of vitality, how could he withstand his heavenly tier mental energy martial arts? Facing Chun Feng's provocation, Su Yu stood firmly on the ground. In his deep-set eyes, there was not a trace of ripples. He didn't even assume any defensive posture. Casually, he raised his right hand. His 5 fingers slightly spread apart. Buzz! In that moment, the air violently twisted. A pure and suffocating dark red light rapidly gathered in Su Yu's palm. There was no overflow of vitality. No howling winds. A long spear 2 meters in length and seemingly substantial abruptly appeared in his hand. The spear tip pointed diagonally at the ground, exuding a chilling and brutal aura. Chun Feng was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed intensely on the dark red spear in Su Yu's hand. With a slight furrow of his brow, he realized that due to his insufficient realm, he had never comprehended any martial will. He simply could not discern what this was. He assumed it was some special martial arts formed by Su Yu's vitality. Vitality, transformation. Chun Feng sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. All flash and no substance. Without the demon-breaking properties of the yuan spear, your so-called martial arts are nothing but a sheet of paper before my spiritual power. He showed no fear, even thinking that Su Yu was merely struggling in desperation. The students below were abuzz with chatter. This martial arts looks quite cool. To directly form a weapon with vitality. It seems quite powerful. What good is it? Can it compete with heavenly grade spiritual martial arts? It's hard to say given the disparity in vitality. There's a full 2,000 points difference. Let's see, I bet Su Yu won't last 3 seconds. The new students whispered among themselves, clearly not optimistic about Su Yu's barehanded confrontation. However, on the high platform, the spear department head, Chu Kuang, was dumbfounded. Completely dazed, his sharp, eagle-like eyes widened in shock at the sight of the dark red spear in Su Yu. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A difficult swallowing sound escaped from Chu Kuang. He gripped the edge of the high platform's alloy railing tightly. Crack! The hard alloy railing was forcefully squeezed, leaving 5 finger holes. What the hell? Chu Kuang's voice trembled, almost filled with a hint of tears. Is that a spear, Woolley? He had practiced spear techniques his whole life. He had struggled and fought through countless hardships in a pile of corpses for most of his life. After enduring numerous injuries, he barely honed his spear, well, to the realm of subtle. He understood better than anyone how difficult it was to cultivate martial will. It was a pure elevation of the spirit. But now what did he see? From the virtual to the real. Interfering with reality. This was not some martial arts formed by vitality. It was pure spiritual will materialized. Transformation. Chu Kuang felt his mind completely buzz. His worldview collapsed, leaving not a shred. Is this spear will overly refined? Is the level too high? Chu Kuang raged inwardly. Just yesterday afternoon, this kid had merely comprehended a hint of its embryonic form by the Weiming Lake. In less than 24 hours. 1 day's time. Directly skipping subtlety and formlessness. Directly transforming. Had all his lifetime of spear training gone to the dogs? At the edge of the arena stood the martial emperor vice, Principal Nie Changkong. Originally standing with hands behind his back, he looked profound and was prepared to see Su Yu falter. At this moment, all calmness vanished from his face. Nie Changkong sharply inhaled a breath of cold air, his deep gaze locked tightly onto the dark red spear in Su Yu's hand. His chest heaved violently. Transformation spear will. Nie Changkong murmured to himself, his voice laced with undeniable shock. He felt a burning pain on his old face. Just a moment ago, he had boasted shamelessly, saying he wanted Su Yu to experience some hardship and setbacks. He had claimed that young people should not be blindly arrogant, but learn to revere. And what happened? The other party was not arrogant at all. The other party possessed absolute crushing strength. A true genius. Nie Changkong chuckled bitterly, a hint of self-mockery in his gaze. There is absolutely no need for a trial. He had lived for so many years and witnessed countless prodigies. But someone like Su Yu who comprehended transformation will at 18 was unheard of. One must know that even the Principal Feng Wuji, who guarded the depths of the northern abyss and was hailed as the god of war of the Daxia nation, only barely touched the threshold of formlessness after turning 30. Currently, Feng Wuji's spear will level was merely at the peak of transformation, a half step into clarity. This kid. Nie Changkong's heart raced violently. A euphoric feeling of discovering an unparalleled treasure instantly overwhelmed him. Shock. An incomparable shock. This time at Jingwu, they had truly unearthed an invincible divine being capable of suppressing an era. Meanwhile, on the arena, Chen Feng had no idea that the perspectives of the esteemed figures on the high platform had shattered completely. He only knew that Su Yu was weaponless. This was his perfect opportunity to redeem himself and regain his dignity. Die! Chen Feng roared, his hands rapidly forming seals. Wuxiang Jieren. 3,000 points of vitality were unreservedly transformed into formless and shapeless spiritual power spikes, carrying the sharpness to tear apart souls. They shot directly towards Su Yu's brow. This time he exerted all his strength, determined to completely cripple this oblivious newcomer. Facing this lethal blow, Su Yu moved. He did not evade. A glint of coldness flashed across his deep-set eyes. The dark red spear in his hand moved forward slightly. Buzz! In the next moment, Chen Feng felt his world change. The noisy playground, the gasping students, the mentors on the high platform, all vanished. The world transformed into a dark red hell. The air was thick with a suffocating stench of blood. And in this world, only one spear remained. A spear towering to the heavens, exuding an aura of endless slaughter and destruction. This spear bore the overwhelming might to crush everything, instantly piercing through his spiritual defenses. It destroyed everything in its path. Chen Feng's prideful heavenly-grade spiritual martial arts were nothing but dust before this spear. Chen Feng let out a desperate scream in the spiritual world. Swish! In the real world, all anomalies vanished in an instant. The howling winds ceased. Chen Feng abruptly opened his eyes. Cold sweat instantly drenched his entire body. He stood rigidly in place. He didn't even dare to move a finger, because the dark red spear in Su Ye's hand was steadily pointed at his throat. The sharpness flickering at the spear tip had already pierced his skin. As long as Su Yu willed it, he would be separated from his head. He had lost. He lost without any doubt. Even faster and more thoroughly than when he had the Yuanzhong spear. The students below were completely stunned. The entire Weiming Lake was engulfed in a deathly silence. What happened? Why did Qin Feng suddenly stop moving? What kind of martial arts is that? It can instantaneously obliterate even heavenly-grade spiritual martial arts. Among the crowd, several top seniors from the 3rd and 4th years were already trembling, their legs weak. They stared intently at the spear in Su Ye's hand, their voices filled with endless fear. That is not martial arts. That is transformation spear will. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone stared at Su Yu on the stage as if he were a monster. Transformation spear will at 18. The value of this special freshman was continually rising. It had reached a level that brought despair. At the very front of the crowd, Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at the dazzling young man on the stage. A pure and beautiful face blossomed into an exceptionally radiant smile. She tightly clenched her small fist, feeling genuinely proud and happy for Su Yu. On the arena, the dark red, transforming spear remained steadily poised before Qin Feng's throat. A sharp aura flickered, and a bone-chilling cold surged up Qin Feng's spine, striking his mind. Su Yu looked at the utterly terrified second-year master before him, his tone calm and devoid of any ripples. 100 billion in cash. Bring it. These simple words fell into Qin Feng's ears like the notes of 100 billion. Where could he possibly get 100 billion? Although the Chun family was a top-tier family in the capital with vast assets, they were all fixed assets mines and industries. Only a top financial conglomerate could withdraw 100 billion in liquid funds at any moment. Qin Feng's face turned pale, his lips trembling violently. I don't have. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's, laced with unmistakable fear and despair. I temporarily can't produce that much cash. Su Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. No, didn't you just shout so confidently? The dark red spear in his hand advanced slightly. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Ye's deep-set eyes. Just then, a black figure appeared out of nowhere between the two of them. The vice principal martial emperor, Nie Changkong, extended 2 fingers and seemingly effortlessly pinched Su Ye's dark red, transforming spear. Buzz! The spear trembled slightly, but could not advance an inch further. Su Ye's gaze sharpened as he dispersed the intent of the spear in his hand. Nie Changkong turned his head, looking down at the crumpled Qin Feng on the ground, his eyes conveying an undeniable. The rules of Jingwu dictate that martial arts must be contested. Once on the arena and stakes set, losing means accepting the consequences. Nie Changkong's voice echoed across the entire Weiming Lake. 3 days' time. Gather 100 billion and hand it to Su Yu. Rules are rules. Boom. This statement struck Qin Feng's crown like a divine thunder. The vice principal personally intervened. This was no longer a mere contest of pride between students. The higher-ups of Jingwu were backing this exceptional newcomer. If he could not produce this 100 billion within 3 days without Su Yu lifting a finger, Jingwu's law enforcement team would personally pay a visit to the Qin family. Qin Feng completely broke down. His Dao heart, his pride were shattered in that moment. Qin Feng let out a piercing, desperate howl. He sprang up from the ground, tumbling down the arena like a stray dog, parting the crowd and fleeing frantically. The entire venue fell silent. The thousands of Jingwu elites by Weiming Lake watched as Qin Feng's pitiful figure disappeared, then stiffly shifted their gazes back to the center of the arena. No one dared to raise their voices. Only waves of chilling gasps echoed through the crowd, rising and transforming. He actually used transforming spear intent. From the virtual to the real, condensing out of thin air. That is a supreme realm even martial kings, and perhaps even martial emperors, might not comprehend. He's only 18. Not just 18. Someone beside him swallowed a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva in less than a day. He directly crossed the boundaries of subtlety and formlessness, forcefully creating a transformation. Is he even human? Everyone's minds buzzed. 1,000 chi blood. Without using any weapons, relying solely on the dark red transforming spear, he defeated the second-year master with 3,000 chi blood, who was even wearing imperial-grade battle armor, in one move. At that moment, all previous doubts, discontent, and jealousy towards Su Ye's status as a special newcomer were crushed into dust. What second-year senior? What top-tier family genius? In front of this young man, they were all mere chickens and dogs. On the arena, Nie Changkong turned around, his gaze returning to Su Yu. This time the admiration and fervor in the martial emperor's eyes could not be contained. He scrutinized Su Yu from top to bottom, as if he were gazing at an exceptionally rare, priceless treasure. One day, in just one day, From comprehending the embryonic form of spear intent to directly crossing the subtleties and formlessness reaching the transforming realm. This was no ordinary genius. This was a true unparalleled prodigy, capable of suppressing a generation of monsters. Moreover, in the moment Suyu made his move, Nie Changkong keenly noticed a detail. Suyu's chi blood was remarkably pure, so pure that it bore no attribute inclination. He hadn't practiced any inner skills. You? Nie Changkong looked at Suyu, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. You haven't practiced any tier of inner skill techniques until now? Suyu truthfully answered. No, he indeed hadn't practiced. Previously in Jiang City, he couldn't afford it at all. Later with the system, he directly upgraded his realm. Through spending money, his chi blood value had been built up forcibly. Nie Changkong gasped in shock. Not practicing inner skills meant that the quality and circulation speed of his chi blood were far below that of other martial artists of the same rank. Yet Suyu relied solely on this most original and crude chi blood combined with the transforming spear intent to defeat Qin Feng, who had cultivated celestial tier martial arts and had 3,000 points of chi blood with one strike. Such physical foundation and combat intuition. Simply astonishing. Good, 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 Nie Changkong exclaimed 3 times. He patted Suyu's shoulder, his face radiant with a brilliant smile. Not practicing inner skills is a good thing. This means your foundation is like a pure, flawless sheet of paper. Its plasticity is simply perfect. Nie Changkong turned around and waved to Chu Kuang and the others below the stage. Let's go. Come with me to handle the special newcomer formalities. By the way, it'll grant you the qualification to accept high-value bounty missions. Aren't you short on money? There are plenty of opportunities on Jingwu's bounty board for you to make a fortune. Hearing the words make money, a glimmer passed through Suyu's deep-set eyes. He nodded. All right. The two descended the arena, and the crowd automatically parted to create a wide passage. All eyes were filled with endless awe and admiration. Lin Xiaoxiao stood by the passage holding the heavy yuan-long spear. As she watched Suyu approach, a brilliant smile blossomed on her pure and pretty face. Here, Lin Xiaoxiao handed the yuan-long spear to Suyu. Your spear. Suyu accepted the spear, feeling the familiar cold touch. Thank you. For what? Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively, her ponytail swaying lightly behind her. You stole the spot. I guess no one will dare to trouble you in Jingwu anymore. She glanced at Nie Changkong, who was walking ahead, lowering her. You should go handle the formalities with the vice principal first. I need to report to the boxing department. Director Lu Rian has already sent me several messages urging me. All right. Suyu nodded slightly. See you later. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand and turned towards the boxing department area. Her steps were light, her mood exceptionally joyful as she watched the backs of Suyu and Nie Changkong depart. On the high platform, the head of the weapon department, Chu Kuang, remained rigidly standing in place. The cold wind blew. On his weathered old face, complex emotions and melancholy were etched deeply. Chu Kuang lowered his head, glancing at the silver-white spear in his hand. In his mind, the scene from the morning on the playground involuntarily resurfaced, where he exerted all his strength to showcase the subtle spear intent in a bid to attract Suyu. At that moment, he felt quite pleased with himself, thinking he could impress the kid, believing he could make him obediently come over and call him master. But what happened? The kid immediately drew a transformation skill. From illusion to reality. Interfering with reality. What the hell? Chu Kuang covered his face, feeling a burning pain on his old cheeks. A clown. I was originally a clown. Chu Kuang sighed deeply, his voice filled with infinite sentiment and bitterness. He had thought that his subtle spear intent would lure this prodigy into the spear path. But alas, this kid didn't need a master at all. He himself was a monster. Chu Kuang shook his head, shouldered his spear, and turned away in desolation. His silhouette appeared especially forlorn. Meanwhile, within the inner ring of the capital city, in a vast and ancient luxurious estate, the Chun family residence. Bang! The main door was violently pushed open. Chun Feng, disheveled and with bloodshot eyes, rushed into the hall of the estate like a madman. In the center of the hall sat a middle-aged man in a dark golden robe, his expression imposing, resting on a grandmaster chair. He was holding an ancient broken jade slip, his brows slightly furrowed with powerful waves of spiritual energy pulsing around him, clearly in the midst of struggling to deduce some extremely profound martial arts technique. The head of the Qin family, a martial king-level powerhouse, Qin Tianan. Flustered like this, what kind of manner is that? Qin Tianan frowned, and an invisible martial king pressure instantly enveloped the entire hall. Chun Feng's legs weakened, and he fell to the ground. Dad. His voice was filled with extreme despair, tinged with a sobbing tone. Save me. Dad, please save me. Chun Tianan's expression darkened instantly upon seeing his son's wretched appearance. What happened? Chun Feng knelt on the ground, trembling violently. He swallowed hard and spoke with great difficulty. I dueled with someone at school. I lost. Qin Tianen snorted coldly. So you lost, so what? Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. Go back and practice hard, and you'll win it back. Crying and whining, what does that look like? But Qin Feng raised his head, his face full of despair. I lost the jade slip, a formless blade to him. Boom. Qin Tianen's aura erupted violently. The ancient Zetan wood grandmaster chair beneath him instantly turned to dust. He suddenly stood up, eyes wide open, staring fixedly at Qin Feng. What did you say? You lost the Qin family's heavenly tier clan technique to someone else. Qin Tianen trembled with rage. That was the foundation of the Qin family. It was a priceless treasure he had risked half his life to bring back from the abyssal secret realm. Not only that, Qin Feng shrank into a ball, his voice growing fainter. I also owe him 1,000 billion in cash. Vice Principal Nie Changkong personally guaranteed that I must gather it within 3 days. In the hall, an oppressive silence engulfed the room. Qin Tianen felt his head buzzing. His vision darkened. Lost the heavenly tier technique. And lost 1,000 billion. You? Qin Tianen pointed at Qin Feng, his finger trembling violently. What kind of monster did you provoke? Which top student from the senior year? Or which prodigy from a martial emperor family? Qin Feng lowered his head, not daring to meet his father's gaze. It's a freshman. His name is Su Yu. He comes from Jiangqing. Has a chi value of 1,000 points. Buzz. In Qin Tianen's mind it felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were rushing past. What? You lost your own family's technique. You lost 1,000 billion. You were defeated by a freshman. A freshman? Does he even have a chi value of 1,000 points? You, a second-year master with 3,000 chi, were taken down by a freshman with less than 1,000 chi. Where do you think our Chun family's face is placed? What? Waste? Qin Tianen roared. The anger of disappointment completely consumed his rationality. He stepped forward and instantly appeared before Qin Feng. Slap. A resounding slap landed hard on Qin Feng's face. The wrath of a martial king, even if restrained, was still terrifying beyond measure. Qin Feng flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the supporting pillar of the hall, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Half of his face instantly swelled up like a pig's head with several teeth flying out. Dad. Qin Feng covered his face, collapsing to the ground, crying pitifully. I didn't want to. He comprehended the transformation spear intent. I couldn't possibly stop him. At this moment, Qin Feng finally realized that Su Ye's spear was not a martial art, but the transformation spear intent. It was because of the transformation spear intent that he could crush him with absolute ease. What about the 1,000 billion? If I can't come up with it, Vice Principal Nie will definitely expel me on the spot. When Qin Tianen heard the words transformation spear intent, his pupils suddenly constricted. An 18-year-old transformation spear intent. No wonder Nie Changkong personally got involved. Such a prodigy would definitely be cultivated by the high ranks of Jingwu as a future war god. Qin Tianen took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the anger rising in his heart. What else can be done? Default. Nie Changkong is a martial emperor. He represents the will of all of Jingwu. If we dare to default, the Qin family will be eliminated from the capital tomorrow. What else can be done? Qin Tianen gritted his teeth, looking at the useless son on the ground. His eyes were filled with disappointment and frustration. If you default after losing, do you want me to let the Qin family struggle to survive in the capital? He abruptly flicked his sleeves and turned towards the underground treasury of the estate. I will go get the money. Within 3 days, even if I have to sell my body, I will gather this 1,000 billion. Qin Tianen turned his head to glare at Qin Feng, his tone cold but decisive. Not only do we need to gather 1,000 billion, but I also want to pick 2 3,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng from the treasury to send over. Qin Feng covered his swollen face, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Dad, are you crazy? That's the precious medicine for your breakthrough to martial emperor. You still want to send him gifts? What do you know? Qin Tianen kicked Qin Feng to the ground, shouting angrily. 18-year-old transformation spear intent. He will definitely become a martial emperor in the future. Such an existence destined to stand at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. How could a waste like you provoke him? Those 2 blood spirit ginseng are our Chun family's proactive offer to befriend him. Qin Tianen's heart was indeed bleeding. 1,000 billion cash would nearly drain all of Chun family's liquidity, and they would even have to sell off several key assets. But as long as they could use this opportunity to resolve the enmity and even leave a good impression on this future invincible war god, this money would be worth it. Once the money is gathered, you will accompany me to Jingwu to apologize in person. Qin Tianen coldly threw down a sentence and turned to stride towards the underground treasury of the estate. If he doesn't accept, I will break your legs on the spot. At the Jingwu administrative building on the top floor, within the vice principal's office, a series of cumbersome procedures were expedited under Nie Changkong's personal oversight, passing through all checkpoints smoothly and concluding within a mere 10 minutes. A dark gold special freshman badge engraved with coiling dragon patterns along with a high-authority miniature tactical terminal were pushed in front of Su Yu. Wear the badge, and at Jingwu you will have the same access rights to the library and secret realms as a department head. Nie Changkong picked up his teacup and blew on the steam. The terminal contains the school's internal network, including bounty missions and resource exchanges. Su Yu picked up the terminal and fastened it directly onto his wrist. The screen lit up. He bypassed the dazzling array of privilege introductions and went straight to the point, clicking on the bounty missions module. On the terminal screen, a dense list of missions refreshed instantly. Eliminate the second-tier aberrant beast pack at the western suburbs abandoned factory. Reward 50000 dragon coins 10 credits. Escort Tianhai Merchant Guild supplies to Jiangbei base city. Requirement martial artist realm. Reward 12000 dragon coins 30 credits. Venture into the wilderness to harvest the Krade's spiritual herb ghost shade flower. Reward 30000 dragon coins 50 credits. Su Yu scrolled down for over a dozen pages. His brows furrowed slightly. Too little. Hundreds of thousands, millions, at most 10 or 20 million. For the impending 100 billion, these sums were nothing. What he needed now was funds measured in hundreds of millions. What's wrong? Nie Changkong set down his teacup, noticing the lack of interest in Su Yu's eyes. You think the mission rewards are too low? Su Yu didn't hide it and nodded. They're not high? Are there any missions worth hundreds of millions? Hearing this, Nie Changkong couldn't help but laugh and scold. Kid, your appetite is quite big. Missions worth hundreds of millions. Of course there are. But you can't see them with your current authority. Nie Changkong stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the vast Jingwu campus. In the martial arts world, bounties are strictly linked to strength and danger level. Every mission worth hundreds of millions invariably targets delving into abyssal secrets, hunting 6th tier or even 7th tier high-level aberrant beasts, or going to the outer domain battlefield to slay grandmaster-level experts from hostile forces. Nie Changkong turned around and looked at Su Yu. For missions of that caliber, the slightest misstep means utter annihilation. Even a martial king who takes one on must form an elite team and make thorough preparations. You're only at the martial artist realm now. Although your manifested spear intent is unmatched in lethality, able to kill Chen Feng with his 3,000 blood energy in one strike. But in the abyss, those thick-skinned, tenacious, high-level aberrant beasts won't just stand there and let you stab. If you want to take on missions worth hundreds of millions, wait until you break through to Grandmaster or even Great Grandmaster. Su Yu understood. Insufficient realm, insufficient authority. Still, he wasn't too disappointed. After all, Chen Feng's small goal of 100 billion was still on its way. Once that sum arrived, it would be enough for him to spend lavishly, elevating his strength to a terrifyingly absurd level. When that time came with his realm elevated, what high-reward mission couldn't he accept? Let's go. Nie Changkong draped a black robe over his shoulders and walked toward the door. I've looked into your situation. Your blood energy is pure, but you haven't practiced any internal cultivation method, and your attack methods are limited to a basic fist technique and manifested spear intent. Your foundation is clean, but too thin. He'll take you to the library. He'll pick out 2 top-tier cultivation methods for you. The Jingwu Library was a magnificent 9-story structure built entirely from ironwood stone, known for its formidable defensive properties. The entrance was heavily guarded, with even several Grandmaster-level auras sweeping back and forth in the shadows. Nie Changkong led Su Yu without stopping at the lower floors, taking a private elevator directly to the highest level, the 9th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened. The space on the 9th floor was not large, devoid of rows of bookshelves. There were only a dozen or so crystal display stands, each emitting a soft, radiant glow. On each stand, an ancient jade slip floated silently. This is the true heritage of Jingwu. Nie Changkong's voice carried a hint of solemnity. Only those at the rank of vice principal or above, or instructors who have made outstanding contributions to the great Xia nation, are qualified to enter. As a special freshman, you naturally have this authority too. Nie Changkong pointed at the crystal stands. The cultivation methods here are at least top-grade earth rank. There are even a few incomplete heaven rank martial arts. Since you use a spear and have comprehended manifested spear intent, I suggest you choose one martial art that complements the spear intent and one top-tier internal cultivation method. Nie Changkong walked to a stand and pointed at a cyan jade slip inside. This azure firmament art, a top-grade earth rank internal method. It's balanced and gentle, best for building a foundation. And this formation-breaking overlord spear, a top-grade earth rank spear technique, bold and powerful with astonishing might. Nie Changkong turned to look at Su Yu. These 2 are top-tier techniques verified by countless predecessors. I recommend you study these. As for heaven rank, Nie Changkong shook his head slightly, his tone turning serious. Heaven rank techniques contain fragments of the world's laws. They require not only supreme comprehension, but also years of painstaking, meticulous effort to understand. Even the most brilliant instructors at Jingwu need at least 3 years or even a decade to achieve initial mastery of a heaven-rank martial art. You're about to participate in the freshman exchange competition, and time is tight. Aiming too high will only hinder your cultivation progress. Nie Changkong's words were earnest and heartfelt, spoken entirely from the perspective of an elder paving the way for Su Ye's future. However, Su Ye's gaze did not linger for a second on those 2 earth-rank jade slips. His sight directly passed over Nie Changkong. It landed on the 2 golden display stands at the deepest part of the hall, each enclosed by an independent formation. From there emanated a terrifying fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate. Su Yu strode forward and walked straight over. Nie Changkong frowned and followed. Su Yu stopped before the first golden display stand. The nameplate on the stand bore several large characters. Heaven rank, top grade, internal method, primordial void source, blood art description, plunders spiritual energy from heaven and earth, compressing and purifying blood energy to an extreme degree. Each circulation cycle can shatter the shackles of the physical body, unleashing combat power several times beyond one's own realm. Note, this method is extremely overbearing. Only those with a formidable physique and unyielding will may cultivate it. The slightest carelessness can cause blood energy to reverse flow, leading to an explosive death. Su Ye's eyes lit up. Extreme compression of blood energy, unleashing combat power several times over. That felt quite good. Su Yu then looked at the second golden display stand. Heaven rank, mid-grade spear technique, 8 wastelands, annihilation spear description, a pure spear of slaughter. It pursues ultimate destruction and deathly stillness. Comprising 8 forms, when mastered to perfection, a single spear strike brings annihilation to the 8 wastelands. Note, this spear technique has no fixed forms or moves but relies entirely on artistic conception. Only those who have comprehended spear intent are qualified to peruse it. So you took a deep breath. A flicker of satisfaction flashed in his deep eyes. This was it. I want. Su Yu pointed at the 2 golden platforms, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable determination. Nie Changkong looked at the 2 techniques Su Yu was indicating. His expression immediately darkened. Nonsense. Nie Changkong scolded sharply. Su Yu, do you think that having comprehended the essence of the transforming shape spear means that no martial arts in this world can pose a challenge to you? These 2 techniques are the most difficult to practice in the Jingwu treasury. Nie Changkong pointed at the Taishu source blood art. This internal technique is extremely domineering. In the past 30 years, 7 top geniuses from Jingwu attempted to practice it, resulting in 5 having their meridians shattered and 2 exploding on the spot. Currently, no one dares to touch it. He then pointed at the 8 desolation annihilation spear. This spear technique is even more absurd. It has no specific technique manuals, only the remnants of the destructive intent left by past practitioners. You haven't even practiced foundational spear techniques, and you want to comprehend this pure intent celestial level martial art. You're just wasting time. Nie Changkong was genuinely a bit angry. The thing he feared most was this kind of talent. Relying on his own giftedness, he looked down on everything and insisted on choosing the top-tier techniques, only to end up in a state of madness. Facing Nie Changkong's concerns, Su Yu remained calm. He turned his head to look at the vice principal of the Martial Arts Academy. Vice principal, my path is different from others. Su Ye's voice was not loud, but it carried an overwhelming confidence. I'm not joking. With the system in hand, as long as the funds are in place, not to mention celestial level techniques, even divine level ones, he could deduce to perfection in just a few seconds. Need 3 years or 10 years. Need comprehension. It's all trivial. I want to give it a try. Su Yu looked at Nie Changkong and proposed a compromise. If within 5 days I haven't even touched the threshold, I'll return them immediately and exchange them for the 2 earth-level techniques you recommend. What do you think? Nie Changkong gazed at Su Ye's deep, placid eyes. He fell silent. He could sense the stubbornness and absolute confidence within this youth. All right. After a long pause, Nie Changkong slowly uttered a word. He waved his hand, disabling the formations on the 2 golden platforms. You take the jade slips. Nie Changkong watched as Su Yu stored the 2 celestial-level jade slips into his terminal space, shaking his head internally. Try. Can celestial-level techniques be attempted just because one wants to? This kid just needs some refining. Let him hit the wall a few times. After he spends 5 or 6 days on these 2 techniques, suffering setbacks and bruises, he will naturally understand what it means to know the heights and depths of the world. At that time, when he personally intervenes to guide him, the effect will definitely be much better than forcibly dissuading him now. Once you've chosen the techniques, follow me. Nie Changkong led Su Yu out of the library and back to the administrative building. Inside the office, Nie Changkong opened the safe and took out 3 exquisite jade bottles, pushing them towards Su Yu. This is a 7th grade spirit medicine essence, blood marrow. When taken in conjunction with internal techniques, it can double your qi and blood circulation speed, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Consider it my personal sponsorship of you. So you did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted the jade bottle. Thank you, Vice Principal. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Nie Chong Kong's expression suddenly turned extremely serious. He leaned over the desk looking down at Suyu. As a special student, you possess the best resources and greatest privileges in Jingwu. However, you must also bear the greatest pressure. Jingwu does not nurture waste. Nie Chong Kong's voice carried a sense of iron-blooded solemnity. Would they truly agree? Besides, he now had a system. And those 328. 5 yuan. Xiao, the time I saved you a year ago was nothing more than a casual act. I will personally step in to revoke your status as a special student. Suyu nodded slightly. This was quite fair. The amount of money given corresponds to the amount of work done. Understood. Nie Chong Kong observed Suyu's calm demeanor, a fleeting glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He took out a business card and handed it to Suyu. This is my personal contact information. If you encounter anything unclear during your cultivation, or if you nearly fall into madness while practicing the Taishu source blood art, call me anytime, and I can ensure your life. You can attend any classes at the school. If you want to attend spear classes or go to the combat department to compete, no one will stop you. At this point, Nie Chong Kong changed the subject. However, before that, you need to do me a favor. Nie Chong Kong stood tall, his gaze fixed intently on Suyu. In a month, the National Martial Arts University Freshman Exchange Competition of the Great Xia Kingdom will be held in Modu. This year, Modu Martial University has produced a special student with a natural killing body named Shen Wudao. This kid has been making quite a stir recently, and the old fellows at Modu Martial University have also made it clear that they want to trample Jingwu underfoot during the exchange competition. Nie Chong Kong sneered. You must participate in this exchange competition. My requirements are not high. Go and defeat that Shen Wudao along with all the freshmen from Modu Martial University. Bring back the first place. Nie Chong Kong patted Suyu on the shoulder, his tone carrying an undeniable dominance. Can you do it? Suyu nodded. A small issue. He then shouldered the yuan-long spear and left the administrative building. Instead of going to class, he went alone back to the ultra-luxurious flat arranged by Lin Xiaoxiao. Pushing open the door, the spacious living room was empty. Lin Xiaoxiao had gone to report to the boxing department and was probably being trained by Director Lu Ruyan at this moment. Suyu set down the yuan-long spear and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He gazed at the bustling scenery of Kyoto outside. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, raising his wrist to activate the tactical terminal. 3 jade slips lay quietly in the storage space of the terminal. Celestial level high-grade spiritual martial art, Wuxiang Tribulation Blade, 1 from Qinfeng. Celestial level high-grade internal technique, Taishu source blood art. Celestial level mid-grade spear technique, 8 Desolation Annihilation Spear. 3 Celestial level martial arts. If the outside world were to know that a freshman possessed 3 celestial level techniques simultaneously, it would definitely spark a bloody storm. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Qin family. Suyu murmured to himself. 3 days' time. 1 billion. Meanwhile, at Modu Martial University, in the principal's office, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. A burly one-eyed elder resembling a tower of iron was staring intently at the holographic projection on the desk. The projection displayed a looped video clip. It was the scene by the unnamed lake where Suyu had killed Qin Feng in one shot. The clip was very short, lasting only a few seconds. But the one-eyed elder had watched it no less than 50 times. With each viewing, the shock in his remaining eye. Are you sure? The one-eyed elder's voice was hoarse, carrying a heavy disbelief. Is this kid really a freshman who just enrolled this year? The intelligence instructor standing in front of the desk swallowed hard and nodded with difficulty. Principal, it's absolutely true. His name is Suyu from Jiangqing. He just arrived at Jingwu yesterday, and today by Weiming Lake he defeated Qin Feng, a sophomore, with a single strike. Hearing the name Qin Feng, the corner of the one-eyed old man's eye twitched violently. Qin Feng. He remembered him all too well. At last year's National Freshman Exchange Tournament, this Qin Feng had shown brilliantly with his unpredictable heaven-grade spiritual power martial art. He had fought his way through every opponent, carving a path to an outstanding second-place finish. Even several top geniuses from Mo Wu had suffered greatly at his hands. But now this peerless prodigy who had trained a full year longer than Suyu had been defeated in a single move. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Materialized spear intent. The one-eyed old man slammed his palm onto the hard alloy desk. Bang! A deep handprint instantly appeared on the surface. This is materialized spear intent, damn it. Where the hell did Nie Chong Kong, that old bastard, dig up such a materialized spear intent at 18? He, as the principal, understood all too well what this meant. As long as he didn't fall prematurely, he would inevitably become an invincible war god who could dominate an era. Is there still hope for the exchange tournament? The one-eyed old man fell silent. Originally this year, Mo Wu had produced an once-in-a-century, innate, baleful physique, and he had thought they could crush Jingwu under their heels at the tournament. He wanted to reclaim all the face lost last year. But Su Ye's sudden emergence was like an insurmountable mountain pressing down heavily on Mo Wu's head. Go. The one-eyed old man took a deep breath. Summon Shen Wudao for me. Moments later, the office door was pushed open. A piercing, bone-chilling, baleful aura instantly swept through the entire room. Even the temperature of the air plummeted by over 10 degrees. A young man in a black trench coat with a pale face and an eerie air walked in slowly. Faint dark red bloodlight swirled in his eyes. Shen Wudao. Mo was special freshman this year, the innate baleful physique. Principal, you called for me. Shen Wudao's voice was cold, devoid of any reverence expected from a freshman. The one-eyed old man ignored his attitude. He directly pointed at the holographic projection on the desk. Take a look at this. Shen Wudao stepped forward, his gaze falling on the projected image. In the image, Su Yu condensed a dark red materialized spear from thin air and pierced through Chun Feng's spiritual power defense with a single thrust. It was devastatingly unstoppable. After watching, Shen Wudao's face showed no trace of shock. Instead, a contemptuous, youthful sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Materialized spear intent. Interesting, but that's all it is. The one-eyed old man frowned. Don't underestimate him. That's martial will at the materialization realm. Even many masters and grandmasters can't even touch its threshold. Chun Feng's 3,000 blood chi couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Shen Wudao turned around. His pale face exuded an air of absolute arrogance. Principal, it's no big deal. Shen Wudao slowly raised his right hand. A tangible black, baleful aura instantly coalesced in his palm, forming a twisted skull. My innate baleful physique is about to be fully activated. In at most half a month, by the time of the freshman exchange tournament, my combat power will be no weaker than a master. Master. The moment these two words were uttered, the air in the office seemed to freeze. A master had a blood chi value of over 10,000. You must understand, in all previous freshman exchange tournaments, freshmen who achieved a blood chi value of 1,000 were few and far between in history. A single freshman reaching the martial artist realm in any given year was enough to cause a nationwide sensation. And Shen Wudao intended to elevate his combat power to rival a master with 10,000 blood chi before the tournament. Over 10,000 blood chi value. Shen Wudao crushed the black, baleful aura skull in his hand. A cruel light flickered in his eyes. So what if that brat has materialized spear intent? In the face of absolute power, all flashy techniques are paper tigers. 10,000 blood chi plus my baleful physique and Mo was top-tier techniques. I am more than capable of achieving total suppression. Listening to Shen Wudao's arrogant yet utterly confident words, the worry in the one-eyed old man's eyes finally dissipated bit by bit. What replaced it was a glint of ruthlessness. Excellent. The one-eyed old man nodded heavily. Go back and train hard. The school's resource repository is fully open to you. Ask for anything, and you'll get it. I have only one request. A fierce light blazed in the one-eyed old man's single eye. At the exchange tournament, in front of the national media, personally break that brat's spear intent. Shatter his invincible potential. Shen Wudao sneered coldly. As you wish. Meanwhile, in the city center of the capital, at the top-tier VIP reception room of the Daxia First United Bank, Su Yu sat on a leather sofa calmly sipping tea. Before long, a lobby manager walked in, sweating profusely, holding a black crystal card. Mr. Su, sorry to keep you waiting. The manager's tone was filled with immense respect, even a hint of awe. He glanced at the dark gold badge on Su Ye's chest representing Jingwu's special freshman. The 140 million dragon coins in your account have all been prepared for you. Su Yu nodded. He had withdrawn all the cash from the card. He urgently needed to enhance his strength, and this money was just the right amount for spending before the 100 billion arrived. The items? Su Yu asked. The manager quickly waved his hand. Several burly bank security guards struggled to push in 3 heavy-duty carts. On the carts were neatly stacked over a dozen massive black alloy safes. It's all here, bearer large denomination cash. To avoid drawing attention from Jingwu's higher-ups or the Lin family through large transfers, and exposing the system withdrawing cash was the safest method. Su Yu stood up and walked to the carts. The weight of over 1,000 jin was as light as a feather for his martial artist physique with 1,000 blood chi. He picked up several boxes with one hand as easily as carrying empty lunchboxes. Under the incredulous, ghost-like gazes of the manager and security guards, Su Yu loaded all the huge safes into a rented heavy off-road vehicle. He stepped on the gas and sped away. He also had a spatial ring given by Lu Ruyan, but it was only a few cubic meters far from sufficient. Half an hour later, at a luxurious penthouse apartment near Jingwu. Bang! The heavy apartment door was shut. Suyu piled all the alloy safes in the center of the spacious living room. Click, click. The safes were opened one by one. Stacks of crisp, ink-fragrant dragon coins piled up like a small mountain covering the entire carpet. A sea of red, a visually stunning sight. Suyu sat cross-legged in the center of the pile of cash. A flicker of fervor gleamed in his deep eyes. Suyu raised his hand, a flash of light shimmering from his palm. An ancient-looking jade slip radiating a golden aura appeared in his hand. The heavenly grade internal art, Taishu source blood technique. In Suyu's mind, the serious and somewhat warning face of Vice Principal Nia Changkong from the top floor of the Jingwu Library involuntarily surfaced. This internal art is extraordinarily domineering. Over the past 30 years, 7 top talents in Jingwu forcibly cultivated it, resulting in 5 having their meridians severed and 2 exploding on the spot. A moment's carelessness could lead to reverse qi and blood, leaving no place for burial. Recalling these words, Suyu's lips curled slightly. Domineering. Exploding bodies. Severed meridians. Suyu looked at the golden jade slip in his hand and chuckled softly. That's because they lack time. The path of martial arts is a struggle against fate. Those so-called top talents want to forcibly master a heavenly grade internal art within mere years or even months. They wish to achieve a qualitative leap in their qi and blood in a short time. That is no different from trying to shove a raging river into a fragile pipe. It would be strange if it weren't dangerous. But he was different. What he had in abundance was time. System. Suyu silently thought. Recharge. 1 million. Buzz. As Suyu issued the command, a mountain of red banknotes filling half the living room surrounded his body. In that moment, it seemed as if some invisible force erased everything. A full 10 million dragon coins in cash evaporated into thin air, transforming into glimmers of light that dissipated in the air. Not a trace of ash was left. Immediately after that, familiar cold yet incredibly reassuring mechanical notification sound rang out in Suyu's mind on time. Ding. Recharge successful. 10 million dragon coins deducted, converted into 10 million years of cultivation. 10 million years. This is a time span so long that any martial artist would find it despairing, one that they could hardly comprehend. How long has human history been? How long has the era of martial arts just begun? And Suyu now held a full 10 million years in his hands. Inject 10 million years of cultivation into Taishu source blood technique. Without any hesitation, Suyu directly issued the command. Crack. The golden jade slip in his hand instantly filled with cracks at that moment. Then it transformed into a dazzling stream of golden light that directly drilled into his brow. Boom. Suyu felt a thunderous rumble deep within his mind. The next second, his consciousness was pulled by an irresistible force, directly severing ties with the reality, plunging into an boundless, absolutely still pitch-black void. System simulation space. Here time is infinitely elongated. Here he would spend a lengthy 10 million years. In the void, Suyu sat cross-legged. The profundities of Taishu source blood technique exploded in his mind like a vast sea of stars. Countless obscure scriptures, cultivation routes, and qi and blood circulation methods were forcibly imprinted deep within his memory by the system. The core of this technique was encapsulated in just 4 words: plunder. Compress. It requires the cultivator to forcibly condense a qi and blood vortex, named Taishu, within their dantian. This vortex resembles a miniature black hole. It will mercilessly devour all the qi and blood within the cultivator's body, crushing, purifying, and then reorganizing it. During this process, the qi and blood will violently collide within the meridians like boiling magma. Every circulation of the cycle is a limit tear on the body and will. No wonder Nie Changkong said this technique could cause a body to explode. Such a method of cultivation is akin to suicide. But when this technique is elongated by the system into a dimension of 10 million years, everything changes. In the first year, Suyu's dantian barely formed the rudimentary shape of the Taishu vortex. The qi and blood began to be drawn. The pain that would normally violently tear the meridians due to the infinite slow passage of time transformed into a barely perceptible warmth. In the 101st year, the qi and blood completed the first grand cycle within the meridians. No tearing, no exploding bodies. Only a comfortable sensation like soaking in a hot spring spread throughout his limbs and bones. This feeling, in the void, Suyu felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. It's exceptionally pleasant. The hellish torment experienced by those top talents. In Suyu's case, it transformed into a top-tier spa lasting for 10 million years. In the first 10,000 years, the Taishu vortex was fully formed. Suyu's talent began to manifest. In 1 year, he increased his qi and blood value by 0.1. In 10,000 years, that amounts to 1,000 points. His internal qi and blood steadily rose from 1,000 to 2,000 points. In the first million years, the qi and blood value broke through the 100,000 barrier. 100,000 qi and blood. This is the threshold for a grand master. In the outside world, countless martial artists spend their entire lives unable to cross this chasm. Yet Su Yu simply enjoyed a comfortable sleep in the void. The qi and blood surged forth like a flood breaking its dam. In the 5th million years, the qi and blood value reached 500,000. The simulation of Taishu source blood technique had entered an exceptionally profound realm. Su Yu's body began to undergo a qualitative transformation under the ceaseless washing of qi and blood year after year. His bones gradually gained a faint dark golden hue. His muscle fibers became 100 times more resilient than high-grade alloys. With every heartbeat, it reverberated like war drums, sending visible ripples through the void. In the first 10 million years, boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the void akin to the creation of heaven and earth. Su Yu abruptly opened his eyes. Within his deep-set gaze, 2 beams of golden divine light exploded forth, directly tearing through the darkness before him. The 10 million years of simulation had ended. Swish! Consciousness returned to reality. In the luxurious, expansive apartment, Su Yu remained seated cross-legged amidst the mountain of cash. Only a second had passed in the real world. Yet within Su Yu's body, a terrifying transformation had taken place. Huff! Su Yu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. This breath of turbid air was like a white sword directly piercing through the backrest of the genuine leather sofa, 2 meters ahead. He lowered his head, feeling the vast and terrifying power within him like an ocean ready to burst forth. Qi and blood value 1 million points. 1 year 0. 1. 10 million years of full 100,000 points of qi and blood. What does this concept mean? Breaking 10,000 in qi and blood signifies a master. Breaking 100,000 signifies a grandmaster. And breaking 1 million. That signifies a martial spirit. A martial spirit level powerhouse capable of suppressing a region and serving as a legion commander on the battlefield. An 18-year-old freshman. In just 1 second, he transitioned from early martial master to surpassing both master and grandmaster realms. He forcibly pushed himself into the realm of martial spirit. If Nie Changkong were to find out, he would likely be so shocked that his heart would stop. But this was not the end. Su Yu flipped his wrist and retrieved an exquisite jade bottle from the tactical terminal space. This was the 7th grade spirit medicine, blood essence funded by Nie Changkong. It was said to contain an exceptionally vast and violent energy that could cause an ordinary martial master to bleed from all 7 orifices just from a single lick. Su Yu uncorked the bottle. Without any hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank the entire bottle of blood essence in one go. Boom! The spiritual medicine entered his throat. Instantly, it transformed into a torrent of scalding magma surging down his esophagus into his stomach. Then it exploded. The immense medicinal power suffocating in its magnitude rampaged within Su Yu's body like a runaway wild horse. Calm. Su Yu's eyes sharpened. Deep within his dantian, the void vortex, which had been evolving for 10 million years and had reached a state of perfection, suddenly began to rotate in reverse. Buzz. An irresistible force of absorption instantly pulled all the raging medicinal energy into the vortex. Crack. Crack. The sound of something being crushed akin to a millstone grinding soybean echoed within his body. In less than 3 seconds, this 7th grade spiritual medicine capable of exploding a great master was thoroughly tamed and absorbed by the void source blood art. Su Yu's vitality surged once again. 1,000,001. 1,000,002. 1,000,003. Finally, it stabilized at the terrifying value of 1,000,003. Next up is the true core of the void source blood art. Su Yu took a deep breath. Although 1,000,003 was massive, it felt too bloated. It was like a giant ball of cotton. Although large in size, its lethality was limited. What the void source blood art aimed to do was to compress this ball of cotton into a steel ball of astonishing density. Compress. Su Yu silently commanded. The void vortex in his dantian instantly accelerated to its peak rotation. Boom. The blood within Su Yu's body began to boil violently. That 1,000,003 vitality, which had previously filled his meridians like an ocean. Under the mad compression of the void vortex, it began to shrink at a visible rate. 900,000, 700,000, 400,000, 200,000. Finally, this massive vitality was forcibly compressed down to a solid 100,000. A tenfold compression. Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The vitality fluctuations radiating from his body rapidly diminished. From the originally suffocating pressure of a martial spirit level, it plummeted to the threshold of a great master. 100,000 vitality. From the outside and through instruments, he now resembled a martial artist who had just stepped into the great master realm. However, only Su Yu knew how terrifying the quality of this 100,000 vitality truly was. He looked down at his wrist. Through his translucent skin, he could clearly see that the blood flowing through his veins was no longer the bright. Instead, it had transformed into a dark red, viscous, heavy, crystalline blood akin to liquid mercury. Each drop contained explosive power capable of shattering rocks. Incredibly solid, his foundation was stable to a terrifying extent. Accompanied by the comprehension of the void source blood art to perfection, this top-tier celestial technique finally revealed its true fangs to Su Yu. Apart from the monstrous tenfold compression and purification, the two core profound meanings inherent to the technique were deeply imprinted in Su Yu's mind, as if it were second nature. The first understanding was called void dominance body. Su Yu could clearly feel that the strength of his physical body had received a terrifying enhancement of nearly 100 times. His current defense absolutely surpassed that of martial spirit-level exotic beasts. As long as the crystalline vitality within him did not deplete, this invisible dominance body would never be broken, and it could even directly immunize against most mental and toxin-based negative attacks. The second understanding was endless source blood. Su Yu gazed into his dantian, observing the profound void vortex. As long as this vortex remained, his physical vitality would reach an unfathomable extremity. Even if he suffered severed limbs or shattered organs, he could forcibly reassemble and heal in the blink of an eye. Feeling these two fierce abilities that felt as natural as breathing, yet were incredibly domineering. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Su Yu's deep eyes. Powerful. Astonishingly powerful. This was the kind of presence a celestial technique should possess. Not only did it provide him with an attack power beyond common sense, but it also elevated his defense and survival capabilities to an utterly unreasonable level. Su Yu slowly stood up. Crack. The moment his feet landed on the alloy floor, the bulletproof alloy plate capable of withstanding the full force of a high-tier martial artist let out a groan of unbearable strain. It directly left 2 half-inch deep footprints. Su Yu was slightly taken aback. His weight had not increased. However, due to the tenfold compression of his vitality, it had transformed into crystalline blood like mercury. The density of his entire being was now astonishing. Every movement exuded a terrifying sense of pressure akin to that of a mountain. Su Yu took a deep breath and spent a full 5 minutes barely adapting to this newly reborn body. He completely retracted his aura. Then, standing in the center of the living room, without any flashy movements, and without using a hint of gun intent, he simply clenched his right fist. Buzz. A sound of distortion sharp enough to make one's teeth ache suddenly resonated through the air. Following that, Su Yu threw a punch. Bang. A deafening sound of an explosion reverberated through the spacious living room. The air in front of his fist was instantly drained by this pure physical power, forming a visible white vacuum zone. The ferocious punch wind transformed into a tangible shockwave, directly shattering the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window several meters away, leaving it covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The entire apartment trembled slightly under the force of this punch. So strong. Su Yu retracted his fist and gazed at the back of his hand. Though his vitality was compressed to only 100,000, this 100,000 crystalline vitality akin to mercury unleashed combat power that was completely on par with that of a martial spirit with 1 million vitality. Moreover, with the enhancement of the void dominance body, he could punch through an ordinary newly promoted martial spirit in one hit. Su Yu walked to the cracked floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling capital. In his mind, the duel by the unnamed lake involuntarily surfaced. Chen Feng, a master with 3,000 vitality wielding celestial tier mental martial arts. Back then, Su Yu had to expend 1,000 vitality alongside a combat instinct honed over 10 million years to defeat him in a single strike. If he faced Chen Feng now, he wouldn't even need to raise a hand. He could simply stand there and let Chen Feng strike with mental power. The passive immunity of the void dominance body combined with the recoil from 100,000 compressed vitality would be enough to turn Chen Feng's mental sea into an idiot. A pure physical crushing. An unreasonable dimensional strike. By the way, what about that top freshman from the Magic City Martial University? Su Yu recalled the name mentioned by Vice Principal Nie Chongkong in the administrative building. Shen Wudao. Forget it. He was surely not worth considering. Su Yu turned around. His gaze fell upon the carpet in the living room on the mountain of cash, still remaining a total of 130 million. With 10 million invested, he had directly attained martial spirit level combat power. What about the remaining 130 million? And the 1 billion that the Chun family was about to send? A blazing flame ignited in Su Yu's eyes. He approached the cash mountain and sat down cross-legged once more. System. Continue to recharge. Meanwhile, deep beneath the capital city, in a completely abandoned air raid shelter, the atmosphere was dim and oppressive, with the air thick with a nauseating stench of decay and blood. This is a secret stronghold of the Abyss cult in the capital. The Abyss cult worships the Abyss. They are a group of humans whose minds have been completely twisted and polluted by the aura of the Abyss. Having abandoned their identity as humans, they willingly become the lackeys of the Abyss. Their sole purpose is to disrupt the development of humanity, assassinate the talented humans. At this moment, in the center of the spacious underground hall, several figures, shrouded in large black robes, were gathered around an altar emanating a crimson glow. Above the altar, a holographic projection was playing in a loop. The image displayed was that of the duel arena by the unknown lake, where Suyu conjured a dark red transformation spear with one hand piercing through Chun Feng's mental defense in an instant. The image froze on the spear, radiating a terrifying aura of death. The hall fell into a deathly silence. After a long moment, the leader among the black-robed figures slowly raised his head. From beneath the hood, a pair of eyes glimmering with a ghostly green light was revealed. A genius. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and grating like two rusty iron plates scraping against each other. A peerless prodigy. His tone carried an unabashed awe as well as a palpable killing intent. 18 years old with 1,000 points of vitality. He has actually comprehended the concept of transformation spear. In the past century of the Abyss cult infiltrating humanity, he is indeed a unique prodigy. It's a pity. Another hunched black-robed figure sneered. A prodigy that hasn't grown cannot be considered a true prodigy. This kind of monster must not be allowed to grow to the martial emperor realm alive. Otherwise, on the future battlefield of the Abyss, our race will have a formidable hidden threat. We must immediately formulate an assassination plan. The leading black-robed man nodded. He gestured in the air, retrieving Su Ye's detailed information. According to the information, he currently only possesses the martial master realm with a vitality of 1,000 points. Although he has comprehended the transformation spear concept, his physical body and vitality foundation are exceptionally weak. Sending a martial master with a vitality of 1,000 points to carry out the assassination should be sufficient, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a robust black-robed man immediately shook his head. That's hard to say. He possesses spear intent, and its transformation spear intent. Being able to kill Chun Feng, who has 3,000 vitality points in a single move, indicates his lethality has far surpassed the limits of vitality. Sending a martial master with a vitality of 1,000 points still carries the risk of being counter-killed. The leading black-robed man pondered for a moment. What about a grandmaster with a vitality of 100,000? As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat heavy. A grandmaster with 100,000 vitality is an absolute high-level combat force within the cult. Losing one would be a huge loss. I still feel there's a risk. The robust black-robed man frowned, his tone extremely serious. That kid is a top genius. Being able to comprehend transformation at 18, who knows what hidden life-saving cards he possesses. To be on the safe side, let's directly dispatch a martial spirit. Only with a martial spirit can we ensure an absolute suppression of realms, guaranteeing success. Martial spirit. The mere mention of these two words made the black-robed figures present gasp in surprise. But the hunched black-robed man immediately voiced his rebuttal. This is the capital. It is the most tightly guarded stronghold of humanity. Within the Jingwu, there is openly a powerful figure like Martial Emperor Nie Chong Kong overseeing. Even an old man on the street might be a martial sovereign. Once the assassination begins, whether successful or not, the aura of the martial spirit unleashed will undoubtedly be sensed by top martial artists. The martial spirit executing the mission will undoubtedly die. He paused, his tone laced with skepticism. I feel it's unnecessary. A grandmaster is sufficient. Even if he has the transformation spear intent, there is an insurmountable gap between 1,000 vitality points and the 100,000 of a grandmaster. The protective aura of a grandmaster cannot be broken by a mere 1,000 vitality. No, the robust black-robed man remained adamant. Don't forget, that kid was personally designated as a special genius by Nie Chong Kong. Would Jingwu not heavily cultivate him? What if the Jingwu high-ups provided him with abundant resources, allowing him to break through in these few days? What if his strength skyrockets? What if a grandmaster's assassination fails? At that time, if we alert the grass and scare the snake, the vigilance of humanity will rise dramatically, making any future assassination attempts as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Facing the concerns of the robust black-robed man, the hunched black-robed man seemed to have heard a great joke, unable to suppress a sneer. Breakthrough? To what extent can he break through? With a vitality of 1,000 points, even if he is extraordinarily gifted, even if Jingwu feeds him high-grade spiritual herbs like they are meals. In 3 days, reaching 2,000 vitality points is the best he can hope for. In the path of martial arts, the accumulation of vitality requires time to refine. This is an ironclad rule. The hunched black-robed man asserted confidently. At 2,000 vitality points, how formidable can he be? In front of a grandmaster with 100,000 vitality, he is still an ant that can be easily crushed. A grandmaster is sufficient. There's absolutely no need to send a martial spirit to die in vain. The hall fell into a brief silence. The leading black-robed man's gaze flickered, as if weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he slowly nodded. You have a point. The martial spirit level infiltrator is our cult's most important trump card in the capital and cannot be easily exposed. Then let's dispatch a grandmaster. The leading black-robed man's eyes flashed with a cruel glint. Send the strongest grandmaster. The one with a vitality of 600,000. Shadowblade. Upon hearing this code, name the other black-robed figures nodded in unison. Shadowblade. The ace assassin of the Abyss cult. Although his vitality is only 600,000, not reaching the peak grandmaster realm of 1 million. His assassination skills are superb. Countless human masters and grandmasters have fallen at his hands. For him to assassinate a newborn with only 1,000 vitality is simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It is absolutely foolproof. The leading black-robed man made a decisive statement. He looked at Su Ye's calm and profound face on the holographic projection. His voice was icy to the extreme. Send word to Shadowblade. In 3 days I want to see the fall of this unparalleled genius in the news. Meanwhile, in an ultra-luxurious apartment in the capital, Su Yu sat cross-legged in the spacious living room. Surrounding him was a mountain of newly minted dragon coins exuding the fragrance of ink. A total of 130 million cash. The bright red coins reflected a dazzling sheen under the illumination of the crystal chandelier. System. Su Ye's voice echoed in the quiet living room, calm, yet imbued with an absolute recharge. 10 million. With the issuance of the command, the stack of red bills amounting to 10 million dragon coins placed to the left of Su Yu instantly evaporated into thin air under an invisible force. Transforming into specks of light, it completely dissipated into the air, leaving not even a scrap of paper behind. Ding. Recharge successful. 10 million dragon coins deducted converted into 10 million years of cultivation. A cold and mechanical voice echoed in his mind on time. With a flick of his wrist, a jade slip radiating a dark golden glow appeared in Su Ye's palm. A mid-tier gun technique of the heavenly grade, 8 Desolations Annihilation Spear. In the top tier of the Jingwu Library, Vice Principal Nie Chongkong had once solemnly warned him that this gun technique had no specific diagrams, only a pure intent of destruction, making it extremely difficult to comprehend. But for Su Yu, intent, that was the least talent-demanding aspect. As long as he had enough time, even a pig could refine its understanding of intent over endless years. Inject 10 million years of cultivation entirely into 8 Desolations Annihilation Spear. Crack. The dark golden jade slip instantly became covered in cracks, then transformed into a blinding stream of light that pierced directly into Su Ye's brow. Boom. Su Ye's consciousness was once again pulled into that absolutely still, boundless pitch-black void. The system's simulation space. Here time was infinitely stretched. The essence of 8 Desolations Annihilation Spear erupted in his mind like a flood breaking a dam. There were no techniques, no diagrams, only a pure extreme essence of destruction that seemed to drag the entire universe into a chasm of death. If it were an ordinary martial artist, the moment they touched this essence, their soul would be utterly crushed by the aura of that deathly stillness. But Su Yu was different. Under the pull of the system's dimension of 10 million years, this essence of destruction, which should have been wildly violent, was infinitely slowed down and diluted. The first year, Su Yu stood in the void holding the dark red, transforming spear in his hand. He began to swing the spear. With no technique, he relied solely on instinct to feel that aura of death. The first 10,000 years. Finally, a trace of ashen aura clung to the tip of his spear. That was the embryonic form of destruction. The process was not painful, rather it was exceptionally comfortable. It felt like soaking in a hot spring at the perfect temperature, every inch of his soul greedily absorbing this essence of intent. It flowed naturally without obstruction. The first million years. Su Yu had lost count of the countless billions of spear strikes he had executed in the void. His gaze became as calm as an ancient well. Every thrust of the spear sent visible gray ripples through the void. Wherever the ripples passed, even the void's darkness was completely annihilated. At the same time, he also understood the complete hierarchy of martial will. Subtle, formless, transforming, and transparent. Soul-forging aura, buzzing domain, touching the Tao, transforming the Tao, annihilation, causality, returning to nothing. A full 12 realms. Su Yu couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart as he absorbed this information. According to the remnants of memories left by past cultivators in the Jade Slip, even the peak martial emperor standing at the pinnacle of humanity generally only grasped the soul-forging realm throughout their life, granting true soul to the spear intent. As for the realms beyond soul forging, those were merely fragments passed down from ancient times, possibly just an elusive legend in today's martial world. No one could verify it. The 5th million years. The dark red transforming spear in Su Ye's hand began to undergo a transformation in color. The originally pure dark red was gradually replaced by a profoundly deep gray-black. Early stage of transformation. Mid-stage of transformation. Late stage of transformation. His spear intent realm skyrocketed under the relentless accumulation of 10 million years of cultivation, as if riding a rocket. The first 10 million years. Boom. Su Yu abruptly halted his spear movements in the void. He stood quietly there. The spear in his hand had completely turned gray-black, emanating a chilling aura of death. Pinnacle of transformation. Just a thin layer of paper away from stepping into the 4th realm. Transparency. The spear heart is transparent, unimpeded by matter. Moreover, throughout these 10 million uninterrupted simulations, the heavenly grade martial art, 8 Desolations Annihilation Spear, had finally been perfected to a realm of great completeness. The intent of the 8 Desolations was completely integrated. A glimmer of gray destructive divine light flashed in Su Ye's deep eyes. He slowly raised his right arm. The spear tip pointed straight at the endless void ahead. 8 Desolations unite. Chasm of annihilation. Whoosh. A thrust was executed. There was no earth-shattering sonic boom, nor any violent surge of blood and chi. Only a thread of gray light as thin as a hair silently shot out from the spear tip. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed directly, forming an absolute void black hole with a diameter of over 100 meters. Within the range of this black hole, all vitality, all matter, even light, was completely stripped away and annihilated. Powerful. Astonishingly powerful. This was the absolute killing technique of the heavenly grade at the great completeness level. Su Yu was satisfied as he put away the spear. His consciousness instantly returned to reality. In the extremely luxurious flat apartment, only a second had passed. Su Yu opened his eyes. The glimmer of gray, deathly light in his eyes flickered and vanished. He looked down at his hands, feeling an unprecedented strength. Blood and chi at 100,000 combat power comparable to martial spirits. Coupled with this pinnacle of transformation's destructive spear intent and the chasm of annihilation as an absolute killing blow. Now if he were to encounter that Chen Feng again, even if the opponent had a myriad of them, they would be instantly reduced to ashes. However, this is still not enough. Su Ye's gaze fell upon the remaining pile of bills on the carpet. There was still 81 million left. The path of spending was just beginning. Su Yu flicked his wrist again. A jade slip radiating a warm white light appeared in his palm. This was the spoils he had won from Chen Feng. A top-tier heavenly grade mental power martial art, Formless Calamity Blade. In the martial world of the Great Xia Nation, mental power martial arts were extremely rare, far more precious than internal skills and martial techniques of the same tier. Because mental power is invulnerable, ignoring physical defenses and directly strangling the soul. So you took a deep breath. System. Continue recharging. 10 million. Buzz. Another 10 million dragon coins and red bills evaporated into thin air, transforming into specks of light that dissipated. Ding. Recharge successful. 10 million dragon coins deducted, converted into 10 million years of cultivation. Inject 10 million years of cultivation entirely into Formless Calamity Blade. Crack. The white jade slip shattered with a sound, transforming into an invisible torrent of mental power that surged directly into Su Ye's brow sea of consciousness. Boom. Su Ye's consciousness was pulled into that dark simulation void for the 3rd time. The essence of the Formless Calamity Blade gradually unfurled in his mind. The core of this technique lies in honing the formless mental power, compressing it into sharp and unmatched calamity blades, killing invisibly, severing souls without a trace. The first year, Su Yu began to attempt to mobilize the faint mental power in his mind. Originally, he thought the simulation of mental power would be more difficult and obscure than physical blood and chi. But when he truly began to operate the method of Formless Calamity Blade, he was taken aback. It was too smooth. So smooth it was simply unbelievable. Those obscure and profound routes of spiritual energy operation, he merely glanced at them and instinctively comprehended them in an instant. His sea of consciousness, which was originally the size of a water droplet, had expanded into a vast and magnificent lake. My talent and spiritual energy. Su Yu, suspended in the void, was momentarily taken aback by the depth of his gaze. It's actually much better than my martial blood talent. If his martial blood talent was at a common level of 0.1 per year, then his spiritual energy talent was undoubtedly a Ancient Millennium genius. In the first 10,000 years, the originally small sea of consciousness within Su Yu had expanded dramatically. Spiritual energy had completely solidified into substance, transforming into transparent, formless blades that spiraled and danced above the lake. In the first million years, the lake had transformed into a vast ocean. The intensity of Su Yu's spiritual energy surged exponentially. Although he was unclear about the specific levels of spiritual energy, he could clearly feel that his current level of spiritual energy had far exceeded that of the million martial blood of a martial spirit. He had directly stepped into the realm of a martial king. Spiritual energy at the martial king level. What does this mean? Even Ye Changkong, the vice president of Jingwu, a bona fide martial emperor, might not be able to suppress Su Yu in terms of spiritual energy intensity. In the 5th million years, the vast sea of consciousness began to undergo extreme compression and qualitative change. All formless blades started to merge with one another. In the first 10 million years, boom, the deduction ended. In the void, Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide. At that moment, his eyes transformed into a completely transparent color. Like two mirrors reflecting the depths of the soul, the formless blade had reached great perfection. Moreover, during these 10 million years of deduction, with his astonishing talent in spiritual energy, Su Yu had deduced the killing techniques of the formless blade to an unprecedented extreme. He slowly raised his right hand. A completely transparent 3-inch flying knife quietly hovered at his fingertips. The ultimate technique of spiritual energy, formless god slaying. This flying knife ignores all physical defenses and any protective chi. As long as it locks onto a target, it can instantly shred the opponent's soul into countless fragments. Spiritual energy is indeed domineering. Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. But this is not the end. Su Yu's gaze suddenly sharpened. He clenched his left hand as if grasping something in the air. Buzz. A gray-black, transforming long spear instantly materialized. The peak of transforming intent of destruction swirled at the tip of the spear. What if? Su Yu looked at the spear in his left hand, and then at the formless god-slaying flying knife in his right. What if I merge the martial king-level spiritual energy killing technique into the peak of transforming intent of destruction? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Su Yu clasped his hands together. Rumble. A violent shockwave erupted in the void. The gray-black long spear and the transparent spiritual energy flying knife began to forcibly merge. There was no rejection, because these two powers originated from Su Yu's 10 million years of deduction. Whoosh. A brand new long spear appeared in Su Yu's hand. The spear body remained gray-black, but at its tip a layer of distorted air shimmered with transparent brilliance. Su Yu gripped the spear. In the depths of his eyes, an incredibly terrifying brilliance erupted. It was completed. A dual killing technique of physical destruction and spiritual obliteration. The spear intent carried extraordinarily powerful spiritual damage. As long as this spear grazed the skin, that martial king-level spiritual energy blade would instantly burrow into the opponent's mind, shredding their soul to pieces. Two-pronged approach. An absolute instant kill. Whoosh. His consciousness returned to reality. In the spacious living room, Su Yu sat quietly amidst the piles of cash. He did not stand up, but slowly closed his eyes. Buzz. An invisible, formless wave of spiritual energy immediately radiated outward from him, passing through the alloy walls, passing through the floor-to-ceiling windows, passing through the entire apartment building. Every movement within a 10-kilometer radius was vividly reflected in his mind. He saw the pedestrians hurrying down the street below, saw the Jingwu students practicing martial arts by the shores of the unnamed lake several kilometers away. He even saw a mosquito flapping its wings in the corner crevice. Su Yu's thoughts stirred. Poof! The mosquito had no chance to struggle and instantly turned into a cloud of fine powder in midair. Spiritual energy crushed. Su Yu opened his eyes and retracted his spiritual energy. He exhaled a long breath, feeling an explosive power surging through every cell in his body. Martial blood, 100,000 points. Tenfold compressed void crystal blood with combat power comparable to 1,000,000 martial blood of a martial spirit. Physical body, void overlord body. Immune to most negative states, capable of regrowing severed limbs. Spiritual energy at the martial king level. Mastering the great perfection heavenly killing technique, formless god slaying. Martial will peak of transformation. Only one step away from transparency, mastering the great perfection heavenly spear technique, abyss of annihilation. And the spear intent perfectly merged with spiritual energy. This is all of his current strength. An 18-year-old freshman. A prodigy forged from 30 million dragon coins in just a few seconds. Su Yu sat in the center of the spacious living room. Surrounding him were mountains of red banknotes. The 30 million he just spent had completely filled all his gaps in techniques, martial arts, and spiritual energy. The heavenly great perfection killing technique was enough for him to fight above his level. But there was still 110 million left. What should he invest in? A glint of calm contemplation flashed in Su Yes' deep eyes. His martial arts had reached great perfection. His spiritual energy had also attained the martial king level. The spear intent was at its peak of transformation, just a step away from transparency. However, all of this depended on martial blood. Martial blood is the fundamental cornerstone of martial arts in this world. All flashy martial arts intense and spiritual energy, if not supported by an overwhelming amount of martial blood, are like trees without roots, castles in the air. No matter how transcendent your skills are, I can break them with one punch. This is the truth of martial arts. In that case, let's go all in. Su Yu showed no hesitation. In this perilous world, keeping money in hand was the most foolish act. Only by converting it into his own strength could he have true confidence. System. Su Yes' voice echoed in the spacious living room, carrying an undeniable determination. Charge it all in. 110 million. Just as he was about to issue the command, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz. A subtle ripple suddenly stirred in Su Yes' newly attained martial king level sea of consciousness. Like a light leaf falling onto a tranquil lake surface. Someone was approaching. Su Yes' deep eyes narrowed slightly. He did not immediately proceed with the cultivation recharge. He was afraid of being discovered about his greatest secret, so he remained still, not even altering his breathing frequency or heartbeat speed in the slightest. Who? This is the highest end apartment area near Jingwu. Not only are there security personnel patrolling 24 hours, but multiple high-level defensive formations are also arranged. To silently infiltrate here, even approaching within 10 meters of him, this person was definitely not an ordinary. Could it be the Qin family? This thought flashed through Su Yes' mind immediately. During the day, he had just killed Qin Feng in one shot by the unnamed lake and extorted a full 1,000 billion cash from the Qin family, with the vice president Nie Changkong as his backing. The Qin family, in a desperate situation, sends top assassins to silence him in order to secure their fortune. No, something feels off. Su Yu silently negated the thought in his heart. Even the Qin family, no matter how foolish, would not dare to act at such a critical moment. Nie Changkong is a martial emperor powerhouse. To kill a specially appointed new student right under his nose would be tantamount to slapping the entire Jingwu in the face. As long as the Qin family has not gone mad, they would absolutely not dare to do such a thing. If it is not the Qin family, then who could it be? In the air, not even a whisper of wind could be felt. However, Su Yes' martial king-level spiritual power, like mercury infiltrating every crevice, clearly captured the anomaly lurking in the shadow of the living room. Under the curtain of the floor-to-ceiling window less than 8 meters to his left, there was a particularly vague shadow that was slowly writhing. The shadow seemed to have merged with the darkness, devoid of breath, heartbeat, and even the slightest fluctuation of qi and blood escaping. The killing intent had been suppressed to the extreme. If Su Yu had not just elevated his spiritual power to the martial king level, any other grandmaster, or even an ordinary martial spirit, would absolutely not have been able to detect such a level of stealth skill. The opponent was an extraordinarily professional assassin. Since you have come, Su Yes' calm voice suddenly echoed in the quiet living room. Why hide? In the shadows, that writhing figure suddenly froze. Discovered? How could this be possible? A storm of shock surged through the heart of the Shadow Blade. He was the ace assassin of the Abyss Church in Kyoto with a chi and blood value of 600,000. The stealth technique he practiced was a top-secret art within the church. Once deployed, even a martial spirit with 1,000,000 chi and blood would struggle to see through his movements. How could a new student from Jiang City with only 1,000 chi and blood sense his presence in advance? The Shadow Blade held his breath motionless. However, Su Yes' gaze precisely landed on the shadow where he was. Those transparent, deep-set eyes seemed to see through all disguises, piercing his very soul. It was not a bluff. He had truly been discovered. Though shocked, the Shadow Blade was a seasoned top assassin. Since his whereabouts were exposed, he would strike directly. There was no need for any unnecessary words or explanations. Boom. The shadow was instantaneously torn apart. A thin figure shrouded in black combat gear shot forth from the void like an arrow released from its bow. The speed was astonishing. A long black afterimage trailed in the air. The terrifying explosive power of 600,000 chi and blood was fully displayed at this moment. The Shadow Blade snorted coldly, gripping a specially made short dagger that appeared dull gray in color, accompanied by a piercing shriek that sliced through the air. He aimed directly for Su Yes' throat. So fast. Su Yes' pupils constricted. This assassination technique, this explosive speed, absolutely surpassed anyone he had seen before. That so-called genius Qin Feng was not worthy to carry his shoes in front of this assassin. Faced with this lethal strike, Su Yu did not retreat. Nor did he utilize the transformed gun intent infused with his spiritual power. He simply sat quietly in place, raising his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. The Taishu dominance body was activated instantly. Facing the dagger that radiated deadly sharpness, he clamped down directly. Clang! A clear ringing sound of metal clashing echoed through the spacious living room. Sparks flew. The specially made dagger capable of piercing high-grade alloys was firmly pinched between Su Ye's two fingers, unable to advance an inch further. A flash of disbelief crossed the Shadow Blade's eyes. He caught a white blade with his bare hands, and it was the full-force strike of a grandmaster with 600,000 chi and blood. But the assassin's instincts kicked in, and he reacted instantly. A beast-like growl erupted from his throat as he violently jerked his wrist. The explosive force of 600,000 chi burst forth, transforming into a sharp protective aura that sliced directly towards Su Ye's fingers along the edge of the dagger. Sizzle! A faint sting was felt on Su Ye's finger. The unmatched sharpness of the Grandmaster's aura had actually cut through the surface defenses of his Taishu dominance body. A drop of dark red viscous blood like liquid mercury slowly oozed from the broken skin. Instantly, a heavy, suffocating aura of blood filled the air. However, in the next second after the blood oozed out, the flesh around the wound began to slightly writhe, healing in an instant. Not even the faintest white mark was left behind, as if the previous injury was merely an illusion. Inside the living room, a dead silence fell. The Shadow Blade remained frozen in the position of a forward stab. Beneath the hood, those eyes shimmering with a ghostly green light were now filled with endless terror, confusion, and collapse. What the hell? What did he see? His prideful lethal strike, the full force of a grandmaster with 600,000 chi combined with the specially made piercing dagger. Actually, only pierced a tiny bit of skin. Moreover, what was that drop of dark red crystalline blood that you? The Shadow Blade's voice trembled violently, staring at the calm youth in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. He was dumbfounded. This is what 1,000 chi looks like. Aren't you supposed to be a new student? This physical defense, let alone 1,000 chi. Even a martial spirit with 1,000,000 chi standing here would not dare to catch his piercing dagger barehanded. The intelligence was wrong. There are bad people in the Abyss Church. There must be an insider. This is an attempt to use him as a pawn to kill him. Su Yu gazed at the drop of already dried, dark red blood on his finger. It actually broke through his defense. A trace of coldness flashed in his deep-set eyes as he realized the assassin's strength. If he had not just expended 10 million years of cultivation to perfect the Taishu source blood art, achieving the Taishu dominance body. If he had not compressed the chi and blood of 1,000,000 into crystalline blood, that strike just now would have definitely not spared his two fingers, even if it didn't kill him. This assassin is extremely strong. At least a grandmaster with over 100,000 chi. Since that is the case, he cannot be allowed to escape. Since you are here, Su Yu slowly raised his head, his now completely transparent eyes reflecting the terrified face of the Shadow Blade. Boom. There was no explosive surge of chi, nor did he employ any martial skills. Just an invisible and formless martial king-level spiritual force. Like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, it instantly descended upon the Shadow Blade's head. Crack, crack. The air around the Shadow Blade produced a series of explosive sounds under the pressure of this terrifying spiritual force. The Shadow Blade let out an incredibly mournful scream. He felt as if his brain had been struck by an invisible giant hammer weighing 10,000 tons. His soul seemed to be on the verge of being torn into countless fragments in that moment. Bang! In just a second, the Shadow Blade's knees crashed heavily into the hard alloy floor. The tremendous impact created two deep dents in the bulletproof floor. He was completely suppressed against the ground by Su Ye's spiritual force. Prostrated on the ground, he could not even move a single finger. This was still Su Yu intentionally holding back some of his strength. Otherwise, that previous shock of spiritual force would have directly turned the Shadow Blade's consciousness into a mushy pulp, killing him instantly. Captured alive. Only then could he question the mastermind behind it all. Speak. Su Yu looked down at the assassin kneeling on the ground. His tone was calm, yet carried an icy chill. Who sent you? Who sent you here? The calm voice echoed in the spacious living room, yet to Ing Ren's ears, it was like the whisper of death. Kneeling on the floor, Ing Ren trembled violently. His proud stealth technique was instantly seen through. The deadly strike that consumed 600,000 of his vitality merely grazed the opponent's surface. And now the force pressing down upon him, nearly crushing his soul, was mental power. Pure to the extreme, vast like an ocean, that mental power. Although Ing Ren had never cultivated mental martial arts, he was after all the ace assassin of the Abyss sect, having slain countless grandmasters. He understood all too well what this level of mental pressure represented. Martial King. It was definitely the mental power of a martial king. Even more refined and domineering than those martial kings of the human race he had encountered before. Monster. This is not a mere freshman. This is an ancient ferocious beast in human skin. Run roared fiercely in his heart. Is the intelligence department completely incompetent? 1,000 vitality points. Transformation gun intent. Nonsense. Where did this gun intent come from? What ridiculous intelligence. This is definitely not a freshman. With a defense capable of even barehandedly taking on a breaking gang dagger, he was at least at the peak of martial spirit. Add that martial king level mental power. Don't say he is just a grandmaster with 600,000 vitality. Even if that martial spirit level bishop from the sect personally intervened today, he would have to pay with his life here. Today it's all over. There is absolutely no possibility of survival. As a death warrior cultivated by the Abyss sect, a glimmer of resolution flashed in Ren's eyes. Since death is inevitable, he must not fall into the hands of the human race. He must not leak any secrets of the sect in Kyoto. Crack. Ren unhesitatingly crushed a specially crafted poison pouch hidden in his back molar. The deadly liquid instantly flowed down his throat. At the same time, the 600,000 vitality within him, which had been firmly suppressed by the mental power, suddenly began to reverse. He was going to self-destruct, to erase all traces of his existence with a Grandmaster level self-detonation. However, Suyu sitting on the sofa immediately noticed everything through his mental power. Wanna die? Did you ask me first? Suppress. Suyu slightly parted his lips and uttered a cold word. Boom. The martial king level mental power pressing down on Ren instantly transformed into an invisible heavy hammer. It ignored Ren's raging vitality that was reversing, disregarding his hard skull. It brutally slammed into the depths of his sea of consciousness. Bang. Ren's consciousness defense line in the face of this absolute power couldn't hold for even a tenth of a second before it instantly collapsed. He let out a muffled groan. His eyes rolled back and black blood oozed from his 7 orifices. His entire being collapsed to the ground as if all the bones had been drained from his body. He fainted completely. The 600,000 vitality, which had already begun to reverse and was about to explode, instantly fell silent like dead water without the guidance of consciousness. Even the deadly poison he had just swallowed was forcibly sealed in his stomach by Suyu's mental power, unable to spread into his bloodstream by even a fraction. In the face of martial king-level mental power, he didn't even have the qualification to commit suicide. Suyu slowly withdrew his mental power. He stood up and walked in front of the unconscious Ren, looking down at the assassin. Hiding poison self-detonation. Quite the professional method. Suyu frowned slightly. These death warriors who were unafraid of death and would self-destruct at any moment were the hardest to deal with. Even though he now possessed martial king-level mental power and could easily crush the opponent's soul, extracting complete information from a death warrior's mind was still not an easy task. Each profession has its expertise. Interrogations are best left to professionals. Let's ask the principal. Suyu silently made a decision. Vice Principal Nye Chong Kong, a martial emperor powerhouse, is also a figure of real power in Jingwu. He controls numerous intelligence networks and interrogation experts. Handing this assassin over to him, even a block of stone could be squeezed for 2 taels of oil. After all, someone dared to send a grandmaster to assassinate a special freshman right under Jingwu's nose. This was not only a provocation against him, but also a slap in the face of the entire Jingwu. The forces behind must be uprooted. However, before that, Suyu's gaze slowly shifted to the other side of the living room. There a total of 110 million in cash was piled up. The bright red mountain of bills emitted an enticing scent of ink. Although the assassin's strike had been blocked by the Void Overlord body, it still managed to graze a bit of his surface. This stirred a faint sense of crisis in Suyu's heart. 100,000 crystal vitality comparable to martial spirit combat power. In this hidden dragon and crouching tiger Kyoto, it seemed insufficient. What if next time it was a martial king? Or a martial emperor? The only prudent choice was to convert all resources into his own strength. System. Suyu turned around and walked back to the mountain of cash, sitting cross-legged before it. A fiery flame ignited in his deep eyes. Recharge. 110 million. Buzz. With the command given by Suyu, the air in the entire living room seemed to be vacated in an instant. The cash piled like a mountain under a power that was beyond description instantly turned into nothingness. No light, no shadow. There was no sound. Just like that, it was completely erased from the real world. Ding. Recharge successful. Deducted 110 million dragon coins converted into 110 million years of cultivation. The cold mechanical prompt resonated explosively in his mind. 110 million years. This is a terrifying time dimension capable of making stars fall and oceans turn to mulberry fields. Suyu took a deep breath. Inject 110 million years of cultivation. Boom. Suyu's consciousness was pulled into that absolutely still black void of deduction for the 4th time. Here he would spend a long 100 million years. In the first year, the void vortex operated steadily within his dantian. Suyu quietly felt the increase of vitality within him. However, when 100 years passed, the vitality had only increased slightly. In the void, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. Something's wrong. He frowned tightly, carefully sensing the changes in his vitality. According to his original talent, he could increase his vitality by 0.1 in a year. In 10 years, it would be 1 point. In 100 years, it should be 10 points of vitality. But now a whole 100 years had passed. His vitality had only increased by a mere fraction. Suyu immediately calmed his mind and turned his gaze inward to his dantian. After a moment, a look of extreme shock flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. His talent had not declined. Instead, the quality of his vitality had undergone earth-shattering changes, because the Tai Su Yuan Shueju had been pushed to the realm of great perfection by him. This heavenly-grade supreme technique had completely merged into his instincts. Now every time he produced a trace of new vitality, it would instantly be devoured and compressed by the void vortex, directly transformed into that dark red crystalline blood like liquid mercury. In other words, he has now increased his blood vitality by a small margin, equivalent to the previous 10 points of ordinary blood vitality. This is an absolute qualitative. Understanding this, Suyu no longer hesitated, completely opened his mind, allowing time to flow wildly in the void. In the first 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years. In the long passage of time, the dark red crystalline blood within Suyu began to flow like a trickle, converging into rivers, eventually transforming into a vast ocean. The Taishu vortex operated tirelessly. With each full rotation, the strength of his physical body surged tremendously. After 50 million years, Suyu's crystalline blood vitality broke through the 500,000 mark. This 500,000 is the product of 10 times compression. If converted to that of an ordinary warrior's blood vitality, it would be a full 5 million. After 100 million and 10 million years. In the pitch-black void, a terrifying roar erupted, reminiscent of a cosmic explosion. From Suyu's seated figure, a dazzling dark golden divine light burst forth. The deduction had concluded. After 100 million years of bitter cultivation, it had transformed into tangible fruition at this moment. Whoosh. Consciousness returned to reality. Inside the luxurious flat, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. Two substantial dark red beams of light pierced the air in front of him, leaving two bottomless charred holes in the alloy wall. He lowered his head, feeling the terrifying power within him, as if it could burst through heaven and earth. Blood vitality value 1,200,000 points. 120,000 crystalline blood vitality. According to the realm delineation of this world, 1 million is the threshold for a martial spirit. 10 million is the threshold for a martial emperor. But Suyu's 1 million is the product of 10 times compression through the Taishu source blood technique. The total energy contained and the terrifying destructive power unleashed has completely and ruthlessly surpassed the threshold of 10 million. His combat power is absolutely comparable to that of a martial emperor. Who? Suyu slowly exhaled a hot breath. As this breath was exhaled, it ignited dark red flames in the air. 120,000 crystalline blood vitality is simply overwhelming. Even after being compressed 10 times, it still made Suyu feel an intense sensation of swelling, like a balloon inflated to its limit, ready to burst at any moment. Not yet refined enough. A sharp glint flickered in Suyu's deep eyes. During those over 100 million years of prolonged cultivation, he not only accumulated vast amounts of blood vitality, but also over endless years comprehended the Taishu source blood technique to a new height that even its creator had never envisioned. Great perfection is not the limit. The limit is to break the rules. Second compression. Suyu roared in his heart like thunder. Buzz. Deep within his dantian, the Taishu vortex that had been smoothly operating suddenly let out a mournful cry under unbearable strain. Following that, the vortex's rotation speed instantly surged 10-fold. 100-fold. Boom. The 1 million crystalline blood vitality within Suyu seemed to encounter an irresistible black hole's gravity. It began to collapse violently toward the center of the vortex. Crack. Crack. Suyu's body emitted chilling sounds of bones shattering and reassembling. The pain brought by the second compression was over 100 times that of the first. Even possessing the Taishu body, Suyu still felt a soul-rending agony. But he did not utter a sound. He only clenched his teeth tightly, letting the sweat drench him instantly. Compress. 90,000. 70,000. 50,000. The dark red crystalline blood, which was already as viscous as mercury, began to deepen in color under the horrifying pressure of the second compression. Finally, it transformed into a deep black hue resembling a black hole. 30,000. 20,000. 12,000. Boom. When the blood vitality was forcibly compressed to 10,000 points, all pain receded like a tide. What replaced it was an unprecedented feeling of absolute power, as if he could control everything. Suyu slowly stood up. At this moment, there was no blood vitality leaking from his body. Not even the slightest trace of a warrior's aura could be felt. He appeared to be an ordinary person without any cultivation. But only Suyu himself knew how astonishingly terrifying the power hidden beneath this seemingly tranquil shell was. 120,000 blood vitality. This is the ultimate product after 2 rounds of 10 times compression. The actual total amount of blood vitality has definitely reached the Martial Emperor level of 10 million. The most crucial point is that the second compression not only brings about a qualitative change in blood vitality density, but also a dimensional leap in physical strength. Suyu looked inward at himself. He discovered that his bones had completely transformed into pure dark golden color with faintly flowing mysterious natural patterns. The density of his muscle fibers had reached an incredible level. What flowed through his blood vessels was no longer liquid, but a kind of black source blood akin to quicksand. Every drop of source blood weighed as much as heavy metal of the same volume. If I say, Suyu clenched his right fist, feeling the terrifying power capable of crushing space conveyed through his fingertips. A martial emperor with 10 million blood vitality is like a massive iceberg. Then my current 100,000 source blood is like a neutron star compressed to its extreme. In terms of explosion, in terms of physical strength, in terms of resistance to blows, an ordinary martial emperor would be utterly crushed by Suyu in every conceivable way. Suyu even had a delusion. Even if he stood still letting Vice Principal Nia Changkong, a martial emperor of that level, strike him with all his might, he might not necessarily be able to break through his body, which had endured the baptism of 2 compressions. So strong. Suyu released his fist, a satisfied expression flashing in his eyes. 100 million cash exchanged for this kind of heaven-defying leap in combat power. Worth it. So worth it. Suyu turned his head, his gaze falling on the assassin Shadow Blade, who lay unconscious on the floor. A cold arc curved at the corner of his mouth. Earlier, this assassin's piercing dagger had barely managed to scratch his skin. Even if this assassin wielded a true royal-grade divine weapon using all his strength to stab, he would probably not be able to sever even a single hair of his. He might even be directly knocked back by the recoil force of his own body. This is the absolute defense brought by the second compression. Time to get down to business. Suyu collected his thoughts. He walked over to Shadow Blade, grasped the back of his collar with one hand, and effortlessly lifted him up. Then Suyu pushed open the door of the apartment. The night wind blew, tousling his hair. In his deep and transparent eyes flashed a chilling glint. Set off. Find the principal. Uncover the mastermind. Dare to send someone to assassinate me, no matter who they are, no matter how deep they hide. This time they must pay a bloody price. Meanwhile, deep beneath Kyoto, in a hidden stronghold reeking of decay and blood, there was a deathly silence at the center of the vast underground hall. Several high-ranking members of the Abyss cult, shrouded in voluminous black robes, were staring intently at a holographic projection above the Scarlet Altar. The image displayed an exquisitely detailed 3-dimensional map of Kyoto. On this map, a glaring crimson was moving slowly along a steady, uniform trajectory. What's going on? The leading black-robed figure furrowed his brow, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his eerie green eyes beneath the hood. He pointed at the red dot, his voice hoarse and grating. This is the life locator on Shadowblade. His current position. Why is he moving toward Jingwu? At these words, the air in the hall instantly solidified. The burly black-robed figure beside him lunged forward, staring at the screen, his voice filled with disbelief. Impossible. By all logic, once the assassination succeeded, he should have erased all traces and returned to the stronghold through the sewers or abandoned bunkers. What is he going to Jingwu for? To walk right into a trap, eh? Could it be? In the corner, the stooped black-robed figure swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Could the assassination have failed? Nonsense. The leading figure whirled around, rebuking him mercilessly. Are you out of your mind? That's Shadowblade, a top-tier grandmaster with a blood energy value of 600,000. The number of high-ranking humans he's killed is countless. And you think he could fail against a freshman with only 1,000 blood energy, who just enrolled? The black-robed figure grew more agitated, even letting out a cold laugh. Be reasonable, all right. 600,000 against 1,000. The odds of that are about as likely as me choking to death on a sip of water. Even if that kid has comprehended the spear intent of manifestation, even if he's gifted against absolute suppression in cultivation level, he wouldn't last a 1/10 of a second. The hall fell silent again. Indeed, it was too absurd. 1,000 blood energy countering 600,000. It completely violated the iron law of the martial world. Even fairy tales wouldn't dare write such a story. But if it's not a failed assassination, The burly figure pointed at the red dot on the screen, now moving closer to Jingwu's main gate, his voice dry. Then how do we explain this trajectory? And look, the dot representing Shadowblade's vital signs is still lit, but its pulse is abnormally weak. This means he's in a state of extreme weakness, perhaps even unconscious. The leading figure took a particularly solemn glint of cold light flashed in his eerie green eyes. Moreover, Shadowblade's concealment ability is such that even a martial spirit with 1,000,000 blood energy might not see through it. Unless a martial king level expert has personally intervened. Could that kid have a martial king as a guardian? The stooped figure gasped in shock. Impossible. The leading figure immediately denied it, his tone resolute. Our cult's intelligence network has thoroughly infiltrated every corner of Jingwu. All martial kings are under our close surveillance. At this hour, Nye Chongkong is in the administration building, and the other martial kings are at their respective posts. There is absolutely no martial king by that kid's side. We should have precisely seized the moment when Jingwu's protection of him was lax. Then what do you think happened? The burly figure grew frantic, grabbing the leading figure by the collar. From the current situation, Shadowblade was captured alive. It can't be that the kid defeated Shadowblade, can it? Ridiculous. The leading figure slapped his hand away, laughing in bitter anger. If he could turn the tables, he'll eat this altar on the spot. Exactly, it's too absurd. I can't conceive of any possibility of a reversal. The stooped figure sighed, his voice tinged with deep dread. Having eliminated all impossibilities, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. It can only be a martial king. Either a hidden martial king within Jingwu not on our intelligence list, or that kid has the backing of an extremely terrifying hidden force. Regardless, Shadowblade being captured alive means this stronghold is at risk of exposure. The leading figure made a swift decision. A glint of ruthlessness and determination flashed in his eyes. Retreat. Sever all contact with Shadowblade immediately. Destroy all data in the stronghold. That kid is uncanny. We'll concede this round. Once the heat dies down, we'll gather new intelligence and plan the next assassination. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Kyoto, the night breeze was cool. Suyu, dressed in a simple casual outfit, walked calmly along the sidewalk. In his right hand, he carried the unconscious Shadowblade. There weren't many pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, a few passers-by would see Suyu holding a black-clad figure and simply give him a wide berth. In this world where martial arts flourished, conflicts between martial artists knocking people out and dragging them away were a daily occurrence. As long as there was no large-scale destruction, ordinary people dared not meddle. Suyu stopped. He looked up at the majestic gate of Jingwu in the distance. Raising his left hand, he tapped on the tactical terminal on his wrist. He found Vice Principal Nye Changkong's private number and dialed. Beep. Beep. The phone rang only twice before it was answered. Hello, Suyu. Nye Changkong's voice came through the terminal, tinged with warmth and amusement. Looking for me this late? Stuck on something in the Taishu source blood art. I told you that technique is too domineering. If you find it too much, bring it back anytime and swap it out. Suyu looked at the assassin in his hand. His tone was flat. The technique's fine. Principal, where are you? Me. Nye Changkong paused, seemingly caught off guard by the question. I'm in my office at the administration building handling some documents for the freshman exchange tournament. What's up? You want to come see me? Suyu nodded. Yes. I've captured an assassin alive. I'd like to hand him over to you for processing. On the other end of the line, there was instant silence. After a full 2 or 3 seconds, Nye Changkong's voice came again, laced with undisguised admiration and satisfaction. Not bad. Captured alive. As expected of the top-tier freshman, I had my eye on. Your vigilance is indeed sharp. Wait. Mid-sentence, Nye Changkong's voice suddenly faltered, as if realizing something was terribly wrong. You captured what? Nye Changkong's voice shot up an octave, nearly cracking. An assassin, Suyu replied matter-of-factly. What assassin? Nye Changkong roared directly into the terminal. A clatter of falling documents could be heard, indicating he had abruptly stood up from his office chair. Where were you ambushed? Where are you right now? Suyu frowned faintly and held the communicator slightly farther away. I've just arrived at the main gate of Jingwu Academy. Any issues? Yes. A major one. Nye Changkong's voice trembled, raw terror and lingering dread bleeding through every syllable. Weren't you cultivating inside the academy? When did you slip out? I went back to my dormitory. Suyu's tone remained calm. Just to retrieve something. You. Nye Changkong nearly choked on his own breath. He was truly frantic, genuinely desperately so. He had utterly neglected Suyu's protection. A prodigy who at 18 had already grasped the form manifesting spear intent. The rarest, most formidable martial insight imaginable. By Jingwu Academy's highest security protocol, such a genius absolutely warranted a personal guardian, a martial king, assigned to him at all times. Nie Chongkong had instinctively assumed that as a fresh enrollee, Su Yu would remain sequestered within campus, devouring resources in relentless cultivation. Inside Jingwu, under Nie Chongkong's own sovereign presence, as a martial emperor, safety was guaranteed. He never imagined this young man would depart campus without uttering a word. And worse, he'd forgotten to issue the most critical order: never step beyond the gates without a guardian. Don't move an inch. Wait for me. Click. The call ended abruptly. Atop Jingwu's admin, Nie Chongkong broke into cold sweat. His heart hammered violently against his ribs. Negligence. Gross, unforgivable negligence. This was no ordinary youth. He was a freak of nature, mastering form manifesting spear intent before his 20th year. If he were truly assassinated beyond campus walls, Nie Chongkong would become a pariah across the entire martial realm of the Great Xia nation. Even Principal Feng Wuji, returning from the abyss, might seize his rifle and blow a hole straight through Nie Chongkong's skull. But wait. As Nie Chongkong surged his martial emperor-level chi, his mind raced through rapid analysis. He captured the assassin alive. This boy has substance after all. Spear intent, especially form manifesting, wields devastating power, materializing will into lethal reality. But what cultivation realm did the assailant possess? Nie Chongkong vanished in a blur, shattering the floor-to-ceiling window of his office. Then, like a black meteor rending the night sky, he streaked toward Jingwu's main gate. A junior grandmaster. Or perhaps a grandmaster at peak refinement. Either way, for a freshman with merely 1,000 chi points to capture a grandmaster-class assassin, that is nothing short of extraordinary. Surely not a sovereign grandmaster. Those are monsters surpassing 100,000 chi points, shielded by unbreakable aura. Even form manifesting spear intent could scarcely subdue one alive. Yet this is tremendous news. Nie Chongkong exhaled deeply into the night wind. He's alive. That's all that matters. Alive. That's all that matters. Otherwise, this vice principalship ends tonight. Outside Jingwu's main gate, Su Yu stood beneath a street lamp. Less than 10 seconds after hanging up, VVVVRRR. Ripples erupted violently across the air before him, utterly unheralded. A black figure burst forth from the void in a single stride, carrying the overwhelming pressure of a martial emperor. It was Nie Chongkong himself, face etched with urgent anxiety. Su Yu. No sooner had Nie Chongkong materialized than his martial emperor-grade spiritual sense swept over Su Yu like radar. No wounds. Steady breathing. Not a single hair disturbed. Huh. His suspended heart finally crashed back into place. Wiping sweat from his brow, he glared at Su Yu with exasperated reproach. You reckless brat. Who gave you permission to wander off in the dead of night? Do you have any idea who you are? A Tier 1 freshman. Countless eyes watch you in silence. Why didn't you contact me the moment you encountered an assassin? Su Yu watched Nie Chongkong's flustered rage impassively. Then he raised his right hand and dangled the bound black-robed figure before him. Because it wasn't necessary. He was too weak. Too weak. Nie Chongkong froze. Only then did his gaze settle upon the unconscious assassin, slung like a lifeless dog in Su Yu's grip. Let me see which blind faction dared send a grandmaster to assassinate one of Jingwu's. Nie Chongkong began, casually probing the captive's body with his martial emperor-level perception. Yet, the instant that perception brushed against the suppressed torrent of chi coiled deep within the assassin's flesh. Boom! 10,000 thunderclaps detonated simultaneously inside Nie Chongkong's skull. His expression locked, frozen mid-motion. His eyes, already wide with fury, bulged grotesquely outward as if threatening to burst from their sockets. This. His voice shattered into violent tremors. He sucked in a sharp, ragged breath. His feet recoiled half a step, unbidden, involuntary. What precisely had he sensed? 600,000. An unimaginable 600,000 chi points. This was no junior grandmaster. This was a sovereign grandmaster at the apex of his power. Moreover, within the assassin's body, Nie Chongkong detected a faint, nauseating trace of abyssal energy, insidious, corrupt, ancient. And nestled in the man's stomach, a toxic mass forcibly sealed by overwhelming spiritual force unable to disperse. The abyssal cult. A poison death disciple. 600,000 chi points. Nie Chongkong swallowed hard. A name flashed through his mind. One whispered in dread across Beijing's underworld, accompanied by a litany of unspeakably brutal feats. 3 years ago, he infiltrated the heavily fortified southern defense line and slaughtered 3 military sovereign grandmasters, each boasting 400,000 chi points in a single night, then vanished without a trace. Last year, he evaded pursuit by a peak martial spirit cultivator, using uncanny stealth to slip through his hunter's very field of vision. This was the abyssal cult's ace assassin, the shadow haunting countless human prodigies' nightmares. Ingrun. Nie Chongkong gasped aloud, locking eyes with Su Yu. His gaze overflowed with sheer horror, utter bewilderment. and the hollowy despair of a worldview shattered beyond repair. This was the killer who escaped a peak martial spirit cultivator. You captured Ingran, alive? Su Yu met Nie Chongkong's ghost-struck expression with serene indifference and nodded once. Is that his name? Silence. Absolute suffocating silence. Only the rustle of night wind through leaves stirred outside Jingwu's gate. Nie Chongkong stood rooted, dizzy unmoored. A sovereign grandmaster with 600,000 chi points. Even he, a martial emperor, would struggle to subdue such a foe and risk losing him to suicide by poison. Yet now, this legendary assassin feared across Beijing was dangling limp as a plucked chicken in the casual grip of a freshman whose chi barely registered 1,000 points and, impossibly, had been denied even the chance to swallow his poison and die. Nie Chongkong's throat tightened. He stared at Su Yu, not as a student, but as an incomprehensible anomaly. His voice quavered fragile as spun glass. How did you do it? The night wind brushed past the gates of Jingwu. Nie Chongkong stared intensely at the black-clothed man in Su Ye's hands who looked as lifeless as a dead dog, his throat dry. How did you do it? At that moment, the voice of this dignified martial emperor revealed an undeniable tremor. That was Ingran, the ace assassin of the Abyss cult, a top grandmaster with 600,000 vitality. Su Ye's expression remained calm. He glanced at the Ingran he was holding. Just capture him, and then knock him out. Just 7 simple words. There were no dramatic battle descriptions, no heart-stopping life and death struggles. It was as if what he was holding was not an ace assassin, but a stray cat picked up casually from the roadside. Silence. A death-like stillness. Nie Chongkong stood frozen in place, almost spewing blood. Capture. Knockout. Do you hear what you're saying? Is that even human talk? That is a grandmaster with 600,000 vitality. A top assassin who has fought his way out of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Do you think it's like catching a chicken? Nie Chongkong's eyelids twitched violently, and he took several deep breaths to barely suppress the urge to curse. Su Yu, I'm not joking with you. His tone was extremely serious, even carrying a hint of severity. That is Ingran, mastering top-tier stealth techniques with a violent aura and incredibly cruel methods. How did a martial master with a vitality of 1,000 discover him and manage to capture him alive? Facing Nie Chongkong's questioning, Su Yu fell silent for a moment. He certainly understood that the situation of him spending a fortune to instantly boost his strength was extraordinary. The existence of the system was his greatest trump card, absolutely not to be explained to anyone. Even to this vice principal who had taken good care of him. He could only speak vaguely. After I return. Su Yu looked at Nie Chongkong, his tone calm. I just practiced a bit. Su Yu silently added in his heart, practiced a billion times. Then I sensed someone wanted to kill me. So I casually counterattacked. Su Yu tilted his head slightly, as if earnestly recalling the scene at that time. It didn't seem difficult, did it? Not difficult. These 2 words struck Nie Chongkong's chest like a heavy hammer. Nie Chongkong's expression twisted in disbelief. Do you know the difference between 1,000 vitality and 600,000 vitality is greater than the difference between a human and a dog? Wait a minute. Just as Nie Chongkong was emotionally agitated and couldn't help but step forward, his martial emperor-level perception swept over Su Ye's body without any defense. Buzz. A subtle yet profound wave of vitality surged, instantly feedbacking into Nie Chongkong's mind. Nie Chongkong's body suddenly froze. The urgency on his face solidified entirely at that moment. In its place was endless astonishment and horror. This wave. Nie Chongkong's eyes widened as he tightly gripped Su Ye's wrist. Boom. The martial emperor-level mental force directly entered Su Ye's body. In the next second, it was as if 10,000 nuclear bombs exploded simultaneously in Nie Chongkong's mind. 120,000. He sensed it clearly. 120,000 vitality. What the hell? Nie Chongkong exclaimed in shock, his voice cracking. He stared at Su Yu as if looking at an incomprehensible alien creature. How long has it been since he last saw him? It hadn't even been 4 hours since this kid left the administrative building. 4 hours ago on the platform by the Ming Lake, he had clearly sensed that this kid was just a martial master with a vitality of 1,000. How did he become 120,000 now? He had crossed the grandmaster level, directly stepping into the realm of top grandmasters. Did he take a rocket? Nie Chongkong's head buzzed. He had lived for so many years and had seen countless prodigies. He had seen talents who could break through their vitality quickly. He had also seen madmen who forcibly raised their realm in a short time using top-notch resources. However, fast breakthroughs come at a tremendous cost. Otherwise, why are there so many second-year prodigies at Jingwu whose families lack resources, only having 2,000 or 3,000 vitality? Because vitality needs to be honed. It requires daily tempering and sedimentation. If one forcibly breaks through using spiritual medicines, it leads to a weak foundation and scattered vitality. At worst, it could lead to losing oneself to insanity, or at best directly cutting off one's path in martial arts, never able to progress again. Are you crazy? Nie Changkong's eyes turned red. What kind of sinister technique did you use to forcibly enhance your realms? You want to die? He immediately split off a more refined strand of mental power to carefully examine Su Ye's foundational situation through his wrist. He was already mentally prepared to see a tangled mess and a weak vitality. He had even begun to think about where to find some top-notch spiritual medicines to stabilize this kid's foundation. However, not looking was one thing. Upon looking, he was shocked. When Nie Changkong's mental power truly touched the vitality within Su Yu, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. There was no weakness, not a single trace of dispersal. Solid, incredibly solid. The vitality within Su Yu not only lacked any sense of a forced breakthrough, but was instead so stable and heavy that it made one feel suffocated. That feeling was as if an ancient monster that had lived for hundreds or thousands of years had polished its foundation to a flawless extreme over the dull passage of time. The foundation was extraordinarily solid. Even the quality of that vitality was 100 times purer than when he as a martial emperor was at the grandmaster level. Nie Changkong suddenly released his grip. His steps uncontrollably staggered back 2 steps. He looked at Su Yu, his eyes filled with a despair that felt like his entire worldview had collapsed. What exactly is going on? You must understand. Just a few hours ago, he was only at 1,000 vitality. And now, just a few hours later, he had reached 120,000 vitality. The foundation was still incredibly solid. This speed of cultivation, even if one said it was cheating, Nie Changkong would believe it. Facing Nie Changkong's gaze that seemed ready to devour him, Su Yu remained silent. His deep, transparent eyes showed no sign of panic. He had long anticipated it. However, now that he was already a special freshman at Jingwu University, the more extraordinary value he displayed, the more Jingwu would protect him. Surely they wouldn't capture him for dissection just because he cultivated quickly. Su Yu simply shook his head slightly. His tone remained flat. I'm not sure either. It just feels smooth and unusually fast when I cultivate. At this point, Su Yu seemed to recall something. He seized the opportunity to shift the blame. By the way, Vice Principal, that 7th tier spiritual medicine you gave me was very effective. 7th tier spiritual medicine. Nie Changkong was taken aback. Then his eyes instantly widened to the size of copper bells. Yunshu Sui? Did you consume it all? Nie Changkong's voice sounded particularly sharp in the silent night. That was 7th tier. A martial emperor level spiritual medicine. The energy contained within was wildly powerful. Even a peak grandmaster could only dare to extract a drop at a time and needed to refine it with top-notch mental techniques for 10 days to half a month. You, a martial master, actually consumed it all. Wouldn't that have exploded you on the spot? Wait. A lightning bolt suddenly flashed through Nie Changkong's mind. Consumed it all. Did not explode. Could perfectly absorb the violent energy of the 7th tier spiritual medicine. Broke through to 120,000 vitality in just a few hours. Moreover, the foundation was still incredibly solid. Could it be some sort of special physique? Nie Changkong's heart began to race violently. You must know that among the billions of descendants of Huaxia after the martial Dao era began, there have been several extraordinary prodigies who broke through their genes and awakened special physiques, such as the rare physiques like Tsang Tian Ba Ti and Wu Lu Jin Shun. Once awakened, the speed of cultivation would be astonishing, completely breaking the common sense of martial arts. As for Su Yu, first, his comprehension of the spear intent soared rapidly. In just one day, he directly transcended the subtle and formless stages, reaching the pinnacle of form transformation. Secondly, his cultivation speed of vital energy skyrocketed. Just at the beginning of his freshman year, he became a martial master. Now, in just a few hours, he absorbed a 7th tier spirit herb, directly breaking through the barrier of 100,000 vitality and advancing to the grandmaster realm. All these unreasonable miracles would completely make sense if he awakened some rare special physique. No wonder. Nie Changkong murmured to himself, a bright light flashing in his eyes. He felt he had finally found a perfect logical closure. No wonder you hadn't practiced any internal skills before, yet your vital energy is so pure. No wonder you can ignore the barriers of realms and directly comprehend the spear intent of form transformation. So it turns out you have an extraordinary physique. Nie Changkong looked at Su Yu as if he were gazing at a rare treasure. He had even begun to plan in his mind the invincible path that Su Yu would take to suppress the entire abyss. Jingwu has struck gold. This is a true divine being who can uphold the future of the Daxia kingdom. However, just as Nie Changkong was so excited that he trembled all over, preparing to praise Su Yu, his gaze fell once again on the black-clothed figure that Su Yu was holding. Ing Ren, the ace assassin of the excitement on Nie Changkong's face instantly froze. No, this doesn't add up. Even if you have a special, even if you broke through to 120,000 vitality in just a few hours, Even if your foundation is incredibly solid and you possess the spear intent of form transformation, even if you have a special physique. But that is a top grandmaster with 600,000 vitality. He is proficient in assassination with body protection chi having emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. You only have 120,000 vitality. How could you possibly defeat him? Not only did you defeat him, but you also captured him alive without a scratch. Nie Chongkong stared intently at Suyu. Suyu, you need to tell me honestly. 120,000 against 600,000. How exactly did you capture him alive? 120,000 vitality, and with a solid foundation, it's very likely he awakened some rare extraordinary physique. However, this still cannot explain how Suyu captured Ingrun without a scratch. After all, he is a top grandmaster with 600,000 vitality. He is the ace dead soldier of the Abyss cult. Suyu. Nie Chongkong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the horror churning in his heart. He spoke slowly, his tone more serious than ever. How on earth did you do it? Even if you broke through to 120,000 vitality, even if you have the spear intent of form transformation, in the face of Ingren's stealth secret technique and the piercing dagger, you absolutely should have no room to fight back. Not to mention you subdued him alive before he could poison himself to death. Facing Nie Chongkong's relentless questioning, Suyu stood under the street lamp, holding Ingren with one hand. His expression remained calm as he looked at Nie Chongkong's tense-old face. Actually, it's nothing special. I just used my mental power to knock him out. Mental power. Nie Chongkong was stunned. A hint of confusion flashed in his deep-set eyes. What mental power? You a martial master? No, you a newly advanced grand master. Where did you get mental power? In the martial arts path, vital energy reigns supreme. Cultivating mental power is a far more difficult and obscure path. In the entire Daxia Kingdom, it is rare to find martial artists who can cultivate mental power. How could a common student from Jiang City possibly understand mental power? Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Did the vice principal forget? This afternoon by the shores of Weiming Lake, I won a jade slip from Chinfeng. The words roared like a thunderbolt from the heavens, striking right at the top of Nie Chongkong's head. Nie Chongkong's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a needlepoint. He pointed at Suyu, his finger trembling violently. You mean the Chen family's high-grade mental power martial arts? The Wuxiang Purgatory Blade. Suyu nodded. Yes, that's the one. After I returned, I took some time to... It felt quite handy. Just now, when he sneaked into my apartment to kill me, I used this technique to directly intimidate his consciousness. It was that simple. Simple. Nie Chongkong felt as if his breath was about to stop. He clutched his chest, feeling a jarring pain in his heart. You call that simple? Nie Chongkong could no longer maintain the dignity of a martial emperor, directly roaring in a broken voice. Do you know what that technique is? That is a high-grade heavenly technique. It is the treasure of the Chun family. Nie Chongkong was so anxious he started jumping up and down, saliva nearly spraying on his Suyu's face. That technique is so obscure and profound. Without the guidance of the Chun family's secret methods, an ordinary person could spend hundreds of years with the jade slip and still not grasp the threshold for entry. Even Chinfeng, that genius of mental power. He was raised on the finest spirit herbs from childhood, taught hand in hand by elders. He cultivated for a full decade, and even now he has barely grasped a hint of it. Nie Chongkong became more and more agitated, his voice echoing in the night sky. But just that hint. Let Chinfeng crush all the talents in last year's National Freshman Exchange competition, and he secured the second place. And you, my heavens. Nie Chongkong held his head with both hands, feeling as if his worldview was being frantically rubbed against the ground. How long have you had that jade slip, eh? At most 4 hours. 4 hours. Not only did you break through your vitality from 1,000 to 120,000, you even learned that high-grade heavenly mental power martial art. Now you're telling me you knocked out a 600,000 vitality ace assassin with it. Nie Chongkong stared intensely at Suyu, his eyes filled with desperate questioning. Are you really cheating? What level of cultivation have you reached? Faced with Nie Chongkong's nearly broken roar, Suyu fell silent. He looked at this vice principal who had shown him considerable care with a hint of helplessness in his deep eyes. He originally wanted to say that not only had he learned it, but he had also deduced it to perfection. He even perfectly integrated the mental power of the martial king level with the spear intent at the pinnacle of form transformation. However, seeing Nie Chongkong looking as if he might suffer a heart attack at any moment, Suyu silently swallowed those words back. Forget it. Saying it out loud, even he would feel it was abnormal. It's better to just demonstrate. Facts speak louder than words. Vice Principal, Suyu slowly raised his head. The pair of eyes that were originally deep as ink suddenly lost all color, without warning becoming completely transparent. Like two ancient mirrors that could reflect the depths of the soul. You watch closely. Suyu's thin lips parted slightly, uttering four cold words. Wuxiang. / the gods. With the fall of Su Ye's voice, the entire space outside the gates of Jingwu seemed to freeze completely in that instant. The night wind stopped. Leaves hovered in midair. A wave of invisible, formless, yet vast mental power like an endless sea of stars erupted violently, centered on Su Yu. There was no violent roar of vitality, only an absolute tremor on the level of the soul. At the tip of Su Ye's right index finger, a 3-inch flying dagger entirely formed from condensed mental power and nearly invisible to the naked eye slowly materialized. The air around the dagger vanished and collapsed silently under this extreme sharpness, forming visible circles of black spatial cracks. Buzzing. A 3-inch transparent flying knife quietly hovered at Su Ye's fingertips. There was no earth-shaking roar of blood and energy, nor was there any violent gust of wind tearing apart the heavens. Only an absolute sharpness, pure to the extreme, as if it could slice through all souls in the world into fragments. In the moment this transparent flying knife appeared, the martial emperor expert Nie Chong Kong felt the hairs on his body stand on end. His martial emperor's blood and energy, which had been as stable as an abyss, suddenly acted autonomously to protect him at this moment. Boom. A layer of dark golden martial emperor aura instantly enveloped Nie Chong Kong. But it was useless. Nie Chong Kong was horrified to discover that even through the martial emperor-level protective aura, he could still clearly feel an excruciating pain coming from his sea of consciousness at the center of his forehead. That was an absolute suppression on the level of the soul. The flying knife hovering at Su Ye's fingertips completely ignored any defenses at the physical level. As long as Su Yu willed it, this flying knife could instantly penetrate his martial emperor aura and directly strike at his soul. This. Nie Chong Kong stared intently at the transparent flying knife. It felt as if a bundle of dry grass was stuffed in his throat, making it exceptionally difficult to breathe. After all, he was a martial emperor, a top-tier powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the martial arts hierarchy in the Great Xia nation. Even when facing a fellow martial emperor of the same level, he would never feel such a chilling sense of dread that shook his very soul. And now, this feeling actually came from an 18-year-old freshman. From a martial art of mental power he had just grasped less than 4 hours ago. Martial King. Nie Chong Kong's voice trembled violently. In his weathered eyes there was an expression filled with endless shock and disbelief. Your mental power has actually reached the realm of Martial King. Martial King level mental power. This was simply more despairing and absurd than Su Yu breaking through to 12,000 blood and energy levels in just a few hours. It must be known, cultivating mental power is 100-fold, even 1,000-fold more difficult than cultivating blood and energy. Even those ancient experts who specialize in mental power, having spent over 100 years, may not necessarily reach the level of Martial King. And Su Yu, in 4 hours, not only had he learned the Heaven-tier supreme technique, Formless Blade of Calamity, but he had also forcibly elevated the intensity of his mental power to the Martial King level. Furthermore, he had condensed this blade of killing intent that even a martial emperor could sense as a deadly threat. Is he even human? Nie Chong Kong turned his head. His gaze rigidly fell upon the unconscious assassin shadow blade lying on the ground. At this moment, all doubts, all incredulity, all were resolved. The case was solved. It was completely resolved. No wonder this top master with 600,000 blood and energy was like a dead dog in Su Ye's hands. No wonder he even lacked the opportunity to commit suicide with poison, faced with the crushing pressure of Martial King level mental power. Don't mention a 600,000 blood master. Even a martial spirit with 1,000,000 blood levels, if struck by this formless divine blade without any defenses, would instantly be crushed into a soulless shell. You? Nie Chong Kong looked at Su Yu, his lips quivering for a long time. In the end, all his words coalesced into 2 words. Monster. A peerless monster. Nie Chong Kong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming wave of shock that almost turned his mind upside down. He now fully understood how ridiculous his words had been to Su Yu earlier at the top of the library. What esoteric and profound Heaven-tier techniques? What requires years of painstaking effort? What lofty ambitions would delay the progress of cultivation? In the face of a true peerless monster, all these so-called common sense are meant to be shattered. Facing Nie Chong Kong's gaze, which was as if looking at a monster, Su Ye's expression remained calm. He slightly moved his thoughts. The transparent flying knife radiating deadly sharpness at his fingertips instantly transformed into specks of light dissipating in the night wind. The sense of soul trembling that pressed upon Nie Chong Kong's heart also vanished without a trace. Su Yu looked at Nie Chong Kong, gently shook his head. Vice Principal, you overpraise me. Actually, there's nothing to be surprised about. Su Ye's tone was exceptionally serious without a hint of boastfulness. This is all effort and sweat. Effort. Sweat. Hearing these 2 words, Nie Chong Kong almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood onto Su Ye's face. He stared at Su Yu fiercely. His facial muscles twitched madly. What nonsense. For hours. You call this effort and sweat. If 4 hours count as effort and sweat, then what about those mentors at Jingwu who have worked hard for over a decade, but haven't even touched the threshold of heaven-tier techniques? What do they count as? As excrement-making machines? Nie Chong Kong roared in his heart in frustration. But he looked at Su Ye's face, which was calm without a ripple. Suddenly, he felt that this kid might really not be pretending. He genuinely believed that this was the result of effort. And so did Su Yu. After all, in the system simulation space, he had genuinely spent over 1 billion years in a lengthy period. However, the disparity in time dimensions made it all seem so terrifying and perverse in the real world. Enough. Nie Chong Kong weakly waved his hand. He felt that if he continued to dwell on this topic, his Tao heart would be shattered by this kid. Your talent, your comprehension, has completely surpassed my realm of understanding. Nie Chong Kong looked at Su Yu, a complex light flashing in his eyes. There was shock, there was comfort, but more importantly, there was a deep concern. The potential displayed by Su Yu was too terrifying. Terrifying enough to make any opposing forces willing to go to any lengths to crush it in the cradle. Today it was a master with 600,000 blood levels. What about tomorrow? Could it be a martial spirit with 1 million blood levels? Or even the martial king personally stepping in? Su Yu paid no mind to Nie Chong Kong's complex thoughts. He brought the topic back on track. His gaze fell on the unconscious assassin on the ground. Vice Principal, who wants to kill me? Su Ye's voice was cold, carrying a bone-chilling chill. He didn't care who the other party was since they dared to reach for his neck. They must be prepared to be completely severed by him. Upon hearing this question, Nie Chong Kong's expression instantly turned extremely serious. He waved his hand, buzzing. An invisible martial emperor aura instantly enveloped both of them and the assassin on the ground. It completely blocked all external investigations. Abyss Sect. When Nie Chong Kong uttered these 4 words, a glint of undisguised killing intent and disgust flashed in his eyes. Abyss Sect. Su Ye's brows furrowed slightly. He had seen mentions of the Abyss in his high school textbooks. It was the greatest threat faced by the Great Xian nation and humanity as a whole. But the textbooks said nothing about the Abyss Sect, a group of traitors whose minds have been completely twisted and polluted by the aura of the Abyss. Nie Chong Kong's voice was particularly somber. They have abandoned their identity as human beings, willingly becoming the lapdogs of the Abyss, specializing in sabotage within our human race. What they enjoy doing most is assassinating human geniuses like you who possess peerless talent. As long as a genius falls, the future of humanity will continually weaken. Nie Chong Kong pointed to the Shadow Blade on the ground. This person, codenamed Shadow Blade, is the ace assassin of the Abyss Sect in the capital. The number of human prodigies and military high-ranking officials who have died at his hands is countless. I didn't expect them to set their sights on you this time. Since you know they are traitors, why not just eliminate them directly? Given the military authority of the Daxia Kingdom and the elite cultivators from top-tier academies like Jingwu, eradicating a cult organization should pose no formidable challenge. Upon hearing Su Yu's question, Nie Chong Kong let out a bitter smile and shook his head, his voice heavy with profound helplessness and despair. It cannot be eradicated. The Abyss cult operates with extraordinary caution. They slink like rats in the deepest shadows, vanishing entirely at the faintest whisper of danger, severing every thread of contact and retreating into absolute concealment. Moreover, Nie Chong Kong paused, then lifted his gaze to meet Su Yu's eyes, where a fleeting, bone-chilling dread flickered, subtle yet unmistakable. Most critically, among the upper echelons of our human race, there are traitors already corrupted by the Abyss. Those words struck like thunder erupting from still earth, shattering the silence beside Su Yu's ear. He fell silent. For the first time, violent ripples stirred within his translucent, fathomless eyes. Corruption among the highest ranks. What did that imply? That the Daxia Kingdom's seemingly impregnable defenses were already riddled with fatal fissures. It meant you could never know whether the comrade standing beside you, your commanding officer, or even those exalted figures enthroned above, all remained truly human. So perilous. Su Yu's voice carried an uncommon gravity. He had once believed that strength alone would grant him dominion over this world. Yet now it was clear the enemy lurked unseen while he stood exposed, inescapable, unguarded. Far more dangerous than you imagine. Nie Chong Kong drew a deep breath, his expression stern beyond precedent. Su Yu, your talent is extraordinary. At 18 you forged form-embodied spear intent. Your spiritual energy rivals that of a martial king, and your cultivation speed defies reason. Should the Abyss cult's leadership uncover your true capabilities, they would descend into utter frenzy. They would sacrifice high-level moles embedded deep within the military department, even deploy martial kings or martial emperors to annihilate you at any cost. Nie Chongkong placed both hands firmly on Su Yu's shoulders, his tone resolute and unyielding. Therefore, within the academy, never reveal your true strength. To the outside world, display only your form-embodied spear intent and 1,000 points of vital qi. Your spiritual energy must remain utterly concealed, and those 12 million points of terrifying vital qi must be buried deeper than grave secrets. A towering tree invites the fiercest gales. Until you wield power sufficient to subdue all forces, humility is your sole lifeline. Su Yu nodded faintly. He understood perfectly. To bide one's time and cultivate in silence was the supreme path. Only when his primordial blood surged past 1 million, then 10 million, and his spiritual energy ascended to the level of a martial emperor, would he stand unassailable against any assassination plot. He would then fear no faction, no shadow, no strike from the void. However, Nie Chongkong shifted his tone, his brow furrowing as he studied Su Yu. Now that you have drawn the Abyss cult's attention, operating under your current identity is far too perilous. You complained the Academy's bounty missions offered meager rewards, wishing instead for those 100 million yuan contracts. Nie Chongkong paused in quiet contemplation. I will secure for you a new identity, one wholly independent of the Jingwu system, bearing no prior records, no traceable history, a phantom identity. It will permit you to accept high-value bounties, hunt monstrous beasts beyond the city, and gather resources freely. Nie Chongkong sighed, his voice tinged with quiet remorse. Truthfully, given your talent, I ought to petition the principal directly, diverting Jingwu's most elite resources exclusively toward your cultivation, to accelerate your ascent to Martial King, then Martial Emperor, in the shortest possible span. But, for now, I cannot grant such a request, because if vast quantities of supreme resources flow inexplicably to a freshman, it will inevitably draw the gaze of those traitors hiding in darkness. Should you enter their field of vision, they may expend any price, any sacrifice, to extinguish you before you bloom. I will not gamble with your life. As Su Yu listened, a glimmer of understanding passed through his deep, unfathomable. He cared little for Jingwu's resources. He possessed a system. So long as he held wealth, he could endlessly refine, endlessly evolve. Could Jingwu's offerings ever rival the billion yuan per second he could invest? I understand. Su Yu spoke calmly. How soon can the phantom identity be finalized? By tomorrow morning, at the latest. Nie Chongkong affirmed without hesitation. I will invoke my personal authority, bypassing all standard verification protocols, to embed this identity directly into the Daxia Kingdom's highest-level classified database. Only the principal and I will possess access to its true origins. Nie Chongkong bent low and hoisted the unconscious shadow blade from the ground with one hand. I am taking him. I will interrogate him personally, extracting intelligence on other Abyss cult strongholds within the capital. Return to class immediately. Maintain normalcy. Remember my words, conceal your true cards, and until the freshman exchange tournament begins, provoke no further disturbances. His expression hardened, his voice turning razor-sharp. Also, from this day forward you are forbidden from residing off-campus. The world beyond is 100-fold more treacherous than you imagine. The enemy hides, you stand revealed, vulnerable at every turn. I have already secured your accommodation tonight in Jingwu's freshman residence. There the campus defense formation stands vigilant, and Martial Kings patrol round the clock, the safest sanctuaries in Longhua. Without my explicit permission, or without your phantom identity as cover, you shall not step 1 foot beyond Jingwu's gates. After repeated warnings, Nie Chongkong finally pressed a student card into Su Yu's palm and breathed slightly easier. With the shadow blade slung over one shoulder, he vanished, transforming into a meteor that rent the night sky, swallowed instantly by the boundless dark. Beyond Jingwu's gates, silence reasserted itself. Su Yu stood beneath a street lamp, night wind lifting the hem of his robe. He tilted his head upward, gazing into the star-flecked abyss, and in his crystalline eyes thought kindled quiet and sharp. The Abyss cult. Corrupted elites. Omnipresent assassins. Su Yu narrowed his eyes. Clearly this world was far more perilous than he'd imagined. He had assumed that with his system, rapid growth in vital qi and martial arts would grant him unchecked dominion. Yet now he saw the truth. Even if he could obliterate grandmasters in an instant against vast hidden organizations capable of deploying spirit lords, or even martial kings, he remained dangerously vulnerable. Until he attained absolute supremacy, power that transcended all laws and crushed the entire human race beneath his will, reckless exposure would invite only endless calamity. To bide one's time and cultivate in silence remained the sovereign path. For now, priority lies in securing the 100 billion yuan payment from the Chen family. Su Yu calculated inwardly. Once funds arrived, pouring them wholly into the system would yield 100 billion years of cultivation. Fully assimilating such an immense reservoir of power would render him invincible, even against a martial emperor descending in person. Suyu lowered his gaze and turned away, walking steadily toward the freshman residence. Since Nie Changkong urged discretion and normalcy, he would act precisely as a freshman should attend a class tomorrow, perhaps discover within the hallowed lecture halls of Daxia's foremost academy a suitable celestial rank martial art. The night breeze was slightly cool. The tree-lined path within the Jingwu campus was exceptionally quiet. Following Nie Changkong's instructions, Suyu navigated towards the newly established student dormitory, which had the highest security level on campus. Just as he turned a corner, a soft hand gently patted his shoulder. Suyu paused, not turning around. With his current martial king level of mental power, he had already clearly sensed the presence of the person as they approached within 100 meters. There was no killing intent, only a slightly hurried breath accompanied by a faint fragrance mixed with sweat and shampoo. Suyu turned around. Under the streetlight, Lin Xiaoxiao stood behind him. This top-tier rich girl who usually dressed with exquisite care appeared somewhat disheveled at this moment. She had evidently just come from the boxing training ground. Dressed in a tight black training outfit, it was completely soaked with sweat clinging to her body and outlining her astonishing youthful curves. A few damp strands of hair stuck to her fair forehead. She was breathing slightly heavily, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Suyu. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Suyu, a hint of rosy flush from intense exercise gracing her otherwise pure and beautiful face. In her bright eyes there was a glimmer of cautious hope. Class is over. Suyu glanced at her drenched hair and casually asked. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, her ponytail swaying gently behind her. Director Lu Ruoyan is too strict. She kept watching me practice the Great Desolation Starfall Fist and only let me go now. As she spoke, she quietly gauged Suyu's expression. Noticing that Suyu did not show any signs of impatience at being interrupted, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip. With her hands clasped behind her back, her fingers unconsciously twisted together. When we were by the Weiming Lake during the day. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head, her eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration. You really are amazing. You took down that annoying Chen Feng with just one move. Even the vice principal personally stood up for you. At this point, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice gradually softened. She lowered her head, staring at her toes. Her tone carried a hint of probing mixed with a deep-seated girlhood crush. Suyu, can you teach me how to shoot? Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced. She knew Suyu's character. He disliked owing favors and certainly didn't like trouble. Asking this was quite bold. However, she just wanted to find an excuse. An excuse to spend time with Suyu every day without any reservation. She didn't want to be left too far behind by Suyu. Even though she chose the boxing path and possessed top-tier family background and resources, she still felt an intense sense of crisis in the face of Suyu's extraordinary talent. She feared that if she didn't make an effort to get closer, there would come a day when even the right to look up at this young man would be lost. The air fell into a brief silence. Suyu stood still, his deep, transparent gaze quietly observing the girl before him, who had her head lowered, her breathing slightly disordered with nervousness. Teach her how to shoot. Memories flashed through Suyu's mind in an instant. Back in Jiangxing, when he had just awakened his system and had nothing. It was Lin Xiaoxiao who took the initiative to offer him a special admission quota to Jingwu University. Though he did not accept it, that kindness was genuine. Later, when he arrived in Jingdu, she unhesitatingly gifted him the priceless martial emperor-level weapon, the Deep Dragon Spear. Moreover, she even forcibly handed him a black card containing 100 million cash. The Deep Dragon Spear. 100 million. This was all hard currency that could directly convert into system cultivation. For someone like Suyu who was in dire need of resources, this was like sending coal in the snow. He understood the principle of not biting the hand that feeds you. Though he was a money lover, he also valued clear distinctions in favor and resentment. Teaching a bit of shooting wasn't a big deal. Sure. Suyu nodded, his tone calm, yet without a hint of course I am willing. Upon hearing this response, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly lifted her head. The apprehension in her large eyes vanished, replaced by a burst of overwhelming joy. Really? She was so excited she almost jumped. You really want to teach me? You don't think I'm stupid? Suyu looked at her happy demeanor and gently shook his head. Not at all. You have quite good talent. This was not just Suyu being polite. Lin Xiaoxiao's blood energy had reached a terrifying 400 points during the martial exam in Jiangxing, truly marking her as a top genius. With Suyu's affirmation, the stone in Lin Xiaoxiao's heart completely fell. Following that, the proud nature inherent in a rich girl reclaimed its position. Lin Xiaoxiao lifted her delicate chin. She suddenly rolled up the sleeves of her training outfit, revealing an arm as white as jade, yet lacking much muscle. She forcefully bent it, trying to squeeze out a barely noticeable muscle line. I guess you have good taste. Lin Xiaoxiao proudly raised her small fist towards Suyu. Don't get too cocky. Of course my talent is very good. Who knows, my talent for shooting might even surpass yours. She took a step closer, looking up at Suyu, who was a head taller than her eyes sparkling with mischief. At that time, when I surpass you and bring you down, don't you dare cry. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, trying to act fierce yet appearing quite adorable. A glimmer of a smile, unnoticed even by himself, flashed across Suyu's eyes. All right, they'll be waiting. Suyu replied in a flat tone. It's a deal. Lin Xiaoxiao cheerfully clapped her hands. Then I'll head back to my dorm to shower him soaked with sweat and feel miserable. See you tomorrow. She waved goodbye to Suyu, turned around, and skipped away like a joyful lark. Suyu stood under the streetlight watching Lin Xiaoxiao's figure disappear into the night. He shook his head slightly. Surpass me. That should be a bit difficult. Retracting his gaze, Suyu turned and continued towards the new student dormitory. 10 minutes later, he swiped the student card given by Nie Changkong to open the door to the dormitory. This was indeed Jingwu. The boys' dormitory, specifically prepared for new students, had an astonishingly high level of security. Along the way, Suyu's martial king-level mental power sensed at least 3 grandmaster-level hidden sentries, as well as a high-level defensive array enveloping the entire building. Pushing open the door to his single suite, the room was spacious and fully equipped. There was even a quiet room specifically for meditation and training, with walls made of soundproof and sturdy ironwood. Suyu entered the quiet room and sat cross-legged on the cushion. He did not immediately begin cultivating, but closed his eyes to calmly assess his current strength and to identify his shortcomings. The assassination attempt he faced tonight had sounded an alarm for him, although he had turned the tables on the ace killer named Shadowblade. But that was based on the opponent underestimating him and the fact that he had just spent 1 billion yuan to skyrocket his power. What if the opponent was a war king who excelled at assassination? Or what if he hadn't pushed the Taiyuan blood origin art to its great perfection today, hadn't mastered the Taiyuan unyielding body? That strike would have certainly gravely wounded him. My offensive power is maxed out. Suyu analyzed silently within his mind. The heaven-grade mid-tier spear art 8 Desolation's Annihilation Spear was at great perfection. The heaven-grade upper-tier spiritual martial art Formless Calamity Blade was at great perfection. The peak manifestation level Annihilation Spear Intent combined with War King level spiritual power. The combination of these two allowed him to wreak havoc among war kings and even pose a fatal threat to ordinary war emperors. My defense is also sufficient. 120,000 crystal blood essence compressed twice. The Taiyuan unyielding body at great perfection, immune to most negative statuses with severed limb regeneration. His physical strength rivaled that of a humanoid beast. But, Suyu frowned slightly. I still lack 2 things. First, a movement technique. In the martial world, speed is the ultimate key. What good is high attack and strong defense if you can't land a hit or can't escape when surrounded by a group of experts? Back in Jiangxing, Lin Xiaoxiao had taught him a dodging footwork called Swallow Return, but its grade was too low. He hadn't seriously practiced it either. Now that his combat power rivaled a war emperor, using an earth-grade footwork was like trying to drift a heavy Not only could he not unleash speed, but the sheer force of his physical body would shatter the footwork's technique. He needed a top-tier movement technique for chasing or escaping, preferably heaven-grade. Second, a concealment technique. This was also the most urgent need. Suyu took a deep breath. The concealment art he was currently practicing was the breath concealment art, which he had gotten for free from the Jiangxing Martial Arts Library. It was earth-grade mid-tier. Although he had used the system to push it to the perfect realm, an earth-grade was, after all, just an earth-grade. Its potential had long been capped. Before, when Suyu's blood essence was only 1,000 points, using the breath concealment art could perfectly suppress his aura to the trash level of 0.8. But now, he had a full 120,000 points of crystal blood essence within him. This was terrifying energy compressed twice with quality comparable to 10 million ordinary blood essence points. Using an earth-grade mid-tier art to conceal the fluctuations of 10 million blood essence points. It was like trying to contain an erupting volcano with a thin sheet of paper. It was absolutely impossible to contain. Earlier at the entrance of Jingwu University, the reason Nie Changkong could see through his 120,000 blood essence at a glance was that the breath concealment art was completely overloaded. It couldn't suppress it anymore. Those crystal blood essences were like searchlights in the dark night, glaringly conspicuous in the perception of a war emperor-level expert. Nie Changkong told me to keep a low profile, to hide my 120,000 blood essence deeply. Suyu opened his eyes, a trace of helplessness flashing in his deep gaze. But what can I use to hide it? Without a heaven-grade concealment art, the moment I step out of this apartment, even a random grandmaster could see through my secrets. Once the 120,000 blood essence is exposed, combined with his age of 18, those madmen from the Abyss cult would spare no expense to send war kings or even war emperors to assassinate him. He had to change his arts. movement technique and concealment art both had to be replaced with heaven grade. Suyu raised his wrist and tapped open his tactical terminal. He accessed Jingwu's internal network and opened the library catalog. As a special grade freshman, he had the same access permissions as a department head. Suyu quickly scrolled through Jingwu Library's internal network. His gaze locked onto two arts. Thunder Shadow Starlight Steps, Heaven Grade Mid-Tier Movement Technique. Taiyuan Breath Concealment, Art Heaven Grade Mid-Tier Concealment Technique. As a special grade freshman, he had the authority to borrow these two arts directly. He didn't even need to spend any credits. They were completely free. Suyu extended his finger hovering over the virtual Confirm Borrow button. He paused for 2 seconds. Then he decisively closed the terminal. Free as they were, he didn't borrow them. No matter how good the arts were, he still had to be able to learn them. Suyu had a very clear understanding of his own comprehension ability. Without the system's deduction and the hard grind of millions of years relying solely on himself to comprehend such heaven-grade arts, he wouldn't even grasp a fraction of them, even if he trained until his next life. And now all the cash he had on hand was completely spent. No money. Borrowing them would be useless. Just wait. Suyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Wait for the Chen family. 100 billion. As soon as the money arrived, let alone heaven-grade, mid-tier, even divine grade, he could instantly max it out to great perfection. Thinking this, Suyu emptied his mind and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning, the doorbell of the freshman apartment rang. Suyu pulled open the door. Nie Changkong, dressed in a black robe with a serious expression, stood outside. Without a word, he walked straight into the living room. Casually, he tossed a dark red ID card onto the coffee table. Your new identity. Nie Changkong pulled out a chair, sat down, and poured himself a glass of water. Special assistant to the vice-chancellor of Jingwu. Your file has been directly entered into the highest-level confidential database of the Great Xia Nation. Apart from me and the chancellor, no one can check your true background. Whether you're taking bounties or trading resources on the black market, this identity can withstand any scrutiny. Suyu picked up the ID card and glanced at it. The name had been changed to Su Yuan. The photo was processed with special technology. The facial contours looked harsher and more mature, 70% similar to his original face, but with a completely different temperament. Thank you, Vice-Chancellor. Suyu put away the ID card. Don't thank me yet. Nie Changkong put down his water glass and flipped his wrist. A jade slip emitting an ancient gray light appeared in his palm. Slap. The jade slip was pressed onto the table. Myriad Phenomena Concealment Art. Nie Changkong stared at Suyu, his tone exceptionally solemn. A heaven-grade top-tier concealment art. This is from my personal vault. In all of Jingwu, no one else has practiced it. Nie Changkong knew that Suyu had 120,000 points of terrifying blood essence within him. Using an ordinary concealment art would never be able to contain this energy comparable to 10 million ordinary blood essence points. Once exposed, he would surely die. Learn it as quickly as possible. Nie Changkong tapped the table with his finger. This art is obscure and profound, but with your comprehension, you should be able to grasp the basics in 10 days to half a month. Before you have it mastered and completely conceal your blood essence, don't even think about accepting any bounty missions. And don't leave the Jingwu campus even half a step. Suyu picked up the gray jade slip, feeling the profound concealment Dao resonance within it, and nodded. Understood. Just then, a very restrained knock suddenly came from outside the apartment door. Nie Changkong frowned slightly and swept his spiritual sense. They're here pretty quickly. Go open the door. Your benefactor has arrived. Suyu walked over and pulled open the door. Outside the door stood two figures. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man in a dark gold robe with a dignified face. A War King-level expert, the head of the Chen family, Chen Tiannan. And behind him, sophomore Grandmaster Chen Feng was shrinking his neck like a quail. His originally handsome face was now swollen like a purplered pig's head, clearly having just been severely beaten. Suyu, my student. Chen Tiannan looked at Suyu, who had just opened the door, and instantly wore a particularly amiable smile, showing no trace of a martial king's arrogance. He slightly bent his body, adopting an extremely humble posture. The ungrateful son has offended. Today I shouldn't have come to apologize with this beast. As he spoke, Chen Tiannan abruptly turned his head and kicked Chen Feng behind the knee. Bang! Chen Feng's legs buckled, and he directly knelt before Suyu. The injury on his face throbbed painfully, yet he dared not utter a sound. Suyu looked at the father and son with an expressionless face. He turned to the side. Please come in and speak. Chen Tiannan entered the living room. Seeing Nie Changkong sitting on the sofa, he immediately bowed respectfully. The vice principal is also present. Nie Changkong did not even lift his eyelids, merely responding with a faint HM. Chen Tiannan was not embarrassed. He took out a silver storage ring from his pocket and handed it to Suyu with both hands. Suyu, my student. This contains 100 billion in cash all inside. To gather this cash, the Chen family sold off 3 mining sites which delayed us for a night. I hope for your understanding. Suyu accepted the ring. With a slight sweep of his spiritual sense, he found the specially made password boxes piled inside, filled to the brim with brand new dragon coins. Not a single discrepancy. Seeing Suyu accept the ring, Chen Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he took out a delicate jade box. Clack! The jade box opened. An astonishingly rich scent of medicinal blood instantly filled the entire living room. 2 blood-red, human-shaped ginseng lay quietly inside the jade box. These are 2 3-Sandia-rolled blood spirit ginseng. Chen Tian spoke with sincerity. They are remarkably effective for strengthening the foundation and enhancing vital energy. This is a small token of my private goodwill. Consider it a means to ease Suyu's shock. Suyu looked at the 2 blood spirit ginseng. Without hesitation, he directly reached out to accept them. You are too kind, Chen family head. Having accepted the money and the medicine, this matter was settled. Chen Tian watched Suyu accept the gifts with an even wider smile. His visit today was not only to apologize, but more importantly, to forge a connection. A prodigy who comprehended the essence of transformation at just 18 would undoubtedly become a martial emperor in the future. When else could one embrace such a powerful ally? Suyu, my student, I heard that yesterday you won the formless calamity blade from my ungrateful son. Upon hearing this, Nie Changkong, who was drinking water nearby, paused slightly. Is he trying to retrieve it? The old man discreetly glanced at Chen Tian, his eyelids barely raised, yet his ears instantly perked up. As long as this Chen dares to resort to coercive tactics, he would undoubtedly smash a cup straight into this old fool's face. Chen Tian looked at Suyu, his expression filled with sincerity. That spiritual martial art is of high quality, classified as heaven tier. Its cultivation route is exceptionally obscure, and the methods to refine one's spiritual power are extremely perilous. Without the guidance of an elder's secret method, it is all too easy to go astray and injure the sea of consciousness. Chen Tian patted his chest, adopting a righteous demeanor. Since Suyu, my student, has obtained the jade slip, it is indeed fate. I Chen am not talented, but I have immersed myself in this martial art for decades and can barely claim to have some insights. If Suyu encounters any difficulties while comprehending it, I am willing to personally teach. I will share everything without holding back. This statement from Chen Tian was exceptionally well articulated. It not only showcased the Chen family's generosity, but also naturally extended an olive branch attempting to draw closer to Suyu through teaching martial arts. However, at the very moment Chen Tian finished speaking, Nie Changkong, sitting on the sofa, spat out a mouth cough, cough, cough. Nie Changkong coughed violently, his old face turning bright red. Chen Tian was taken aback and hurriedly asked with concern, Vice Principal, are you all right? I'm fine, cough, cough. I'm fine. Nie Changkong waved his hand while biting his teeth, desperately suppressing the corners of his mouth that were rising uncontrollably. He looked at Chen Tian, who appeared entirely sincere. In his heart, he was practically laughing himself silly. You want to teach personally? You, a martial king, teaching a monster whose spiritual power has already reached the level of a martial king and even condensed the formless god-slaying flying knife. In just 4 hours, he mastered your family's ancestral treasure to perfection. Even this old martial emperor felt a shudder in his soul under that flying knife. What will you teach? With your mediocre level, which you barely grasped after decades of hard work. That's just showing off. Performing a grand display before Guangdong. Nie Changkong was laughing so hard he felt his stomach cramp. But he could not speak. To cover up Suyu's astonishing talent to protect this unparalleled prodigy, he had to keep this secret tightly. Chen family head, I appreciate your kindness. Nie Changkong took several deep breaths before barely steadying his voice. Suyu, he can explore on his own. Suyu also looked at Chen Tian, his tone flat. Thank you for your goodwill, Chen family head. However, I've practiced quite a bit already, so I don't need guidance for now. Practiced quite a bit already. Chen Tian secretly shook his head. Young people are indeed too proud. A heaven-tier high-quality spiritual martial art, and you, a freshman, think you can master it in one night. He probably hasn't even understood the first page of the meridian chart. However, Chen Tian did not point it out. There's plenty of time. When Suyu hits a wall and goes astray, he could step in to save him, and that favor would be even greater. If that's the case, then I won't disturb you any longer. Chen Tian saw the opportunity and took his leave. If Suyu, my student, has time, you are always welcome to visit the Chen family. After speaking, Chen Tian pulled up the kneeling Chen Feng and left the apartment. Bang! The door closed. As soon as the Chen father and son left, the smile on Nie Changkong's face instantly vanished. In its place was an utterly cold and murderous aura. He turned to look at Suyu. The money has been received. Now it's time to address serious matters. Nie Changkong stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the campus of Jingwu. Last night, I interrogated that assassin named Shadow Blade overnight. That guy has a tough demeanor, but under my martial emperor pressure and soul-searching secret technique, he still revealed some information. Nie Chongkong turned around, his eyes filled with killing intent. I obtained the location of an important base of the Abyss Church on the outskirts of Kyoto. There they have hoarded resources and a batch of infiltrators responsible for penetrating Kyoto. Moreover, according to Shadow Blade, the leader of that base is only at the peak of martial spirit. Nie Chongkong stared at Suyu, daring to extend their hands into Jingwu, daring to assassinate the special freshman I have chosen. This debt must be paid in blood. Suyu. Nie Chongkong's tone was exceptionally grave. Do you want to accompany me to attack the Abyss Church? Suyu raised his head. In his deep, clear eyes there was no hint of hesitation. He nodded directly. Let's go. They had already placed a knife at his throat. If he could still endure this, then he might as well not practice martial arts at all. He must eradicate the roots. Good. Nie Chongkong heavily patted Su Ye's shoulder. You have spirit. Today you are not to go anywhere. Stay in the apartment and immerse yourself in the comprehension of the Nine Heavens mystic art. Understand as much as you can. Tomorrow morning you will use the identity of Su Yuan and I will take you out. Let's destroy their lair. Nie Chongkong finished his instructions and swiftly turned to leave. He still needed to gather some trusted allies from the military to set up a blockade, ensuring that this encirclement would be flawless. Inside the apartment, it fell completely silent. Suyu stood in the center of the living room, looking at the silver storage ring in his hand, filled with 100 billion in cash. His breathing became somewhat heavy. He turned and walked into the quiet room, closed the heavy ironwood door, activated all soundproofing and defensive formations in the room. Whoosh! With a thought, Suyu initiated it. The space within the storage ring instantly spilled out. Countless specially designed black password boxes cascaded to the floor of the quiet room like a waterfall. The lids of the boxes popped open automatically. What came into view was a blinding crimson, a full 100 billion dragon coins, piled up into a true mountain of wealth, almost completely filling the spacious quiet room. A rich scent of ink filled every inch of the air. Suyu sat cross-legged at the center of the mountain of cash. In the depths of his eyes, an unprecedented fiery flame ignited. 100 billion. This was a terrifying wealth capable of buying a small base. But for Suyu, this was just a number ready to be transformed into power. System. Suyu's voice echoed in the quiet room. There was an uncontrollable excitement. Recharge. First recharge, 10 million. Buzz. With the issuing of the command, a small pile of cash to Suyu's left instantly vanished into thin air, turning into specks of light, completely dissipating. Ding. Recharge successful. 10 million dragon coins deducted, converted into 10 million years of cultivation. The cold mechanical voice of the notification echoed in his mind. Suyu flipped his wrist, taking out the gray jade slip that Nie Chongkong had just given him. A top-tier hidden technique from the heavenly level, the Nine Heavens mystic art. Inject 10 million years of cultivation fully into the Nine Heavens mystic art. Crack. The gray jade slip shattered instantly, transforming into a stream of gray light that pierced directly into Suyu's brow. Boom. Suyu's consciousness was instantly pulled into a pitch-black, utterly still void of deduction. Time stretched infinitely. This technique, which Nie Chongkong called obscure and difficult to understand, revealed all its mysteries without reservation under the erosion of millions of years. Concealment. Not merely a simple suppression of aura, but a complete assimilation of one's existence with the surrounding environment, even with the void itself. In the first 10,000 years, Suyu successfully concealed his terrifying 1,200,000 crystal chi and blood in the void. His aura was as steady as an ordinary person. In the first million years, his form began to become ethereal, even his spiritual sense could not capture his presence. In the 5th million years, the technique underwent a qualitative change. He could not only hide, but could even freely simulate the aura of any realm and any attribute. In the first 10 million years, boom, the deduction ended. The Nine Heavens mystic art reached perfection. Swish. Consciousness returned to reality. Suyu opened his eyes. A glimmer of gray light flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head to feel his own condition. Remarkably perfect, under the hard impact of 10 million years of cultivation. This top-tier hidden technique not only reached perfection, but even derived an extraordinary function. Everything returns to nothing. In this state, Suyu could not only perfectly conceal his 1,200,000 source blood comparable to a martial emperor, but he could even reduce his presence to freezing point. Most terrifyingly, he could simulate the aura of inanimate objects and even simulate the aura of the abyss. Abyss aura. Suyu gazed at this newly derived special ability, a contemplative glimmer flashing in the depths of his eyes. If in certain special situations, such as facing those traitors lurking within the human high ranks mentioned by Nie Chongkong, being able to disguise as abyssal aura would definitely serve as an extraordinary trump card. However, Suyu frowned slightly. He had never truly been to the abyss, nor had he come into close contact with real abyssal creatures. Though this ability was deduced, he wondered whether the aura he simulated was accurate or pure enough to deceive those true abyssal fanatics. All of this was an unknown, merely a guess. Tomorrow, I will head to eradicate the abyssal cult's lair. A glimmer of realization flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Tomorrow would be an excellent opportunity for a control experiment. There he would surely encounter the most authentic abyssal aura. He could quietly observe and compare it to verify and fine-tune the aura he simulated. As long as he could confirm that the aura he simulated could truly be indistinguishable from the real thing, then in the future this trump card would undoubtedly unleash immeasurable terrifying effects. Continue. Su Ye did not pause. His gaze fell on the terminal beside him. Last night, he had found a mid-tier heavenly technique, the lightning shadow star step, on the internal network of the Jingwu library. At that time, he had no money in hand and feared that borrowing it would not allow him to practice properly, so he simply shut down the terminal. But now it was different. He had ample resources. Su Ye raised his wrist, activated the tactical terminal, and connected to the Jingwu internal network. He directly used the highest access privileges of a top-tier freshman. Without even needing to deduct credits, just hearing a soft ding, the complete content of the mid-tier heavenly technique was instantly projected into the air of the quiet room. System. Recharge another 10 million. Buzz. Once again, 10 million cash evaporated into thin air. Ding. Recharge successful. 10 million dragon coins deducted, converted into 10 million years of cultivation. Inject 10 million years of cultivation fully into the lightning shadow star step. Boom. Consciousness fell once more into the realm of deduction. Thunder. Starlight. Ultimate speed. This technique emphasized the perfect combination of explosiveness and agility. During the long deduction of 10 million years, Su Ye continuously ran, jumped, and turned back in the void. In the first 10,000 years, he broke the sound barrier. In the first million years, he merged his steps with the frequency of thunder. In the first 10 million years, boom, reached perfection. Consciousness returned. Su Ye sat amidst the pile of cash, his muscles twitching slightly. A strange sense of agility filled his limbs and bones. The lightning shadow star step perfected. Special function, star pull, ignoring inertia, ignoring air resistance. In a very short distance, he could achieve absolute silence in 100 meters. No sonic boom, no air currents. It was as if space had folded, directly leaping from the starting point to the end point. Assassination escape absolutely unbeatable. Su Ye nodded in satisfaction. Attack, defense, spiritual power, concealment, speed. The pentagonal warrior was fully formed. At this time, there was still a staggering 999,800,000,000 in cash remaining. Su Ye took a deep breath, looking at this vast sea of red. The flames in his eyes blazed up completely. System. Recharge everything. 900 billion. Su Ye's voice echoed in the silent chamber. Buzz. Along with the issuance, the mountain of red banknotes piled up in the quiet room and occupying the majority of the space directly evaporated into thin air, leaving only a tenth behind. 900 billion in cash. A terrifying fortune, enough to purchase a medium-sized base. Just like that, it turned to nothingness in the air. Ding. Recharge successful. 900 billion dragon coins deducted, converted into 900 billion years of cultivation. The cold and mechanical system prompt echoed violently in his mind. 900 billion years. This is a lengthy temporal dimension capable of shattering galaxies and restarting the universe. So you took a deep breath. A fierce glint flashed in his deep eyes. Inject all 900 billion years of cultivation into the Taishu source blood art and the martial arts realm. Boom. Su Ye's consciousness was pulled into that absolutely still, boundless black void of deduction for the 5th time. Here time lost all meaning. Vital energy is the foundation of martial arts in this world. All flashy martial skills, body techniques, and mental powers are empty illusions without a vast reservoir of vital energy to support them. Only with sufficiently abundant vital energy can one overwhelm 10 with sheer force. In the first year, Su Ye sat cross-legged in the void, the Taishu vortex spinning steadily in his dantian. The 12,000 crystal source blood within him flowed slowly like a slumbering black dragon. In the first million years, Su Ye opened his eyes, slightly furrowing his brow. Too slow. After 2 rounds of tenfold compression, the density of vital energy in his body had reached an astonishing level. Now, even in the system's deduction space, it took him a full 1,000 years to barely increase his vital energy by a fraction. The reason for this slowness. On one hand, it was due to his Bodhi's original martial talent being exceedingly mediocre. With an ordinary person's shallow roots forcing the operation of the Taishu source blood art that had undergone 2 rounds of tenfold compression was like an old ox pulling a cart, exceedingly difficult. On the other hand, and this was the most fatal reason, there were no cultivation resources here. No high-tier exotic beasts essence blood, no energy-rich spirit stones, and no heavenly materials or elixirs that could instantly replenish vital energy. Here he could only rely on the most primitive breathing, drawing energy from the void to grow stronger step by step. Poor talent. No resources. 1,000 years a mere bit of vital energy. In the first 100 million years. In the billionth year. In the 100 billionth year. In a time span that was maddeningly long, Su Yu quietly sat in the void. Like an ancient, indestructible statue. The Taishu vortex tirelessly spun. 1,000 years added a bit of source blood. 1,000,000 years added 1,000. 100 million years added 100,000 points. 100 billion years added 10 million points. In the 500 billionth year, the crystal source blood within Su Yu had accumulated to 50 million points. That viscous, tangible black blood surged through his veins, roaring and rumbling like thunder. In the 900 billionth year. Boom! The black deduction void trembled violently at that moment. The 900 billion years of arduous cultivation had finally manifested into substantial fruit. The source blood within Su Yu surged by 90 million points. Added to the original 120,000, totaling 9,012,000 points of crystal source blood. However, this was far from over. Throughout these 900 billion years, Su Yu's comprehension of the Taishu source blood art had crossed into a new dimension that even its creator could not reach. Beyond the great perfection, there is still a path. Third compression. Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes in the void, letting out a roar that shattered the void. Buzz. Deep within the Dantian, that immensely powerful Taishu vortex instantly went berserk. The rotational speed surged by 10,000 times. A terrifying collapsing force that cannot be described in words acted directly on Su Yu's 90 million points of crystal source blood. Crack, crack. Even the Taishu body, which had undergone 2 rounds of compression, emitted sounds of fracturing bones from the overwhelming burden at that moment. Veins burst inch by inch. Muscle fibers were forcibly torn and reassembled. Pain. An agonizing pain that penetrated the soul. But Su Yu gritted his teeth, remaining silent. He could clearly feel that the blood within him was undergoing some kind of qualitative change that transcended dimensions. 90 million. 70 million. 50 million. The originally pitch-black source blood began to gradually fade in color under the terrifying pressure of the third tenfold compression. Ultimately, it transformed into a nearly transparent, faintly dark, gold, shimmering divine blood. 30 million. 10 million. 900,000. Boom. The moment the vital energy value was forcibly compressed to 900,000 points. All the restructuring and metamorphosis were completely finished. Su Yu slowly stood up. In the void, not a trace of his aura leaked out. Yet simply standing there caused the surrounding space to ripple with distortions under the burden of his terrifying mass. 900,000 points. This was the ultimate product after 3 rounds of tenfold compression. If converted to the vital energy of an ordinary warrior. 900,000 multiplied by 1,000. That amounts to a full 90 billion points of ordinary vital energy. 90 billion. According to the classification of the martial realm in the Great Xia Kingdom, the martial venerable realm breaks 1 billion in vital energy. The martial saint realm breaks 100 billion. Su Yu's current 90 billion in vital energy is only a mere 10 billion away from the true threshold of martial saint. Absolute peak of martial venerable. However, the calculations cannot be done this way, because Su Yu's vital energy is the dark gold divine blood that underwent 3 extreme compressions. In terms of physical quality, in terms of vital energy density, in terms of the terrifying destructive power that can be unleashed in an instant. At this moment, Su Yu's combat power is absolutely comparable to that of a typical martial saint with over 100 billion in vital energy. Even with the enhancement of the Taishu body in close combat, he could shred an ordinary martial saint to pieces. A martial saint, that is a pillar of a nation standing at the very top of the human pyramid. It should be noted, in the entirety of the Great Xia Kingdom, there are only 2 publicly known martial emperor experts. Below the martial emperor are dozens of martial saints guarding various abyssal frontiers. And Su Yu, an 18-year-old freshman, in just 2 days with 900 billion in cash, he forcibly pushed his combat strength to a level capable of challenging the top martial saints of Huaxia. Swish. Consciousness returned to reality. In the quiet room, Su Yu opened his eyes, and the dark golden glimmer in his gaze flickered and vanished. He raised his right hand, slightly clenching his fist. Bang! In his palm, the air was directly compressed to the point of explosion, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. Powerful, unparalleled strength. Su Yu could feel that if he were to encounter that killer shadow blade with 60,000 in vital energy right now, he wouldn't even need to use his mental energy. A single breath would suffice. The 3 rounds of compressed vital energy storm could blow away the opponent's proud protective energy along with their body, reducing them to a puddle of flesh. The vital energy is sufficient. Suyu released his fist, his gaze falling on the small remaining pile of banknotes beside him. There was still nearly 1 billion. With vital energy comparable to a martial saint and mental energy reaching the level of a martial king, he was fully equipped for exploration and surprise attacks. However, his primary offensive method, the martial will, was still in the transformation stage. Possessing the terrifying power of 900 million dark gold divine blood, if he lacked a matching extreme realm of intent, he would be unable to perfectly unleash the full lethality. Tomorrow he would head to the abyssal cult stronghold, so he had to fill this last gap. System. Recharge 90 billion. Buzz. 90 billion dragon coins instantly evaporated. Ding. Recharge successful. 90 billion dragon coins deducted, converted into 90 billion years of cultivation. Inject all 90 billion years of cultivation into the gun intent. Boom. For the 6th time his consciousness was pulled into the deduction void. Suyu held the gray-black transformation spear quietly standing in the endless darkness. Gun intent realm. Subtle formless transformation clarity soul forging. In the first year Suyu thrust out with a spear. At the tip of the spear the gray-black destructive gun intent instantly pierced the void. In the first million years his gun intent completely shattered the constraints of the pinnacle of transformation. The spear's heart was clear. It wasn't hindered by matter. At this realm, even without a spear, even if it were just a twig, a blade of grass, or even a wisp of air, under his will it could transform into an indestructible destructive spear. In the first billion years, Suyu's gaze became incredibly profound. Clarity was merely absolute mastery of technique and intent. And soul forging was the true soul given to the gun intent. In the 50th billion years, the gray-black destructive true intent on the spear in Suyu's hand began to roll and writhe violently, as if something was being nurtured and awakened within that desolate intent. The 9th billion years. A terrifying dragon's roar resonated, shaking the heavens and reverberating through the void. The long spear in Suyu's hand instantly transformed into a massive gray-black dragon stretching for 10,000 zhong and composed entirely of pure destructive intent. The dragon coiled above Suyu's head. Those gray dragon eyes devoid of pupils emanated a chilling aura of death that sent shivers through the soul. The pinnacle of soul forging. A long 9 billion years of profound deduction. Suyu thoroughly infused the destructive intent of the 8 desolation annihilation spear into his soul. This was not merely an aura. It was a soul of destruction with an instinctual will to kill. As long as Suyu focused his thoughts, this spear soul could automatically lock onto its enemies, relentless and unyielding. Swish. Consciousness returned once more. The air in the quiet room distorted violently the moment Suyu opened his eyes. Suyu concealed all his aura. Utilizing the recently perfected myriad forms concealment technique, he buried the 900,000 dark golden divine blood comparable to a martial sage and the terrifying spear intent at the deepest level. He glanced at the remaining few safes on the floor. Inside there were still 980 million in cash left. Suyu flipped his wrist. He directly stored the cash into his storage ring, keeping it for emergencies. Although his spiritual power remained at the martial king level and he had not continued with the deduction. However, combined with the pinnacle of soul forging spear intent and a martial sage level body, the martial king level spiritual power was now sufficient for support and reconnaissance. This amount of money could be kept for emergencies. In case there was anything that required insights, he could use it immediately. Once he earned more money later, he would continue to invest in enhancing his spiritual power. Next up, Suyu stood up, stretching his bones with a cracking sound. Tomorrow I will accompany Nye Chong Kong to raid the Abyss Cult's stronghold. Taking down the stronghold would surely yield a large amount of resources. Moreover, with the shadow identity of Su Yuan. In the future, he could recklessly accept high-value bounty missions worth over 100 million, earning substantial rewards to continue advancing, until he reached the peak of this world. Nighttime. At the Jingwu new student apartment. Suyu took a shower and changed into a clean set of casual clothes. He had just walked into the living room. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Suyu's martial king-level spiritual power swept slightly. The scene outside the door instantly reflected in his mind. He walked over and opened the door. Outside, Lin Xiao was standing there panting heavily while holding a heavy steel spear. The top-tier rich girl appeared unusually disheveled at that moment. Her black training outfit was completely soaked in sweat, clinging tightly to her fair skin. A few damp strands of hair stuck to her cheeks. She was drenched in sweat, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Clearly, after finishing a day of martial arts training, she did not even have time to shower before running back to the dorm to grab the spear, coming to find Suyu. Suyu. Lin Xiao gasped, her pure and beautiful face flushed. In her bright eyes there was a stubbornness that refused to yield, mixed with a hint of anticipation hidden within. I'm here. You promised me during the day. Teach me spear techniques. Looking at her appearance, a hint of helplessness flashed in Su Ye's deep gaze. This girl had an astonishing obsession with becoming stronger and catching up with him. Come in. Su Yu stepped aside, making way. Lin Xiao, holding the spear, walked into the spacious living room with some hesitation. She glanced at the clean and tidy floor, then looked down at her still dripping sweat-covered clothes, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed and biting her lip. I think I might have dirtied your floor. It's fine. Su Yu closed the door and walked to the center of the living room. Hand me the spear. Lin Xiao obediently handed over the heavy steel spear weighing 100 pounds. This spear was specially chosen by her from the school's weapon depot, the best for beginners, to practice basic thrusting. Su Yu received the spear with one hand. He didn't even grip the handle, merely pinching the middle section of the spear with 2 fingers. The 100-pound steel spear felt as light as a toothpick in his hand. The spear is the king of all weapons. Su Ye's voice was calm, exuding an undeniable sense of professionalism. He casually shook the heavy steel spear, the tip tracing an almost imperceptible arc in the air. Swords and sabers swing, and hack clubs and sticks sweep and smash. But the spear is different. The essence of the spear lies in a single point. Su Yu turned around, his deep gaze fixed on Lin Xiao, channeling the power of your entire body, blood, bones, and muscles. Up from your feet, along the spine, through the shoulders, elbows, and wrists, ultimately compressing and converging at the spear tip, which is less than an inch sharp. Not a single ounce should be wasted. This is the true force of spear techniques. Watch closely. He did not use any chi or blood, nor did he employ any spear intent. He relied solely on the purest physical technique. With a slight shake of his arm, buzz, that heavy steel spear instantly transformed into a blurred afterimage in Su Ye's hand. The spear tip pierced through the air, emitting an ear-piercing shriek. A fierce stream of air grazed Lin Xiao's cheek, severing a lock of hair beside her ear. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Her heart raced intensely in that moment. So fast. Most crucially, at that moment, she felt an indescribable pressure emanating from Su Yu. That feeling was akin to standing at the foot of an insurmountable divine mountain. Even though Su Yu had concealed his aura using the myriad forms concealment technique, the quality of his martial sage-level body still inadvertently radiated a hint of invisible oppression of a superior being. When the spear is unleashed, it is like a dragon, its force penetrating the spear tip. Su Yu retracted the spear and casually tossed it back to Lin Xiao. You try it once. Thrust straight. Lin Xiao clumsily caught the spear. She took a deep breath, suppressing the fluttering sensation caused by Su Ye's aura, and tightened her grip on the spear shaft. Her gaze became resolute. Lin Xiao shouted, her chi and blood surging, thrusting the spear forward with all her might. Bang! The air emitted a muffled sound. The force was considerable, yet the spear tip trembled slightly, its trajectory deviating by half an inch. Not right. Su Yu stepped forward. He stood beside Lin Xiao, extending his right hand to directly grasp her wrist, holding the spear. A warm sensation coursed through. Lin Xiao's body stiffened suddenly. Her entire face turned bright red in an instant, even her ears flushed. Su Yu, however, paid no mind to this. His gaze was intensely focused, his voice deep and steady. Generate power from your waist, allowing the force to travel along the spine to your shoulders. Do not stiffen your wrist. Follow my force. Su Yu held her wrist, slightly adjusting the angle. Then, guiding her hand, he thrust it forcefully forward. Whoosh! The steel spear instantly broke through the sound barrier. The spear remained perfectly straight, not trembling in the slightest. A perfect thrust. Lin Xiao stared blankly ahead. She didn't even realize how much force she used, but the power of this thrust was several times stronger than her previous full effort. Was this his mastery over power? Did you remember? Su Yu released her hand and took a step back. Lin Xiao came back to her senses, feeling that her wrist where Su Yu had held it was scaldingly hot. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Su Yu's eyes. Her voice was as soft as a whisper. I remember. Su Yu nodded. Tonight practice this thrusting technique. 8,000 repetitions. If you can't finish, you are not allowed to go back to sleep. Lin Xiao suddenly raised her head, pouting her lips in grievance. But looking at Su Yu's cold face, she swallowed back her protests. 8,000 repetitions. This miss is not afraid of hardship. She gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on the spear. In the spacious living room, she practiced the monotonous thrust over and over again. Sweat dripped continuously, yet her gaze grew ever brighter. Su Yu sat on the sofa, quietly observing this stubborn rich girl. In the depths of his eyes, a trace of barely perceptible acknowledgement flashed. His setting of 1,000 repetitions was not intended to make things difficult. Spear techniques are lethal skills. Since this girl insisted on learning from him, he must bear responsibility for her. Teaching her casually and half-heartedly would not help her, it would harm her instead. Sweat dripped continuously. Lin Xiao's arms began to tremble slightly, yet with each thrust of the spear her gaze grew brighter, and more determined. Night gradually deepened. Tomorrow would be the moment to test this 900 billion cultivation and raid the... As night deepened, the living room of the Jingwu new student apartment was brightly lit. Huh. With a delicate shout, Lin Xiaoxiao gripped the steel spear tightly and thrust it forward fiercely. Bang! The tip of the spear pierced through the air, producing a dull, explosive sound. Sweat trickled down her fair chin, splashing onto the floor and shattering into sparkling droplets. This was already her 500th thrust. The muscles in her arms began to spasm and tremble involuntarily. Even with a foundation of 400 points of vitality, this monotonous and extreme exertion still drained her energy rapidly. On the sofa, Suyu sat quietly. His deep, transparent eyes were fixed on Lin Xiaoxiao's movements, unwavering and serious. Meticulous. There was not a trace of frivolity. But with those eyes that seemed to see through her soul, Lin Xiaoxiao's heartbeat uncontrollably quickened. The flush on her cheeks, whether from vigorous exercise or that intensely fiery gaze, reached all the way to her. She bit her lower lip, trying hard to keep her breathing steady. However, each time she felt Su Ye's gaze resting on her shoulder's waist, or even her wrist gripping the spear, she felt as if ants were crawling all over her body. An indescribable shyness and nervousness caused her previously precise, thrusting motion to begin to show slight, almost imperceptible distortions. Stop! Su Ye's calm voice abruptly sounded in the quiet living room. Lin Xiaoxiao stiffened, immediately retracting the spear and standing there like a child who had made a mistake. Her chest heaved violently as she gasped for breath. What? What did I do wrong? She asked, anxiously looking at Suyu. Suyu stood up, took long strides to Lin Xiaoxiao's front and frowned slightly. Your movements are correct. Your exertion technique is barely acceptable. But, Suyu looked at the steel spear, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. It's too rigid. It's merely form without essence. Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. Essence? She certainly understood what Suyu was referring to. That was the realm of understanding. However, even the seniors in their 4th year might not grasp the threshold of such a concept. How could she, a novice who had only been practicing spear techniques for less than 2 hours, comprehend it? Suyu said nothing further, feeling that the training results were simply too slow. At this pace, it would take Lin Xiaoxiao an unknown amount of time to make any significant progress. It was a waste of energy. Give me the spear. Suyu extended his hand. Lin Xiaoxiao obediently handed over the steel spear. Suyu grasped the spear with one hand, and a fleeting shadow of gray-black light flashed in his eyes. Buzz! An invisible yet profoundly mystical wave surged from his palm, instantly infusing this ordinary steel spear. That was his spear intent. However, Suyu did not unleash the overwhelming destructive power that could obliterate everything. Instead, he used his martial king-level mental power to completely strip away the violent killing intent from this spear intent. What remained was the purest, most primal understanding of the way of the spear. Furthermore, he suppressed the realm to the threshold of form transformation, fearing that if the essence was too high, Lin Xiaoxiao might not grasp it. Even so, when this martial will was infused into the spear, the once lifeless steel spear emitted a clear, buzzing sound. The spear trembled slightly, as if granted a faint semblance of life. Take it. Suyu handed the spear back to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao reached out in confusion. The moment her fingertips touched the spear shaft, boom. It felt as if a silent thunderbolt exploded in her mind. A warm, deep, and infinitely profound will imbued with a sense of ancient power surged through the spear shaft and directly penetrated her palm, traveling through her meridians. It surged upwards, directly entering her sea of consciousness. What is this? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock, her red lips slightly parted in disbelief. This is my spear intent. Suyu's voice came from beside her, calm, as though he were discussing a trivial matter. Relying solely on rote practice, you will never grasp the core of spear techniques. Use your spirit to perceive it. Experience the flow of this will. Lin Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. Martial will. This was martial will. In this world, martial will was regarded by all martial artists as the most core and private trump card. It was even 100 times more precious than techniques or martial skills. Because will is the extension of a martial artist's soul. And now Suyu had unreservedly stripped away a piece of his own martial will and handed it to her. What did this equate to? It equated to Suyu exposing a part of his soul defenselessly before her. Lin Xiaoxiao's hand gripping the spear began to tremble violently. She could clearly feel that the will belonging to Suyu was coursing through her meridians. That sensation was too marvelous. It felt as if Suyu's hands were gently caressing every inch of her meridians, every bone from the inside. Even more so than physical contact, it felt more intimate, more profound. This was emerging on the level of the soul. Focus. Suyu observed Lin Xiaoxiao in a daze, his brow slightly furrowed. He had no idea of the tumultuous and whimsical thoughts swirling in her mind. To him, this was merely a physical enhancement to improve teaching efficiency. Suyu stepped behind Lin Xiaoxiao, stretching out his hands. From behind, he loosely encircled her body. With his left hand, he gripped Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, holding the spear shaft, and with his right hand, he covered the back of her hand, gripping the spear's handle. Boom. The moment Su Ye's large warm hands covered her, Lin Xiaoxiao's mind completely crashed. Behind her was Su Ye's broad and solid chest. Though separated by clothing, she could still distinctly feel the astounding heat emanating from that terrifying physique comparable to a martial saint. The tip of her nose was enveloped by Su Ye's faint clean scent. And in her hand, she still held on to Su Ye's martial will that penetrated her soul. This dual stimulation caused the normally aloof, wealthy young lady to instantly soften. Her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Even her breathing became unusually rapid. Straighten your waist. Su Ye's cold and professional voice echoed in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. It sent a shiver through her entire body. Feel the flow of spear intent within the spear. When I exert force, your vitality flows along with my will. Thrust. Suyu suddenly pushed with both hands. Lin Xiaoxiao had no time to think. Her body, her vitality instinctively followed Su Ye's guidance, exploding with that marvelous martial will. Swish. The steel spear transformed into a streak of gray lightning. In an instant, the air ahead was torn apart. A visible white shockwave was left in the void. The power of it was more than 10 times stronger than when she practiced alone before. Did you feel it, eh? Suyu released his grip and took a step back. Lin Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place, staring at the long spear in her hand, which was still slightly trembling. In her eyes, an unprecedented bright light erupted. She felt it. The ultimate pleasure of power being perfectly dominated where will and body merged as one. I understand. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at Suyu. In her clear eyes, there was a mixture of stubbornness and gratitude. He was willing to entrust her with such precious martial will. She absolutely could not let him down. Continue. Suyu sat back down on the sofa. Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao turned around. This time she cast aside the distractions in her mind. She gripped the long spear tightly, feeling the intimate will that belonged to Suyu. Her movements became increasingly serious and vigorous. In the entire living room, only the sharp hiss of the spear piercing through the air remained. Meanwhile, outside Kyoto, deep within a desolate, abandoned industrial area, here was a top-secret stronghold of the Abyss Church in Kyoto. It was cold and damp. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood and decay. In the center of the wide underground hall, a crimson altar made of countless bones emitted a dim glow. Several figures cloaked in large black robes surrounded the altar. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. How is it? The leading black-robed man spoke in a hoarse voice carrying a chilling aura. Have the movements of the extermination mission been confirmed? A stooped black-robed man immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Bishop, it has been confirmed. Our informants within the military have returned with accurate news. Vice Principal Nie Chongkong of Jingwu has secretly mobilized a batch of elite troops from the military and is gathering at the outskirts of our area. At the latest, they will launch a full-scale attack by tomorrow morning. Humph. The man known as the Bishop let out a cold laugh. Beneath the hood, 2 ghostly green flames flickered. As expected, just as I anticipated. The trash known as Shadowblade was captured alive, and surely could not withstand the soul-searching secret technique revealing the location of our stronghold. That old man, Nie Chongkong, thinks he has caught our tail and intends to wipe us out in one fell swoop. The bishop raised his head, surveying the crowd in the hall. His tone was laced with a hint of mad cruelty. Little does he know, this is also the best time for us to counterattack. Have the position of the human martial saint been confirmed? Confirmed. The black-robed man responsible for intelligence spoke with conviction. Within Kyoto, the original 3 martial saints stationed here. 2 have been urgently dispatched to guard the Abyss Rift in the northern border. The remaining 1 is responsible for overseeing the central command of Kyoto and cannot leave easily. Moreover, the black-robed man chuckled ominously. As long as tomorrow morning, Nie Chongkong launches an attack here, once the abyss formation we set up inside the stronghold is activated, it will erupt with intense abyssal pollution. The martial saint stationed in the central command will surely be drawn by this aura, focusing all attention on our outskirts. He will absolutely have no time to attend to other places. Very well. The bishop suddenly waved his wide sleeves. A murderous intent flashed in his ghostly green eyes. This assassination operation must be swift. He turned around, facing the crimson altar made of bones. In the center of the altar, a bottomless black vortex was slowly spinning. From the depths of the vortex emanated a terrifying pressure that made all grandmasters tremble at the core of their souls. For this operation, the bishop's voice carried a hint of fervent shudder. The higher-ups of the church sacrificed 100,000 souls to forcibly tear apart the dimensional barriers, summoning a true demon saint to descend. Demon saint. Upon hearing these two words, all the black-robed figures in the hall could not help but gasp in cold air. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. That was an absolute overlord in the abyss comparable to the human martial saints. It was a true disaster of annihilation. That kid Nye Kong does indeed have some strength. The bishop sneered, his tone filled with disdain. But in the end, he is just a martial emperor with a blood energy over 1,000,000. Before the demon saint, he would absolutely be no match. Even if he brought elite troops from the military, he could only be held back in this outskirts by the aura of the demon saint. The bishop suddenly turned around. His gaze seemed to pierce through the thick underground rock layers, directly aiming at the Grand Academy at the center of Kyoto. And we will take advantage of this excellent opportunity to bypass Nye Kong's blockade and directly infiltrate the interior of Jingwu. The goal is singular. The bishop's finger suddenly pointed at the holographic projection of the cold-faced Suyu. This genius named Suyu is too monstrous. At 18, the manifestation of spear intent blood energy, surpassing 1,000 with heaven-defying talent. If allowed to grow, he will surely become a major threat to our Abyss Church in the future. He must be eliminated. The bishop's voice echoed thunderously in the empty underground hall, carrying an undeniable determination. We will lead all the elite death warriors in the stronghold to infiltrate Jingwu. In the shortest time, find him and tear him apart. Finally, before the gathering of the human martial saints, take the demon saint with us through the teleportation array for an emergency retreat. The bishop raised both hands high, like a mad believer delivering a final fervent speech, with the fastest speed, at the low, to utterly crush this unparalleled genius of the human race. In the cradle once and for all. Kill, kill, kill. In the underground hall, all the black-robed figures erupted with a fervent roar. The killing intent seemed to freeze the air in this underground space. The night was deep. In the living room of the Jingwu freshman dormitory, tranquility was finally restored. Suyu finished tonight's teaching and sent off Lin Xiaoxiao, who was drenched in sweat and somewhat weak in her legs. After closing the door, Suyu did not rest immediately. He sat alone on the sofa, replaying the scene of Lin Xiaoxiao, practicing with the spear in his mind. In his deep eyes, a hint of contemplation flashed. The force is still not pure enough. Although my spear intent guided her, her control over blood energy remains at a shallow stage of a martial artist. Suyu quietly reviewed in his heart. He was a very pragmatic person. Since he promised to teach, he must achieve results. Tomorrow I need to change my approach. Simply thrusting is too monotonous. I need her to instinctively learn to mobilize her blood energy under extreme pressure. Suyu stroked his chin and quickly devised a personalized training plan for this wealthy young lady in his mind. Soon after, he stood up, walked into his bedroom, and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao, holding the heavy steel spear, hurried back to her single apartment. Bang! The door closed. She leaned against the cold door panel, gasping for breath. At this moment, her heart, which was pounding violently, showed no signs of calming down. Bang! 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 The sound of her heartbeat echoed clearly in the quiet room. Lin Xiaoxiao looked down at the steel spear in her hand. On the spear's body, the martial will belonging to Suyu, which was deliberately suppressed at the threshold of transformation, had already begun to slowly dissipate. Yet it still retained a trace of warmth. Lin Xiaoxiao extended her delicate fingers and gently stroked the spear shaft. In her mind, an uncontrollable image from earlier in Suyu's living room surfaced. He had wrapped his arms around her from behind his broad and hard chest. Warm and powerful hands, and that deep professional voice close to her ear. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed bright red, and even her long neck took on an alluring pink hue. She felt her whole body go soft. The peculiar feeling of her soul being forcefully guided and merged by another dominant will was astonishingly intense, more so than any physical contact. He actually lent me his martial will without any reservations to comprehend. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her rosy lower lip, her eyes sparkling with an extraordinarily bright light. Could this be considered absolute trust? She held the spear, still carrying Suyu's aura, tightly to her chest, feeling the warmth that was about to dissipate. Her head felt hazy, as if she were drunk. No, I can't let him down. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head, fiercely forcing herself to wake up. She secretly clenched her fists, making an unwavering determination in her heart. Every day, from now on, every night, she would go find Suyu to practice with the spear. No matter how bitter or tiring it was, even if she was stared at by his stern gaze, she absolutely could not give up. The next day, as dawn broke, the sky of Jingwu was still shrouded in a layer of light mist. Ding dong. The doorbell of Suyu's apartment rang urgently. Suyu opened his eyes. A flash of dark golden light instantly vanished from his gaze. He rolled out of bed without any hesitation, because his martial king-level spiritual power had already clearly sensed the overwhelming aura of a martial emperor outside the door. Nye Kong had arrived. Suyu approached the entrance, but before opening the door he paused. Buzz. Within him the perfected level of the myriad manifestations concealment technique roared into operation. An invisible shapeless gray ripple instantly enveloped his entire body. Crack, crack, accompanied by a faint sound of bones grinding together. Suyu's facial features began to visibly change. The originally slightly delicate and cold countenance of the youth lengthened slightly, and his eyes became more narrow and sharp. The lines of his jaw became exceptionally hard. In just a few breaths, the aura he exuded underwent a dramatic transformation. He lost some of the youthfulness of a student and gained an aura of solemnity and coldness from years of living on the edge of danger. Unless someone like Lin Xiaoxiao was intimately familiar with him. Otherwise, even if classmates stood here, they absolutely would not recognize him as the freshman Suyu. Immediately after Suyu focused his thoughts, he tightly compressed and sealed the nearly martial Saint level 9 million dark golden divine blood deep within his dantian. Only in his meridians did he release exactly 120,000 points of crystal blood wave. Great Master Realm. Neither too much nor too little. After completing all this, Suyu extended his hand and opened the door. Outside, Nie Chong Kong was dressed in combat-ready black attire, his expression fierce. Upon seeing the door open, he instinctively wanted to call out to Suyu. But as the words reached his lips, he suddenly froze. The martial emperor-level perception swept over this young man before him like radar. A strange face, a cold and hard demeanor, and that stable rock-solid aura at precisely 120,000 points of Great Master Blood. You? Nie Chong Kong's eyes widened as he sized Suyu up several times. If he hadn't seen him walk out of this room with his own eyes, he would even have doubted if he had knocked on the wrong door. This concealment technique. Nie Chong Kong gasped, his eyes filled with astonished light. It's simply flawless. Even I, as a martial emperor, if I don't use soul-searching secrets to forcefully probe your sea of consciousness, cannot perceive your original appearance. Nie Chong Kong couldn't help but exclaim. The heavenly grade supreme technique was indeed well-deserved. But what shocked him more was Suyu's comprehension. In just one night, this kid actually practiced this technique, which he himself found obscure and difficult to understand to such a degree that it could confuse the genuine with the false. A prodigy. He truly is a veritable prodigy. Suyu's expression remained calm. He looked at Nie Chong Kong, deliberately lowering his voice, which carried a rough edge. Vice Principal. From now on, I am Suyuan. Nie Chong Kong came back to his senses and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Suyuan. Let's go. Without any further ado, Nie Chong Kong waved his hand vigorously. Set off. Let's take down the Abyss Cult's stronghold. 10 minutes later, a special stealth aircraft entirely black and devoid of any military insignia secretly took off from the back mountain of Jingwu. Like a ghost, it tore through the morning mist, heading straight for the outskirts of the capital. The black stealth aircraft, like a ghost, tore through the morning mist. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Aside from the martial emperor, Nie Chong Kong sitting in the main seat, and Suyu, who was disguised as Suyuan. On either side of the spacious cabin sat 4 tall figures dressed in dark green military uniforms. All 4 were martial kings. These 4 were the trusted elite that Nie Chong Kong had secretly assembled from the military overnight, each having fought bloodily on the Abyss defense line, exuding a strong aura of iron-blooded ferocity. However, when their gazes fell upon Suyu beside them, that aura of dangerous distance instantly dissipated. In its place was a warm smile. Vice Principal. The burly martial king with a buzz cut sitting in the first position on the left grinned, his gaze sizing up Suyu's cold face. This little brother is the shadow you mentioned. However, if I may be so bold, this little brother seems to have just stepped into the Great Master Realm, doesn't he? The burly martial king glanced at Nie Chong Kong, his tone laced with concern. We're going to take down the Abyss Cult's top secret base this time. Isn't it a bit too dangerous to bring a great master along? Nie Chong Kong nodded slightly. He glanced at Suyu, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. His name is Suyuan. His talent is exceptional. This time we brought him out mainly to let him see blood and broaden his horizons. Hearing Nie Chong Kong say this, the 4 martial kings immediately understood. The vice principal personally mentors him. He is undoubtedly the core combat power of Jingwu's future. Brother Su, once we arrive, just follow behind me. Another martial king with a scar across his face patted his chest, speaking in a bold tone. The strongest in the base is merely at the peak of martial spirit. With the vice principal, a martial emperor, personally overseeing, plus the 4 of us martial kings, it will be enough to suppress any unforeseen events. You can consider it a tour. Suyu looked at the enthusiastic martial kings and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. His narrow eyes, disguised by the myriad forms concealment technique, were as calm as a still pond. Is the strongest only a martial spirit? His current true combat power is comparable to a martial saint. It seems there won't be any opportunity to strike. Nie Chong Kong frowned slightly at Suyu's calm demeanor. It feels like this kid is underestimating the abyss. Su Yuan. Nie Changkong's voice was particularly serious, echoing solemnly in the cabin. Do not underestimate the enemy. Although you have exceptional talent, this is your first time truly facing the abyss cult and the aura of the abyss. Do you know what the most terrifying aspect of the abyss is? Su Yu lifted his head, looking towards Nie Changkong. Pollution. Exactly. It is the pollution. A deep sense of dread and hatred flashed in Nie Changkong's eyes. The combat power of the abyss monsters may not be much stronger than that of beasts of the same realm, but the aura of the abyss they carry is a nightmare for all living beings. Nie Changkong extended his finger heavily, striking the armrest of his seat. That kind of pollution not only erodes your flesh, it will also pollute your blood and even corrode your mental strength. Once you are tainted by the pure aura of the abyss, it will spread wildly through your meridians like a festering sore. Ordinary chi cannot defend against it. The four martial kings in the cabin, upon hearing these words, looked extremely grave. They had all suffered losses on the abyss front. So Nie Changkong fixed his gaze on Su Yu, his tone laced with undeniable severity. Once the battle, absolutely do not let any abyss aura touch you. No matter what strange methods the enemy uses, no matter how weak that aura appears, you must use the most violent force to obliterate it from 10 meters away. Do you understand? Su Yu looked at Nie Changkong, who seemed to be bracing for a great battle. His heart felt a chill. He hadn't expected the pollution from the abyss to be this dangerous. Even a martial emperor-level expert spoke of it with such trepidation. What if? Su Yu pondered for a moment and asked the most realistic question. What if I accidentally get tainted during battle? Upon hearing this question, the air in the cabin seemed to drop a dozen degrees. The martial king with the scar on his face let out a bitter laugh. He suddenly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. Su Yu's gaze sharpened. There on the martial king's left arm was a huge and grotesque sunken scar. The flesh there appeared as if it had been forcibly gouged out, and one could faintly see the stark white of the arm bone. If you get tainted, Nie Changkong's voice was filled with piercing coldness. Then draw your sword immediately. Cut away the flesh tainted by the abyss or a skin, and all, even the bone. Do not hesitate for a moment, even if it means losing a hand or a foot. Otherwise, the pollution will expand infinitely, turning you into a mindless abyss monster that knows only slaughter. Cutting flesh, breaking bones. This is the most brutal yet effective way for human martial artists to save themselves against the abyss. A hint of seriousness flashed in Su Yu's deep eyes. He showed no signs of underestimating the situation and nodded solemnly. I understand, Vice Principal. Seeing Su Yu take his words to heart, Nie Changkong's stern expression softened slightly, but the gloom in his eyes did not dissipate. Su Yuan, the reason I emphasize these things to you is that I have seen too many arrogant geniuses perish under the pollution of the abyss. Nie Changkong spoke solemnly, and the atmosphere in the cabin became extremely oppressive. The terror of the abyss lies not only in its ability to turn people into monsters, but also in the absolute suppression during combat. Against ordinary beasts or human martial artists with your talent, you might achieve invincibility among peers, even defeating those of higher realms. But when facing the abyss, such thoughts must not arise. Nie Changkong extended a finger, his tone particularly heavy. Due to the strong corrosive nature of the abyss aura on the human Buddhist blood and chi, in actual combat our attacks land on them, and much of our power will be easily neutralized by the pollution. Meanwhile, when their attacks come, we must divert a lot of attention to prevent the pollution from entering our bodies. Under such circumstances, Nie Changkong said slowly, human martial artists of the same rank are almost completely no match for the abyss monsters. To suppress the abyss, one typically has to rely on a higher realm of cultivation to forcefully crush it, or use an absolute numerical advantage to overwhelm it. This is why I am personally leading the team to deal with a base that is at most a peak martial spirit, and I need to mobilize 4 martial kings to accompany me. Upon hearing Nie Changkong's description, Su Yu felt a chill in his heart, the already high alertness now elevated to its peak. A genius who is invincible among peers would still be suppressed by the abyss. Although he possesses the perfected Tai Su body and his blood has undergone 3 times tenfold compression into dark gold divine blood. But this is ultimately just superficial strength, not truly tested in combat against the abyss. Once the operation begins, I must maintain absolute focus. Absolutely do not give the enemy any chance to get close. If I can kill in one hit, I will not delay for even half a second. The warplane swiftly traverses through the clouds, carrying a murderous aura, drawing closer to the abandoned industrial area outside of Kyoto. On the other side, deep underground in a hidden base outside Kyoto, in a vast hall, blood light surged to the sky. The crimson altar made of countless bones was now emitting a piercingly dark radiance. The black vortex at the center of the altar had expanded to a diameter of 10 meters. An indescribable, terrifying pressure was gradually squeezing through the vortex's passage from the distant abyss dimension. The air was filled with a thick, almost unbreakable black mist. This is the pure aura of the abyss. Just a trace of the drifting black mist, and several large gray rats lurking in the corner of the hall instantly swelled up bizarrely like balloons. Squeak. Accompanied by the chilling sound of tearing flesh and bones, the white, mutated bone spines pierced through their skin and fur, their original eyeballs bursting apart, transforming into two pools of bloodthirsty crimson, ghostly lights, completely turning into distorted monsters that knew only to bite each other madly. Not just living creatures. Even the dark green moss growing stubbornly on the walls of the underground hall instantly drained of life upon contact with the black mist, wilting and twisting rapidly, eventually turning into pools of foul-smelling black water. All things wilted, life ceased. The ritual is ready. A hunchbacked figure in a black robe knelt before the altar, shouting fervently. However, the abyss priest standing at the forefront of the altar had a face hidden in the shadow of his hood, his expression fluctuating. His brows were tightly furrowed. In his eerie green eyes a rare glimmer of panic and unease flicked. Palpitations. An unprecedented intense feeling of being closely watched by death. What is happening? The priest clutched his chest, feeling his heart race violently. Why do I feel that our operation is going to fail? This intuition came without warning, yet was astonishingly strong. So strong it made him feel an impulse to turn and flee immediately. He even looked at the terrifying phantom slowly descending above the altar. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his mind. Would even the demon saint perish here today? My lord priest, what is wrong with you? The high-ranking shadowy figure beside him noticed the priest's anomaly and whispered inquiringly. The priest took a deep breath and shook his head vigorously, forcefully dispelling the absurd unease in his mind. Nonsense. He seemed to be speaking to his subordinates, yet also desperately trying to convince himself. How could we possibly fail? You must know our goal for this infiltration into Jingwu is merely to kill a freshman named Su Yu. How old is he? 18. Even if his talent is monstrous and he has comprehended the essence of the transformation spear, he is ultimately just a martial master with 1,000 points of vitality. The more the bishop spoke, the louder his voice became, as if he were trying to bolster his own courage. Last time Shadowblade failed because that old man Nie Chong Kong was secretly protecting him. And this time, Nie Chong Kong has already been lured to our stronghold. Jingwu is internally weak, with several of us martial spirits acting together to kill a martial master. Even if he has other martial kings to protect him, so what? With our desperate assassination, he is undoubtedly destined to die. The black-cloaked individuals in the hall nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with a cruel, killing intent. To kill a freshman with 1,000 points of vitality. This is simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Secondly, the bishop turned around, fervently gazing at the phantom above the altar that radiated an endless aura of destruction. How could the demon saint possibly die? That is an existence on par with the martial saints of the human race. It is a calamity of destruction from the abyss. The bishop spread his arms wide, his voice echoing throughout the underground hall. Even if the martial saint stationed in Kyoto arrives, he absolutely cannot single-handedly kill the demon saint. In battles of the same level, the abyssal corruption of the demon saint possesses an absolute advantage. Unless the martial saints of the human race gather, at least 3 martial saints must join forces to barely hold back the demon saint, allowing him to exhaust the demon saint to death. Otherwise, the demon saint will face no issues whatsoever. The bishop's analysis was logical and well-founded. This was also the confidence that the abyssal church had to cause such a commotion on the outskirts of Kyoto. A single demon saint is enough to hold back the high-end combat power of the human race, and they can take advantage of the situation to slay the hope of the human race's future. This operation, the unease in the bishop's eyes finally dissipated, completely replaced by a particularly ferocious madness. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. The advantage is in our hands. As long as the demon saint fully descends and holds back Nie Chong Kong and the martial saints of the human race, we will immediately infiltrate Jingwu through the teleportation array. Quickly resolve that kid named Su Yu. Perhaps after we complete this assassination mission, we will not only incur no losses, but can also retreat unscathed. Above in the sky, the stealth fighter had already hovered directly over the abandoned industrial area. We have arrived. Nie Chong Kong suddenly stood up. The terrifying blood vitality at the martial emperor level surged within him, producing a sound like a roaring river. He glanced at Su Yu and the 4 martial kings. His gaze was filled with murderous intent. Remember, once we go down, there should be no unnecessary talk. If we encounter any resistance, kill them on the spot. Leave no one behind. The 4 martial kings rose in unison, drawing their battle blades. Understood. Su Yu also stood up. He did not draw his sword nor take out a gun. He simply stood quietly behind Nie Chong Kong like a shadow with no presence. Open the hatch, Nie Chong Kong commanded. The hatch at the back of the fighter slowly opened. Whoosh! The cold morning wind instantly rushed into the cabin. Nie Chong Kong, taking the lead, prepared to leap directly from the fighter to forcibly smash the underground stronghold beneath him with the might of a martial emperor. However, at the very moment the hatch was fully opened, boom, a deafening sound suddenly erupted from the abandoned industrial area below. Following that, a black pillar of light with a diameter of over 100 meters tore through the thick earth. It shot up into the sky like a volcanic eruption, piercing the heavens. The terrifying aura of the abyss surged forth like a tangible black tsunami, instantly sweeping madly in all directions. The surrounding air emitted a nauseating hiss sound under the erosion of this aura. Within a radius of several kilometers, the plants wilted and rotted at a visibly rapid pace upon contact with the black mist, turning into pools of foul-smelling black water. What? What is this? Inside the cabin, a martial king with a scarred face widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. The enormity and evil of this aura surpassed their comprehension. What kind of martial spirit level stronghold is this? This level of abyssal corruption would instantly turn even a martial king into a pile of bones upon contact. Nie Chong Kong's expression changed drastically at that moment. His powerful perception as a martial emperor instantly penetrated the black pillar of light. It delved deep underground. In the next second, Nie Chong Kong's heart jolted violently. Abyssal formation. No. Nie Chong Kong stared intently downward, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. His voice became hoarse with extreme shock. This pressure. This is definitely not a martial spirit. It's the demon saint. These lunatics from the Abyssal Church actually summoned a demon saint on the outskirts of Kyoto. The intelligence was wrong, and it was a fatal error. Nie Chong Kong never expected that he had come to eliminate a mouse nest of martial spirit level. But upon opening the door, what emerged was a prehistoric behemoth capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The demon saint has descended. This is undoubtedly a disaster that could overturn all of Kyoto. Retreat. Nie Chong Kong hesitated not at all, unleashing the martial emperor's aura to firmly protect the entire cabin. Immediately ascend the fighter. Notify the military. Notify the martial saint stationed at the central command. Quick! The entire cabin was instantly thrown into chaos. The four martial kings also turned pale, as if facing a great enemy. The black pillar of light shot into the sky, tearing through the morning mist. A terrifying phantom towering 1,000 feet high rapidly solidified within the light. Without any unnecessary words, the moment the demon saint descended, it struck. It slowly raised a gigantic black hand that obscured the sky and pressed down. Boom! The abyssal domain descended with a thunderous crash. The surrounding 10 kilometers of space seemed to be instantly filled with heavy mercury, completely solidifying, sealing heaven and earth. Below, on the outskirts of the abandoned industrial area, the elite military units originally lying in ambush preparing to assist Nie Chong Kong in capturing the target suddenly faced a great calamity. The violent abyssal black mist swept over like a tsunami. Those military martial artists at the martial master and grandmaster levels did not even have time to scream. Their proud defensive auras crumbled like fragile paper before the black mist. Flesh and blood dissolved. The weaker ones instantly turned into pools of foul-smelling black water. They died on the spot. Meanwhile, in the central command of Kyoto, a vast and boundless martial saint's pressure suddenly surged into the sky. Abyssal aura. The demon saint has descended. The martial saint stationed in Kyoto suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with shock and fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore through the void and rushed urgently towards the outskirts. Not only him, all the high-level martial artists in Kyoto, the martial kings and martial emperors, almost simultaneously sensed this suffocating evil intent. Everyone soared into the sky, transforming into streams of light rushing to assist. They knew very well. This is the abyssal aura, the mortal enemy of the human race. If the abyssal aura spreads to the city, tens of millions of citizens in Kyoto will instantly become twisted monsters. Above in the sky, the stealth fighter emitted a painful metallic distortion sound under the pressure of the abyssal domain. Nie Chong Kong's martial emperor aura erupted desperately, holding up the space within the cabin. His face was as pale as paper. A surprise, and extremely dangerous. This was not a mere stronghold clearing, this was a death trap that the Abyssal Church had been plotting for a long time. But the first thought that flashed through Nie Chong Kong's mind was not his own life or death, but Su Yu. This unprecedented genius known as Su Yuan, carrying the future hope of the human race. Nie Chong Kong suddenly bit his tongue, forcing out a mouthful of essence blood to stabilize the wavering. He swiftly pulled out a silver metallic wristband from his storage ring and slapped it against Su Yu's chest. This is the latest Sky Dome-level individual combat armor developed by the military's Scientific Research Institute. It can withstand attacks at the Martial Emperor level, and it can also enhance your vitality and speed in all aspects. Nie Chong Kong's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Suyu. His tone carried an undeniable determination. Put it on. It'll burn my Martial Emperor essence to forcibly tear a rift in this abyssal blockade. You take the chance to escape. Don't worry about anything else, just run without looking back. Nie Chong Kong's voice was hoarse, filled with a tragic resolve. Suyu's talent was too extraordinary. Even if he had to sacrifice his own life here, he absolutely could not allow the abyssal scum to sever the future of humanity. He was unaware that Suyu had already broken through, thinking that Suyu was still the big master with 12,000 vitality. In front of the demonic saint, a big master faced certain death. He must survive. In the face of this dire situation that could collapse any big master, Suyu remained calm. In his deep eyes, there wasn't even a ripple. The Martial King-level spiritual power spread quietly like invisible tendrils in the sealed space around him. He was cautiously analyzing the situation. He observed the abyssal aura that Nie Chong Kong regarded as a dire threat. Tendrils of black mist were incessantly eroding the exterior of the war machine, attempting to infiltrate the cockpit. Suyu's thoughts stirred slightly. He quietly condensed a wisp of dark golden divine blood that had undergone 3 rounds of tenfold compression at his fingertips and flicked it. That wisp of dark golden divine blood secretly met a strand of abyssal black mist that had infiltrated the cockpit. Hiss! It did not have the anticipated invasive feeling. There was no foul stench of polluted vitality. That strand of abyssal aura, which even made Martial Kings change color upon touching the dark golden divine blood, seemed to evaporate like a drop of water on a red-hot iron plate. Instantly vaporized, crushed into nothingness by pure power. A glimmer of realization flashed in Suyu's eyes. So that's how it is. The essence of the abyssal aura was an extremely domineering high-level energy. He turned to look at the 4 Martial Kings beside him. They were currently using all their strength to activate their Martial King aura to resist the encroaching pressure. However, their aura was dimming and dissolving at an astonishing speed under the erosion of the abyssal aura. The vitality quality of ordinary martial artists was too low, and in the face of the abyss, they could only passively deplete and be eroded. But he was different. His vitality was the dark golden divine blood that had been refined 3 times. Its quality and density had completely surpassed the corrosion limit of the abyssal aura. Not only was he unafraid of contamination, but he could also exert absolute physical pressure against it. This discovery greatly increased Suyu's confidence for the upcoming battle. Stop dawdling. Nie Chong Kong shouted urgently as he saw Suyu standing still. Quickly put on the armor. He grabbed Suyu's wrist and forcibly secured the silver wristband onto him. Buzz. The wristband activated instantly. Silver liquid metal-like light surged over Suyu's body, transforming into a form-fitting, technologically advanced, streamlined armor. Suyu slightly clenched his fist. The energy core within the armor roared to life. He could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and perception had received an all-around enhancement. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The towering phantom of the demonic saint finally solidified completely. Those enormous eyes, resembling 2 blood moons, coldly locked onto the resistant war machine below. The demonic saint let out a contemptuous sneer. There were no flashy martial techniques. The demonic saint simply raised a colossal black hand that obscured the sky. With a slap, it crashed down towards the war machine. Boom! The space collapsed inch by inch under this. The terrifying abyssal demonic energy transformed into a solid palm print, descending with a suffocating sense of despair, like a mountain pressing down. Suyu's gaze sharpened. The dark golden divine blood within him boiled instantly, and he was about to draw his weapon. What are you doing? A large hand firmly pressed down on Suyu's shoulder. It was Nie Chong Kong. The eyes of this martial emperor glowed with a fierce determination. Wait for the breakout. Nie Chong Kong let out a thunderous roar that shattered the clouds. He forcefully threw Suyu behind him. Then he soared into the sky. Great wilderness sky splitter. Nie Chong Kong poured all his foundation into this ultimate technique, even igniting his martial emperor essence. A dazzling blade, light hundreds of feet long, surged upwards and fiercely slashed towards that enormous hand. At the same time, the 4 martial kings in the cockpit roared in unison, unleashing their strongest techniques to defend together. Bang! A deafening explosion. The war machine was instantly dismantled into countless fragments in the aftermath of the collision. Nie Chong Kong's blade light only managed to hold back that black giant hand for half a second before it shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing towards the ground like a kite with a broken string. He barely managed to block that strike. The 4 martial kings fared even worse. They were directly blasted away several hundred meters. More terrifyingly, the dissipating abyssal demonic energy clung to them like an invasive parasite. Oh! The martial king with a scarred face let out a piercing scream. The flesh on his left shoulder turned into putrid pus the moment it came into contact with the black mist. Slash! Without any hesitation, this iron-willed man turned his hand and struck with his sword, directly severing the flesh and skin that had been tainted by the abyssal aura. Blood gushed out. Brutal. Extremely brutal. This was the price of facing the abyss. In midair, Suyu steadied himself, feeling the surging power transmitted by the armor. With this set of armor, perhaps Nie Chong Kong could barely contend with the demonic saint. However, the armor was given to himself by Nie Chong Kong. High above the demonic saint looked down from above, surveying the struggling human martial artists like ants. A cruel mockery flickered in his ghostly green eyes. Dare to resist. Interesting. Then let it all become nourishment for the abyss. The demonic saint laughed. He slowly raised both hands. The abyssal domain within a 10-kilometer radius boiled violently at that moment. All the black mist began to madly converge towards the demonic saint's hands. The sky turned completely dark, a terrifying wave capable of instilling despair in martial emperors and dimming the heavens and earth brewed in the palm of the demonic saint. Abyssal annihilation, great darkness, abyssal cataclysm. This strike drained all vitality within a 100-mile radius. It aimed not only to annihilate all human martial artists present, but also to completely sink this land into an abyssal dead zone that could never heal. With all his might, to destroy the heavens and earth. On the ground, Nie Chong Kong stood up covered in blood. He looked at the expanding black sphere of destruction in the sky. His eyes revealed despair. He couldn't stop it. Even if a martial saint came in person facing the demonic saint's long-prepared full-force strike, he would never dare to confront it head-on. But he suddenly turned his head, looking at Suyu, who was not far away, clad in silver armor. He could not let Suyu die here. Absolutely not. Suyu! Nie Chong Kong let out a howl, like a beast on the brink of death. Boom. The remaining martial emperor vitality within him burned out completely at that moment. Along with his soul and life force, everything transformed into the purest power. He chose neither to attack the demonic saint nor to defend against the imminent deadly strike. Because he knew it would be meaningless, he tightened his grip on the battle knife. With the last strike earned by burning his life, he fiercely slashed at the solidified abyssal blockade around him. Break for me. With a single stroke, the void trembled. A tiny crack, just enough for one person to pass, was forcibly cleaved into the barrier of the abyssal domain by this desperate strike. Run! Run! Nie Chong Kong let out a howl as piercing as a dying beast. He burned the essence of the martial emperor, exhausting the last remnants of his life force, and with a tremendous effort he cleaved open a narrow fissure, just wide enough for one person to pass through in the iron-like abyssal realm. That was the lifeline left for Suyu. However, Suyu, clad in silver armor, did not move. He stood quietly in place, looking up at the sky where a black sphere of destruction was continuously expanding, capable of annihilating the world. Da Hei Tian Wan GMO Yuan. This ultimate strike, capable of sinking everything within 100 miles, was crashing down with suffocating pressure. What are you waiting for? Nie Chong Kong, soaked in blood, looked at the unmoving Suyu, his eyes almost bursting with rage. He was desperate. He was truly desperate. He was willing to sacrifice his own life to protect this beacon of hope for humanity, yet this kid was dazed at such a critical moment. Just as Nie Chong Kong was about to forcibly burn his soul and throw Suyu out of the fissure, an unexpected change occurred. Suyu moved. He did not turn and flee. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! At that moment, the great perfection level of the myriad forms concealment technique was abruptly lifted. The invisible barrier that had been suppressing his true cultivation instantly shattered. Boom! A terrifying surge of blood energy indescribable in words erupted within Suyu's body like an ancient volcano that had slept for countless eons. The dark, golden divine blood surged through his veins, roaring like the thunder of the 9 heavens. Blood energy soared into the sky. Directly above Suyu's head, it transformed into a dark golden beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. The energy contained within that beam was domineering, scorching, and overwhelmingly heavy. The abyssal black mist that had previously tried to approach was evaporated into nothingness the moment it touched this dark golden beam, without even a sound of sizzling. 900,000. A full 900,000 in blood energy, unreservedly displayed in this sealed realm. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In midair, Nie Chong Kong, who had been prepared to close his eyes and wait for death, suddenly widened his eyes. His bloodshot eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He stared intently at Suyu, feeling the dark golden blood energy soaring skyward. His mind went blank. 900,000. Nie Changkong's voice trembled violently, revealing a shocked disbelief as his worldview shattered. What was happening? Just the day before, this kid had only 1,000 in blood energy. This morning at the apartment entrance, this kid had demonstrated 120,000 in blood energy. And now, at this critical moment of life and death, he had erupted with an astonishing 900,000 in blood energy. Martial spirit. And he was at the pinnacle of martial spirit, just one step away from martial king. You little rascal. Nie Changkong's throat felt dry and his heart was tossed by turbulent waves. Isn't that a bit abnormal? 18 years old, and at the pinnacle of martial spirit. Such talent was simply beyond the realm of common sense. If it were any other time, Nie Changkong would definitely laugh maniacally at the sky, feeling immensely proud to have found such a peerless prodigy for Beijing martial arts and humanity. But this was not any other time. Now they were facing a demonic saint capable of destroying the world. Only 900,000. Nie Changkong roared in despair within his heart. 900,000 in blood energy, that was merely a martial spirit. As the vice principal of Beijing martial arts, a genuine martial emperor, with blood energy exceeding 100 million before this demonic saint, he could not even withstand a single blow, and could only rely on burning his essence to barely cleave open a fissure. You, a martial spirit, no matter how abnormal your talent or unique your blood energy, would still be walking to your own death in the face of the demonic saint's absolute killing blow. Right? Suyu, retreat. Nie Changkong shouted hoarsely in anger, wanting to rush forward and shield Suyu. But it was already too late. In the sky, that massive black sphere of light carrying the might to annihilate everything thundered down. Less than 100 meters away, the terrifying abyssal storm had even torn the abandoned buildings on the ground into powder. Just at this critical moment, Suyu made his move. Without a word, without any unnecessary movements. He simply stood there, his right hand grasping in the air. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar echoing through the heavens, as if from an ancient primeval age, erupted from Suyu's palm. A gray-black long spear instantly formed. This was not blood energy taking form, nor was it a simple projection of will. It was a colossal gray-black dragon 10,000 feet long, entirely condensed from pure intent of destruction. The dragon coiled around the spear, its pupilless gray eyes exuding an absolute stillness that sent shivers to the soul. Soul-forging spear intent. Moreover, it was at the pinnacle of soul-forging. It endowed the spear intent with a true soul of destruction. The moment this spear intent took form, the solidified abyssal realm around began to tremble violently and crack, as if even this space controlled by the demonic saint was terrified of this pure force of destruction. 8 desolations unified. Suyu's thin lips parted, uttering 4 icy words. He tightened both hands around the gray-black long spear. The 900,000 dark golden divine blood within him surged through the veins of the Taishu dominant's body, unreservedly pouring into the spear. The spear hummed violently. The dark golden divine blood and the gray-black destruction spear's soul perfectly fused at that moment. Suyu looked up. In his deep, transparent eyes, the descending black sphere was reflected. He thrust the spear. Abyss of annihilation. Whoosh. No earth-shattering explosion of blood energy. No violent winds ripping through the sky. Just a hair-thin yet profoundly deep gray-black beam shot silently from the spear tip. This beam surged with the wind, instantly transforming into an absolutely silent black hole with a diameter exceeding 1 kilometer. Before this black hole, no material could survive, no energy could escape. Boom. The abyss of annihilation collided with the He Tian Wan Jia Mo Yuan. 2 forces representing ultimate destruction crashed violently in midair. No sound emerged, because the sound at the collision center along with the light was completely obliterated. In the sky, a massive distorted vacuum zone appeared. The demonic saint's ultimate strike, capable of sinking everything within 100 miles upon contact with the abyss of annihilation, was like a tomato dropped into a meat grinder. It was brutally ground, torn, and devoured, completely shattered. The violent residual energy transformed into a storm of black abyssal currents rampaging in all directions. Although these abyssal energies were dispersed, their contamination ability remained terrifying. Once they touched the ground, in Nie Changkong and the 4 severely injured martial kings would definitely face certain death. Suyu furrowed his brows. Suppress. He forcefully pressed his left hand downward. The dark golden divine blood, comparable to that of a martial saint, instantly divided a portion of its excess power. Transforming into a massive dark golden barrier, it protected Nie Changkong and the 4 martial kings within it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The falling abyssal black mist slammed against the dark golden barrier like moths to a flame, instantly evaporated by the overwhelmingly powerful divine blood force. Not a trace of contamination penetrated inside. Time stood still at this moment. In midair, the distorted vacuum zone continued to slowly calm. On the ground, Within the dark golden barrier, a deathly silence. Nie Changkong was utterly stunned. He stood there in a daze, maintaining the pose of wanting to rush forward to protect Su Yu, his whole being resembling a weathered stone statue from 1,000 years ago. What happened? In Nie Changkong's mind, it felt as if 10,000 ancient giants were trampled. His worldview, his understanding, all the knowledge he had accumulated over half a lifetime in the martial arts world, at this moment was shattered into pieces. Weren't you just 900,000 in blood energy? Weren't you a martial spirit? How could the power that just erupted be no less than that of a martial emperor with over 100 million in blood energy? No, it wasn't just comparable. It completely surpassed. The demonic saint's absolute killing blow, which he could not withstand even by burning his essence, was actually pierced through by this kid with a single spear. Is this really the result of 9 million vitality? Moreover, Nie Changkong stared intently at the spear in Su Ye's hand, which was still swirling with a gray-black giant dragon. What is the intention of that spear? Previously at school, this kid demonstrated a transformation spear intent that was clearly made from virtual to real. But just a moment ago, that spear, the gray-black giant dragon, exuding an absolute sense of death, as if it possessed an independent soul. If he wasn't mistaken, that was clearly the legendary soul-forging realm, bestowing true soul to the spear intent. This is an unparalleled realm that even a martial emperor might not be able to step into in their entire life. You, an 18-year-old freshman, silently forged a soul. What on earth has happened? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Nie Changkong opened his mouth wide, producing meaningless gurgling sounds in his throat, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Not just him. The 4 martial kings beside him, who had originally closed their eyes waiting for death, and even one who had already severed his arm to survive, were all dumbfounded at this moment. They stared blankly at the figure in the sky, clad in silver armor, descending like a deity. They glanced at the dark golden barrier above their heads that perfectly isolated the aura of the abyss. The 4 sturdy men with iron bones had reddened eyes. Wasn't it said that he was a grandmaster? Wasn't it said that he would bring them out to see blood and broaden their horizons? How is this so monstrous? A single thrust shattered the lethal strike of the demon saint. This battle power is simply terrifying, countless times more than the vice principal. However, after the shock came an extreme joy of escaping death. The 4 martial kings let out long sighs, their tense nerves finally relaxing. They turned their heads and looked at Nie Changkong in unison. Their eyes were filled with intense gratitude and admiration. Vice principal, the scarred martial king with a severed arm, had tears in his eyes, his voice trembling. I understand now. So this is your true trump card. You deliberately said he was just a grandmaster to mislead the abyssal Chich's attention. I didn't expect you to have secretly nurtured such a terrifying, peerless powerhouse. If it weren't for your foresight and having this hand hidden, we brothers would really have died here today. Vice principal, the 4 martial kings knelt on one knee in unison, casting incredibly worshipful gazes at Nie Changkong. Nie Changkong. He stood there, looking at the martial kings who revered him so. His old face alternated between blue and white, his mouth twitching crazily. My trump card. I have foresight. I trained in secret. What the hell did I train? Nie Changkong roared in his heart. I didn't know. I really knew nothing. If I had known he was this monstrous, I wouldn't have burned my origin earlier. I could have just hidden behind him and shouted 666, right? But looking at the adoring eyes of his subordinates, Nie Changkong took a deep breath. He forcibly swallowed the words, I didn't know either. He straightened his face, hands clasped behind his back, pretending to be inscrutable, as if everything was under control. He nodded lightly. Basic skills, no need to overdo it. Everyone get up. The 4 martial kings were even more impressed upon hearing this. The vice principal truly lived up to his title, maintaining his composure even in the face of disaster. This demeanor is our model. Meanwhile, high in the sky, the towering silhouette of the demon saint, which stood 1,000 feet tall, had completely lost its mocking and cruel expression. In its place was an intense sense of surprise and anger. Its giant eyes, resembling a blood moon, were fixed firmly on Su Yu. The human race actually hides such a powerhouse. This power, although the total amount of vitality doesn't seem large, the strange dark golden vitality is of an absurdly high quality, as if it had been compressed hundreds or thousands of times by terrifying power. It completely ignored the pollution of the abyss, and that terrifying spear intent could actually shatter its endless abyss heathen. When did the great Xia kingdom produce such a monster? It must be detained, otherwise my mission would be a failure. Die. The demon saint let out a deafening roar. It no longer acted arrogantly, its massive body moved instantly. Boom. The surrounding abyssal black mist was forcibly drawn and transforming into hundreds of thick black tentacles as large as mountains. With a terrifying force that could tear space apart, they crazily surged towards Su Yu from all directions. Each tentacle contained abyssal venom and power capable of killing a martial king in an instant. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Su Yu did not retreat even a single step. A flash of fierce battle intent flickered in his profound eyes. "Come at me." Su Yu tightened his grip on the spear. The 9 million dark golden divine blood within him surged like boiling magma, frantically circulating through the veins of the supreme body. Facing the myriad of descending black tentacles, Su Yu charged heat in. Swish, swish, swish. The gray-black soul-forging spear intent cut through the air, leaving behind countless deathly trajectories that sent chills down the spine. The spear shot out like a dragon. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sounds of collision exploded densely in the sky. Su Yu weaved through the hundreds of massive black tentacles. His speed was too fast. The perfected Thunder Shadow Star step allowed him to completely ignore the resistance and inertia of space. With each flicker, a black tentacle shattered with a bang. The abyssal black mist capable of corroding everything melted instantly upon contact with the dark golden barrier around Su Yu like ice meeting the blazing sun. It couldn't break through his defense. The demon saint grew increasingly alarmed. It realized that this diminutive human comparable to an ant was actually overpowering it in a brutal fight. No matter how violently it attacked or how bizarre its abyssal secret techniques were, the opponent didn't dodge or evade at all. Just a single thrust coming through. The absolute deathly silence contained in that spear intent made even the demon saint feel a prickling pain in its soul. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? The demon saint roared in fury. It could only continuously mobilize the abyssal aura, repeatedly repairing the severed tentacles, attempting to wear down Su Yu through a war of attrition. Meanwhile, Su Yu, while fending off the demon saint's attacks time and time again, maintained a calm observation of the surrounding situation with his martial king-level mental strength. Although he could overpower the demon saint, its colossal size and astonishing recovery rate made it clear that defeating it completely would require considerable time. Below, Nie Changkong and the 4 martial kings remained in their dark golden barrier. He had to maintain the barrier to protect them while also engaging in a high-intensity battle with the demon saint. His power was being divided. If the abyss formation caused any more trouble, these severely injured patients would definitely become a burden. They must leave first. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. After one more thrust that shattered over a dozen black tentacles, he used the recoil to soar upwards. The dark, golden divine blood within him surged explosively. Break. Su Yu held the spear, pushing the peak spear intent of soul forging to its utmost. With one thrust, he fiercely pierced the solid abyssal domain above. Crack, accompanied by a crisp shattering sound. The originally unbreakable abyssal barrier was forcibly punctured by Su Yu's all-out thrust, creating a massive hole several tens of meters in diameter. The sunlight from the outside poured down through the hole. The barrier was broken. Su Yu stabilized his stance without looking back. While fending off the demon saint's renewed assault with his spear, he sent his voice through his mental strength to the barrier below. Retreat. Su Yu's voice was calm, carrying an undeniable coldness. Exit through that hole. Below, within, Nie Changkong was stunned. He looked up at the figure in the sky, a lone warrior like a god who dominated all eternity. He glanced again at the massive hole that had just been created above. I retreat. Nie Changkong pointed at his own nose, looking utterly bewildered. He was the vice principal of Jingwu, a dignified martial emperor, the overall commander of this expedition. Now that the battle had only just begun, a junior under his command actually told him to retreat first. If this got out, where would he put his old face? Su Yuan. Nie Changkong gritted his teeth, forcing his grievously wounded body to rise. I can still fight. I will not abandon you alone. His words trailed off. Su Yu's calm, yet cold voice echoed once more within the chi barrier, directly cutting off his bold proclamation. Leave now. Your presence here hinders my performance. Silence. Once again, a deathly stillness fell within the chi barrier. The 4 martial kings exchanged bewildered glances, not daring to breathe too loudly. Nie Changkong stood frozen, his entire body rigid. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Hinders his performance. Listen to what he says. Is that something a human would utter? I, a dignified martial emperor, vice principal of Jingwu, a pinnacle combatant of the great Xia nation. In your eyes have I become a burden that impedes your performance? You fear the residual waves of battle might shake us to death, don't you? Nie Changkong felt his chest surge with chi and blood, a sweetness rising in his throat, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. How deeply wounding. The real damage inflicted by these words far surpassed even the slap from that demon saint earlier. Yet, Nie Changkong glanced at his own chi and blood nearly depleted from burning his life essence, then looked at the 4 severely injured martial kings beside him who could barely stand. He realized in despair that what Su Yu said was the damn truth. Staying here besides distracting Su Yu from protecting them, they served no purpose whatsoever. They were truly burdens. Vice Principal. The one-armed Martial King swallowed hard, looking cautiously at Nie Chongkong. Perhaps we should retreat. Don't cause any more trouble for Brother Su. Trouble. These two words pierced into Nie Chongkong's heart like sharp daggers. Nie Chongkong took a deep breath, his aged face flushing crimson. He ground his teeth and forced out a single word through clenched jaws. Retreat. Leading the four severely wounded Martial Kings, Nie Chongkong fled through the breach Su Yu had torn, charging out of the Abyss domain without looking back. Rid of these burdens, Su Yu could finally unleash his full strength. Within the Abyss domain, the demon saint roared, its colossal frame blotting out the sky as countless tentacles flailed wildly. Human ant. Die. Su Yu, having confirmed Nie Chongkong and the others were safe, withdrew all his defensive chi barriers. Because they were no longer needed. 9 million drops of dark gold divine blood surged through his veins. The perfected Thunder Shadow Starlight Step activated. Su Yu's figure vanished instantly, ignoring air resistance, ignoring inertia. The next moment he appeared directly before the demon saint's enormous blood-red eye. Abyss of annihilation. A gray-black spear wreathed in a destruction dragon at the pinnacle of soul forging thrust forth with a resounding boom. Startled, the demon saint hastily summoned abyss black mist to form a thick shield before it. SSSSSH. The shield, fragile as paper, was pierced through instantly. The spear tip plunged into the demon saint's eyeball. Roar! A piercing scream of agony erupted from the demon saint. It swung its tentacles fiercely, trying to crush the insect before it. But Su Yu was too fast. With a flicker, he vanished once more. It wasn't just his spear technique. All color drained from Su Yu's deep, profound eyes, turning them completely transparent. His martial king-level spiritual power erupted violently. Formless soul severance. A 3-inch-long transparent flying blade coalesced in the void. Ignoring the abyss chi surrounding the demon saint's massive body, it slashed directly into its sea of consciousness. Soul severance. The demon saint's colossal frame abruptly stiffened. The excruciating pain originating from the depths of its soul plunged it into a brief stupor. What the hell is this thing? Isn't this kid a martial disciple? It's one thing that his chi quality surpasses that of a martial saint. But why is his spiritual power so overbearing? Is this even human? He's more like a monster than an abyss creature. Outside the abandoned industrial zone, Nie Chongkong and the others crashed heavily to the ground. They gasped for breath. Looking up, they stared at the domain shrouded in abyss black mist in midair. From within came deafening booms and the demon saint's agonized screams. The black mist churned violently. Occasionally, a gray-black spear light or a sliver of transparent sharpness would tear through the mist, spilling out of the domain. Nie Chongkong swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing with difficulty. That kid. Just what level of strength is he? Isn't he a bit too freakishly overpowered? He had originally thought that with Su Yu unleashing 9 million chi, barely holding his own against the demon saint until a martial saint arrived for rescue, would be the best-case scenario. But listening to the commotion, now this was far from merely holding on. This was a one-sided massacre. He was beating the demon saint down. Vice Principal. The scarred one-armed Martial King's face was pale, but his eyes burned with shock and fervor. Brother Su Yuan. Just what realm is he in? His combat prowess is even fiercer than yours. Nie Chongkong's mouth twitched. His old face flushed. What does fiercer than me mean? Drop the van. He completely crushes me. But he couldn't say that. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, putting on an air of profound mystery. Ahem. I am naturally well aware of Su Yuan's strength. Otherwise would I have been at ease leaving him alone, and just then several formidable auras tore through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Several martial emperor powerhouses with over 100 million chi descended like meteors. Leading them was a burly one-eyed old man. Lei Qianjue, vice principal of Modu Martial University. Old Nya. The moment Lei Qianjue landed, his remaining eye fixed on the churning abyss domain ahead. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from within, his expression shifted drastically. What's the situation? Those bastards from the abyss cult actually conjured a demon saint on the outskirts of the capital. Lei Qianjue turned to look at the blood-soaked Nie Chongkong. Who's fighting the demon saint inside? Has Martial Saint Ho arrived? Faced with Lei Qianjue's rapid-fire questions, Nie Chongkong fell silent. He opened his mouth, unsure how to explain. Should he say it's a freshman who just enrolled? If he said that, this old bastard Lei Qianjue would probably gouge out his own eye and stomp on it in disbelief. Seeing Nie Chongkong silent, the scarred Martial King beside him couldn't hold back. He puffed out his chest, his voice brimming with intense pride. Principal Lei, the one fighting the demon saint inside, isn't Martial Saint Hoa. It's Principal Niece Hidden Ace. Brother Su Yuan. Lei Qianjue was taken aback. Su Yuan. Never heard of him. What realm? The scarred Martial King swallowed, his voice booming. Martial disciple. His chi value is roughly 9 million. Silence. The surrounding air instantly fell into a deathly stillness. Lei Qianju's remaining eye widened. The few martial emperors behind him stared at the scarred martial king as if he were an idiot. Are you shitting me? Lei Qianju laughed in fury, grabbing the scarred martial king by the collar. A martial disciple with 9 million chi. Fighting a demon saint inside. That's a demon saint. A demon saint with over 10 billion chi and its own abyss domain. Even I wouldn't be confident taking it on. And by not confident, I mean escaping. It's not about whether I can win, it's about whether I'm sure I can get away. Lei Qianju pointed at the abyss domain ahead, which was erupting with terrifying booms. And you're telling me a martial disciple is inside fighting a demon saint and holding his own? Why doesn't he just ascend to the heavens? The scarred martial king, despite being grabbed by the collar, didn't back down. Principal Lei, am not lying. It's not just holding his own. It's a one-sided beating. Just sense the situation inside for yourself. Lei Qianju snorted coldly and released his grip. He closed his single eye, cautiously extending his martial emperor-level perception toward the abyss domain. The next second, Lei Qianju's entire body trembled violently. He sensed it. A spear intent of pure destruction so absolute, it seemed to annihilate all things in the world. Fierce. Domineering. Moreover, that spear intent contained a terrifying spiritual power that made even him, a martial emperor, feel his soul quiver. This. Lei Qianju suddenly opened his eyes wide, taking a sharp breath of cold air. Martial spirit countering the demon saint. What kind of monster is this? He turned to look at Nie Changkong, his eyes filled with disbelief. Old Nie, where did you dig up such a freak in Jingwu? Nie Changkong remained silent. With his hands behind his back, he looked up at the sky, exuding an aura of indifference, as if saying how lonely it is to be invincible. Yet in his heart, he was frantically complaining, I also want to know where they dug him up from. I also think he's a freak. Just as everyone was in shock. Boom. In the sky, a vast and terrifying oppressive force descended, suppressing everything. At that moment, the entire abandoned industrial area felt as if it had completely frozen. A towering figure stepped out from the void. The national martial saint Huajinshan. He wore a simple gray, although he did not deliberately release his aura, just standing there felt like an insurmountable ancient divine mountain. Salute to Martial Saint Hua. All the martial emperors and martial kings present knelt on one knee, their expressions particularly respectful. Huajinshan nodded slightly. Get up. He casually tossed something. Bang, bang, bang. Several black-robed figures, their bones shattered and resembling mud, were thrown at Nie Changkong's feet. Trash from the abyss cult. Hua Zinshan's voice was deep and imposing. These few agents attempted to sneak into Jingwu while the demon saint was descending in the outskirts. I intercepted them halfway. Nie Changkong glanced at the black-robed figures on the ground, his brow slightly furrowed. Sneaking into Jingwu. What do they want? Huajinshan glanced at Nie Changkong, snorting coldly. What else could they want? To kill your newly recruited top student Suyu. As he said this, even Huajinshan, who was accustomed to great storms, showed a rare glint of surprise in his eye. He was genuinely astonished for a long time when he found out this result. He never expected that a mere freshman could provoke the abyss cult to expend such great efforts and possess such terrifying influence. This piqued his strong curiosity about this young man, named Suyu, and he decided that once this matter was resolved, he must go meet him in person. Upon hearing this, Nie Changkong's heart twitched violently. Huajinshan had his hands behind his back, gazing towards the rolling abyssal realm ahead, drawing the tiger away from the mountain, using a demon saint to distract the higher combat forces of Kyoto, just to kill a freshman. Huajinshan shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Looks like your Suyu from Jingwu is indeed quite renowned, being able to make the abyss cult so fearful that they spare no expense to eliminate him. He's a good seedling. Old Nie, you must protect him well. Nie Changkong fell silent. He looked at the corpses of the abyss agents on the ground. Then he glanced at the abyssal realm ahead, where the agonizing screams of the demon saint were constantly heard. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Protect? What the hell should I protect? Are you all from the abyss cult out of your minds? You went through so much trouble to create such a huge commotion wanting to kill that Suyu in Jingwu. Now, currently pounding your summoned demon saint like a grandson. Nie Changkong took a deep breath, forcing down the impulse to roar. He feared that if he spoke out, not only would the abyss cult collapse, but all these martial emperors and saints present would also collapse along with it. Beside him, Lei Qianju snorted coldly upon hearing the name Suyu. Suyu, that's the freshman who comprehended the transforming spear intent. His talent is indeed remarkable, but that's about it. A hint of arrogance flashed in Lei Qianju's single eye. Old Nie, don't think that just because you recruited a genius in Jingwu you can suppress us in magic martial. This year's National Freshman Exchange Competition, our magic marshal Shen Wudao is a born killer. We'll see the truth on the arena then. Is he better looking than that Su Yu? Nie Changkong shot Lei Qianjue a glance. His eyes were filled with a sympathetic look towards the intellectually challenged. Exchange competition. Better looking. Old Lei, oh old Lei. If you knew that the one inside pounding the demon saint like a dog is the Su Yu you claim will be taught a lesson in the exchange competition, you'd probably flee with a train overnight and maybe even break Shen Wudeo's legs to prevent him from going out there to die. Hua Jinshan ignored Lei Qianju's provocation. As a martial saint, his vision was naturally broader. He turned his head, his gaze fiercely fixed on the abyssal realm. His brows slightly furrowed. Old Nye, who is inside? Hua Zinshan's voice betrayed a hint of unmasked confusion and shock. There shouldn't be any other martial saints in Kyoto, right? But this battle fluctuation, it not only suppressed the demon saint, but even the quality of that dark golden blood makes me feel alarmed. Hua Jinshan took a deep breath. When did such a peerless powerhouse emerge in the great Xia kingdom? Is he outside support you summoned? All eyes instantly focused on Nie Changkong, Lei Qianjue, several martial emperors, and Hua Jinshan. They were all waiting for his answer. Nie Changkong fell silent for a moment. His brain was racing. What to say? Should he say that the one inside is Su Yu, a freshman who just turned 18? No way. Absolutely not. The talent Su Yu displayed is already extraordinary enough, even attracting the Abyss cult's demon saint's arrival and assassination ambush. If the outside world finds out, not only has Su Yu comprehended the transforming spear intent, but he has also reached the pinnacle of soul forging. Not just 1,000 points of blood, but 9 million dark golden divine blood. Not only can he eliminate masters, but he can even dominate the demon saint. This talent is 10,000 times more extraordinary than they imagined. No, 1,000,000,000 times. If this news spreads, the entire Great Xia Kingdom, no, the entire Abyss would be thoroughly shocked. At that time, those coming to assassinate Su Yu wouldn't just be the demon saint. It's likely that even the Abyss Demon Emperor would personally take action, sparing no effort to tear apart space to eliminate him. Wood grows tall in the forest, and the wind must destroy it. To protect Su Yu, this secret must be kept tightly. Even when facing the national martial saint, the truth cannot be revealed. Nie Changkong took a deep breath. He faced Hua Zinshan's sharp gaze, stood tall, with his hands behind his back, his old face written with calmness and inscrutability. Martial Saint Hua. Nie Changkong's voice was steady, carrying an undeniable pride. The one inside is not outside support. He is one of my students. Martial Spirit Realm. His name is Su Yuan. Nie Changkong paused, giving what he considered a very fair evaluation. His talent is exceptional. Silence. Deathly silence. The cold wind blew through the abandoned industrial area. Hua Jinshan stood in place. At this moment, the expression on his face completely froze. He stared fixedly at Nie Changkong, his deep eyes filled with an incomprehensible absurdity. Exceptional. The corners of Hua Zinshan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A student in the martial spirit realm. Inside, pounding a demon saint whose blood exceeds 100 billion. Like a sandbag, he's crazily smashing down. You call this exceptional talent? It's simply against the heavens. Hua Jinshan roared despairingly in his heart. I am a dignified martial saint, the pillar of the great Xia kingdom. I don't even have the confidence to dominate the demon saint. And you're now telling me your student did it. What does that make me? An exceptional background character? Hua Jinshan took several deep breaths, just barely suppressing the urge to slap Nie Changkong dead. He pointed at the abyssal realm where screams continued to emerge. His voice trembled violently. Old Nye, are you sure? He's just your student. Nie Changkong's face remained unchanged, his heart steady. He nodded with great certainty. Of course. I personally taught him. Meanwhile, inside the battle had already entered its final phase. The demon saint, with its towering body reaching 1,000 feet, was now riddled with wounds. Countless tentacles had been severed, scattered on the ground, turning into foul-smelling black water. Its once proud abyssal black mist had been completely evaporated under the terrifying high temperature of Su Yu's 9 million dark golden divine blood. Frustration, fear, questioning life. In the demon saint's gigantic eyes, resembling a blood moon, was filled with endless despair. What on earth is this monster? Physical defenses are useless. The opponent's body is harder than abyssal black iron. Abyssal pollution is ineffective. The quality of the opponent's blood is absurdly high, directly evaporating the pollution. Psychic attacks are courting death. The transparent flying knives of the opponent with a single strike could tear apart half of its soul. No, the demon saint let out a shrill roar. It was afraid. This dignified abyss demon saint unexpectedly felt an uncontrollable fear towards a human martial spirit. Flee. I must escape. The massive body of the demon saint suddenly shrank, intending to forcibly tear apart the space to escape back to the abyss plane. Want to leave? Su Yu's cold voice resonated in the void. He stood in midair. His silver armor was not stained with a single speck of dirt. In his deep, transparent eyes a murderous intent flashed. Within the abyssal domain, the massive body of the demon saint trembled violently. Fear, an unprecedented bone-deep fear, instantly engulfed it. Its enormous eyes resembling a blood moon fixated on the young boy clad in silver battle armor, suspended in midair. The other party did not pursue. It merely hovered quietly in the air. Yet a terrifying wave capable of collapsing this realm was brewing in the palm of his hand. In Su Ye's deep, transparent eyes there was not a single flicker of emotion. Only absolute coldness and murderous intent. He slowly raised his left hand. Buzz! A 3-inch-long transparent flying knife quietly coalesced in the void. A top-tier heavenly-level mental martial art at perfection. Wuxiang Godslayer. Immediately Su Yu tightened his grip on the gray-black spear. The peak of Soul Forging's destruction intent transformed into a colossal gray-black dragon roaring with a sound that shook the heavens. Boom! The transparent Godslayer flying knife instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light piercing directly into the dragon's brow. A peak martial king's ultimate mental power. The destruction intent of the peak Soul Forging. These two distinctly different, yet equally unmatched powers perfectly fused under Su Ye's forceful domination of 9 million dark gold divine blood. The color of the spear changed. From pure gray-black, it gained a chilling, transparent edge. The space around the spear began to silently vanish. There was no violent airflow, no blinding light, only an absolute stillness as if even time had ceased to flow before this spear. The demon saint sensed its impending death. It could clearly feel that once this spear was thrust, its body vitality, and even soul, would be completely erased. Not a shred of residue would remain. No, the demon saint let out a shrill, piercing scream. It unhesitatingly burned all of its abyssal essence. Its massive body instantly shriveled, transforming into an incredibly pure abyssal energy that violently collided with the void above. Lord Demon Emperor, save me! The anguished cries pierced through the dimensional barriers. Suddenly, without warning, the sky above the abandoned industrial area darkened. It was not clouds blocking the sun, but the space itself was being torn apart by an unimaginable force. A pitch-black rift spanning thousands of feet loomed across the sky. From deep within the rift emanated an absolute darkness that would shatter souls at a mere glance. Then a colossal hand slowly emerged from that pitch-black rift. It was a terrifying hand covered in dark purple scales with claws like towering pillars. As soon as the hand appeared, an overwhelming pressure surpassing martial saints and reigning over all beings descended like a 10th-level tsunami. The Demon Emperor, the absolute ruler of the abyssal dimension. In the outside world, those who had been intently watching the abyssal domain were suddenly plunged into calamity. Retreat. The National Protector Martial Saint Huajinshan changed expression dramatically, a glint of extreme horror flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the crowd. The boundless martial saint's blood within him erupted without reservation, forming a massive golden shield. However, bang! The Demon Emperor's hand merely pressed down slightly. The martial saint's shield conjured by Huajinshan instantly became riddled with cracks like fragile glass. Pooh! Huajinshan was struck like lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying thousands of meters away like a kite, with a severed string by this terrifying force. Even a martial saint could not advance a single step, let alone the martial emperors and kings behind him. Nie Changkong, Lei Qianjue, and others did not even have time to react before being swept away by the residual wave. They crashed heavily into the ruins outside the abandoned industrial area. The sound of breaking bones echoed. Demon Emperor, Lei Qianjue's remaining right eye was filled with an extraordinary despairing fear. The abyssal passage has been forcibly opened. It's over. Kyoto is finished. Nie Changkong crawled up from the ruins drenched in blood. He stared intently at the hand of the Demon Emperor that obscured the sky. His eyes widened in rage. With the Demon Emperor's descent, not to mention Su Yu, even the entire elite forces of the Great Xia Kingdom combined would not be enough to stop it. Su Yuan, Nie Changkong, let out a heart-rending roar without regard for anything. Retreat. Quick retreat. Within the abyssal domain, 90% of the Demon Emperor's pressure was concentrated on Su Yu. The surrounding space had been completely locked heavy as millions of tons. For any martial spirit, or even a grandmaster under this pressure, their body would have long since shattered into blood mist. But Su Yu did not retreat. He remained suspended in the air. Even the sky dome-level silver armor on him creaked under the unbearable weight of this pressure. Even as his bones ground against each other, producing a sound that would make one wince, there was still not a hint of retreat in his deep, transparent eyes. Retreat. Where to retreat? With the Demon Emperor locking onto his aura, turning to flee would only lead to a quicker death. The only option was to kill. Want to save it. Su Yu looked up at that slowly descending, terrifying giant hand. Within him, the 9 million dark gold divine blood surged and ignited at that moment. The Taisu overlord body was operating at its peak. The dark gold radiance broke through the demon emperor's oppressive confinement, forming a layer of burning divine blood flames on his surface. Die! Suyu gripped the absolute killing spear that fused mental power and spear intent tightly. He did not retreat, but advanced. Facing the demon emperor's overshadowing hand, he faced the fleeing demon saint. Suyu poured everything he had into one thrust. 8 Desolation's Annihilation. Wuxiang Godslayer. Whoosh. Suddenly the world lost all sound. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a transparent edge merging ultimate destruction and soul-severing surged forth from the spear tip, indescribably fierce. This edge directly ignored the distance of space. In an instant it pierced through heaven and earth. Bang! The edge collided with the hand of the demon emperor in midair. This was a direct confrontation between a mortal body and the ruler of the abyss. Crack! The long spear in Su Ye's hand, the gray-black dragon formed from destruction's spear intent, let out a mournful wail upon contact with the demon emperor's power. The spear's soul shattered directly, transforming into countless gray-black specks of light. The Sky Dome-level armor that could withstand martial emperor attacks also cracked and shattered extensively from the residual wave. Silver armor fragments flew everywhere. But Su Ye's strike was not completely blocked. That transparent edge fused with Martial King's mental power forcefully sliced open the palm of the demon emperor's hand. Following that crack, the edge fell like the Grim Reaper's scythe, unrelenting, directly striking the demon saint below. No! The demon saint let out its last desperate scream. Sizzle! The transparent edge passed through it. The demon saint's massive body, riddled with wounds, suddenly froze. In the next second, its soul was utterly shattered. Its body, under the erosion of the destruction spear intent, crumbled like a sand sculpture weathered for millions of years, transforming into a cloud of black ash dissipating between heaven and earth. A powerful kill. In front of the demon emperor, defying the pressure of the abyssal ruler, the demon saint was slain on the spot. Roar! From the pitch-black rift above, a furious roar erupted capable of shattering stars. The demon emperor was enraged. As the sovereign of the abyss, he had been attacked by a mere human akin to an ant who killed his subordinate right before his very eyes. He had even injured a fragment of his own projection. With a fierce motion, he intended to crush Su Yu completely. However, with the death of the demon saint, the abyssal formation, serving as both coordinates and offerings, collapsed instantly. The forcibly torn abyssal passage lost its energy support, beginning to violently shrink and close. The power of the dimensional laws transformed into countless bolts of thunder, striking fiercely at that enormous hand. The demon emperor's hand let out a reluctant roar. He had no choice but to retract back into the abyss before the passage completely sealed. The dark fissure mended instantly. The sky regained its clarity. The abandoned industrial area was enveloped in deathly silence. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up clouds of black ash. Sunlight pierced the thin mist, falling anew upon the scarred earth. The smoke gradually dissipated. A figure quietly hovered in the air. Suyu gasped for breath, having expended over half of his dark golden divine blood. The silver battle armor, once filled with a sense of technology, was now tattered, revealing the black combat suit underneath, soaked with sweat. The long spear in his hand had shattered, yet his tall figure remained unbent. Sunlight illuminated the hard outline of his cold face. He left behind an astonishingly heroic silhouette, reminiscent of a war god for all the survivors below. In the distance, several off-road vehicles marked with military insignia rushed toward him. Before the vehicles even came to a halt, a few military field reporters armed with long guns and short cannons tumbled out. They had originally received orders to capture news footage of Nye Chongkong's eradication of the cult stronghold. However, upon arriving at the periphery, they witnessed a breathtaking scene that was destined to be recorded in history. Hurry! Hurry and shoot! Oh my heavens! Click, click, click! Countless flashes of light aimed at the battered yet invincible silhouette in midair, frantically pressing the shutter. In the air, Suyu quietly hovered. The damaged heavenly dome-level armor emitted a faint sound of metal grinding in the breeze. He lowered his head. Glancing at his slightly trembling hands, the ruptured wound at the tiger's mouth was visibly healing at a rapid pace due to the formidable recovery ability of the void dominance. Yet Suye's brow furrowed tightly. Not enough. Still not strong enough. That battle just now, though it seemed effortless, was perilous beyond measure. In the face of the demon saint, he could indeed achieve absolute dominance. Yet when that enormous hand of the demon emperor tore through the void and descended with a thunderous roar, Suyu truly felt a suffocating threat of death. It was an absolute suppression on the level of existence. If he hadn't decisively fused his weapon king's spiritual power with the pinnacle of soul forging, to forcibly pierce through the palm of the demon emperor, killing the demon saint before the abyssal passage closed. Once the demon emperor's projection was fully stabilized, he would surely die here today. My level is still too. Suyu calculated silently in his heart. 9 million dark golden divine blood sounded impressive, and his combat power indeed rivaled that of a martial saint. But ultimately, he was just a martial spirit. Encountering a true sovereign of the abyss, even a mere cross-border projection, was such a struggle. If he wanted to truly sweep through this perilous world, he needed to grow stronger. He needed to continue investing. But where would the money come from? The 1,000 billion compensation from the Qin family had already been exhausted in one go last night. Now there was barely 10 billion left in his storage ring. This amount was trivial compared to the realms requiring hundreds of billions or even trillions for breakthrough. A fierce light flashed in Su Yu's deep and transparent eyes. This time returning no matter what, he had to find a way to make money. He had saved 4 military weapon kings. He had saved Vice Principal Nie Chong Kong of the Capital Martial University. He had even killed a demon saint before the martial saint who protected the country. Such astonishing achievements asking for tens of trillions in resources shouldn't be too much, right? Even. Suyu stroked his chin. A remarkably bold idea quietly emerged in his mind. He should find an opportunity to ask the military or inquire with Nie Chong Kong. Could he be directly granted a money-printing factory? He would print money and spend it himself. Infinite recharges. Infinite simulations. As long as the money printer kept running, he could push his vitality to the level of a martial emperor or even surpass the martial emperor in the shortest time. As soon as this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Suyu took a deep breath. Inside his body, the 9 million dark golden divine blood continued to surge through his meridians, emitting a terrifying pressure as tangible as substance. He no longer activated the universal concealment technique to suppress his aura. There was no need, since his trump card was already exposed and he had demonstrated such combat power. To hide it further would only seem pretentious. Moreover, he was currently using the identity of Su Yuan. The more terrifying his strength appeared, the more mysterious his background seemed. When he needed money next, he would have even greater confidence. He would take advantage of this opportunity to secure a massive amount of resources. Whoosh! Su Yu's figure flashed and slowly descended from the air. Outside the abandoned industrial area, there was a deathly silence. Apart from a few military field reporters still desperately pressing their shutters in the distance, producing a clicking sound. Everyone present dared not even breathe. Suyu landed on the scorched ruins, making a faint cracking sound. He did not speak. He simply stood there quietly. Yet that unabashed aura of 9 million dark golden divine blood swept out like a Category 10 hurricane in all directions. Domineering. Heavy. Even carrying a trace of the ultimate silence left after slaying the demon saint. Around him, the 4 military weapon kings brought out by Nie Chong Kong all lowered their heads in unison. They did not dare to look directly. Even though they were battle-hardened, iron-blooded soldiers and had fought countless times against monsters on the abyssal front. Yet in the face of this young man clad in tattered battle armor, they instinctively felt a reverence emerging from the depths of their souls. The strong are revered. This was the unchanging iron law of the martial world. Vice Principal Lei Qianju swallowed hard. His remaining single eye was fixated on Suyu, filled with intense shock. "Ho, martial saint." Lei Qianju's voice was hoarse as he couldn't help but turn to look at the nearby Huajinshan. What just happened? The demon emperor descended and the abyssal passage was forcibly opened. Why did the demon emperor? Although Lei Qianju was a martial emperor during the moment of the demon emperor's descent, he was directly swept away by the pressure and couldn't see what happened at the core of the abyssal domain. He only saw the demon emperor's massive hand reaching out, then Suyu soaring into the sky. Next, the demon saint died and the abyssal passage closed. Everything happened too quickly, too unreal. Hearing Lei Qianju's question, all the martial emperors and weapon kings present perked up their ears. Their gaze collectively turned towards the national protector martial saint, Huajinshan. Huajinshan stood in place. This pillar of the nation, standing at the peak of the Great Xia, was now lost in prolonged silence. He looked at the cold and hard young man ahead, and in his deep eyes emotions were complicated to the extreme. There was shock. There was disbelief. There was even a sense of disorientation, as if witnessing the birth of a myth. Half a minute passed. Huajinshan finally let out a long breath, his voice echoing in the desolate ruins, carrying an unprecedented weight. "The demon emperor has retreated. It's because the coordinates have vanished." Huajinshan pointed to the dissipating black mist of the abyss in midair. The demon saint is the coordinate and the sacrifice for this abyssal passage. Once the demon saint dies, the passage cannot be maintained. Lei Qianju was stunned. But how could the demon saint die? He was personally protected by the demon emperor. Huajinshan turned his head and looked deeply at Lei Qianju. Because he forcefully killed the demon saint. Hua Zhanshan extended his finger pointing at Suyu not far away. Each word was deliberate, a sound that struck like thunder. Martial spirit realm. Confronting the supreme pressure of the demon emperor's cross-dimensional projection. Under the very eyes of the abyssal sovereign. One spear, forcefully killing the demon saint. Boom. This phrase detonated in the minds of everyone present like a nuclear bomb with a yield of 100,000 tons. The martial emperors and martial kings present collectively gasped. Their scalps tingled. Every hair on their bodies stood on end at that moment. They stared wide-eyed at Suyu, looking at him as if he were a monster. Is this right? Is this reasonable? The martial spirit's vitality was only around 10 million. The demon saint had a vitality exceeding 10 billion. The gap between the two was exaggerated beyond belief, more so with the demon emperor looming above. Any martial emperor present would find it impossible to even stand upright under the pressure of the demon emperor, let alone forcefully kill the demon saint. And this young man named Suyu actually managed to slay the demon saint under the pressure of the demon emperor. Lei Qianju's body trembled violently. His single eye was filled with shock as his worldview shattered. Where did this unparalleled genius come from? When did the Daxiao kingdom hide such a monster? Lei Qianjue was completely defeated. He felt inferior. He had thought that as the vice principal of Demon Martial Academy, a martial emperor with vitality exceeding 100 million, he had seen all kinds of geniuses. But today he truly understood what it meant to have mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Looking at the cold-faced, murderous aura radiating from Suyu, Lei Qianjue suddenly recalled the top genius just recruited by his Demon Martial Academy, Shen Wudao, a natural killer body, entering school with a terrifying peak warrior vitality. He had been viewed as a prized asset by the higher-ups of Demon Martial to be used as a secret weapon in this year's National Freshman Exchange Competition. In fact, Lei Qianjue had just boasted in front of Nie Changkong that he would teach the new students from Jingwu a lesson in the exchange competition. But now Lei Qianjue was shaking his head frantically in his heart. What lesson? He looked at Suyu and couldn't help but make a comparison in his mind. If this Suyu is not some hidden big shot secretly nurtured by Nie Changkong for many years, but just a freshman who just started college. The image sent a shiver down Lei Qianju's spine. A freshman possessing 9 million dark gold divine blood, mastering the peak spear intent of soul forging, to stand firm against the demon emperor and forcefully kill the demon saint. If he were to participate in the National Freshman Exchange Competition, what would the others do? The new students from other schools might as well line up to bow and concede. If their prize Shen Wudao dared to show his teeth in front of this Suyu, he would probably not even need to draw. Just releasing a hint of the pressure from his dark gold divine blood could crush Shen Wudao's proud natural killer body into a puddle of mush. If that were the case, the entire Demon Martial Academy and even all martial arts universities across the nation would have to completely submit to the authority of this young man. Not a single thought of resistance would arise. Thinking of this, Lei Qianjue let out a long sigh. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Lei Qianjue looked at Su Ye's face, which had been disguised by the 10,000 forms concealment technique, appearing weathered and cold-blooded. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. This appearance, this aura, this decisive means of killing. He was definitely an old monster who had licked blood on the tip of a knife for many years. Or perhaps the ultimate weapon secretly cultivated by the military. He could absolutely not be a freshman from Jingwu. That newcomer named Suyu, no matter how good his talent, would ultimately just be a novice who had just entered the martial master stage. How could he possibly possess such earth-shattering power like this kid? Old Nie. Lei Qianjue turned his head to look at Nie Changkong beside him, his tone dripping with a hint of envious sourness. You guys from Jingwu really struck gold. How could you hide such a trump card? However, fortunately, he is your secret cultivation trump card, not the new student you recruited this year. Lei Qianjue patted his chest. Otherwise, we from Demon Martial would simply concede this year's exchange competition. Upon hearing Lei Qianju's words of relief, Nie Changkong, standing beside him, was completely stunned. His hands were tightly clasped behind his back and his 10 fingers were intertwined, nearly digging into his flesh. Frustrated. Exceptionally frustrated. Nie Changkong looked at Lei Qianju's relieved expression as if he had survived a disaster, and thousands of grass mud horses galloped wildly in his heart. He was utterly dumbfounded. He was truly dumbfounded. Others might not know, but he did. Who would dare to believe it? This unparalleled killing god who confronted the demon emperor forcefully killed the demon saint, shocking all the martial emperors and saints present. Was that just the freshman Suyu who had just started college? The very same kid that Lei Qianjue referred to as a novice who had just entered the martial master stage and would be taught a lesson in the exchange competition. Nie Changkong's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to shout out loud. Old Lei, your Shen Wudao from Demon Martial is nothing in front of him. but he couldn't say it. To protect Suyu from being targeted by higher-level experts of the abyssal cult. For the future of the Daxia kingdom, this earth-shattering secret had to remain buried deep within him. Even if it caused internal injury, he had to maintain an inscrutable demeanor. Ahem. Nie Chong Kong cleared his throat forcibly, suppressing the surging energy and blood within him. He slightly raised his chin and spoke in an exceptionally calm tone. Old Le, do not belittle yourself. Your Shun Wu Dao from Demon Martial is also quite remarkable. In an exchange competition, what matters is participation. Lei Qinjue scoffed. Although he was greatly shaken by the unparalleled killing god Su Yu before him upon hearing Nie Chong Kong's patronizing tone, his competitive spirit flared up. Cut the crap. Lei Qinjue narrowed his remaining right eye and snorted coldly, unable to refrain from retorting. Old Nya, I admit that your trump card from Jingwu is indeed terrifying, I Lei Qinjue concede. But that's that. That freshman Su Yu of yours mastering the transforming spear intent indeed has but sorry, our Shun Wu Dao from Demon Martial has a natural killer body, and when it comes to combat at the same level, he is definitely stronger than your Su Yu. Don't think that just because you have a Su Yu you can act arrogant. This year's freshman exchange competition, our Demon Martial Academy will still claim the top spot. We'll see the true skills on the arena when the time comes. Upon hearing Lei Qianju's resounding declaration, Nie Chong Kong stood beside him. Was completely stunned. On the outskirts of the abandoned industrial area, Lei Qinjue continued to boast about the rebirth of Mo Wu's new talent Shin Wu Dao. Nie Chong Kong stood nearby, his eyes twitching forcibly, turning his face away, fearing that he might involuntarily laugh out loud. At this moment, the National Protector Marshal Saint Huajinshan paid no heed to Lei Qianju's clamor. He turned and took steady steps towards Su Yu, who was slowly descending from midair. This elder, who had stood at the pinnacle of martial arts in the Daxia kingdom and suppressed the abyssal front for decades, now looked at Su Yu with an unprecedented solemnity, devoid of any condescension that a senior might typically show to a junior. Only an unparalleled seriousness remained. It was a gaze that saw the future pillar of the Daxia kingdom. As Su Yu landed, the heavenly dome-level silver battle armor on him was already tattered. Huajinshan stopped 3 steps away from Su Yu. He said no polite words and did not put on airs as a mark. Instead, with a solemn expression, he raised his hands and earnestly adjusted his plain gray robe, which had gathered some dust. Then, in front of all the martial emperors and martial kings present, this pillar of the Daxia kingdom, standing with his legs together and back straight, solemnly performed the highest-level ancient martial salute to the young man before him, who was known as Su Yuan. His right fist clenched tightly, he struck heavily against his left chest. Bang! A dull sound echoed across the desolate ruins. Huajinshan lowered his head, his voice deep, yet infused with a penetrating power. The lives of 20 million citizens in the capital city of Daxia depend on your single shot today, Mr. Su. If it weren't for your intervention, the Demon Saint's arrival would have surely led to the destruction of the entire capital, turning it into a living hell. This bow is on behalf of the citizens of the capital, thanking you for your grace in slaying the demon. Every word resonated powerfully. As these words were spoken, the surrounding air seemed to freeze instantaneously. Lei Qinjue, who had been chattering incessantly, abruptly closed his mouth. His single eye widened in disbelief as he stared at Huajinshan, a martial saint, bowing to a moreover representing 20 million citizens of the capital, performing the highest-level ancient martial salute. If this were to spread, it would surely trigger a seismic upheaval in the entire martial world of the Daxia kingdom. However, after just a brief moment of shock, Lei Qinjue took a deep breath and reigned in all his arrogance and astonishment. He did not think that Huajinshan's actions were inappropriate, nor did he feel that a martial saint bowing to a martial spirit was a loss of dignity. Because in the Daxia kingdom, whoever bleeds for the people deserves their gratitude. Everyone present understood the terrifying destructive power of the demon saint. Once the abyssal domain of the demon saint was allowed to fully expand, not to mention 20 million ordinary citizens, even they, the martial emperors and martial kings, would certainly face annihilation. It was this young man before them who had bravely confronted the pressure of the demon emperor and pierced through the impending disaster with a single shot. Thank you, Mr. Su, for slaying the demon. Without any hesitation, Lei Qinjue knelt heavily on one knee, his right fist striking his chest, and performed the highest military salute. Thank you, Mr. Su, for slaying the demon. Nie Chong Kong followed closely, also kneeling on one knee with an especially solemn expression. Thank you, Mr. Su, for slaying the demon. The 4 martial kings from the military who had been rescued from the abyssal domain by Su Yu also knelt on one knee, their eyes brimming with tears, their voices booming. In an instant, all the top combatants of the Daxia kingdom in the abandoned industrial zone bowed their noble heads to a young man clad in tattered armor. Su Yu stood quietly in place. He looked at the National Protector Martial Saint, who was bowing, and the martial emperors and martial kings kneeling around him. A flicker of emotion passed through his deep, clear eyes. He did not evade. He accepted it calmly, for he knew that the battle he had just fought was indeed worthy of this bow. You all overstated, Su Yu said calmly, extending his hand to lightly support Hua Jinshan. It was merely fulfilling our respective duties. Hua Jinshan straightened up, looking at Su Yu's cold and unperturbed face, his appreciation deepening. To possess such extraordinary combat power, yet remain unarrogant. This young man is destined for greatness. All right. Hua Jinshan turned around, regaining the imposing presence of the National Protector Martial Saint, and waved to the military martial kings behind him. Immediately secure the area, clean up the battlefield, and eliminate all remnants of abyssal energy. Not a trace of contamination must be allowed to leak out. Understood. The 4 martial kings immediately took their orders and began to arrange for the military's aftermath work. Hua Jinshan turned back to look at Su Yu and Ye Changkong. This is not a place for conversation. Young friend Su Yuan, come with me back to the capital. You have accomplished such a remarkable feat. The Daxia Kingdom will surely reward its meritorious servants. Half an hour later, in the highest-level confidential meeting room 1,000 meters deep underground at the capital's martial arts university, the walls were crafted from abyssal meteorite capable of blocking the probing of martial saints. Inside the meeting room, there were only 3 people: Hua Jinshan, Ye Changkong, and Su Yu. Su Yu had already removed the tattered silver battle armor and changed into a clean black combat suit. Hua Jinshan sat at the head of the table, his expression serious. He flipped his wrist, and a crystal the size of a fist, entirely black and radiating an unsettling aura, appeared on the table. This is the demon core left behind after the death of the demon saint. Hua Jinshan pushed the black crystal before Su Yu. Though the flesh of the demon saint was completely obliterated by your gun and tint, this core, which condenses all of its abyssal essence, has remained. Su Yu's gaze sharpened. He could clearly feel the immense and pure energy contained within this demon core. This is the trophy from your hand in slaying the demon saint, and it rightfully belongs to you. Hua Jinshan spoke with great seriousness. Young friend Su Yuan, you may not know the value of this demon core. In the underground black market, a demon core of martial king level can fetch tens of billions. And this one is of the demon saint level. Its value is at least in the hundreds of billions. Moreover, it is priceless on the market. Hundreds of billions. Upon hearing these 4 words, a surge of intense but imperceptible excitement erupted from the depths of Su Yu's deep, clear eyes. Hundreds of billions. Just last night, he had paid 1,000 billion in compensation to the Chen family and was worried about not having enough money to continue his cultivation. This was like a pillow arriving just as he was about to fall asleep. If he sold this demon core and converted it to cash for the system, it would equate to a full 1,000 billion years of cultivation. Enough to allow his dark gold divine blood to experience a qualitative leap once more. Su Yu forcibly suppressed his joy, extending his hand to store the demon core in his storage ring. Thank you, Marshal Saint Hua. Hua Jinshan waved his hand. This is what you deserve. In addition to this demon core, the military will also provide you with additional rewards. Hua Jinshan's gaze fell upon the tattered silver battle armor that Su Yu had set aside. I noticed that the heavenly dome-grade armor you wore before was completely ruined while withstanding the pressure of, after all, that was merely a mass-produced standard equipment unable to withstand the caliber of battle you engaged in. Hua Jinshan paused, his tone exuding a bold generosity. The military has decided to make an exception to apply for a set of National Protector grade armor for you. As soon as he said this, Ye Changkong, who was sitting beside them, gasped in shock. National Protector grade armor. That was the top strategic equipment only eligible for the commanders guarding the abyssal front or those who had made significant contributions to the nation. Currently, there were absolutely no more than 50 sets of existing National Protector grade armor in the entire Daxia Kingdom. Each set was forged from the bones of countless high-level exotic beasts and rare metals crafted through the relentless efforts of top-tier blacksmiths. While whooshing this, Ye Changkong couldn't help but speak up. After all, Su Yuan's current identity is still confidential. While directly distributing the national-level battle armor raised suspicions among those high-ranking traders. Hua Jinshan snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? Su Yuan has slain the demon saint and saved the capital. This is a solid achievement. I, Hua Jinshan, personally vouch for him. Who dares to say another word? He looked at Su Yu with a particularly serious expression. Young friend, Su Yuan battle armor is an essential life-saving trump card for high-level warriors. A set of national-level battle armor not only perfectly defends against a full-force strike from a martial emperor, but can also directly double your combat power. Doubling combat power. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. It indeed sounded impressive. With his current 9 million dark gold divine blood, if it were to double, the destructive power unleashed would definitely crush an ordinary martial saint with ease. However, Hua Jinshan's next words completely stunned Su Yu. But Hua Jinshan's tone shifted, and his gaze became incredibly profound. You must understand battle armor is ultimately just a transition. In this world, the true ultimate weapon that can determine the outcome of a nation-destroying war is not battle armor. It is mecha. Mecha. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Since he crossed into this world, he had only heard of martial arts, blood chi, and battle armor. This was the first time he had heard the term mecha from the mouth of a national-level martial saint. That's right, mecha. Hua Jinshan stood up, hands clasped behind his back, his tone filled with an unmistakable fervor and reverence. Battle armor is merely a layer of defensive shell that conforms to the human body. Mecha, on the other hand, is a true war behemoth. Battle armor can increase a warrior's combat power by 1 time. Hua Jinshan extended a finger, staring intently at Su Yu. And a top-tier mecha can increase a warrior's power by 10 times. 10 times. Su Ye's heart skipped a beat. 9 million dark gold divine blood increased 10 times. That would be a destructive power of 90 million dark gold divine blood. If combined with his perfected martial skills and the intent of the soul-forging spear, that scene was simply unimaginable. However, Nie Changkong, smiling wryly, took over the conversation. Su Yuan mecha is still too far away from you right now, because it is too expensive. Nie Changkong sighed. The cost of mecha can no longer be measured in money. The materials required to forge a mecha are all unparalleled treasures from the deepest abyss, or star iron fallen from the heavens. What's even more deadly is the forging technique. Ordinary blacksmiths simply cannot fuse those violent energy materials together. Only the top few divine craftsmen of the Great Xia Kingdom are qualified to touch the blueprints of mecha. Hua Jinshan nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Even this set of national-level battle armor compensating you was forcibly allocated from the military's treasury using my privileges. As for mecha, even I cannot directly promise it to you. But I can apply to the highest command for you based on your achievements this time. You will definitely have a chance to obtain a mecha of your own in the future. Hua Jinshan looked at Su Yu and added with earnestness. Moreover, there is a commonly accepted knowledge in the martial arts community. Whether it is battle armor or mecha, only what a warrior forges themselves is most compatible with their blood chi's operation trajectory. It is said that if it is a divine mecha that perfectly aligns with one's soul, it can even unleash a warrior's combat power 100 times. 100 times. Su Yu's breath involuntarily quickened. If that's the case, Su Yu looked at Hua Jinshan and asked a very practical question. Then why doesn't everyone learn blacksmithing themselves? Hua Jinshan and Nie Changkong exchanged a glance, and both smiled helplessly. It's not that easy. Hua Jinshan shook his head. Blacksmithing is a profession that requires immense talent and time accumulation. It takes a vast amount of time to study materials science, energy circuitry, and array carving. An ordinary warrior, even if they spend their entire life, may not be able to master blacksmithing. Moreover, martial arts cultivation is inherently a reverse flow. Without progress, one regresses. If a large amount of time is wasted on blacksmithing, it will inevitably hinder the improvement of one's martial arts realm. This is a great taboo in martial arts. Hua Jinshan patted Su Yu on the shoulder, his tone exceedingly serious. Young friend Su Yuan, your martial arts talent is unparalleled in history. Your current task is to focus on cultivation, striving to break through to the true martial saint realm as soon as possible. As for blacksmithing, a time-consuming activity, you must not touch it. That is almost impossible to balance. Whatever equipment you need, the military will do everything possible to provide it for you. The conference room fell silent. Hua Jinshan and Nie Changkong both looked at Su Yu. In their view, these generous rewards along with the future promise of mecha would be enough to make any warrior feel grateful and excited. However, Su Yu fell into a long silence. He lowered his head, staring at the table. In his deep, transparent eyes, thoughts raced swiftly. Wasting time. Impossible to balance. That was for ordinary people. For himself, as long as he had money, as long as he could recharge into the system. Let alone blacksmithing, even the laws of creation could be forcibly hammered to perfection with his billions of years of cultivation. What he lacked was never time. It was money. As long as he had enough money, he could personally forge an invincible mecha that amplified combat power 100 times. Since national-level battle armor is so expensive, since mecha materials cannot be measured by money at all, this means that if these things were converted into cash, it would definitely be an unimaginable astronomical figure. Su Yu slowly raised his head. He looked at Hua Jinshan and Nie Changkong, both of whom had expectant expressions waiting for him to respond. His expression was particularly serious. There was not a trace of jest in his tone. Hua Wuxing Principal Nie. Su Ye's voice was calm. I'm a rather mundane person. I like money. He pointed at the set of national-level battle armor that had yet to be distributed, and the elusive, all these random rewards, and that so-called battle armor. Can they be converted into cash and directly deposited into my account? Silence. A deathly quiet. The air in the confidential conference room completely froze at this moment. Hua Zinshan's hand holding the teacup was frozen midair. Nie Changkong, who had just raised his cup, almost dropped it. His